Yanyang, having failed her tribulation, finds herself reborn as a newborn girl, an unfortunate pawn in the noble house, who is nearly smothered to death by the midwife. In the inner chamber, upon witnessing the tragic fate of her mother and the Yun family, Yongyang weeps inconsolably. Grandfather possesses such beautiful eyes, yet alas, they are the mark of a short life. Your adopted daughter is the illegitimate child of your scoundrel father. Not only did she bring about your demise, but she also tarnished your reputation. Dear uncle, your son is surrounded by sycophants that, in your quest to shield him, you squandered your vast fortune, only to meet a disgraceful end. Second uncle, you are growing senile. The temptress was a courtesan sent by your unscrupulous father. She will sever your ties with the Yun family, poison you, and render you a fool. You may not be short-lived, but your life will be filled with ridicule and suffering, making death a more desirable fate. As Yongyang laments, she realizes that circumstances have begun to shift. Her grandfather rejects the adopted daughter, and her uncles awaken to reality. Her mother discards the worthless man and reunites with her biological father. Observing her family together brings Yongyang a sense of completeness. Chapter 1. Alas, the mark of a short life. Yongyang has perished, struck down by the final bolt of heavenly thunder before her ascension. When she regains consciousness, she feels a hand gripping her shoulder. Who is it? Even in death, she cannot find peace. She's out. An excited voice declares, "Congratulations, madam, it's a girl." Good. Yin Wanru lies pale upon the bed, a faint smile on her lips, appearing quite frail. The midwife places the newborn into a basin, cleansing her of the blood that clings to her. Yanyang opens her eyes, taking in her unfamiliar surroundings. It seems she has been reborn as a mere infant. Just as she begins to comprehend her predicament, a hand suddenly covers her mouth and nose. "What are you doing? Let me go. Help! I can scarcely breathe." A tender voice reaches Yun Wanru's ears. Struggling to lift her heavy eyelids, she glances at the maid beside her. Seeing the maid remain silent, she sighs, dismissing it as her imagination. "What a wicked old crone. I have just been born, and you wish to smother me." Yanyang attempts to resist, but after a futile struggle, only her index finger manages to move slightly. The Taoist skills she learned previously are completely inaccessible. This time, Yin Wanru hears the voice distinctly. It is undeniably that of a child. Yet, apart from her, the maid and the midwife, there is only... Yin Wanru gazes in shock at the infant cradled by the midwife, a ludicrous thought forming in her mind. Could that voice have belonged to her newborn daughter? "Bring the child to me. I wish to see her." Upon hearing her command, the midwife's expression shifts. However, her grip on the infant remains steadfast. "Madam, the child has lingered in the womb too long. She has not lost her breath." "What?" Yin Wanru's eyes widen in terror as she struggles to rise. The toll of childbirth weighs heavily on her, and a sudden movement leaves her feeling lightheaded. Yet, she pays no heed to her condition. Regaining her composure, she shakily raises her hand toward the infant the midwife holds. "Give me the child, madam. It would be best if you did not look. It will only deepen your sorrow. The child is ill-fated with the noble house. It is better to lay her to rest and hope for a better fate in her next life." The midwife retreats a step, clutching the infant tightly. The maid Wang Shu, who serves as Yin Wanru's companion, watches her mistress's pale face, misty eyes, and feels a pang of sorrow. This was her lady's first child, and now she has lost her undoubtedly. It breaks her heart. "Quickly take the child away, lest the madam be further distressed." Wang Shu waves her hand dismissively at the midwife. The midwife, feeling a weight lifted from her shoulders, complies and heads for the door. Sensing the impending fate that awaits her once they leave this chamber, Yongyang panics. "Mother, I'm not dead. I believe I can still be saved. Mother, please stop her. If she leaves through that door, I will truly perish." "Wait. Bring the child to me." The midwife halts, anxiety creeping in her heart. She turns to Yin Wanru, stammering, "Madam, the child is dead. Why pursue this?" "Wang Shu, bring the child to me." Yin Wanru's tone has grown colder. She distinctly heard her child speak. She refuses to believe her daughter has died so easily. Wang Shu strides forward, snatching Yongyang from the midwife's grasp. As the suffocating hand releases her, Yongyang gasps for air. "At last, I am saved. I was nearly suffocated." Madam, the young miss still breathes. Wang Shu checks for Yongyang's breath, her eyes brimming with joy. She quickly presents the infant to Yin Wanru. Yin Wanru glances down, noticing red finger marks on the child's face, and suddenly comprehends everything. Fortunately, she could hear her daughter speak otherwise. The consequences would have been dire. The thought of such a terrifying outcome constricts Yin Wanru's chest, and she glares furiously at the midwife. "You vile servant! Who gave you the audacity to harm my child?" "Madam, I am wronged." The midwife, trembling, collapses to her knees. Seeing her refusal to confess, Yin Wanru clenches her fists. "Bring a few people in, drag this midwife out, and interrogate her thoroughly. If she does not confess, then let her be punished until she does." "Yes," Wang Shu responds, placing the infant beside Yin Wanru and dragging the midwife away. The midwife's face pales as she pleads, "Madam, spare me. I beg you to grant me mercy." Ignoring her, Yin Wanru cradles the infant, tenderly kissing her cheek. "Wow, my dear mother, you are truly beautiful. I am the daughter of such a stunning mother when I grow up. Why not also be as lovely as you?" Complimented by her own daughter, Yin Wanru's mood lightens somewhat. A smile graces her lips as she gazes down at the infant, only to find her pouting. With raised brows and a short chin, this is undoubtedly the mark of short life. "My mother is so beautiful, yet she can only live until 35. How cruel is fate. I do not want my mother to leave me so soon." Yin Wanru is taken aback. 35? She is merely 18 now. If what her daughter says is true, will she only live for 17 more years? Yet, she is healthy. How could she possibly have such a short life? "Ah, it hurts. Madam, please spare me. I beg you to forgive me." The midwife's cries echo from outside the room. The commotion ceases abruptly, and Yin Wanru furrows her brow, looking toward the door. Wang Shu enters swiftly, followed closely by the esteemed Lord Jiang Huai Shu of the Yuan Marquis. "Aro, you have worked hard. It was no trouble." Yin Wanru shakes her head, smiling brightly at Jiang Huai Shu. Yongyang gazes at her mother's face, captivated. However, in the next moment, she finds herself lifted into the air. A man's face appears before her. "Oh my goodness, I am terrified." This man with triangular eyes and high cheekbones, could he be my father, the Marquis? I did not want him to hold me. His gaze is fierce, and his expression is menacing. He and that midwife are clearly in cahoots. Could the one who wished to suffocate her daughter be the Marquis? This cannot be. Could her daughter have mistaken him? Yin Wanru's smile falters, her gaze toward Jiang Huai Shu now laced with suspicion. Unaware of her changing expression, Jiang Huai Shu's attention rests on Yongyang. "This child bears a striking resemblance to me." Yongyang feels as though she has been struck by lightning. Resembling him? How can she possibly survive this? "Wanro, why do you gaze at me so?" "It's nothing." Yin Wanro shook her head. "Huangyi, please bestow a name upon your daughter. This is my first child. The name warrants thoughtful consideration. There is no rush." "How can you, an old man, tell such lies without a hint of shame? Look at your children. They are evidently a sign of many offspring. Before my birth, you had already begotten children with other women." Chapter 2. The tiger does not eat its young mother. "You are so beautiful, yet how can your eyes be so blind? Can't you see that this man harbors no affection for you? He is nothing but a boor." Yin Wanro was stunned by her daughter Yongyang's words, her eyes widening in disbelief. Having been wed to the Marquis for less than a year, if her daughter spoke the truth, it meant that the Marquis had taken a concubine and fathered children with her before Yin Wanro entered the household. Yin Wanro was reluctant to accept this notion, yet she believed her daughter would not speak frivolously. Her gaze intensified as she scrutinized the man before her. "Huangyi, I have heard from the servants that you have been leaving early and returning late. Are there pressing matters at court?" Jiang Huai Shu met her gaze and opened his mouth to fabricate a lie, but for some reason, at that moment, he felt a twinge of guilt. "Indeed, I have been rather busy lately." He took Yin Wanro's hand. "Are you upset with me for not being by your side?" Yin Wanro shook her head. "The matters of state are paramount. Even with your presence, it would not aid me in childbirth. You are still so understanding." Jiang Huai Shu raised his hand and gently brushed aside her loose strands of hair. Yin Wanro stiffly smiled, a faint expression of joy crossing her face. The words he had just spoken were ones she often reiterated since her marriage. In her family, her mother always taught her to be magnanimous as a wife. She endeavored to embody this principle and earned the marquis's affection and her mother-in-law's praise. Yet, these gestures were not what she truly desired. All she longed for was the marquis's genuine heart. As thoughts of his outside entanglement surfaced, Yanyang closed her eyes. Jiang Huaishu, believing she was fatigued, slowly stood. "You should rest. I have some matters to attend to, and shall take my leave." Yanyang nodded, watching him exit the room. As soon as the door closed, she turned her gaze to her side where Wang Shu stood. "Follow him and see where the marquis goes." Wang Shu was taken aback. "Madam, you wish for me to be discreet. Do not allow anyone to discover you." Once Wang Shu left, silence enveloped the room. Looking down at her daughter, Yanyang's heart was in turmoil. She hoped her daughter had misjudged the situation. Otherwise, she truly did not know how to face the marquis in the future. She stepped outside, her expression grim. Turning to her, she asked, "Well, did the marquis indeed go to the palace?" "Madam, the marquis. He did not enter the palace, but went to a household." Upon hearing Wang Shu's words, Yanyang's heart sank. She looked at Wang Shu, anxiety rising within her. "Did you see who resides in that household?" The door was opened by a young woman. "I noticed her demeanor with the marquis was quite intimate, so I inquired with a nearby merchant. The merchant claimed the marquis and that woman are husband and wife, and that they have a pair of 6-year-old twins." Yanyang's eyes widened, her mind buzzing. Though she had long known the marquis kept a concubine, hearing this revelation from Wang Shu was still shocking. The marquis not only had a concubine, but had also fathered 2 children with her, born even before she met him. He truly bore her no affection, that if that were the case, why had he chosen her instead of marrying the concubine? Had her daughter not revealed the truth, she might have lived the rest of her life as a fool, ensnared in his web of lies. As Yanyang pondered, she suddenly heard her daughter's thoughts. Just as the plan failed, that boar hastily sought out the concubine to plot further. "My half-siblings have roamed outside for so many years, he must have other schemes to bring them into the marquisate. Mother, please keep your eyes open and do not let that scoundrel succeed." Yongyang pouted, her little lips forming a perfect pout. If only she were not still an infant, powerless and unable to wield her abilities. Otherwise, she would have truly wished to strike down that unworthy man with a bolt of divine retribution for his heartlessness and cruelty. Yanyang, hearing her thoughts, felt a chill run through her. Had it not been for her daughter's warning, she would never have considered such a possibility. After all, her daughter was also the marquis's child. He might not love her, but surely he would not harm his own flesh and blood. Yet upon further reflection, that old woman had been in the marquisate for many years. She would certainly know what was acceptable and what was not. If no one had incited her, how could she dare to harm her own daughter? With that thought, a sudden coldness surged from her feet. "Wang Shu, has that old woman met her end?" Upon hearing this, Wang Shu shook her head. "Madam, today the marquis came and took that old woman away. He stated he would personally interrogate her." Yanyang furrowed her brows, finding Jiang Huaishu's actions highly suspicious. As she contemplated this, a delicate voice suddenly echoed in her ears. "I am so hungry. I long for barbecued meat, hot pot, and spicy crayfish." Yanyang, when the world is that? Why have I never heard of such things? While she pondered, the door was abruptly pushed open. Wang Shu glanced back and softly remarked, "Madam, the wet nurse has arrived. Just in time, this little one must be famished. Take her and feed her." "What? Human milk? I suddenly feel less hungry. I can hold out a bit longer." Understanding her daughter's thoughts, Yanyang realized this little one was unwilling to consume another's milk. The thought of her daughter being raised on someone else's milk made Yanyang feel uneasy. "I recall that a mare recently gave birth in the stable. Wang Shu, please run and fetch a bowl of mare's milk for me." "Yes." Seeing Yanyang suddenly change her mind, Wang Shu did not inquire further and left with the wet nurse. Yanyang carefully fed Yongyang a few sips. Yongyang burped softly and then closed her eyes, drifting into sleep. In her dreams, she witnessed a woman enduring a tragic life. When she opened her eyes to gaze upon that exquisite face, she inwardly exclaimed, "Oh!" The woman in her dream was none other than her mother. In the dream, the old marquis perished heroically on the battlefield for the sake of the realm. The emperor, respecting the bravery of the old marquis, bestowed the marquisate upon Jiang Huaishu. Yet Jiang Huaishu was no match for the old marquis, and the Yuan marquisate gradually declined. To revitalize the marquisate, Jiang Huaishu was compelled to forsake his true love and married the esteemed daughter of the Grand Preceptor, Yun Wanro. Upon the birth of their child, she was smothered to death by an old woman sent by an Yuan marquis. Subsequently, he fed her contraceptive potions and, citing her lack of offspring, adopted a pair of children. Those children were the fruits of his union with the concubine. Her mother lived her life ensnared in deception, ultimately succumbing to the treachery of a scoundrel. Meanwhile, Jiang Huaishu exploited her and the Grand Preceptor's household to attract numerous followers and re-establish his standing in court. He lived a blissful life with the concubine and the pair of illegitimate children, envied by all. Yongyang felt that this dream was not mere fantasy, but an unintentional glimpse into the inner workings of fate, revealing the future. The baby girl who was smothered was her. Her unexpected survival indicated that the future was not immutable. Madam, the kitchen has sent over the medicinal soup for your recovery. Please drink it while it's hot. At that moment, her beautiful mother received a bowl of soup from Wang Shu's hands. The delicate blue and white porcelain bowl containing the medicinal concoction was identical to the one seen in the interior. This medicine is not right. Mother, you must not drink it. Chapter 3. The Inability to Conceive. Yun Wanru had just brought the bowl to her lips when she suddenly heard the little girl's thoughts. Startled, her hand trembled and she pulled the bowl away a bit. Madam, what is wrong? This medicine is too bitter. I do not wish to drink it. But this is specially prepared for you by the marquis, a tonic for your recovery. If Madam refuses to take the medicine, it may take a long time for you to regain your strength. Wang Shu bit her lip, her concern for Yun Wanru's health evident. In noble families, women were required to consume medicine after childbirth to restore their health and continue bearing children for their husbands. If Madam refuses to take the medicine, how can that be acceptable? Wang Shu's voice reached Yongyang's ears. The little girl pouted, murmuring to herself, "This is not a tonic for recovery. This bowl contains musk. If taken in excess, Mother may never conceive again." Musk? The Marquis had first intended to harm her daughter, and now he had added musk to her medicine. He held no affection for her, and even seemed unwilling to father a child with her. No wonder he had not touched her since that night. Yun Wanru's heart chilled significantly. She extended the bowl of medicine towards Wang Shu. "I am well aware of my own body. Dispose of it." Understood. Seeing she could not persuade her, Wang Shu took the bowl. As she turned, Yun Wanru's voice suddenly came from behind. "When you dispose of it, be discreet. If anyone inquires about the soup, simply say that I have already consumed it." "I understand." Wang Shu bowed slightly and exited. Hearing the door close, Yongyang breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed her mother, like her, feared bitterness and refused to take the medicine. By mere coincidence, they had narrowly escaped a calamity. But the depths of the Marquis's household were unfathomable, and there were many methods to deal with people. Mother had evaded this time, but what about next time? Yanyang was filled with worry. She was still so young and did not wish to lose her mother. She needed to grow up quickly. Once she could speak and draw talismans, she would be able to protect her mother. The kitchen sent medicine daily. Yun Wanru never consumed a single drop, allowing Wang Shu to secretly dispose of it. On the 7th day, Jiang Huaishu and the matriarch, Madame Qian, arrived. Accompanying them was a physician. Upon seeing them, Yun Wanru slowly sat up. "Mother, why have you come? After giving birth, a woman's body is weak. I have brought the physician to check your pulse." Here they come, the old woman with her schemes. Once the doctor checks your pulse, he will undoubtedly declare that you have harmed your body during childbirth and will likely be unable to conceive in the future. Following that, they will insist you adopt a child, bringing forth those illegitimate offspring. Upon hearing Yongyang's thoughts, Yun Wanru frowned slightly. It was the first time since giving birth that her mother-in-law had come to see her. She had initially felt happy, but was taken aback to discover her mother-in-law harbored such intentions. "Thank you for your concern, but I assure you, my health is fine, so there is no need to trouble the physician. Not a hassle at all. Since he is already here, let him take a look." With that, Madame Qian turned to give the physician a knowing glance. The physician, carrying his medicine box, quickly approached. "Madam, please extend your hand." Yun Wanru felt a sense of resistance. She looked towards Jiang Huaishu, still holding onto a shred of hope. However, He merely met her gaze and said lightly, "Ru, be obedient." Yin Wanru's eyes dimmed slightly. Why was she still foolishly hoping for him? She extended her hand to the physician. "Doctor, what is the diagnosis?" Jiang Huaishu looked at him, his eyes filled with urgency. The physician met his gaze, shaking his head with a sigh. "Madam, after childbirth, you have harmed your health. If you do not properly recuperate, it is likely that you will never conceive again." Hearing the physician's words echoed her daughter's thoughts. Yin Wanru looked at Jiang Huaishu as if he were a stranger. Having known him for so long, she thought she understood him well. Yet today, she realized that the version of him she had known was merely a facade he had deliberately constructed. Unable to conceive? That is unacceptable, Madame Qian exclaimed, grasping the physician's sleeve tightly. "Doctor, our marquis household cannot be without male heirs. You must help us find solution." "Alas, I can only do my best." Madame Qian nodded and followed the physician out. Jiang Huaishu did not leave that he slowly approached the bedside and took Yin Wanru's hand in his. "Aru, heed the physician's words. As long as you diligently take your medicine, we will still have children in the future. If not, we can adopt a child in your name." Jiang Huaishu sighed, his expression troubled. Had this been before, Yin Wanru would have thought his actions were for her benefit. But now, knowing the truth, she found the man before her utterly repulsive. "Aru, why are your hands so cold?" "Why, you ask? Is it not because of your insufferable presence? Release me, do not soil my beautiful mother's hand. If you do not let go, believe me, I will bite you to death." Yongyang opened her mouth and made a couple of exaggerated motions. Though she had yet to grow teeth, her expression conveyed great effort. Seeing her adorable demeanor, all of Yin Wanru's anger dissipated. Why worry about not having a male heir? I have a daughter, and that is enough. Yin Wanru gently pinched Yongyang's little cheek. "Marquis, you have yet to name our daughter." At these words, Jiang Huaishu's expression stiffened. He had been so busy lately that he genuinely forgot about this matter. With a quick thought, he smiled. "How about we call her Zhao Di?" "Your intentions are too obvious. I refuse to be called Zhao Di. I am Yongyang, the Yang of Degua." Yin Wanru lowered her gaze, surprised that Jiang Huaishu revealed his thoughts so openly before her. It was one thing for him to disregard his own feelings, but her daughter could never be named Zhao Di. After pondering, she looked up and met Jiang Huaishu's eyes. "Marquis, naming a girl Zhao Di is not appropriate. If someone were to learn of it, they might accuse you of favoring sons over daughters." "Indeed, Aru, you are quite thoughtful." Jiang Huaishu nodded, seemingly unconcerned about a mere name. "However, I cannot think of anything suitable at the moment." "Aru, you have read books at home. Do you have any good suggestions?" Yin Wanru contemplated. "Zhanbai Luo Yi, Wei Shui Yongyang. Let us name our daughter Yongyang." "Yongyang is perfect. I want to be called Yongyang." "Mother, I love you so much, we truly share a connection." Yongyang opened her toothless mouth and smiled joyfully. Seeing her happiness, Yin Wanru's mood brightened considerably. "Very well. If you wish to be called Yongyang, then Yongyang it shall be." Jiang Huaishu's thoughts were entirely elsewhere, completely disinterested in the mother and daughter pair. He had no intention of exerting effort to name their daughter. He slowly stood up, just about to leave when Yin Wanru suddenly asked, "Marquis, have you learned anything from that old woman?" Jiang Huaishu was taken aback by her sudden inquiry about the old woman. He paused, stammering, "I inquired. That old woman has no children or kin. Upon seeing you give birth, she became envious and thus acted in such a manner. The individual may not possess remarkable looks, yet the ability to utter nonsense with eyes wide open is indeed considerable. Though the visage of that woman may be unappealing, she is nevertheless a loyal servant. Had it not been for the instigation from above, how could she have committed such an act of betrayal?" "Mother, you must not be swayed by her words." Yanyang was filled with indignation. She was frustrated with her inability to speak, unable to warn Yin Wanru. Chapter 4. Betrayal of the Master. Yin Wanru did not look at her. She gazed intently at Jiang Huaishu, forcing a faint smile. "So it was like this. Well, you should rest well. I have matters to attend to." As the door closed, the smile faded from her lips. Wang Shu, standing nearby, furrowed her brow. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke. "Madam, the Lord is deceiving you. I have inquired, and after the incident, The Lord did not interrogate that old woman at all. I also heard that he secretly had a corpse taken away at night. What Wang Shu said, Yin Wanru had already suspected. The body Jiang Huaishu had taken away was likely that of the old woman. He was clearly silencing her. Yet, she could not fathom why he did not give her a dose of abortifacient while she was pregnant if he did not wish for her to bear a child. Why wait until the child was born to act? Lost in thought, Yin Wanru looked down at the infant in her arms, Yongyang. She saw that the child had fallen asleep at some point, and she sighed softly. The Lord dislikes this child so much that he may even harm Yanyang. What must she do to protect her child? Newborns sleep more often than they are awake. Yanyang spent her days sleeping, eating, and then sleeping again. A month swiftly passed. Yin Wanru felt stifled in the room. Hearing the laughter of children outside, she could not help but glance at the tightly shut window. Wang Shu, why do I hear the sounds of children laughing? I heard it too. Wang Shu inclined her head slightly. Madam, please wait. I will go take a look. Wang Shu turned to leave, but just as she reached the door, it was pushed open. Jiang Huaishu entered, holding the hands of two children, around 5 or 6 years old, smiling as he approached. Aro, I brought the children to see you. Jiang Huaishu brought the two children to the bedside. Yin Wanru looked at him and then at the pair of children, momentarily stunned. Lord, who are they? These are children from a collateral branch. I feared you might feel bored in the room, so I brought them to keep you company. Collateral branch, children? Clearly, they're the two illegitimate children you had with that concubine. Hearing Yongyang's thoughts, Yin Wanru's heart sank. The moment she saw the two children, she had an inkling, and now her suspicion was confirmed. Yin Wanru knew exactly what scheme Jiang Huaishu was concocting. He merely intended to take this opportunity to bring the two children into the residence to win her favor. Without Yanyang's warning, given enough time, she might develop feelings for these two children. At that point, Jiang Huaishu could use her inability to bear a son and continue the family line as an excuse to propose adopting the two children under her name. Given her character, she would undoubtedly feel guilty toward the Jiang family and comply with Jiang Huaishu's requests. She loved him so much, yet he calculated against her at every turn. How truly clever he was. Jiang Huaishu did not expect that Yin Wanru would refuse. His words had effectively cut off her options. If she did not agree, it would make her seem petty, yet if she did agree, sending them away would be a challenge. Yin Wanru hesitated for a moment, a faint smile gracing her lips. Very well, let them stay for the time being. However, Yongyang is still small. I am already overwhelmed caring for her. These two children should be raised in the side courtyard. All right, as you wish. Jiang Huaishu's eyes curved slightly as he readily agreed. There is plenty of time ahead. He was not in a hurry. He raised his hand and tousled the boy's hair. You and your sister stay here to keep the madam company. I have other matters to attend to and will return to fetch you shortly. MHM. The boy nodded, his voice very tender. Yin Wanru frowned, about to refuse, but saw Jiang Huaishu turn and leave. Lord, Yin Wanru called after him. However, it seemed Jiang Huaishu did not hear, quickening his pace until he vanished outside the door. Madam, is he a brother or a sister? The boy reached out and pinched Yongyang's cheek. His grip was unrefined, causing Yongyang to wail. Little brat, let go of your dirty hands. That hurts. Wah wah wah. Mother, I don't like him. Make him go away. Hearing her daughter's cries, Yin Wanru's heart tightened. Unfortunately, the boy was too young and not her child, making it difficult to reprimand him. She simply picked up Yongyang and stepped away from his reach. This is Yanyang. She is your younger sister. Yongyang is truly adorable. Jiang Beichun stood on tiptoe, wanting to pinch Yongyang's cheek again. However, as he reached out, he was swiftly swatted away by Jiang Nanxing, who shot her brother a glare. Displeased, she said, how can you find her adorable when she is so small? Under Jiang Nanxing's glare, Jiang Beichun fell silent, shrinking back, looking quite intimidated. Madam, may I hold my little sister Yongyang? Chapter 5. A family of short lives, no? What if you drop her? Mother, you cannot agree to that. Yongyang's thoughts echoed Yin Wanru's worries. Jiang Nanxing was still so young. How could she hold a child securely? After some contemplation, she said, you cannot hold her. Although she seems small, she is quite heavy. Understanding the madam's concern for the young miss, Wang Shu hurriedly stepped in front of Jiang Nanxing. Young lady, with your slender arms and legs, it would be best if you did not attempt to hold her. You might hurt yourself. Jiang Nanxing opened her mouth to speak, but Yun Wanru preempted her. Wang Shu, I'm a bit tired. Please take them to the side room to play. Brother, sister, let us go to the side room and allow the madam to rest for a while. Wang Shu did not bother to ask if the two children were willing. She simply took them toward the side room. The two children played in the side room for nearly half an hour before Jiang Huaishu came to fetch them. After exchanging a few words with Yin Wanru, he took the children away. Once Jiang Huaishu left, Yin Wanru's smile faded as she turned to Wang Shu. Yin Wanru's expression was subdued. While she indeed had an affection for children, it was utterly impossible for her to accept the children of a concubine into her home and have them recorded under her name. Now that she had her own child, she would consider everything with Yongyang in mind. If those two children were to be acknowledged as her legitimate son and daughter, then the title of legitimate eldest daughter would no longer belong to Yanyang. She could endure some grievances herself, but she could not allow her child to suffer. At dusk, Yin Wanru's maternal family arrived. Yongyang, seeing unfamiliar faces before her, felt a twinge of suspicion. What day is it today? Why are new guests arriving shortly after the two children from the concubine just left? Hearing her thoughts, Yin Wanru picked her up. Yongyang, your grandfather and uncle have come to see you. Give her to me. Let me hold her. A middle-aged man, around 40, smiled broadly as he reached out. Yin Wanru nodded slightly, handing Yongyang over to him. The man lifted her, gazing at her chubby, fair cheeks, and joyfully exclaimed, My dear granddaughter, you are truly adorable. Just look at your eyes and nose. How much you resemble me. Yin Xiuqing's lips curled upwards, unable to contain his delight. His daughter had given birth to such a beautiful granddaughter. He could not express his happiness enough. The only regret was that, despite the time since her birth, the Yuan Marquis had not sent anyone to inform them. Had he not thought to visit the Marquis today, he would have remained unaware of his granddaughter's existence. As he pondered this, a tinge of discomfort settled in his heart. Yanyang, looking at his face, suddenly brightened. Grandfather, you are truly handsome, especially those bright, captivating eyes. They are truly exquisite. One can imagine that in his youth, young Xiucheng was undoubtedly a handsome young man. My eyes resemble those of my grandfather. Thus, I must not be unattractive. Suddenly, a voice startled young Xiucheng, causing him to almost drop Yongyang. His little granddaughter had just spoken to him? Wasn't she just born? How could such a tiny child already be capable of speech? Young Xiucheng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. This was his granddaughter. After all, surely she was not an ordinary child. Wait a moment. Why does both grandfather and mother share a fate of short life? Regrettably, having met few people, he could not discern the exact issue at hand. Short-lived? The man was somewhat perplexed. He turned his gaze towards Yun Wanru. At his advanced age, death was a mere inevitability, but Ro-er was still so young. If what his granddaughter claimed was true, then Ro-er no. He could not allow her to perish. Regardless of the veracity of his granddaughter's words, he must take action. While young Xiucheng harbored worries within, his exterior remained composed. Yin Wanru was startled, raising her eyes to observe young Xiucheng and her two elder brothers. Seeing their expressions were calm and untroubled, she breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that her father and brothers, like Jiang Huaishu, were unable to hear Yongyang's innermost thoughts. Perhaps this was for the best. If they could hear Yongyang's heart, they would surely be frightened. As for her and her father's fate, she would undoubtedly devise a way to resolve it. Upon hearing this, Yin Wanru hesitated momentarily. She glanced at Yongyang, feeling somewhat conflicted. I see nothing amiss. The youth standing beside young Xiucheng pouted. The second brother spoke, rightly. Another man nodded in agreement. Ro-er, you are unaware. Not a single person from the Marquis' residence came to inform us of such a significant event as your childbirth. The man speaking furrowed his brow. He understood that the truth could be hurtful, yet he did not wish to deceive his sister. The fact that his wife had given birth and no one had informed her family was simply an indication of his disregard for Ro-er. Ro-er was the jewel of their family. Seeing her neglected in the Marquis' residence was unbearable for him as the elder brother. The sentiments of the two uncles echoed those of Yongyang. She trembled with excitement at the thought. If she could indeed reveal the little one's existence, perhaps it could alter her father's fate. However, having just completed her confinement, the people of the Marquis' residence would certainly not permit her to go out. Young Xiucheng hesitated upon hearing this. considering that his daughter had not yet completed her confinement and might suffer from headaches if exposed to the wind. He ultimately nodded in agreement. Chapter 6. Mastering the Art of Tea Nighttime. The outside was ablaze with lights. In Yanyang's room, the candles had been extinguished. Thud! The sound of something heavy falling to the ground. A small figure stood by the window, slightly adjusting the swaying window. "Wangshu, is it you?" Yanyang asked sleepily. The room was silent, with no response. Unperturbed, she turned over, about to drift back to sleep when she suddenly heard a familiar voice. In the middle of the night. "How did you get in?" "Jiang. Are you a thief?" "Wah, what do you want?" "Put me down, quickly." Upon hearing the childish voice, Yanyang instantly became more alert. She hurriedly got up, lit the candle in the room, and exclaimed, "Yongyang." Yanyang was startled and rushed forward to catch her just in time. Wah, you scare me to death. I thought I was going to meet the heavens again. That Jiang, the scoundrel. You climbed through the window in the middle of the night just to murder me. Mother, you cannot let her get away with this." Yanyang frowned slightly, feeling a weight in her heart. She looked at Jiang with increased displeasure. "Nanxing, what are you doing in my room?" "I heard my sister crying, so I came to check. I truly did not expect that I would witness such deceitful behavior from one so young. You are clearly envious of my beauty and deliberately crept over at night to attempt to murder me for my looks." Yongyang's earlier thoughts held some logic, but her latter words grew increasingly absurd. Yanyang chose to disregard her later comments. Seeing Wangshu enter, she said with a serious tone, "Go fetch the marquis." Jiang was momentarily stunned, panic flickering across her face. But soon, she regained her composure, staring intently at Yanyang. "Mother said that father has only 2 children, her and her brother. No matter what they did, father would always protect them." Jiang Huaishu's room was adjacent. Before long, he casually draped on a garment and followed Wangshu over. "What happened?" As his words left his mouth, he noticed Jiang, who should not be there, and his brow furrowed slightly. "Marquis, this girl climbed through the window in the middle of the night, intending to drop Yongyang." Hearing this, Jiang Huaishu cast a glance at Yongyang and Yanyang's arms, feeling a surge of disgust. However, he quickly averted his gaze and turned to Jiang. His voice remained calm, devoid of any hint of anger. Jiang shook her head, looking pitifully at him. "Marquis, I only heard my sister crying and came to see. I accidentally dropped her while trying to hold her." Jiang Huaishu nodded, not doubting her words. He turned to Yanyang, smiling, "All misunderstandings have been clarified. Nanxing did not mean any harm." "Marquis." Yanyang's brow furrowed, unable to believe what she was hearing. Did Jiang Huaishu genuinely believe Nanxing's words? Or did he value this illegitimate daughter more than their legitimate daughter, Yongyang? She had thought that, even if he did not love her, he would treat their daughter well. But now it seemed she had been mistaken. Yanyang remained silent, watching as the father and daughter departed. Yongyang did not witness this scene, but was infuriated by Jiang Huaishu's earlier words. "Stinking pig trotters, what do you mean I'm fine? Does Jiang Nanxing have to kill me for it to be considered murder? And that Jiang Nanxing, so young yet skilled in brewing tea. No wonder Jiang Huaishu rushes to their home whenever he has the chance. It seems he has fallen into the tea garden and cannot bear to leave." The latter statement was lost on Yanyang, but she understood that Jiang Huaishu was biased. Observing his earlier expression upon seeing Yongyang alive, it seemed there was a hint of disappointment. Yanyang's gaze flickered, and her heart ached. How had she been so blind as to choose such a man? Not only had she ruined her own life, but she had nearly endangered her daughter's as well. "Madam, why does the Marquis not believe you, but instead trust that little girl's words?" Perhaps the Marquis thinks that children do not lie. Gazing at her fair little face, Yanyang still felt a lingering fear. Had she not been able to hear Yongyang's thoughts? It was likely that Yongyang would if she dared not continue that thought, nor could she imagine a day when she might permanently lose her daughter. She frowned, making a significant decision in her heart. On the day she emerged from confinement, the weather was delightful, with the sun shining perfectly. Yongyang's cheeks had become slightly rounder than before, appearing adorably plump. Seeing the sunlight streaming through the window, her large, dark eyes sparkled with excitement. What a beautiful day, perfect for ascending the mountain to pray for blessings. The room feels stifling. I long to go out for a stroll. Yongyang kicked her little short legs, feeling an overwhelming urge to cry. Oh, my poor little legs, unable to go anywhere. Mother, look at me. Our mother-daughter bond is being tested. Yinwanro looked down at her. Seeing her big, watery eyes blink, her heart was instantly melted. The child had been accompanying her in the room for over a month, seemingly quite worn out from the confinement. After a moment of contemplation, she turned to Wangshu. Wangshu, assist me with a bath and change of clothes. Yanyang has been born safely. It is time for me to express my gratitude at Xianqingguan. Certainly. Let's go to Xianqingguan to fulfill our vows. Mother, it seems we are truly connected as mother and daughter. As we both thought of this at the same time, Yanyang opened her mouth wide, her eyes narrowing into slits from laughter. While Yinwanru bathed, Wangshu held her nearby, assisting in washing her. Enveloped in the warm water, Yanyang comfortably squinted her eyes and inadvertently fell asleep. In her dreams, she entered the inner scene once more, where she beheld a man. The man, clad in a dark cloak, stood before the statue of the three pure ones, his back turned towards her. She yearned to approach and see him clearly. As she slowly opened her eyes, she was met with Yin Wanru's breathtaking beauty. Recalling the man she had seen in the inner scene, Yongyang felt a tinge of regret. She had an intuition that the man who appeared in her dreams was someone of great significance to her. Unfortunately, she could not discern his features. Pouting slightly, she felt a wave of discontent. With her tiny hands, she gestured over her belly a few times. A smile crept onto her lips as she remembered that the man from her dreams was indeed at Xianqingguan today. Chapter 7. Encountering the celestial being Yongyang was elated. Amidst her giggles, she caught a whiff of an enchanting fragrance. She inhaled sharply, her expression one of sheer delight. Mother is truly beautiful. Not only is she beautiful, but she also smells divine. I want to snuggle close. I too wish to be fragrant. With all her might, Yanyang wriggled closer into Yun Wanru's embrace, causing a ticklish sensation. Looking down at Yanyang, who was nestled in her arms, Yun Wanru smiled gently. Madam, we have arrived at Xianqingguan. The carriage halted at the roadside, and Wangshu lifted the curtain of the carriage. Yun Wanru nodded slightly, carrying Yongyang as she descended from the carriage. Standing outside the mountain gate, Yongyang caught the scent of incense. Her eyes darted around, seeing nothing but Yun Wanru and the blue sky. Oh, the sky is so beautiful. Yet if I continue to gaze at it, I might tire of it. When will I be able to sit up and truly observe this world? Oh, my poor little body. It's bad enough my tiny legs are weak, but now I can't even sit up. Yanyang shook her little feet, feeling a bit disheartened. Wangshu extended her arms toward Yin Wanru. Madam, allow me to hold the child. Very well, Yin Wanru replied, handing Yongyang to her while advising. Look at how her eyes are darting around. She seems quite curious about her surroundings. Wangshu, hold her up a little so she can see. Understood, Wangshu responded, gently raising her arm that supported Yongyang's little head. The child was still too small and lacked the strength in her neck, so she was cautious not to lift her head too high for fear of injury. Even a slight elevation was sufficient for Yongyang. She turned her eyes to survey her surroundings, filled with curiosity about everything. This is Xianqingguan. It seems rather desolate, with not a soul in sight. Disappointment flickered in Yongyang's heart. The incense offerings at Xianqingguan paled in comparison to those at the temple she had previously visited. Yin Wanru, having heard her unspoken thoughts, also noted the unusual absence of visitors. Usually, Xianqingguan was bustling with worshippers. Why was it so quiet today? With a sense of intrigue, Yin Wanru led Wangshu further inside. The incense had been brought up from the foot of the mountain. She lit the incense and placed it in the burner. After bowing to the statue, she continued onward. Upon reaching the entrance of the Sanqing Hall, Yongyang's eyes widened in astonishment. It was within the Sanqing Hall that she had seen the man in her dreams. As she anticipated, Yin Wanru approached slowly. Just as they reached the doorway, Yongyang spotted a tall man clad in a dark cloak, standing with his back to them, just as he had in her vision. Though he was at a distance, Yanyang could sense that her inner strength was gradually enhancing with his presence. She comfortably squinted her eyes and pointed her toes. There's a man here. Let's move to another place. Please no, I do not wish to change places. Mother, we have come all this way. let us at least take a peek inside. I have yet to see what that man looks like. Look at his noble silhouette. Mother, are you not curious about his appearance? Yongyang kicked her little legs impatiently, desperately scratching her head. After all her efforts to finally see the man, her mother wanted to leave. No, she didn't want to change places. Hearing voices behind him, Meng Yinqing slowly turned. He glanced at Yin Wanru and then at Yanyang, who was being held by Wang Shu. Upon seeing him look over, Yanyang instantly felt a surge of excitement. Heavens, I see a celestial being. How can there be such a handsome man in this world? Caught off guard by the innocent voice, Meng Yinqing paused. Apart from the little infant, there were no other children around. Yet, she had clearly not spoken. Wow, he is looking at me. Mother, don't go. I love the aura around him. I want to get closer. Yongyang struggled, eager to leap from Wang Shu's arms and into Meng Yinqing's embrace. After pondering for a moment, she remembered who he was and politely bowed. I did not realize His Highness was here. I apologize for the intrusion. Not at all. Meng Yinqing replied casually, his gaze fixed on Yanyang. Is this your child? Indeed. She is quite adorable. Meng Yinqing gazed intently at Yanyang, as if trying to determine whether she was indeed the same child who had spoken moments ago. Yongyang met his gaze, her little hands covering her chest in excitement. Ah, he is stunningly beautiful. I can't take it anymore. I want a kiss, a hug. To be lifted high. Hearing Yongyang's thoughts, Yin Wanru's lips twitched slightly. She looked up at Meng Yinqing, feeling a sense of relief. Fortunately, only she could hear Yongyang's thoughts. Otherwise, if Meng Yinqing were to know what her daughter was thinking, she, as a mother, would surely want to find a hole to hide in. Meng Yinqing did not notice Yin Wanru's expression, his attention solely on Yongyang. At that moment, he was certain that the voice he had heard indeed came from this little infant. Yet, it was peculiar. She had not uttered a word. Could it be that he had heard her thoughts? Your Highness, I shall not disturb you further. I take my leave. Seeing her calm demeanor, which did not suggest she could hear the child's thoughts, Meng Yinqing felt somewhat special. He straightened up and said, Since we have arrived at Sanqing Hall, madam, you should complete your offerings before leaving. I have matters to attend to, and shall take my leave first. With that, Meng Yinqing stepped forward, passing by Yin Wanru. As he departed, Yanyang pouted. Do not go. I haven't had a chance to be close to you yet. It was truly unexpected to find His Highness here. Wang Shu observed him and thought he didn't seem as deep and contemplative as rumored. He must have known that the madam was in a predicament due to the gender divide, which prompted him to leave first. Before Wang Shu could finish her thought, she saw Yin Wanru turn to her and quickly fell silent. Yin Wanru shook her head and placed the incense into the burner. Do you know the punishment for speaking ill of the royal family? It was my folly. Wang Shu lowered her head, casting a furtive glance outside. Seeing no one, she breathed a sigh of relief. But madam, there are no others here. Must we be so cautious? Better to be prudent than reckless, Yin Wanru replied, bowing to the statue. She slowly rose, preparing to leave. As she turned, she noticed an old Taoist priest in a red robe walking in leisurely. The venerable Taoist was taken aback upon seeing Yin Wanru and Wang Shu. He had explicitly instructed his subordinates to clear the area, so how could there still be outsiders present? Noticing that he seemed to be searching for someone, Yin Wanru inquired, Are you looking for His Highness, the Qi Wang? He has already departed. Thank you for your kind information, the Taoist replied. Yongyang gazed at his crimson Taoist robe, pondering silently. Without a modicum of cultivation, one cannot don a red robe. It appears that this old Taoist possesses considerable skill. I wonder if he can draw the heavenly thunder talisman? Yongyang had not abandoned her intention to deal with the scoundrel. As she was lost in thought, the Taoist suddenly halted, fixing his gaze upon her. Chapter 8. A talented cultivator, how could this child exhibit fluctuations of spiritual energy? Yin Wanru was unaware of his thoughts and felt a jolt of surprise at his actions. Could it be that this Taoist, like her, could hear Yongyang's innermost thoughts? Under Yin Wanru's perplexed gaze, the Taoist approached slowly. He examined Yongyang, then turned to look at Yin Wanru. Ah, this little benefactor possesses remarkable talent. She is truly a prodigy in cultivation. I wonder, madam, would you consider finding her a master? Did the Taoist mean to take Yongyang as his disciple? Yin Wanru was momentarily taken aback. The turn of events was somewhat unexpected. The Taoist stroked his goat-like beard, about to nod in agreement. when he suddenly noticed that the surroundings had changed. The two women had vanished, and the three Pure One statue was nowhere to be seen. Above him was an expanse of azure sky, and all around was desolate, devoid of anything. Where am I? This is a realm I have created with my spiritual power. At present, I cannot speak. I can only communicate with you in this manner. Who are you? The Taoist, alarmed, glanced around, his heart racing. A person capable of conjuring a spiritual domain must be an extraordinary individual. How could he have unwittingly provoked such a being while residing peacefully at the Xianqing temple? Did you not just say that I possess remarkable talent and am a prodigy in cultivation? The voice of the speaker paused momentarily. What cultivation level do you possess? Old Taoist, that you would wish to take me as a disciple? The youthful voice reached the Taoist's ears, causing his ears to flush with embarrassment. The entity who had drawn him into this realm was, in fact, the very child he had just considered taking as a disciple. He had foolishly thought he could take her as a student. Was he truly worthy? The Taoist panicked. Just as he was about to explain, the scenery before him reverted to its original state, indicating that the other party had grown angry and expelled him. Blushing, the Taoist knelt before her. Taoist, what are you doing? Yin Wanru exclaimed in shock. She reached out to assist the old Taoist, but he recoiled. Madam, I wish to take this child as my master. I implore you to grant me this favor. Yin Wanru was bewildered. She turned to Wang Shu, seeking to confirm whether she had misheard. Yet upon seeing Wang Shu, she discerned the same astonishment reflected in her eyes. It was not a misunderstanding. The Taoist genuinely wished to take Yongyang as his disciple. But how could this be? Not only was Yin Wanru astonished, but Yongyang nearly choked in disbelief. She had sensed the spiritual energy and attempted to draw the Taoist into her spiritual domain. However, her power was still too weak to sustain it for long. Just as she was expelled from the spiritual domain, she heard the Taoist's words. No. What nonsense are you uttering, old Taoist? I am still so young. How could you possibly take me as your disciple? Yun Wondroes tog miroret Yangyangas. Although I indeed possess the capability to be your master, your age is far too advanced. To have an old man chasing after me daily, calling me master, would only age me. No, I cannot accept such a disciple. Mother, please help me refuse him. I do not wish to have an old man as my master. Yin Wanru's lips twitched. She had not anticipated that Yongyang harbored such thoughts. Stealing a glance at the Taoist, she found him staring at her with eager eyes. His expression unchanged. She sighed inwardly, relieved. It seemed she had overthought things. The Taoist likely could not hear Yongyang's innermost musings. Otherwise, he would have been incensed long ago. Taoist, please do not jest with us. Yongyang is so small. Taking her as your disciple would shorten her lifespan. Indeed. It was thoughtless of me. Although the Taoist felt a twinge of regret, he refrained from pressing the issue. After a moment's thought, he swiftly rose and produced 3 talismans from his robe, presenting them to Yin Wanru. Madam, I am Guyuan, the abbot of Xianqing Temple. I have a special affinity with this child. These 3 talismans will ensure her safety. So, he is the abbot of Guyuan. Yin Wanru nodded slightly, accepting the talismans. May I inquire how much these talismans cost? Madam, you are too polite. These talismans are my gift to the little benefactor, and I do not require any payment. The abbot's words surprised Yin Wanru. She looked at the talismans in her hand, suddenly feeling a sense of warmth. The abbot of Xianqing Temple is a revered figure, respected even by the current emperor. As far as she knew, a single talisman from him could be worth a fortune. She had anticipated spending a considerable sum today, yet he did not accept any payment. Taoist, how can I accept your talismans without compensation? It is of no consequence. Let it be regarded as a benevolent connection between me and this child. I implore you to accept them. Guyuan maintained a calm demeanor, though he was inwardly anxious. This child, at such a tender age, exhibited extraordinary abilities. Surely, when she grows, she will become an extraordinary figure. Today, he was fortunate to have encountered her at the temple gate. If he did not find a way to forge a good relationship now, such opportunities would be lost when she matures. Yongyang was acutely aware of Guyuan's intentions. She glanced at the talismans in Yin Wanru's hand, feeling rather disdainful. These 3 talismans are poorly drawn. The spiritual energy contained within is minimal. They may barely suffice against spirits below the level of a fierce ghost. But against fierce ghosts and higher-level entities, these talismans are mere scraps of paper. Yongyang opened her mouth, bored, and blew a bubble. It was not a matter of her having high standards. In the past, she would not even have cast a glance at talismans of such low caliber. Any of her disciples would possess greater cultivation than this old Taoist. With such low cultivation, it was a mystery how this old Taoist managed to become the abbot. I thank the abbot on behalf of Yongyang. Yin Wanru pretended not to hear Yongyang's thoughts. After expressing her gratitude to Gui Yuan, she tucked the talismans away and departed with Wang Shu. She feared that if she lingered any longer, she would not be able to control her expression. Upon reaching the temple gate, Yin Wanru took Yongyang into her arms. Wang Shu lifted the curtain of the carriage and was slightly taken aback upon seeing the person inside. Lord Marquis, hearing Wang Shu's words, Yin Wanru glanced into the carriage and indeed saw Jiang Huaishu seated within. What brings you here, my lord? Jiang Huaishu's tone was indifferent. Noticing Yin Wanru holding the child, he hesitated for a moment before rising to take Yongyang into his arms. Upon encountering the triangular-eyed man who suddenly appeared before her, Yongyang wrinkled her brow in distaste. Why is there such a disparity among people? After just meeting that earlier gentleman, I now find this big oaf even uglier than before. Chapter 9. He is anxious. Jiang Huaishu indeed had other thoughts. After the carriage descended the mountain, he frequently lifted the carriage curtain, peering out. Yin Wanru observed his every action. My lord, what are you looking at? Nothing much. Jiang Huaishu replied nonchalantly as he lowered the curtain. I was merely observing that today's market is quite lively. Yin Wanru glanced at the carriage curtain, but chose not to respond. Not far ahead lay the marquis's residence. She had spent over a month confined within her room, her movements limited to the confines of the chamber. Today, venturing such a distance caused her waist to ache unbearably. Outside the carriage, a sudden cry for help pierced the air. Jiang Huaishu's eyes brightened, and he hastily lifted the curtain of the carriage. Outside, a woman clad in blue lay sprawled on the ground, followed by 3 men. The leader of the group wielded a whip, delivering harsh strikes to the woman. Run. Aren't you capable of running? Get up and keep running. I beg you, please let me go. The woman lay on the ground, her brow twisted in agony. She looked back at the men, pleading desperately. Yet, the leader remained unmoved, raising the whip once more to strike her. The woman screamed in pain, her face paling considerably. The leader, fixated on her, exclaimed with excitement, I want you to keep running. If you cannot run, then crawl. Hearing the commotion, Yin Wanru turned her head. She saw the woman gritting her teeth, crawling forward. With each movement she made, the whip would strike her again. This is too excessive. Yin Wanru's brows furrowed slightly. She was about to call for the carriage to stop when she heard an ominous voice. I told you that this scoundrel had ulterior motives. It turns out he's been waiting here. The plan he concocted with that mistress is indeed a cruel scheme. He anticipated that the kind-hearted lady would not stand idly by upon witnessing someone in distress. That woman is Jiang Huaishu's mistress. Yin Wanru's frown deepened. She glanced at Jiang Huaishu, observing the pained compassion in his gaze directed at the woman. My lord, the wind outside is strong. Perhaps you should lower the curtain. Yin Wanru's voice gently reached Jiang Huaishu's ears. He paused, taken aback, not expecting her to suggest lowering the curtain instead of halting the carriage. He turned to her, his eyes brimming with confusion. Seeing her gaze fixed ahead, he felt relieved. She must not have noticed. Stop the carriage. Jiang Huaishu could no longer wait. If they lingered any longer, the carriage would brush past the unfolding scene. The carriage pulled over to the side. Yongyang's fingers were poised with excitement. Oh, he's anxious. He can't wait for Mother to take action. He intends to act himself. Yin Wanru maintained a calm facade, but her hands hidden within her sleeves clenched tightly. She took a moment to steady her emotions, feigning confusion as she turned to Jiang Huaishu. My lord, we have not yet arrived at the marquis's residence. Why did you suddenly stop the carriage? Aro, look outside. Outside? Yin Wanru pretended to be puzzled, following his pointed finger and witnessing the mistress being whipped. She lay motionless on the ground, gazing at Yin Wanru with trembling hands outstretched toward her. Madam, please save me. The mistress's clothing had been torn by the whip, and her voice was weak, her face soiled and sorrowful. Had it been in the past, Yanyang would have undoubtedly intervened. What does the marquis want me to see? Jiang Huaishu felt urgency upon meeting Yanyang's doubtful gaze. Why was she indifferent to someone being wronged? Aro, you're the kindest. Do you think we should help her? She indeed appeared pitiful. Yanyang sighed softly. Yet we do not know her circumstances or what has transpired. Would it be unwise to act without understanding? Aro, when did you become so cold-hearted? Cold-hearted? Huh. She had been married to the marquis for nearly a year and bore him a daughter. For that, he was willing to sacrifice their child's life. Who among them truly possessed a cold heart? Contemplating the events of recent days, Yanyang felt a pang in her heart. She thought that having seen through the true nature of the man before her would spare her further sorrow. However, upon learning that he had gone to Xianxing Temple to deceive her, her heart ached anew. How deeply did he love that woman to go to such lengths? Repeatedly causing her pain? Were she and their daughter of such little consequence in his heart? Yanyang's fists tightened more and more, her nails digging in her flesh, the sharp pain anchoring her to her last shred of clarity. My lord, my cautiousness is for the sake of the marquis's residence. After all, the citizens in the city rarely fail to recognize the marquis's carriage. If we act without understanding, it could bring trouble to the marquis's residence. Trouble, trouble. All you think about is trouble. Jiang Huaishu was somewhat angered. If you want help, I will. With that, Jiang Huaishu lifted the carriage curtain and stepped outside. Yanyang looked out the window, seeing him speaking to the leader of the men, handing over a silver ingot, after which they finally turned to leave. Jiang Huaishu helped the mistress up, his eyes filled with compassion as he surveyed her injuries. Yanyang tugged at the corners of her mouth, slowly lowering the curtain. Before her, he did not even attempt to conceal his emotions. Was he so impatient? As she pondered, someone lifted the carriage curtain. Chapter 10. Reaping what one sows. Aro, I knew you had a kind heart. Jiang Huaishu's lips curled slightly as he sat beside her. Aro, I may have spoken too harshly earlier. Please do not take it to heart. Yanyang smiled faintly, remaining silent. She understood that Jiang Huaishu's sudden shift in demeanor surely harbored ulterior motives. However, as long as she remained the mistress of the marquis's residence, no matter his intentions, she would not allow him to succeed. Chuchio sat opposite them, feeling discomfort as she observed Jiang Huaishu holding Yanyang's hand. Yet, the thought that she would soon enter the marquis's residence quelled her discontent. The medical clinic was not far off. As the carriage stopped outside, Chuchio was the first to descend. Just as Jiang Huaishu intended to follow, Yanyang suddenly turned to him. My lord, you are a man. It may be inappropriate for you to accompany the young lady to the clinic. Let me take her instead. Very well. Then I shall rely on you, Aro. Yanyang nodded slightly, carrying Yongyang as she exited the carriage. Although Jiang Huaishu was Yongyang's biological father after the previous events, she was wary of leaving Yongyang solely in his care. Who could know whether he might take advantage of her absence to do something to Yongyang? Yanyang led Chuchio to the clinic, where the doctor examined Chuchio's injuries and retrieved a jar of medicine from a drawer. The injuries on this young lady are not severe. She has only slightly broken skin. Apply this ointment to the wounds morning and evening, and she will heal swiftly. Doctor, will there be any scarring? Chuchio looked at the doctor, her eyes filled with concern. When she bribed the three men, she had instructed them to go easy on her. Seeing Yanyang refraining from intervening earlier, she feared that the man had intensified his strikes out of caution. If that resulted in scars, and she was scorned by the marquis, it would be a loss. The doctor met her gaze and shook his head. Do not worry, young lady. They did not strike hard enough to leave scars. What nonsense is this doctor spouting? Chuchio frowned, alarmed as she glanced at Yanyang. Seeing Yanyang calmly pay the consultation fee without suspicion, she secretly sighed in relief. She is flustered. She does not even perform her act thoroughly, instructing the assailants to go easy. Is she afraid others won't see through their connection? My mother is so clever. She must have her doubts about her. She is aware, but chooses not to speak of it. Realizing that her own daughter had seen through her, Yanyang wore a faint smile. Soon after, she suppressed her smile, turning her gaze back to Chuchio. Chuchio appeared somewhat bewildered. Why was the current situation different from what the marquis had described? Her eyes darted around before she quickly began to formulate a plan. She lowered her head, feigning a pitiful demeanor. As she spoke, she firmly grasped Yun Wanru's sleeve. "Madam, I currently have nowhere to go. You and the master have rescued me. Could you kindly allow me to stay by your side? I am willing to toil for you both as a gesture of gratitude." Ah, how shameless! You with that scoundrel. Not only exploited my mother's kindness, but now seek to morally bind her. What nonsense about serving you in gratitude. If my mother acquiesces to your demands, it would be akin to inviting a wolf into the fold. Mother, you must not believe her. She is indeed a woman of the brothel. But she did not find herself there through coercion. She entered willingly. She is not deserving of sympathy. It turns out that even her background is fabricated. Initially, I felt a twinge of sympathy for her plight and considered giving her some silver to send her on her way. Little did I know, even her backstory was a ruse to deceive me. I gritted my teeth and replied coldly, "Do you know who it was that saved you?" "What?" Chuchio blinked in confusion, uncertain why Yun Wanru suddenly posed such a question. Yun Wanru, slightly taller, tilted her chin and looked down at her. "He is the Yuan Ho. While I have sympathy for your situation, as the mistress of the Ho residence, I will never permit a woman of the brothel to enter. Madam, my lord saved you out of kindness. If you wish to repay this debt, you must leave on your own. Otherwise, it would be a case of gratitude turned to enmity." Yun Wanru's words left Chuchio speechless. How could this woman be so different from what the lord had described? Did he not say she possessed a kind heart and could not bear to see others suffer? Yet, she remained indifferent when witnessing her punishment, and now she sought to expel her? Could it be that she discerned something amiss? Under Chuchio's perplexed gaze, Yun Wanru cradled Yanyang and turned toward the carriage. Chuchio stepped forward, intending to follow, but she heard the doctor let out a sigh. That lady has made her position abundantly clear. Why must you seek to humiliate yourself further? The grand halls of the Ho residence are no place for someone of your status. The doctor shook his head and turned to gather herbs. After decades of practice, he had seen countless patients and could easily recognize that the injuries on this girl were self-inflicted. His earlier comments were merely a caution to her not to be deceived. Jiang Huaishu glanced at her and then behind her, failing to spot Chuchio. "Aru, where's that girl?" he inquired, somewhat surprised. He furrowed his brow as he watched Yun Wanru embrace Yongyang and board the carriage, waiting for her explanation. Yet, Yun Wanru seemed oblivious to his gaze, instead playfully engaging with Yanyang. Her daughter was increasingly resembling her, fair-skinned and adorably plump, growing ever more charming. Noticing her engrossed in entertaining the child and ignoring him, Jiang Huaishu lifted the carriage curtain to look outside, but saw no sign of Chuchio. Slowly, he lowered the curtain, perplexed by Chuchio's sudden change of heart. Such a splendid opportunity wasted. As they neared the Ho residence, Yun Wanru looked up at Jiang Huaishu, whose thoughts seemed elsewhere. Hearing her words, he merely responded with a faint acknowledgement. "Yes, we are almost home. Why didn't you inform me that father was coming? You even agreed without my consent." Jiang Huaishu frowned, feeling somewhat displeased. Yun Xiuqing was the grand tutor. Although he had withdrawn from court matters, his disciples were scattered throughout the political landscape, a stark contrast to the superficial grandeur of the Ho residence. He wished to leverage the grand tutor's position to restore the former glory of the Ho residence, necessitating a facade of cordial relations with the grand tutor's household. If news of this spread, those unaware might assume there were complications in his engagement to Yun Wanru, which would negatively impact both him and the Ho residence. Yun Wanru regarded him with a calm demeanor, perceiving no fault in her actions. As Jiang Huaishu recognized her unwavering stance, he shifted his gaze and grasped her hand. Yun Wanru smiled slightly and withdrew her hand. "Master," Jiang Huaishu interrupted, gently patting her hand. It had indeed been a long time since he last saw the grand tutor, and it was appropriate to carve out some time to visit. He needed to seek his assistance in fostering connections within the court. "Madam, we have arrived at the Ho residence." The voice of Wang Shu drifted in from outside. With Yongyang in her arms, Yun Wanru stood and descended from the carriage. Jiang Huaishu leaned forward to look out, but still saw no sign of Chuchio. Slowly, he lowered his head, troubled by her sudden change of attitude. Such a splendid opportunity squandered. Chapter 11. Cultivating connections as they approached the Ho residence. Yun Wanru lifted her gaze toward Jiang Huaishu, who appeared preoccupied. Upon hearing her words, he merely responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement. Yes, we are nearly home. Why did you not inform me that father was coming? You even agreed without my prior consent. Jiang Huaishu frowned, feeling a surge of displeasure. Yun Xiuqing was the grand tutor. Though he had distanced himself from court affairs, his students were omnipresent in both political circles. The disparity between the Ho residence's external splendor and the reality was striking. He sought to leverage the grand tutor's influence to restore the Ho residence's former esteem, necessitating a semblance of cordiality with the grand tutor's household. Should this information leak, outsiders might misconstrue the situation, believing that there were complications in his engagement with Yin Wanru, which would adversely affect both him and the Ho residence. Yin Wanru regarded him with serene composure, unperturbed by her actions. Observing her resolute stance, Jiang Huaishu shifted his gaze and grasped her hand. She smiled faintly and withdrew her hand once more. Master, he interjected, gently patting her hand. It had indeed been a considerable time since he last visited the grand tutor, and it was fitting to allocate time to reconnect with him, enlisting his aid in establishing courtly relationships. Madam, we have arrived at the Ho residence. Wang Shu's voice floated in from outside. As Yin Wanru rose with Yongyang and stepped down from the carriage, Jiang Huaishu leaned out to glimpse the surroundings but found no trace of Chuchio. Gradually, he lowered the curtain, contemplating the reasons behind her sudden change of disposition. Such a splendid opportunity wasted, although today's plans have faltered. Knowing that Yin Wanru did not oppose the idea of Chuchio entering the Ho residence, not due to her insight into their schemes, but rather for the sake of the Ho family, brought him a sense of relief. Observing his lack of concern for himself, he instead chose to defend Yin Wanru. Chuchio released his arm with an annoyed hum, expressing her grievances. I am injured, yet the Hoyi shows no sympathy for me. Look at all these wounds. She pulled down her clothing to reveal her shoulder. The whip marks were merely faint red imprints, with little skin broken. Jiang Huaishu raised his hand to help her adjust her attire. When did this happen? Chuchio looked at him, her eyes brightening. Jiang Huaishu tucked her hair behind her ear, smiling gently as he reassured her. Hearing his words, Chuchio ceased her tears. As long as Chun'er and Xing'er became legitimate children, she would rise in status as their mother, and there would be no fear of entering the Ho residence. In time, it would not be merely about entering the Ho residence. Even the position of the main lady of the Ho family would have to be yielded to her by Yun Wanru. Chapter 12. A visit to the maternal home Ho Yi. The lady is too exhausted and wishes to rest. Perhaps it could come another day. Just as Yin Wanru had lulled Yongyang to sleep, she heard Wang Shu's voice from outside the door. She slowly rose and placed Yongyang in her small wooden bed. Before she could open the door, it was pushed open forcefully. Ho Yi, the lady is not resting. Jiang Nanqing stood at the threshold, tilting her chin as she looked at Yin Wanru. Wang Shu frowned and hurried to Yin Wanru, bowing slightly. Madam, I could not prevent Miss Nanqing from entering. Please forgive me. This matter should not be blamed on Aunt Wang Shu. The fault lies with Jiang Huaishu for not instilling proper manners in Jiang Nanqing. I noticed last time that she is quite arrogant, bold enough to push me around. What else is she capable of? Hearing Yanyang's thoughts, Yin Wanru realized she had been awakened. She shook her head at Wang Shu and then walked toward Jiang Huaishu. Ho Yi, I just got Yongyang to sleep. What brings you here? Yin Wanru spoke delicately, yet Jiang Huaishu discerned her reproach regarding his untimely visit. He had intended to come another day after hearing of her fatigue, but he did not anticipate Jiang Nanqing's lack of decorum, pushing the door open while Wang Shu was distracted. I had intended to bring the children to accompany you, but it seems Yongyang is asleep. Jiang Huaishu stepped toward the small bed. Noticing Yongyang had awakened, he instinctively reached out to hold her. Since she is awake, let Chun'er and Nanqing play with her for a while. I have matters to discuss with you. Yongyang was exceedingly drowsy, her eyelids heavy. Hearing Jiang Huaishu's words, she blinked, struggling to keep her eyes open. A scoundrel arrives uninvited, suddenly bringing two little devils. Surely he has ulterior motives. No, I cannot sleep. I must keep an eye on him for mother. Understanding that her daughter was indeed very tired, yet unwilling to rest for her sake, touched Yun Wanru's heart. She wished to send Jiang Huaishu away, but also wanted to know the purpose of his visit. No, it cannot be. Jiang Huaishu's expression grew slightly awkward. These two children have been with me these past few days, and I have grown fond of them. Their parents passed away early, and their situation is quite pitiful. I discussed with my mother the possibility of keeping the siblings here in the Ho residence. Indeed, it was once again about the matter of adoption. Yin Wanru understood this clearly but feigned ignorance. Aru, that is not my intention. What I mean is, Hoyi, Yongyang needs to rest. We can discuss this once she is awake. Yin Wanru interjected, turning to lift Yongyang into her arms. This was her child, and she would never allow her status as the legitimate daughter to be usurped by anyone else. Acknowledging that no resolution would be reached today, Jiang Huaishu took a deep breath and coldly stated, "Then you may first tend to the child. We shall revisit this matter in a few days." With that, he left, taking the two illegitimate children with him. Yin Wanru gazed at his retreating figure, her expression darkening. Yongyang was correct. Jiang Huaishu indeed only approached when there was something to gain. Were it not for the necessity of her consent regarding the adoption of legitimate children, he likely would not have set foot in her chamber at all. Contemplating these thoughts, Yin Wanru's heart became devoid of any emotion, the pain rendering her numb to all feelings. After waiting 3 days in her chamber, Jiang Huaishu did not return. Wang Shu, prepare the carriage. Madam, where are you going? Yin Wanru stood slowly, cradling Yanyang. Calculating the time, she realized she had been away from home for over half a year. The Taisha residence and Chi Wangfu were merely a street apart. The carriage from the Ho residence passed by the entrance of Chi Wangfu. A young servant from Chi Wangfu, backing up, accidentally brushed against the carriage. Frowning, he turned to scold, but upon seeing the Ho carriage, he suddenly lost his nerve. What bad luck! I just changed into new clothes today. Grumbling, the servant headed back toward the Wangfu, not paying attention and nearly colliding with Meng Yanqing. The guard Xiaofeng stopped him, frowning. What are you looking at? Be careful not to bump into the Wang Yi. Which Ho residence are you referring to? The Yuan Ho residence. The servant looked up to meet Meng Yanqing's gaze. Noticing his contemplative expression, he continued, the carriage was headed toward the Taisha residence. It seems the driver was in a hurry and did not notice me. Meng Yanqing replied faintly, continuing toward the study. The Wang Yi appeared to be either concerned or indifferent. It was difficult to discern his true feelings. The carriage from the Ho residence stopped outside the Taisha residence. Upon seeing Yin Wanru descend from the carriage, the doorman excitedly rushed inside to announce her arrival. Before he could take a step, Yin Yi dashed out first. Yin Li shook his head, following behind Yin Xiuqing as they slowly exited the front hall. Upon reaching the entrance, they spotted Yin Wanru holding Yanyang. A smile graced Yin Xiuqing's lips, filled with joy, just as he reached out to embrace Yanyang. He noticed Yanyang had already been taken into the arms of her eldest uncle, Yin Li. Yanyang, we met last time. Do you remember your uncle? Yanyang looked at him with a furrowed brow. Last time, she had been captivated by her grandfather and had not paid attention to him. Now, seeing him, she noted that her uncle was quite handsome, but there seemed to be a layer of dark energy surrounding him. Chapter 13. A gift of meeting uncle. Have you been to some unclean place? Why are you being haunted by dirty spirits? The innocent voice floated into Yun Li's ears. He blinked in surprise, gazing at Yongyang with a hint of peculiarity. Was his niece just speaking to him? Before he could ponder further, that voice echoed again. Uncle, your forehead looks dark, as if you have been tormented for several days. Luckily, that thing is merely a minor ghost. The peace talisman given by Guyuan can protect you for now. But the talisman is in my mother's hands. How can I get her to give it to you? Yongyang rolled her eyes, looking at Yin Wanru. Yin Wanru met her gaze, pondering for a moment before addressing Yin Li. Elder brother, I notice your complexion seems off. Have you not been resting well lately? Yin Li frowned slightly, sighing. Perhaps Yongyang was right. He truly was being troubled by unclean spirits, which could explain his nightmares every night. Elder brother, this situation seems a bit unusual. Yin Wanru took out a peace talisman from her pocket and handed it to him. Elder brother, this talisman was given to Yanyang by Master Guyuan of Xianxin Temple. I see that you need it more, so I have taken the liberty to give it to you on her behalf. That cannot be. This was given by Master Guyuan to Yanyang. How can I accept it? Seeing the two of them pushing the talismans back and forth, Yanyang was so anxious that she was on the verge of speaking out. With our lives at stake, why bother with pleasantries? This is truly maddening. Yanyang's inner thoughts startled Yin Wanru. She feared that if Yunli did not accept the talisman, he might lose his life. She hurriedly pressed the talisman into his palm. Big brother, please accept it as a gift from Yanyang to you. All right. Then I thank my sister and Yongyang. Yunli, now aware of the peril to his life, felt compelled to drop any formality with the two women. Nervously, he folded the talisman and tucked it into his bosom. Upon hearing the phrase gift, Yun Yi's eyes brightened, instantly revitalizing him. Yongyang has prepared a gift for Big Brother. What about mine? Do I not have a gift? Second uncle, how old are you? It's one thing if you didn't prepare a gift for me, but how can you shamelessly ask a little baby for a gift? As Yun Yi drew closer to Yanyang, he heard her thoughts. His cheeks flushed crimson, and he was too embarrassed to lift his head. Of course, as an uncle, he hadn't prepared a gift for his niece. How could he have had the audacity to ask his niece for a gift? Cough. Yun Yi awkwardly cleared his throat. Actually, I was just joking. Forget I said anything. Seeing his flushed cheeks and his bashful scratching of his head, Yun Wanru's eyes curved, a gentle smile gracing her face. It had been a long time since they last met, yet second brother was still so naive. If he were to realize that his own niece found him wanting, he would undoubtedly be mortified. You three siblings, stop chatting so much. Rower, it's windy outside. Let us go inside to talk. Yun Xiuqing waved his hand, beckoning her toward the main hall. Just as they took a few steps, the voice of the steward unexpectedly called from behind. Sir, Prince Wang has arrived. At this, Yun Xiuqing halted his steps. Turning to the steward, he queried, Which prince? It is His Highness, Prince Chi. Why has he suddenly come? Yun Xiuqing's brow furrowed slightly, murmuring to himself. Although puzzled, he still waved his hand at the steward. Quickly, invite the prince in. The steward nodded slightly and hurriedly ran outside. Upon seeing a guest had arrived, Yun Wanru curtsied to Yun Xiuqing. He looked at her, feeling a twinge of reluctance. However, since Prince Chi was a male guest, it was indeed somewhat inappropriate for Rower to remain here. He nodded slightly, about to speak when a familiar voice came from behind. I did not know the lady was also present. I have been remiss. If it is inconvenient for the Grand Preceptor today, I can come again another day. Meng Yanqing spoke courteously, yet his steps still moved toward them. Hearing the footsteps approaching from behind, Yun Wanru slowly turned around and bowed to him. Yun Xiuqing quickly stepped forward, smiling. Your Highness, you flatter me. You and Rower have known each other since childhood. You are like her elder brother. It is nothing inappropriate for her to greet her elder brother. Mentioning the past, the light in Yun Xiuqing's eyes dimmed slightly. Meng Yanqing was only 2 years older than Rower, and the two had grown up together. As a child, Rower had admired Meng Yanqing, always following him around. Both the Emperor and Meng Yanqing had intended to bring them together. Yet, who would have thought that the girl, upon growing up, would choose Jiang Huaishu instead? Just thinking of this made Yun Xiuqing's heart ache. Unaware of his distraction, Meng Yanqing nodded slightly toward him. The Grand Preceptor speaks wisely. With that, Meng Yanqing turned to Qiufeng. Qiufeng produced a small golden lock from his pocket and presented it to Yun Wanru with both hands. Madam, this is a golden lock that the prince had made for the young lady. Consider it a gift for her. You said that guests should come unannounced. But why bring a gift? This is rather embarrassing. Yongyang excitedly reached out her hand, trying to grab the golden lock. Unfortunately, her little arms were too short to reach it. Yun Wanru hadn't anticipated that Meng Yanqing would bring a gift for Yongyang. She stepped back a bit, shaking her head. Your Highness, I cannot accept this gift. I intended to send it to the marquis residence, but it seems fortuitous that I meet the lady here today. Saving a trip. Though the golden lock was small, it seemed to please her. I really like it. It's quite lovely. Where's my gift? Hurry and give it to me. Hearing Yongyang's thoughts, Yun Wanru forced a smile, feeling quite awkward. This child, how could she be so materialistic? Seeing that Yun Wanru was unwilling to accept, Meng Yanqing added, If the lady does not accept it, does that mean you wish for me to make a trip to the marquis residence instead? I wouldn't dare. Yun Wanru curtsied, extending her hands. Meng Yanqing smiled slightly and personally took the golden lock, placing it in her hands. Yun Wanru stood up and fastened the small golden lock around Yongyang's neck. Yongyang raised her little chubby hand to grasp the golden lock, discovering it was quite heavy. Chapter 14. Wealth is father. Ah, it's solid. I've been alive for so long. Yet, Jiang Huaishu, that big oaf, has never given me anything. Prince Wang is so kind, sending me a solid little golden lock. This is what a real father should be. Prince Chi, just look at you. Not only are you handsome, but you are also wealthy. How come? Despite being so much better than Jiang Huaishu, you're not with my mother? Yanyang clenched her small fists, lamenting as she pounded her chest. Her mother was truly something. She had such beautiful eyes, but chose to ignore such an outstanding man as Prince Qi, opting instead for the ugly Jiang Huaishu. It was infuriating. Holding onto the small golden lock, Yongyang grumbled in her heart. Meng Yanqing was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Yanyang to call him father. He instinctively glanced at Yun Wanru and the others from the Yun family, noticing their expressions were unchanged, and he felt a sense of relief. It seemed only he could hear this child's thoughts. The child was still young, likely just expressing her joy in the moment. Meng Yanqing smiled faintly, not taking the matter to heart. Seeing Yongyang's materialistic side, Yun Wanru felt quite helpless. Yongyang had met Jiang Huaishu several times without ever calling him father. Yet she had only met Prince Qi twice and was already calling him father. She truly exemplified the saying that milk is mother and wealth is father. Your Highness, did you come today for something of importance? Meng Yanqing recalled his purpose and replied with a gentle smile, "It is nothing urgent. I encountered a point of confusion while reading and specifically came to seek the Grand Preceptor's guidance." I see. Yin Xiuqing nodded slightly. The main hall is rather noisy and not suitable for scholarly discussions. If the prince does not mind, why not accompany me to the study? Excellent. Meng Yanqing inclined his head slightly and followed Yin Xiuqing toward the study. Upon seeing him leave, Yanyang immediately felt disheartened. Why does father always come and go in a hurry? I haven't had enough of looking at that handsome face. Never mind, father has left. But there are still my uncles. Although they aren't as handsome as father, they're still quite pleasing to the eye. It's not like I can walk or talk yet. Since I can't toddle over to them, I guess I should be content with what I have. Meng Yanqing stayed at the Grand Preceptor's residence for only a brief moment. After asking his questions, he took his leave with Xiufeng. In the evening, Yun Xiuqing had the kitchen prepare dishes that Yun Wanru favored. He placed a piece of tender meat into her bowl. All right, your father and brother should eat a bit more too. Yin Wanru smiled slightly, not contradicting Yun Xiuqing's words. After giving birth, her figure had not fully recovered. While she was not exactly overweight, she was not thin either. She understood her father's concern for her, fearing she might go hungry. Yinli glanced at Yun Wanru and casually asked, "Did you tell him?" Yun Wanru suppressed her laughter and replied mildly, "I did not inform him." Why? Elder brother, we are dining. Why must you incessantly mention irrelevant individuals? Yun, he served a piece of green vegetable to Yun Wanro. Indeed, that was precisely my intention. Yun Wanro nodded, her eyes glimmering with deeper amusement. Yongyang had previously mentioned that there were spies from the Ho residence within their family. As Yun Wanro pondered this, a maid entered, carrying a bowl of soup. Yanyang, held by Wang Shu, stole it beside her. Upon seeing the maid's appearance, her weariness was instantly dispelled. A pair of large eyes, reminiscent of dark grapes, fixated on the maid without blinking. Here she is, Jiang Huaishu, the spy embedded within the Taisha residence. I have been troubled about how to locate her, yet she has presented herself before me. However, I am still unable to speak. How shall I alert mother? Yongyang clutched the small gold lock, filled with anxiety. Her silent musings were heard by all members of the Yun family. Yun Wanro was the first to lift her head, observing the maid as she placed the soup upon the wooden table. The maid, sensing her gaze, bowed slightly before turning to leave. Watching her retreating figure vanish from sight, she recalled that her name was Xiao Tao, who had been assisting in the kitchen. It was only shortly after her arrival that you married into the Ho residence, so it is understandable that you have had no influence on her. Yin Xiucheng explained patiently to Yun Wanro. Yun Wanro nodded and inquired, "Is she still assisting in the kitchen?" Not long ago, Hung Er had an unfortunate fall, and she was the one who calmed him down. I found her clever and obedient, so I entrusted her with taking care of Hung Er's daily needs in the backyard. Upon mentioning this, Yin Li suddenly felt a twinge of suspicion. There had always been a nurse by Hung Er's side. On the day he fell, there had not been a single person present. At that moment, he was so concerned for Hung Er that he paid it no mind. Yin Li furrowed his brow, keeping a watchful eye on Xiao Tao. Hearing his words, Yanyang slightly nodded, shifting the topic. Hung heir has reached the age for enlightenment. Your sister-in-law heard of a remarkable teacher on the outskirts of the city and has taken Hung heir to seek him out. As she spoke, Yinli instinctively turned a glance at Yun Xiaocheng. His father was a master of Confucianism and an imperial tutor. No teacher in the world could compare to him. If only father could personally guide Hung heir, it would certainly be better than any other. Alas, father's spirit has been waning day by day. He cannot bear to see his father troubled over Hung heir's enlightenment, which led to a heated argument with his wife. Realizing she had broached an inappropriate subject, Yanyang promptly changed the topic. Having not savored the delicacies of the Taisha residence for quite some time, Yanyang indulged slightly more than usual. Yongyang, eyes closed, slept soundly, still clutching the small gold lock gifted by Meng Yanshun. Yanyang laid her down on the bed, observing her avaricious appearance, chuckling softly and shaking her head. Such a love for wealth. I wonder from whom she inherited it? In the dead of night, as Yongyang slept soundly, she suddenly felt a chilling sensation enveloping her. Instinctively, she curled her toes. Soon, she awakened, recognizing this familiar coldness. Her eyes flew open, revealing a ghostly white figure looming before her. The apparition swiftly approached, its contorted features expanding before her. Chapter 15, A Demand for a Person. In the dead of night. Who are you trying to scare? A talisman cannot banish you, yet you dare to be so brazen in my presence. However, your appearance is fortuitous. It saves me the trouble of seeking you out. A talisman may protect my uncle for a moment, but it cannot shield him for eternity. Only by resolving you can everything be well. Contemplating this, a golden light erupted from Yongyang's fingertips. The specter, unable to act, was instantly scattered by the golden radiance. Yanyang, still in a daze, heard the youthful voice. She opened her eyes and glanced at Yongyang beside her. Seeing her with eyes closed, showing no signs of waking, she dismissed it, assuming she had merely misheard. Upon arriving at the Taisha residence, the Yin family was gathered for breakfast. Following the housekeeper, he crossed the threshold and bowed to Yun Xiaocheng. Father, it has been a long time. Yes. Yun Xiaocheng's mood, initially pleasant, darkened upon seeing him. He did not lift his head, sipping from his bowl of millet porridge. Noticing his indifference, Jiang Huaishu felt a tinge of embarrassment. He turned to Yanyang, taking a seat beside her. Yanyang's voice was calm and devoid of emotion. Jiang Huaishu, oblivious to the discomfort, grasped her hand. Upon hearing Yongyang's silent thoughts, the gazes of the others towards Jiang Huaishu shifted. Ro heir is the apple of their family's eye. Her marriage to the Ho residents had already caused them great reluctance. Jiang Huaishu's attentiveness to Ro heir was acceptable, yet unexpectedly, his thoughts seemed to stray from her. Jiang Huaishu sensed the scrutiny. When he looked up, he found everyone engrossed in their meals. He furrowed his brow slightly, but brushed it off as a mere illusion. Seated beside Yanyang, he waited for some time until Xiao Tao approached with bowls and chopsticks. Just as he was about to reach out, Yun Xiaocheng suddenly remarked, "The hour grows late. The whole lord must have already dined. Please clear the dishes." At his words, Jiang Huaishu's embarrassment deepened. "Yes, I have already eaten." Yun Xiaocheng disregarded him, leisurely sipping his porridge. Once everyone finished breakfast, Jiang Huaishu slowly rose. "Father, I have some matters I wish to discuss with you privately. May I ask if this is a convenient time? What is it that cannot be discussed in front of Ro heir and your elder and second brothers?" Yun Xiaocheng's tone was frigid, showing no courtesy to Jiang Huaishu. Seeing Yun Li and Yun Es gazes fixed upon him, Jiang Huaishu's smile froze. "It is a matter concerning the court. Then let us speak outside." Yun Xiaocheng rose, walking slowly towards the exit. Though aged, he could still discern familiarity from distance. He would never dismiss his own children for the sake of son-in-law. Jiang Huaishu followed closely behind, voicing his intentions. Yun Xiaocheng frowned, growing increasingly displeased with Jiang Huaishu. Noticing his silence, Jiang Huaishu grew anxious. "Father, what are your thoughts?" Yun Xiaocheng replied curtly, turning to head towards the front hall. Jiang Huaishu, ignoring his daughter and granddaughter, still expected his assistance in connecting with the court scholars. His audacity to climb upon his back was nothing short of folly. Yun Xiaochang's temperament was perpetually aloof. He had never offered Jiang Huaishu a pleasant demeanor. Jiang Huaishu failed to grasp the implications of his words, believing he had genuinely acquiesced, and his heart swelled with joy. He bowed deeply to Yun Xiaochang's retreating figure. "Thank you, father." Yun Xiaochang, hearing the voice behind him, huffed coldly, quickening his pace. Ro Air is perfect in every way, except her poor judgment in choosing such a useless and shameless man. Were it not for the fact that she is already married into the Ho residence and given Jiang Huaishu a daughter, he would have had the servants expel him. Yunli stepped forward, about to inquire, when he noticed Jiang Huaishu entering behind him. A smile adorned his face, and his steps were considerably lighter than before. A frown creased his brow. Something felt amiss. Yin Li, puzzled, refrained from questioning Yun Xiaochang in front of Jiang Huaishu. Jiang Huaishu passed by Yun Xiaochang, hastening to Yin Wanro's side, grasping her hand. Yin Wanro's heart was filled with resistance. Yet, she was aware that she was still Jiang Huaishu's wife. Remaining at her family home would only invite gossip. Her father is the Tai Shi, who always values reputation. Her second brother is yet to marry. She cannot remain and be a burden to them. Contemplating this, Yin Wanro slightly nodded, turning to face Yun Xiaochang and her brothers. Hearing this, both Yun Li and Yun Yi exchanged glances before looking back at Yun Xiaochang. They naturally wished for the younger sister to stay at home a few more days. Yun Xiaochang, upon hearing Yun Wanro's words, closed his eyes briefly. Once again, his daughter chose the marquis' residence over the grand preceptor's. It is what it is. His daughter has grown and developed her own opinions. Since this is her choice, he can only acquiesce. Yin Wanro suppressed her reluctance and nodded slightly. "Elder brother, I have an unusual request. I wish to ask for someone who has caught the younger sister's fancy. Speak freely. Xiao Tao is clever and quick-witted. I was quite impressed after meeting her that day. Currently, I have only Wang Shu by my side. In the past, she managed to care for me alone, but now with Yongyang, Wang Shu has become somewhat overwhelmed. I wish to bring Xiao Tao to the marquis' residence to help share the burden." Chapter 16. Raising a viper beside me, Yin Wanro's words gently reached Wang Shu's ears. Furrowing her brow, she knelt before Yin Wanro. "Madam, is it that this servant has not performed sufficiently? I will improve. Please do not seek assistance on my behalf." Witnessing Wang Shu kneeling, Yin Wanro felt a pang of compassion. However, Xiao Tao was a spy sent by the marquis' residence, and she could not allow her to remain. She initially intended to resolve the matter within the residence, but Jiang Huaishu's sudden arrival left her with no opportunity to act. Yin Wanro extended a hand to help Wang Shu up. Wang Shu nodded, tears brimming in her eyes. Yinli glanced at Yin Wanro and then turned to Jiang Huaishu, feeling somewhat irked. His sister had borne him a child, yet he had not even sent a servant to assist her. He truly could not fathom how Jiang Huaishu could be a husband. Though he felt pity for Yin Wanro, thoughts of Yongyang sentiments filled him with concern. Xiao Tao was a spy from the marquis' residence. Having her close was akin to nurturing a viper. He looked at Yin Wanro and advised, "Sister, there are many servants at home. Why not choose another? Elder brother, are you reluctant to part with Xiao Tao?" "Of course not." Yin Li hastily shook his head. Just as he intended to explain, he heard Jiang Huaishu speak. "Aro, the marquis' residence has plenty of servants." Jiang Huaishu turned to Yin Wanro, a hint of heat on his face. He had been preoccupied with thoughts of bringing Chu Qiu into the marquis' residence, indeed neglecting Yin Wanro. Yet, regardless of her dissatisfaction, she should not request personnel from the grand preceptor's residence in front of him. Was she not trampling on his and the marquis' dignity? Upon hearing Jiang Huaishu's words, Yinli frowned, feeling displeased. The marquis' statement was indeed inappropriate. If his sister had taken a liking to Xiao Tao, she could simply take her without any talk of snatching. "Thank you, elder brother, for your generosity." A smile graced Yin Wanro's lips as she inclined her head. She realized that, due to Jiang Huaishu's remark, she had inadvertently agreed to let her sister take Xiao Tao. Yun Li Siga. When he looked at Jiang Huaishu again, his displeasure deepened. Hearing this, Jiang Huaishu's expression darkened slightly. If he recalled correctly, Xiao Tao was the very person he had gone to great lengths to place in the marquis' residence. Were all his previous efforts to go to waste? Jiang Huai-shu felt a twinge of frustration, but found himself powerless to intervene, merely watching as Xiao Tao, burdened with her belongings, approached him and Yunwan Ro to pay her respects. Yongyang, upon seeing his sour expression, grinned widely, revealing her toothless smile. "Mother, you did beautifully. With one move, you thwarted that scoundrel's plans. Seeing him so vexed brings me joy. But he is ugly to begin with. Now, with that angry countenance, he is even more terrifying. I shall not look at him anymore. If I do, I will surely have nightmares tonight." Yet, her mother was beautiful, a sight to behold. One could never tire of looking at her. "Sister, I have something to discuss with you." Yinli tugged at Yun Wan Ro's sleeve, leading her aside. He cast a glance at Xiao Tao, lowering his voice to advise, "Sister, I know you have taken a liking to Xiao Tao, but she is not like Wang Shu. Wang Shu is a trusted servant who has been by your side since childhood. Xiao Tao has been in the residence for less than a year, and I have yet to gauge her character. You may use her, but exercise caution. For important matters, it is best to have Wang Shu handle them. Elder brother, rest assured I understand." A smile appeared on Yunwan Ro's lips as she nodded. Xiao Tao was Jiang Huai-shu's person, and she naturally did not trust her. She had only devised this excuse to distance Xiao Tao from her father and brothers. However, she could not disclose such thoughts to Yunli. Seeing her agree, Yunli felt slightly relieved. He and Yun escorted Yunwan Ro and Yanyang to the Grand Preceptor's residence. As they watched them board the carriage, Yunli sighed softly. Yun turned to him, curious. "Elder brother, what did you just discuss with sister?" "Nothing of great importance." The autumn wind was somewhat chilly. The carriage curtains fluttered in the breeze, occasionally parting to reveal a glimpse outside. Yunwan Ro held Yongyang, peering through the gap. She saw Xiao Tao trailing behind Wang Shu, her expression neutral, yet her brows betrayed her astuteness. She furrowed her brow slightly, contemplating how to dismiss Xiao Tao. Although she had already taken her away from the Grand Preceptor's residence, harboring such a viper nearby still left her uneasy. "We have arrived." The carriage slowly pulled to the side, stopping outside the Yuan Marquis' residence. The demeanor Jiang Huai-shu exhibited towards Yunwan Ro was entirely different from that at the Grand Preceptor's residence. Wang Shu cautiously lifted the carriage curtain, voicing her displeasure. Just a moment ago at the Grand Preceptor's residence, the Marquis was all smiles. Why is it that upon arriving at the Marquis' residence, he seems like a different person? Noticing her discontent, Yunwan Ro gently cleared her throat. Seeing her cast a glance at Xiao Tao, Wang Shu suddenly remembered. "Madam, there is now more than just me by your side." Understanding that her mistress was reminding her, she quickly fell silent and took Yongyang into her arms. "I am placing Xiao Tao in your care. Please ensure she is settled and allow her to familiarize herself with the Marquis' residence these next few days." As Yunwan Ro spoke, she continued walking while advising Wang Shu. Although she knew Xiao Tao could not be tamed, she had to exercise patience and keep her around a bit longer. Otherwise, dismissing her too early would surely arouse Jiang Huai-shu's suspicions. Wang Shu, unaware of Yunwan Ro's intentions, nodded in agreement. "Madam, I have already arranged for Xiao Tao. It is too late today. I will have her come tomorrow to serve. She need not serve here. Assign her some trivial tasks. Do not let her approach my chamber. With an extra person in the courtyard. You must also be cautious in your actions. Do not let her see when you administer the medicine." Upon hearing this, Wang Shu was taken aback. "Madam, do you not trust her?" Wang Shu promptly sealed her lips, realizing she had spoken out of turn. Chapter 17. Yunwan Ro took action. Wang Shu followed Yunwan Ro's instructions and assigned Xiao Tao the task of cleaning. Xiao Tao was quite clever. In the first couple of days, she did not notice anything amiss. However, as time passed, she realized that Yunwan Ro was deliberately keeping her away from the rooms. Holding a broom, she swept the courtyard while peering inside. How long had she been here? Yunwan Ro sat on the bed, her gaze fixed on Xiao Tao. Hearing this, Wang Shu nodded slightly. Madame does not allow her near the rooms, yet she insists on peeking in. What is she looking for? Yunwan Ro remained silent, lifting a cup beside her and taking a small sip. What more could she be observing but keeping an eye on her for Jiang Huai-shu? She was well aware of the truth, but did not intend to voice it. Setting the cup down, She pondered for a moment before retrieving a hairpin from her cosmetic case and extending it towards Wang Shu. You should assign some tasks for Xiao Tao and praise her generously, presenting her with this exquisite hairpin as a token of appreciation. Madame Wang Shu furrowed her brow, perplexed by Yin Wanru's intentions. Yin Wanru, however, offered no explanation and merely urged, "Hurry along." "Understood," Wang Shu replied, accepting the hairpin and swiftly exiting the room. Over the next month, Yin Wanru frequently instructed Wang Shu to bestow gold and silver jewelry upon Xiao Tao. Coming from a humble background, Xiao Tao had never encountered such treasures. Initially, she hesitated to accept the gifts from Wang Shu, but as time passed, she grew accustomed to them and accepted them without reservation. One day, when Jiang Huai was visiting, Yin Wanru found herself lost in thought while holding her cosmetics box. Upon noticing his entrance, she quickly closed the box and set it aside. Jiang Huai observed her actions and smiled. "What troubles you? Why did you hide your cosmetics box when I entered? Are you afraid I might see something?" "You jest, my lord," Yin Wanru replied as she stood. "I was merely contemplating which hairpin to wear today. With your beauty and fair complexion, any hairpin would suit you splendidly." Jiang Huai approached her, taking her hand as he sat down. His words rang true. Yin Wanru was indeed strikingly beautiful. As Jiang Huai glanced at the small wooden bed, his gaze fell upon Yongyang, who was lying there, playing with her fingers. His brow furrowed slightly. Without the child, perhaps he, in Yin Wanru, could have enjoyed a more typical marital bliss. "My lord, what occupies your thoughts?" Noticing Jiang Huai's distraction, Yin Wanru inquired curiously. "Nothing of consequence," he replied, observing her hair, which appeared somewhat lackluster. He turned and retrieved the cosmetics box. "Allow me to help you choose a hairpin for today." "My lord." Yin Wanru feigned surprise, reaching for the box. However, as her hand extended, Jiang Huai opened the box. Inside, the hairpins and earrings were sparsely arranged. Jiang Huai frowned. "Fiddling with a hairpin. Where are your other pieces? Why do you possess only this few?" He looked up at Yin Wanru, his voice tinged with inquiry. Most of the jewelry in the box was part of her dowry, which he had no right to question. Yet, one specific hairpin, a token of their love he had gifted her before their marriage, was notably absent. He distinctly remembered her always keeping that hairpin alongside her dowry in this box. Yet now it was nowhere to be found. Under Jiang Huai's scrutinizing gaze, Yin Wanru frowned slightly. Seeing her silence, Jiang Huai grew more anxious. "Have you given the hairpin away?" "I have not." Yin Wanru met his gaze, her eyes reflecting a hint of urgency. Jiang Huai pressed the cosmetics box into her hands. "Then tell me, where is the hairpin? No wonder you closed the box when you saw me enter. You were afraid I would discover that you lost the token of our affection." "Ero, how could you?" "My lord, this matter does not reflect upon the madam. Rather, a thief has entered the courtyard." Wang Shu stepped forward, bowing her head low. Jiang Huai glanced at her before turning his attention back to Yin Wanru. "A thief? My lord, I did not intend to conceal this from you. I only recently discovered that some of my jewelry was missing from the cosmetics box. I had planned to send Wang Shu to search the servants' quarters, but I did not expect you to arrive just then." Upon hearing Yin Wanru's words, Jiang Huai's anger flared. He had initially thought Yin Wanru had dismissed the hairpin he gifted her, but the revelation of a thief in the residence was shocking. "Search. Turn the residence upside down to find the hairpin." Wang Shu bowed and accepted the command, departing the room. She summoned several servants, and they began their search in her room before proceeding to Xiao Tao's chamber. Given Yin Wanru's preference for tranquility, the search was swift, as only Wang Shu and Xiao Tao were present in the courtyard. "Madam, we found it." Wang Shu presented the hairpin and bracelet with both hands. Yin Wanru feigned surprise, asking, "Where did you find them?" "They were discovered in Xiao Tao's room." Wang Shu's words left Jiang Huai momentarily stunned. He turned to Yin Wanru, his demeanor noticeably less composed than before. "Ero, is there a misunderstanding here?" "I too hope it is a misunderstanding, especially since I personally selected Xiao Tao." Yin Wanru sighed. "My lord, let us step outside and question her directly to hear her explanation." "Very well," Jiang Huai nodded, turning to leave. As he took her hand, Yin Wanru frowned, feeling a twinge of discomfort. She instinctively withdrew her hand. The confrontation has begun. Mother has finally noticed Xiao Tao's suspicious behavior and intends to confront her. I wish to witness the unfolding drama. Aunt Wang Shu, please grant me a hug. Hearing Yongyang's inner thoughts, Yin Wanru paused. Jiang Huai, noticing her hesitation, turned to her. What troubles you? Nothing at all. Yin Wanru shook her head, dismissing the idea of bringing Yongyang along. Yongyang was still so young. She did not want her child to be aware of her deeper, more calculating thoughts. Xiao Tao awaited in the courtyard, flanked by 2 servants, her eyes brimming with grievance. Madam, please help me. They claim I stole your jewelry, but those pieces were all gifts you bestowed upon me. Madam, you must stand up for me. Chapter 18. The unveiling. As Yin Wanru and Jiang Huai stepped over the threshold, Xiao Tao immediately sought her aid. Upon hearing Xiao Tao's plea, Jiang Huai frowned. His gaze towards Yin Wanru filled with scrutiny. Yin Wanru anticipated that Xiao Tao would appeal to her for help, for she was the only one capable of clearing her name. However, having orchestrated this trap, she had no intention of showing mercy. Ignoring Jiang Huai's gaze, she feigned confusion as she addressed Xiao Tao. What did I ever bestow such jewelry upon you? At her words, Xiao Tao was momentarily taken aback. She glanced at Wang Shu, who stood behind Yin Wanru, suddenly realizing she had been ensnared. Madam, those jewels were indeed gifts you instructed Sister Wang Shu to present to me. Why then do you feign ignorance? Is it my fault that I have displeased you, prompting you to resort to such tactics against me? You dare accuse the madam of slander. Wang Shu stepped forward, fixing Xiao Tao with a cold stare. She was unafraid of the truth being revealed, for when she had given the jewelry, she had done so discreetly, with no witnesses to support Xiao Tao's claims. Jiang Huai would naturally side with his wife over a servant. Xiao Tao understood her precarious situation. Jiang Huai might not believe her, but if she admitted to the theft, punishment would be inevitable. Left with no choice, she decided to take a bold stance. Kneeling before Jiang Huai, she pleaded, My lord, I do not dare to accuse the madam falsely. The jewelry was indeed given to me by her through Sister Wang Shu. Had it been otherwise, I would not have dared to take it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Huai turned to Yin Wanru, his eyes filled with skepticism. Xiao Tao was a girl he had personally selected to serve as an informant in the Grand Tutor's household. Before sending her, he had ensured that her character was thoroughly vetted. He would never have entrusted her to the Grand Tutor if she had been the type to engage in petty theft. After all, if she were to be turned against him, his position would become precarious. Aro, do you? My lord, do you not trust me? Yin Wanru interrupted him. I am your wife, the mistress of the Ho residence. Why would I concoct a scheme to ensnare a mere servant? She understood the implications of his unvoiced doubts, and her composure remained intact despite the tension in the air. If he truly uttered such words, how would he explain himself to the Tai Shifu? Yin Wanru observed his expression and discerned his thoughts. Those who have been acquainted with me know that I place little value on gold and silver ornaments. If you fancy any, feel free to select a few. However, you must not touch the token of affection bestowed upon me by the marquis. As she spoke, Yin Wanru extended her hand and retrieved a hairpin from a pile of jewelry. Xiao Tao lifted her gaze and recognized the hairpin immediately. It was the very ornament given to her by Wang Shu on the first day. To her astonishment, this hairpin was the token of love between the marquis and his wife. If the wife could part with such a cherished token, it seemed she had long planned to eliminate her from the equation. Madam, I do not understand. How have I offended you? Xiao Tao's heart brimmed with genuine confusion. Yin Wanru let out a cold laugh and thrust the hairpin forward. Are you implying that I would willingly forsake the token bestowed upon me by the marquis just to scheme against you? Xiao Tao, you possess quite the audacity. Xiao Tao pressed her lips together, unable to refute her. Jiang Huaishu had initially harbored doubts about Yin Wanru's words. Yet upon witnessing the token he had given her, he silently leaned towards her in his heart. He understood how significant his place was in Yin Wanru's affections and recognized her deep appreciation for the hairpin. She would certainly not abandon it for a mere servant. It was apparent that Xiao Tao had succumbed to the allure of materialism since entering the Taisher Fu, altering her considerably. What more do you have to say, Xiao Tao? Jiang Huaishu's gaze turned icy as he regarded her. Upon meeting his eyes, Xiao Tao realized she had lost the argument. With gritted teeth, she turned to glare at Yin Wanru, her eyes brimming with hatred. I did not steal. You have wronged me. The evidence is irrefutable, and still, You show no remorse. Jiang Huaishu barked sharply. Someone take Xiaodao to the authorities. Wait. Yin Wanru interjected, halting Jiang Huaishu. He turned to meet her gaze, puzzled. What is it? Family matters should not be aired publicly. It would be best not to disclose this incident. However, I cannot keep Xiaodao due to her unclean hands. It would be wiser for the marquis to sell her off. Very well, as you wish. Jiang Huaishu acquiesced, gesturing to the servants. Two servants seized Xiaodao by the arms, dragging her out of the courtyard. Xiaodao glared at Yin Wanru, her eyes filled with resentment. Madam, do you truly believe the marquis loves you? In truth, he has always silence. Jiang Huaishu interrupted, fearing she might reveal his secret. He quickly commanded the servants, cut out her tongue. Do not let her speak recklessly. Madam, I am not even from the Taisher Fu. I am. Before Xiaodao could finish her sentence, her tongue was severed by the servants. Yin Wanru gasped in shock and quickly turned away. Wang Shu extended a hand to steady her arm. Madam, let us go inside. Yin Wanru nodded and followed Wang Shu inside. Jiang Huaishu gazed at the pool of blood, then turned to watch Yin Wanru's retreating figure, feeling a sense of unease. Xiaodao had said quite a bit. He wondered if Yin Wanru had questioned her words at all. Frowning, he hastened to follow her through the doorway. Aru, do not take Xiaodao's words to heart. I know, Yin Wanru replied, nodding. She harbors hatred towards me and the marquis, seeking to sow discord between us by selling such tales. Indeed, that is correct. Seeing that Yin Wanru did not believe Xiaodao's words, Jiang Huaishu breathed a sigh of relief. Yongyang, overhearing their conversation, was nearly beside herself with fury. You deceitful scoundrel, do you still wish to deceive my mother? Xiaodao's fate is entirely your doing. And yet, you chose to protect yourself, even ordering her tongue to be cut out. Just look at how frightened you have made my mother. Mother, you are far too gullible. Xiaodao's unfinished words hold truth. This scoundrel does not love you. When will you awaken to see his true nature? Chapter 19. The medicine must not cease. Yongyang could not speak, only expressing her distress with desperate cries. Jiang Huaishu had no intention of concerning himself with her. However, having arrived and encountering Yongyang's commotion, he felt compelled to offer some words of comfort lest he appear too indifferent as a father. She must be hungry. Yin Wanru remarked casually, glancing at Wang Shu. Wang Shu, please bring some mare's milk. Understood, Wang Shu replied, swiftly departing. Once she left, the room was left with only Yin Wanru, Jiang Huaishu, and Yanyang. Given Yangyang's tender age, Jiang Huaishu hardly regarded her. Observing Yin Wanru, comforting her, he turned his gaze and said, Aru, have you consumed the medicine from the kitchen? Taken aback, Yin Wanru wondered why Jiang Huaishu had suddenly inquired about this. I have. She lowered her eyes, avoiding his gaze. Marquis, the medicine is too bitter. I do not wish to take it. Has the doctor mentioned when I might stop? The tonic does not cease so swiftly. I know you dread the bitterness. Please bear with it a little longer. Tomorrow, I will instruct the kitchen to prepare some candied fruit to accompany your medicine. Very well. Knowing Jiang Huaishu harbored no suspicion, Yin Wanru nodded in agreement. Jiang Huaishu felt ill at ease in her chamber. By the way, Yongyang is nearing 3 months old. We should arrange a 100-day banquet for her. When you have a moment, please draft a guest list so I can send someone to invite them. Understood. Yin Wanru nodded, watching Jiang Huaishu depart. As soon as he left, the smile on her face faded. As the date of Yongyang's 100-day banquet approached, Jiang Huaishu became increasingly busy and hard to find. Yin Wanru prepared the guest list and sent it to the study via Wang Shu. Having spent little time outside during her days in the boudoir, she had only 2 close friends aside from her family to invite. Jiang Huaishu sent someone to deliver invitations according to her list, but felt the guest list was insufficient. He took the liberty of inviting several officials from the court under the name of the Taisher Fu. Although Yin Xiuqing no longer managed affairs at court, his disciples were numerous, and even the current emperor was but half his student. Those in the court would certainly show him some measure of respect. On the day of the 100-day banquet, the marquis residence was bustling with activity. A significant number of civil officials from the court attended. Jiang Huaishu stood at the entrance, watching the guests arrive in succession, unable to suppress his joy. Marquis, congratulations. Congratulations on the birth of your precious daughter. Thank you, please come in. Jiang Huaishu greeted the servants, ushering the guests inside. As he was about to turn and enter himself, a luxurious carriage suddenly halted outside the marquis residence. Jiang Huaishu glanced over, his eyes widening in shock. Wasn't this carriage the one belonging to the Prince of Qi? His father-in-law's influence is remarkable, to have even the Prince of Qi in attendance. As he watched, the autumn breeze lifted the carriage curtain. Meng Yanqing bent slightly as he gracefully descended from the carriage. Upon confirming the identity of the visitor as the Prince of Qi, Jiang Huaishu hurriedly approached with a beaming smile. I did not realize His Highness the Prince of Qi would personally attend. Please forgive my inadequate welcome. Jiang Huaishu bowed before Meng Yanqing. Meng Yanqing glanced at him, his tone cold as he inquired, "Is the Taisher present?" "He is indeed here, presently inside. Allow me to lead you in, Your Highness." "Very well," Meng Yanqing replied indifferently. Following Jiang Huaishu inside, a considerable number of guests had arrived, and the servants of the marquis residence were still busy setting up tables and chairs. The moment Meng Yanqing stepped inside, he caught the attention of those present. What an honor for the Yuan marquis residence to host even the Prince of Qi. As Meng Yanqing followed behind Jiang Huaishu, he approached with measured steps. The crowd promptly clasped their fists and bowed to him. "Greeting, I pay my respects to Your Highness." "Prince Qi, today marks the 100-day banquet for the daughter of the marquis. Let us not mistake our roles and act with a degree of informality." "Understood." The crowd responded in unison. Noticing Meng Yanqing walking towards Yun Xiuqing, they quickly parted to create a path for him. Yun Li, observing this, rose promptly and offered his seat to Meng Yanqing. The latter, without hesitation, nodded in acknowledgement and settled beside Yun Xiuqing. "Grand Tutor, it is a pleasure to see you again." "Thank you, Your Highness, for attending the grand banquet." Yun Xiuqing remained seated, merely returning the gesture with a slight bow. He glanced at Meng Yanqing before turning to Jiang Huaishu, whose lips curled into a smile, eyes brimming with pride, prompting Yun Xiuqing to furrow his brow in displeasure. He had just learned from his colleagues that they had come today because Jiang Huaishu had used his name to send invitations to various residences. What surprised him was Jiang Huaishu's audacity to even invite Prince Qi. It seemed that once the banquet concluded, he would need to find an opportunity to reprimand him appropriately. "Madam, the master and the guest have arrived. The outside is quite lively. Shall we take Miss Yanyang out to see? All who have come to the marquis' residence are here to offer their blessings to our dear Yongyang." Yongyang herself was delighted, having turned 100 days old, and her spirit had improved significantly. Watching the sunlight streaming through the window, she danced with excitement. "I adore lively gatherings. Mother, let's go outside and take a look. I miss grandfather and my uncles. I want to be close to them." Hearing her daughter's heartfelt words, Yin Wanru's lips curled into a smile. She gently approached the small wooden bed and lifted Yongyang into her arms. As Wanru stepped into the bustling front courtyard, Yin Yi rushed forward. "Sister, father is up ahead. I shall take you there." "All right." Yin Wanru nodded slightly and moved forward. After just a few steps, Yin Yi's voice reached her ears again. "It has been a long time. Yongyang has grown even cuter. Have you missed your second uncle? He has missed you dearly." "I do miss him. I wonder when second uncle will make up for the meeting gift. Prince Qi has given me a small golden lock. I hope second uncle hasn't forgotten to prepare my gift." Yin Yi, initially smiling brightly, suddenly froze at Yongyang's words. Chapter 20. Growing older without growing wiser. Is this little one too materialistic? She thinks of him, yet still mentions gifts. Today is Yongyang's 100-day banquet, and he has indeed prepared a present. He rummaged through his pockets and, after some time, produced a pure gold bracelet to adorn Yongyang's wrist. "Do you like it? This is from your second uncle, a gift for your 100-day celebration." "Wow, I love it. Second uncle is so wealthy. I adore him." Yun Yi's mouth curled into a proud smile, though he was unsure whether Yongyang liked him more or the golden bracelet. The fact that she cherished the bracelet meant she also cherished him. Joyfully, he extended his hands to embrace her. "Come here, let your second uncle hold you." "All right, for the sake of the golden bracelet, I shall allow it." Upon hearing this, Yun Yi felt a twinge of disappointment. Did Yongyang seem somewhat reluctant? Noticing that Yongyang was willing to let Yun Yi hold her, Wanru passed her to him. "Be gentle. She is still small and quite delicate." "I know. I used to carry Hung Gur when he was little. I have experience." Yunyi's eyes brightened as he excitedly took Yongyang into his arms, holding the tiny bundle. He suddenly realized that holding Yongyang felt different from holding Hung Guer. Yongyang was soft and much more comfortable to hold. As he gazed down at her, he noted her fair, tender face and her large, glistening eyes, resembling two plump black grapes. Her cherry-like lips formed a slight pout, making her irresistibly adorable. The more he looked, the more he cherished her, reluctant to return her to Yun Wanru. Yanyang, observing him, wiggled her tiny body slightly. Second uncle feels so rigid. You are not as soft as mother, making it quite uncomfortable to lie here. Feeling rejected by his own niece, Yun-yi struggled to maintain a smile. Yet, the thought that only he could hear her thoughts brought him joy. As long as he kept silent, no one would know that Yongyang had expressed her dissatisfaction with him. And he couldn't help but grin foolishly. She's my niece. Look, Yongyang is my niece and resembles me so much. Isn't she adorable? She's my niece. He boasted to the guests while holding her. Yun Wanru followed behind, shaking her head with an amused smile. Her second brother. How is it that he grows older without gaining any wisdom? Grinning like a fool. Yun-yi, cradling Yongyang, approached the table of Yun Xiuqing. Wanru followed, greeting Meng Yanshan upon seeing him. Meng Yanshan nodded and produced a luminous pearl from his pocket, presenting it to Yun Wanru. This is a night pearl from the East Sea. Children often fear the dark, so I had someone procure it as a 100-day gift for Yongyang. Thank you, Your Highness. Yun Wanru, knowing Yongyang's nature, anticipated her insistence on accepting the pearl. Thus, she graciously accepted it without further ado, holding it for Yongyang. The little girl stared at the pearl, her eyes wide with wonder. What a large night pearl, larger than my head. This is the first time I've seen such a big pearl. Father, you are truly generous. I want a hug from you. I want to kiss you. Her large, sparkling eyes brimmed with excitement, and tears of joy welled at the corners of her mouth. Seeing her toothless grin, Yun-yi felt a pang of hurt. This ungrateful little girl seemed to love everyone indiscriminately. Witnessing the prince's gift outshine his own, she seemed to forget about him. Oh, how his heart ached. As if it were bleeding, did she wish for the prince to hold her? Observing her eagerly reaching out, a smile spread across his face. This little one truly had a special bond with him. Not only could he hear her thoughts, but he also felt an undeniable closeness to her. He just wondered if she would call anyone else father. Upon hearing Meng Yanshan's words, Yun Wanru was momentarily taken aback, given Prince Chi's esteemed status. Even if Yongyang wanted him to hold her, she could not agree. Yongyang, being playful, was merely teasing the prince. A gentle smile graced Yun Wanru's lips as she spoke warmly. Upon hearing her words, Yongyang became anxious, kicking her legs in frustration. No, I am not playing with father. I want you to hold me, Your Highness. Wah. Yongyang gazed up at Meng Yanshan, her black grape-like eyes misting with tears. On the brink of crying, Meng Yanshan indeed wished to hold her, yet his arms hesitated, unsure. Having never held a child before, he lacked experience. If he suddenly embraced Yongyang, he might inadvertently hurt her. Yun Xiuqing beckoned to Yun Wanru. Rower, come sit. All right. Yun Wanru stepped forward, positioning herself beside Yun Xiuqing. She and Meng Yanshan were on either side, separated only by Yun Xiuqing. Noticing their proximity, Yongyang grew excited once more. But grandfather, why must you be so dense? Look how well-matched mother and father are. Why do you sit between them? Yun Xiuqing replied, should I rise and let them have my seat? While he thought this, he did not act upon it. Though he favored the pairing of Yun Wanru and Meng Yanshan, his rower was already married. She bore a child for the Hofu, and in this lifetime, she is destined to be unrelated to Meng Yanshan. He felt a pang of regret, yet also a sense of relief, for between the two of them stood a barrier. Otherwise, if they were to sit together, it would truly be an incongruity. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, Jiang Huaishu followed behind Qianshi, accompanied by two illegitimate children. Qianshi first paid her respects to Meng Yanshan, then produced a longevity lock and placed it on Yongyang's chest. Yongyang, utterly charming, appeared even more obedient with the longevity lock adorning her. Qianshi's eyes sparkled with delight as she glanced towards Yun Xiuqing. Noticing that Yun Xiuqing had not looked in her direction, she continued, I had this longevity lock crafted the moment Yongyang was born. The craftsmanship is exquisite, and it has only just arrived. Thank you, mother, Yin Wanru said slowly, inclining her body slightly in acknowledgement. Yongyang clasped her hands together, cradling the longevity lock. Upon feeling its weight, Yongyang pouted in disdain. It's so light. It must be hollow inside. How is it that those two concubines have gold bracelets that appear far superior to mine? Could it be that the old lady, in her frugality, used leftover scraps to create this? No wonder it took longer to make this shabby piece than it did for the prince's father to commission a small gold lock. The members of the Yun family, overhearing Yangyang's thoughts, exchanged glances between Qianshi and the two concubines Jiang Huai Shu had brought, observing the delicate gold bracelets adorning the wrists of the two concubines. Their brows furrowed slightly. Chapter 21. Forcing Yin Wanru to concede, Yin Wanru's gaze fell upon the concubine's wrists. Suddenly, she felt as though her heart was stuffed with cotton, creating an uncomfortable blockage. After all, Yanyang is Qianshi's granddaughter. Today marks Yangyang's 100-day celebration, and despite Qianshi's favoritism towards the two concubines, she ought to maintain some decorum and not be so overtly biased in public. Unaware of the Yun family's sentiments, Qianshi felt a tinge of pride upon noticing their scrutiny. She had spent a considerable sum to craft a longevity lock for her granddaughter, Yanyang, which must surely please Yun Xiuqing. A pleased disposition would undoubtedly encourage his disciples to support Shu in the court. Dear in-laws, just as Qianshi's words left her lips, the longevity lock was flung by Yanyang. It fell to the ground, its gold foil cracking and scattering. Yunyi, straightforward in nature, exclaimed, "Oh dear, why is the gold dust falling off this lock?" At his outcry, other guests turned to look. They were all aware that the longevity lock was a gift from Qianshi to Yongyang for her 100-day celebration. Witnessing this scene, the crowd shook their heads. Could it be that the old lady was deceived? This is clearly gold-plated. This can't be. The old lady has certainly seen enough of the world to distinguish between gold plating and pure gold. The difference in weight is substantial. I have heard that since the old marquis passed, the Hofu has been on a decline. Initially, I was skeptical, but now it seems the rumors are not entirely unfounded. Hearing the chatter of the crowd, Qianshi's face flushed with shame, alternating between red and white. She hurriedly picked up the longevity lock, chuckling awkwardly. This child. How can she not even hold onto a longevity lock properly? How inauspicious. Bah, you think gilding a piece of scrap gold makes it auspicious? I'm still a child. Is it not natural for me to struggle with a longevity lock? Yongyang scoffed internally, looking down upon Qianshi. Yin Wanru felt a pang of sympathy for her. It was evident that she, the legitimate daughter of the Hofu, was deprived of affection from both her grandmother and father. Even the gifts for her 100-day celebration were prepared so carelessly. Yin Wanru's heart felt heavy as Qianshi attempted to thrust the longevity lock into Yongyang's hands. She quickly snatched it away. Mother, Yongyang is still young. If the gold dust were to stick to her hands, she might accidentally ingest it. Yin Wanru spoke with a deliberate increase in volume. Upon hearing her mention the gold dust, Qianshi shot her a glare and proffered the longevity lock towards her. What sentiment is expressed through such a worthless trinket? I wouldn't wear it. I have a small gold lock gifted by the princess father and a gold bracelet from my second uncle. I have no interest in your shabby gift. Yanyang kicked her short legs in displeasure, her face clouded with dissatisfaction. Today is supposed to be a joyous occasion for her. Why must Qianshi bring her misfortune? She should be wary. If Yongyang were to become furious, she might summon a storm to strike her and her scoundrel son. Yin Wanru understood Yongyang's feelings. She considered herself to be of good temperament, yet Qianshi's disdain for her daughter left her feeling unsettled. However, with her father and brothers present, and so many guests in attendance, it would not be wise to confront them openly at this moment. Mother, I will be feeding Yongyang soon. It would be troublesome if gold dust were to cling to my hands, which are difficult to wash. Perhaps it would be best for the marquis to hold on to it for now. Yin Wanru smiled sweetly at Qianshi, making it difficult for anyone to find fault. Feeling her pride wounded by Yin Wanru's refusal, Qianshi turned and thrust the longevity lock into her son's hand. Jiang Nanxing found her hand forcibly separated from Jiang Huaishu's and felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. She glanced at the longevity lock in Jiang Huaishu's hand. then at the gold bracelet on her own wrist, and soon regained her composure, smiling smugly. She deliberately flaunted the gold bracelet upon her wrist, causing Yun Wanru's heart to feel even more constricted. Jiang Huaishu approached her and lifted a wine cup from the table. Today marks my daughter Yanyang's 100-day celebration. And on behalf of the madam and Yongyang, I extend my gratitude to everyone for taking the time to attend. Saying this, Jiang Huaishu raised the cup and drank its contents in one gulp. The guests all rose and toasted in unison. Just as they settled back into their seats, Jiang Huaishu suddenly pushed the pair of illegitimate children gently forward. Today is a splendid day, and I wish to seize this opportunity to announce a joyous matter. I ask everyone present to bear witness. As Jiang Huaishu's voice faded, Yun Wanru's heart raced. Although Jiang Huaishu was reckless, he should possess some degree of decorum. Today is Yongyang's 100-day celebration. He wouldn't resort to actions that would harm her and Yongyang, would he? Turning her gaze toward him, she found Jiang Huaishu smiling as he said, "These two children are the offspring of a collateral branch of the Jiang family. Their parents have passed, and the madam has a great fondness for children. I wish to adopt them under the madam's name. Such young children, losing their parents at such an early age. Truly pitiful." The guests murmured in agreement, praising the kindness of Jiang's wife for adopting the collateral children. Under Jiang Huaishu's persuasion, the crowd nodded in approval, showering accolades upon Yun Wanru. However, her heart sank. She had overestimated Jiang Huaishu, believing he would refrain from such actions. "Aru, please express your sentiments to everyone." Jiang Huaishu turned, smiling as he grasped Yun Wanru's hand. Having already laid out the situation, he had extolled Yun Wanru's virtues. He was confident that she would not publicly reject him, thereby causing him embarrassment. Yun Wanru met his gaze, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. She glanced at the guests, then at her father and brothers. Noticing their gloomy expressions, their disappointment palpable, her heart ached even more. Even they believed Jiang Huaishu's claims, thinking he had previously conferred with her on this matter. Thus, others would perceive this as a joint decision between them. Jiang Huaishu's actions were indeed coercive. Jiang Huaishu, this scoundrel. No, even calling him a scoundrel is insufficient. He is a base wretch, daring to announce such an adoption at my 100-day celebration. Mother, you cannot simply acquiesce any longer. You must stand firm and not allow this scoundrel and his mistress to have their way. However, these two children, are they not from the collateral line? How could they possibly be Jiang Huaishu's illegitimate offspring? The Yin family members glanced at Jiang Huaishu and then at the two children. They had initially overlooked it, but upon closer inspection, they noticed that the children's features bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Huaishu, particularly the little girl, whose demeanor was almost identical to his. Chapter 22. A turn of events. Yun Xiucheng's anger grew with each passing moment. If these two children were indeed Jiang Huaishu's illegitimate children, it meant he had deliberately deceived Ro Heir into raising them for his mistress. Scoundrel! Yun Xiucheng clenched his fists and slammed them onto the table. Just as he was about to rise, he heard Yun Wanru suddenly speak. "My lord, how could you not discuss such a significant matter with me in advance?" Her voice, soft and gentle, did not seem to express anger, only a touch of confusion. Yongyang, upon hearing her words, excitedly grinned, silently cheering for her. "Mother, well done. Take that pig Jiang Huaishu to task." In the front courtyard, there was a moment of silence. Soon, someone exclaimed in astonishment, "Is it true? To adopt a legitimate son or daughter without consulting his wife beforehand? How is this any different from a dictatorial rule? If the wife is unaware of this matter, it is likely that the grand tutor is equally uninformed. Didn't Yuan Ho announce this publicly out of fear that the grand tutor and Jiang madam would not agree? Is he trying to use us to force their consent? If so, then Yuan Ho has gone too far." Most of the guests present were there to support the grand tutor. Now that Jiang Huaishu had made such an important decision behind the back of the grand tutor's daughter, they naturally sided with the grand tutor. In stark contrast to the collective indignation of the crowd, Meng Yin Chun remained aloof, his expression calm and unperturbed. He sipped from his wine glass, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding drama. Amidst the accusations directed at him, Jiang Huaishu's complexion fluctuated from pale to red, and back again. Yanyang had been married to him for nearly a year, and she had always been gentle, accommodating him in all matters. Thus, after discussing with his mother, he had decided to force her to adopt the children during Yongyang's 100-day celebration. Little did he anticipate that the usually demure Yanyang would publicly challenge him, causing him great embarrassment. Jiang Shu frowned, his expression souring. He turned to Yanyang, his words barely escaping his lips before being interrupted by Yun Xiaocheng, who fixed him with a cold, authoritative gaze. "Father, I was previously too busy with the Lord. Perhaps he forgot to consult me." Yanyang interjected, seemingly defending him, but in reality, she sought to deny him any opportunity for rebuttal. She turned to him and gently tugged at his sleeve. "My lord, the matter of adoption is of great importance. Let us discuss it thoroughly later." "No, I do not agree." As soon as Yanyang's voice fell, Qianshi stepped forward hastily, her eyes filled with displeasure as she looked at Yanyang. "Wanro, Shu'er did not consult you because he feared it would upset you. He wishes to adopt these 2 children under your name. Do you truly believe he is only pitying them? Keep spinning your tales. I wonder what else you can concoct." Yongyang gloated at Qianshi, her eyes brimming with disdain. Yunli slowly rose and approached Qianshi. "From your words, it seems that Jiang Hoyi wishes to adopt collateral children for some ulterior motive." He sighed. "I did not wish to speak of this. But since we have reached this point, if I do not reveal the truth, Shu'er will be the subject of gossip." Qianshi sighed, grasping Yanyang's hand. "Wanro, I know Shu'er did not consult you in advance, and that was his fault. However, he did this for your sake, fearing it would distress you." Yanyang, confused, asked, "What do you mean, mother?" "Dear, you are unaware. When you gave birth to Yongyang, it harmed your health, and the doctor stated you would be unable to bear more children. The Ho family is of noble lineage. How could it be without a legitimate heir? Shu'er had no choice but to consider adopting collateral children under your name. He did this for the sake of the Ho family and for you, fearing you would be ridiculed for not being able to produce a legitimate heir." Qianshi's words grew more sorrowful, and she even forced out a tear. Even Yongyang could not help but admire her acting skills. "Well said. How eloquent. I have finally found the source of this talent for deceit. It seems the members of the Ho family are all born actors, yet they are unfortunate to be in the wrong era. What harm to your health from childbirth? You clearly bribed the doctor to give my mother contraceptive medicine. You sought to render her incapable of bearing children, all while pretending to be the good person. Fortunately, mother feared suffering and did not consume the medicine you sent. Otherwise, you too would have succeeded." Yinchen tightened his grip on his wine glass. His gaze lowered. His expression remained calm, yet the icy glint in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. The Yin family members were taken aback by Yongyang's outburst. Jiang Shu not only sought to force Heir into adopting his illegitimate children, but he had also secretly given her contraceptive medicine. How could he commit such acts and still stand here pretending to care? Yun Xiaocheng, usually mild-mannered, was seething with anger upon hearing that people from the Ho family had harmed his daughter and were now attempting to force her to raise the mistress's children. However, his upbringing did not allow him to lose his temper publicly. He turned to Qianshi, suppressing his fury, and tried to maintain a calm demeanor. "So, are you saying this is all for my Heir's benefit? Wanro is the mistress of my Ho family. It is only right that Shu'er and I consider her feelings. These words should not have been mine to speak, but I cannot bear to see Shu'er misunderstood by others." Qianshi sighed and shook her head, instantly transforming from a domineering matriarch into a caring mother-in-law. Jiang Shu, seeing her lead the conversation, quickly interjected, "Father, today's events were indeed reckless on my part. Although I acted with Heir's best interests at heart, I should have consulted her beforehand. The current situation is not what I wish for. I ask for your understanding. I had thought the Lord disregarded Jiang Madam's feelings and acted unilaterally. I did not expect him to have such good reasons. Jiang Madam is truly fortunate. Not only does she have the Grand Tutor as a father, but also a loving husband." In the front courtyard, the guests began to shift their support towards Jiang Shu and his mother. Seeing them so easily swayed, Yun Xiaocheng ground his teeth and coldly remarked, "If the esteemed mother claims Heir's health suffered during childbirth, why did you not hire a doctor to help her recuperate? If you are reluctant to spend money, I shall cover the expenses myself." Chapter 23. Is the contraceptive medicine fake? The esteemed mother-s words seem rather presumptuous. Wanro is my daughter-in-law. How could I possibly hesitate to hire a doctor for her? As she spoke, Qianshi turned to Yin Wanro. Wanro, tell your father. When you had just given birth, did I not hire a doctor to check your pulse? Did I not have the kitchen prepare nourishing medicine for you daily? Qianshi's mention of this only darkened Yun Xiucheng's expression further. The medicine she sent was not for nourishment. It was clearly contraceptive. Upon hearing this, Jiang Huaishu's complexion changed, and he turned to Qianshi, who, though momentarily flustered, quickly regained her composure. Dear guest, you need not trouble yourselves today. Someone, please fetch Dr. Li. As the voice of Qianshi faded, a servant from the Ho residence swiftly turned and dashed outside. Yongyang, witnessing this, cried out in distress. The Dr. Li had long been bribed by Qianshi. If he were truly summoned, it would publicly confirm that her mother could not bear children. Grandfather, you must stop him. He must not bring Dr. Li here. Yanyang kicked her legs, her chubby hands flailing anxiously in the air. Yun Xiucheng was taken aback. Just as he was about to speak, a deep voice suddenly resonated. It was apparent that this Dr. Li lacked any real skill if he could easily determine a woman's inability to conceive. Xiufeng, you shall personally go to the palace and summon Dr. Zhang. Understood. Xiufeng replied promptly and hurriedly left. The housekeeper, who had not ventured far, halted, looking puzzled at Qianshi and Jiang Huaishu. Noticing Meng Yanqian's sudden intervention, Qianshi's expression shifted dramatically, a flicker of worry creeping into her heart. However, she quickly remembered Yin Wanro, who had been consuming contraceptive medicine for an extended period, her body already weakened by the herbs. Even if the Qi Wang summoned all the doctors from the Imperial Medical Bureau, the outcome would be the same, easing her concern slightly. A faint smile curved her lips as she greeted Meng Yanqian. It would be inappropriate to trouble your highness with the affairs of the Ho residence. I apologize for the inconvenience. No trouble at all. His Majesty values the Grand Preceptor, and Lady Jiang is his daughter. Surely, if His Majesty were to learn that the lady is unwell, he would send the doctors. Thank you, Your Highness, and thank you, Your Majesty. Yun Xiucheng rose and cupped his fists in respect towards Meng Yanqian. Meng Yanqian raised a hand to halt his gesture. The Grand Preceptor need not be so courteous. Yun Xiucheng nodded, letting out a light sigh. What fine child! It is truly my rower's poor judgment to forsake such a worthy man in favor of another. The more admirable Meng Yanqian appeared. The heavier Yin Xiucheng's heart grew. If he had only fought harder to prevent Rower from marrying into the Ho residence, she would not be subjected to such humiliation today. Yun Xiucheng felt a pang of distress, while others regarded him with envious eyes. Though the Grand Preceptor had withdrawn from court affairs, it was evident that the emperor still held him in high regard. Otherwise, why would the Qi Wang summon doctors for a mere lady of the Ho residence? With this connection, Qianshi and Jiang Huaishu settled somewhat. Everyone continued their meal while waiting. Once the meal was nearly finished, Dr. Zhang arrived. Carrying a medicinal box, he approached Meng Yanqian and bowed respectfully. Your Highness, Dr. Zhang, I trouble you to examine this lady and see if her health is compromised. Meng Yanqian wasted no words, directly requesting a pulse diagnosis from Dr. Zhang. Nodding slightly, Dr. Zhang turned to face Yin Wanro. Please raise your hand, madam. Yin Wanro lifted her hand, revealing her fair wrist. Dr. Zhang gently placed his fingers upon her pulse. Your Highness, this lady has recently given birth, and her body is recovering well. Are you implying that Lady Jiang is in good health? Dr. Zhang nodded affirmatively. Indeed, can she continue to conceive? At this, Dr. Zhang was momentarily taken aback. Puzzled by Meng Yanqian's inquiry, he glanced at Yin Wanro, then at Qianshi and Jiang Huaishu. Seeing their expectant expressions, he finally stated, the lady's health is sound. As long as she wishes, she can certainly continue to conceive. She can continue to conceive? How is that possible? Qianshi exclaimed in excitement, inadvertently revealing her true thoughts. Jiang Huaishu quickly tugged at her sleeve. Startled, she promptly closed her mouth. Yun Xiucheng seized upon her slip, coldly remarking, What do you mean by that, mother-in-law? Does my rower not deserve to bear children for your Ho residence? No, that is not what I meant. Qianshi waved her hands, her heart racing. Yin Xiuchang was not inclined to let her off easily, pressing, "Then do explain what you meant by your earlier statement." I. Qianshi stammered, unable to articulate a complete thought. She had sent the kitchen to provide Yunwan with contraceptive medicine daily. Dr. Li had said that excessive consumption of the medicine could impact her health and result in no future pregnancies. Yet, Yunwan had been consuming it for over 3 months without any reaction. Could it be that the medicine Dr. Li provided was counterfeit? Qianshi furrowed her brows, unable to comprehend. Noting her distraction, Jiang Huaishu interjected, "It is all a misunderstanding. My mother was merely deceived by Dr. Li's words. It seems this Dr. Li is nothing but a quack." "Ah, a mere misunderstanding, and all responsibility is shifted to Dr. Li. Would he not be furious enough to hang himself at the Ho residence? What a pity that my mother has no remnants of the medicine. Otherwise, we could expose the true nature of this mother and son." Remnants of the medicine? Yunwan's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. However, knowing Qianshi's character, she would never leave any remnants behind. Sending someone to the kitchen now would be futile and might provoke suspicion. It appeared she would have to find an opportunity to obtain those remnants later. "Your Highness, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave," Dr. Zhang stated, unaware of the turmoil within the Ho residence and wishing to distance himself from the matter. He clasped his hands in salute to Meng Yanchun. Meng Yanchun responded coolly and turned to Qiufeng. "Dr. Zhang, this way please." Qiufeng respectfully gestured for Dr. Zhang to follow and led the way. Fortunately, with the Qi Wang present today, Dr. Zhang was summoned to examine Lady Jiang. Otherwise, her later years might have been wasted by a quack. Chapter 24. Always your support indeed. Lady Jiang is still so young. How distressing it would be if she could no longer bear children. The Ho residence cannot be without a legitimate heir. She fears she might have to comply with the old matriarch and the marquis' arrangements and adopt a legitimate heir from a collateral branch. Though spoken delicately, everyone had already guessed the implications. The depths of the Ho residence's troubles are truly profound. The matter has become clear. My sister did not suffer any harm from childbirth. Have you considered adoption? Yunli smiled, glancing at Jiang Huaishu and Qianshi. At this moment, Qianshi no longer wished to speak, standing silently with a grim expression. She could pretend not to hear, but Jiang Huaishu could not. He awkwardly chuckled and remarked, "Since it is a misunderstanding, let us abandon the matter of adoption. Rower and I are still young. I can wait for her to bear me a legitimate heir." "A legitimate heir? What if the next one is another daughter?" Qianshi whispered, her brow furrowed. Yunwan, close by, overheard her words. "Mother, do you dislike girls?" "I never said that." Qianshi protested, meeting her gaze, unwilling to concede. Yunwan remained unperturbed, smiling and nodding. "Indeed, apart from the marquis, you have also given birth to 2 daughters. All are your children. How could you favor sons over daughters?" "You." Qianshi's face darkened, her eyes betraying her displeasure. Perhaps it was the failure of her plans that left her feeling irritable. She could not shake the feeling that her usually gentle and understanding daughter seemed a bit sharp-tongued today. Biting her lip, she suppressed her anger and, leaving a remark behind, took the hands of her 2 concubines and left. Yongyang clapped her chubby hands, giggling with delight. Good. Finally, we've driven that old hag away. It would be best if she dies of anger for forcing mother to drink contraceptive medicine. Ah, what splendid weather today. With grandfather and the uncle's help, mother has truly fought a beautiful battle. Meng Yanqing listened for quite a while, yet he did not hear Yanyang mention him, causing his expression to darken slightly. However, he soon realized that he was actually waiting for a little child to praise him, which struck him as amusing. He slowly rose to his feet, preparing to take his leave. Just as he was about to step away, the child's innocent voice gently reached his ears. "All right, I almost forgot. Today, Father Wang's contributions are the greatest. As a reward, I want to give him a kiss." Yongyang pouted, her excitement evident as she danced around. Yin Wanjing's lips twitched as she stole a glance in Meng Yanqing's direction. It must be said that it was fortunate to have him present today. Without his assistance, the matter of adoption would not have been so easily shelved. Nevertheless, Yanyang was indeed bold to wish to kiss Meng Yanqing. Did she not realize that everyone in the imperial city feared him? Meng Yanqing was unaware of Yin Wanjing's thoughts. Upon hearing the little one's praise and her desire to reward him, his mood brightened considerably. He exchanged a greeting with Yun Xiuqing and left under the gazes of those present. Jiang Huaishu did not wish to miss the opportunity to be close to Meng Yanqing and hurriedly followed after him. Once Meng Yanqing departed, Yun Xiuqing also felt disinclined to remain in the inn any longer. The people here all bullied his daughter, which made him furious. He turned to look at Yongyang, then at Yun Wanjing. He glanced at Yun Wanjing and clenched his fist. Although he was not as composed as his elder brother, he was thick-skinned. As long as his sister spoke a word, he would forsake everything to give Jiang Huaishu a beating. Yun Wanjing met his gaze and felt a surge of emotion. Indeed, in this world, only family genuinely cared for her well-being. She regretted being blinded by foolishness, disregarding her father's advice, and insisting on associating with Jiang Huaishu. Contemplating this, Yun Wanjing turned her gaze back to Yanyang. Upon seeing her fair little face, a smile suddenly appeared on her lips. Although Jiang Huaishu had wronged her without him, she would never have given birth to Yongyang. Heaven must have taken pity on her and sent Yongyang to be her daughter. Father, elder brother, second brother, you need not worry about me. I will no longer compromise myself for anyone. Yun Xiuqing opened his mouth, intending to persuade Yun Wanjing to divorce. However, recalling the matter of which he learned through Yongyang's heartfelt thoughts without any evidence, he hesitated. To bring up divorce recklessly, let alone whether Jiang Huaishu would agree, would certainly not sit well with his gentle daughter. Perhaps, in the end, she would even side with Jiang Huaishu, severing ties with them. The thought of this caused Yun Xiuqing a pang of heartache. He sighed softly and said, "In the future, if you face any grievances, do not conceal them from us. Even if we cannot directly stand up for you, we can still think of ways to assist you." While Yun Xiuqing did not state it explicitly, his meaning was clear. If the matter arose again, he would not hesitate to make his daughter sever ties with Jiang Huaishu, even if it meant going to the emperor. He raised his hand, gently patting her shoulder before turning to leave. "Take care, sister." MHM. Yun Wanjing nodded, escorting them to the entrance of Watching them board the carriage and gradually distance themselves from she felt an inexplicable sense of strangeness and fear in the vast courtyard. Jiang Huaishu personally saw Meng Yanqing off at the carriage. Throughout the journey out of he sought opportunities to converse with Meng Yanqing. Yet Meng Yanqing completely ignored him, not even deigning to offer a single word. Jiang Huaishu's face displayed embarrassment as he watched him depart in the carriage. Upon stepping into the courtyard, he was immediately met with a cacophony of cries. "Grandmother, didn't you say that today my brother and I could be adopted under that woman's name and become the legitimate children of Why does she refuse?" Jiang Nanxing and Jiang Beiqian clung to one of Qian's legs, weeping pitifully. Qian, already vexed, felt as if her head might explode upon hearing their wails. "Stop crying. I'm not dead yet. You're not in mourning." Chapter 25. A fight breaks out before entering Qian was merely a countrywoman with a loud voice since childhood. Her shouts startled the two children into silence. "Mother, don't frighten the children." As Jiang Huaishu stepped over the threshold, Jiang Nanxing and Jiang Beiqian ran up to him, sobbing. Jiang Huaishu gently patted their heads, his eyes filled with compassion. Qian shot him a glance, clearly displeased. "You came at just the right time. Your children are driving me mad with their crying. Hurry and take them away." She waved her hand dismissively, her eyes filled with disdain. Were it not for Jiang Huaishu lacking a legitimate heir, she would not have bothered with these two children born of a concubine. She had only agreed to Jiang Huaishu's proposal out of desperation. Understanding her mood, Jiang Huaishu did not provoke her further. He gently patted the backs of the two children. Jiang Beiqian was frightened of Qian. Hearing Jiang Huaishu's words felt like a reprieve, and he grabbed Jiang Nanxing and ran outside. Watching them flee, Qian scoffed. "Now that things are like this, what more do you want to say? Mother, is that doctorly prescribed truly Jiang Huaishu's brows furrowed, still troubled by the matter. Qian's eyes darted as she uncertainly shook her head. "I don't know. I just randomly found a doctor, paid him money, and asked him to help me get Mother, you are being foolish. How could you consult an unfamiliar person for such an important matter? What can I do? I don't know any doctors. Since you were so capable, why don't you go find one yourself?" Jiang Huaishu was momentarily taken aback by Qian's words. Realizing he was merely stating the obvious, he chose not to pursue the matter any further. Mother, let's put a hold on you prepared for Aru. Put a hold on it. Qian was taken aback. Are you planning to give up on the adoption? Of course not. It's just that Prince Qi sent a royal physician to examine Aru today and publicly stated that her health is fine. If you continue to send her under the pretense of nourishing her health, Aru is clever enough to notice. If she learns that what you've been sending is not health tonic, but we would be in trouble. Yes, you make a valid point. Qian nodded. What do you plan to do next? At her words, Jiang Huaishu avoided Qian's gaze. Just now, I heard Qingguder say he misses his mother, and I want to know why. Qian interrupted him before he could finish. That woman has a lowly status and is a woman of the night. If she enters wouldn't that tarnish our family's reputation? Mother, although Chuchio is a woman of the night, she is virtuous and has only been with me. Besides, the two children are so young. How can you bear to let them be separated from their birth mother? Qian raised her hand and slapped the low table. Just as her words fell, Jiang Nanxing and Jiang Beichun, who had just stopped crying, rushed back in from outside. Grandmother, I want my mother. I want my mother. Jiang Beichun tugged at Qian's pants, shaking them incessantly. Fresh tears streamed down his face again. Qian could not bear to see anyone cry. She pinched her brow in frustration and shot an irritated glare at Jiang Nanxing. Jiang Nanxing stammered. She glanced at Jiang Beichun and pointed at him. It's my brother who won't leave. He wants to hear what father and grandmother are discussing. At her words, Jiang Beichun was taken aback. He looked at Jiang Nanxing in shock, momentarily forgetting to cry. Just moments ago, it was clearly his sister who said that father and grandmother were discussing important matters and wanted to listen to what they were saying. How could she suddenly turn the tables and claim it was him? Sister. Before Jiang Beichun could finish, he was silenced by an icy glare from Jiang Nanxing. He has always harbored fear of this elder sister. Mother, the children are still young and truly cannot be separated from their biological mother. If the roles were reversed, how would you feel if someone were to separate me from you? Silence. Qianshi angrily interrupted him. How dare you compare me to a woman of ill repute? Mother, I was merely making an analogy. Rest assured, I will keep the identity of Chuchio hidden well, and no one will know. I only intend to bring her in as a servant, not to take her as a concubine. Qianshi snorted coldly, turning her head away, still refusing to relent. Jiang Huaishu's gaze shifted, and he leaned closer to her ear, whispering a few words softly. Upon hearing this, Qianshi's expression suddenly changed. She turned to look at him, tentatively asking, "What is your level of confidence?" 50%. Jiang Huaishu contemplated for a moment, then corrected himself. No, it should be 70 to 80%. Qianshi met his gaze, seeing the seriousness in his eyes, which caused her heart to waver slightly. Soon, she relaxed her brow, glancing at Jiang Beichun. Her son understands. Jiang Huaishu smiled as he held Qianshi's hand, feeling a slight sense of relief. The matter of adoption had encountered obstacles and could only be postponed. Their family of 4 could reunite. In the backyard, Yongyang had just awakened when she felt a strong twitch in her eyelids. She counted on her fingers and silently worried. The omen is unusual. Something bad is about to happen. Mother, please stay in your room. The trouble will come from grandfather's family. Something has happened, something serious, and it involves blood. How can I warn Mother? Yin Wanro was savoring a snack when she suddenly heard Yongyang exclaim that something had happened, causing her eyelids to twitch. Chapter 26. You hit someone and want to leave? Before she could stand up, she saw Wang Shu leading a young servant who hurriedly rushed in. Miss, something terrible has happened. Young Master Hung got into a fight. You must come and see. Yin Wanro frowned, looking at the young servant. The servant, feeling guilty, hesitated before saying, Young Master Hung heard someone say that you cannot bear children while in the academy. Unable to contain his anger, he got into a fight. The eldest son and the matriarch were not home, and Hung was also afraid of his father. I had no choice but to seek your assistance. She knew Hang's temperament. He was not one to act impulsively. It turned out he fought for her. Wang Shu, prepare the carriage. With that, Yin Wanro picked up Yanyang and swiftly headed outside. Just as she stepped onto the corridor, she encountered Jiang Huaishu. Seeing her hurried pace, Jiang Huaishu could not help but ask Ro, are you going out? I have some matters to attend to. I will accompany you. Yin Wanro turned to him, instinctively wanting to refuse. However, thinking of Hung Heng's current predicament, she felt anxious and did not wish to waste time with Jiang Huaishu. As you wish. Jiang Huaishu had never witnessed her being so indifferent. Yet, considering she might genuinely have urgent business, he did not dwell on it. Upon arriving outside the marquis' estate, the carriage was already waiting at the entrance. To ensure academy, Yanyang instructed the driver and took her seat in the carriage with Yongyang. Jiang Huaishu glanced around, whispered a few words to the doorman, and then joined her in the carriage. As the carriage departed, the doorman turned and rushed back into the marquis' estate, informing the young servant beside Jiang Huaishu of Yanyang's trip to Ensure Academy. The head of Ensure was a grand scholar. After Yin Xiao Cheng distanced himself from court affairs, he became a pillar of the reform faction. Families of power within the imperial city often sent their offspring to Ensure Academy for education. The academy was not far from the marquis' estate. In just over a quarter of an hour, the carriage halted outside Ensure Academy. Yanyang, holding Yongyang, disembarked from the carriage. Upon entering, she immediately heard a cacophony of voices. "Who do you think you are to dare hit me? I'll beat you to death for having such a foul mouth. Go ahead. If you are so capable, then do it." The two voices of contention rose above each other. Before Yanyang could see anyone, she recognized one of the voices as Hung Heng's. Frowning, she handed Yongyang to Wang Shu and stepped inside, only to find the tables and chairs in the academy overturned. Hung Heng's face was scratched and bleeding. With two children of about 6 or 7 years old, each holding one of his arms and pressing his head down to the ground. In front of him stood another child dressed in fine garments, chin slightly raised, one foot perched atop an overturned table, looking down at Hung with an air of arrogance. The other children stood aside, none daring to intervene. "What are you doing?" Seeing Hung being bullied, Yanyang's eyes turned red with anger. She rushed forward, pushing aside the two children holding Hung. Startled by the arrival of an adult, the two quickly retreated behind the well-dressed child. "What are you afraid of? She's just a woman." The child in fine garments turned to glare at the two, then fixed his gaze on Yanyang, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "You must be the aunt who cannot bear children." Upon hearing this, Yanyang clenched his fists, his cheeks flushed with anger. Sensing his fury, Yanyang quickly grasped his hand, fearful that he might act impulsively and retaliate. The well-dressed child observed Yanyang's actions and pointed at her, sneering, "A hen that cannot lay eggs dares to protect her chick. Ha ha ha. Slap." Before he could finish, Yanyang struck him across the face. He was taken aback, clutching the side of his face that had been struck. "You filthy woman. How dare you hit me? Do you know my father would never dare to strike me? The fault lies with the father for not teaching the son. If your father does not educate you, then I shall take it upon myself." Yanyang glared coldly at him. The boy felt anger, but knew he could not overpower an adult. He bit his lip, begrudgingly glaring at Yanyang. "This is Ensure Academy. If you hit me, are you not afraid I will have you expelled? You mention it, and I almost forgot. Where is your teacher? If there's a fight in the academy, why doesn't he come out? He dares not show his face since he relies on my family salary." Just then, Teacher Cheng entered and overheard his words. His brow furrowed, and an expression of displeasure crossed his face. He was not the type to tolerate nonsense for the sake of a meager salary. In truth, he was too frail to manage the children clinging to him. Unable to do anything, his face flushed with embarrassment as he turned to the young servant beside him. Teacher Cheng snorted coldly and turned to leave. The servant, startled, hurried after him. "Teacher Cheng, the children are still young. Do not argue with them." "Teacher Cheng, don't go. How will I explain this to the master if you leave?" The servant's voice grew fainter. Yongyang lay in Wang Shu's embrace, blinking her eyes. "Teacher Cheng, I remember he is quite skilled in teaching. It is he who has brought fame to Ensure Academy. Many of his students have succeeded in the imperial examinations. The least of them can at least become a scholar. If he leaves, Ensure Academy will be doomed. That child's commotion has jeopardized both himself and the future of Ensure Academy." Hearing the childish voice, Yanyang looked around. Seeing no one speaking, he turned his gaze to the swaddled Yongyang. He had heard his father mention that his aunt had given birth to a sister. Could the one speaking just now be his sister? But she is so small. How does she know more than he does? His expression darkened. He glanced at Yanyang, then at the young master and the two bullies. Hearing his words, young master and shrank back, a glimmer of fear in his eyes. He could already foresee how his grandfather would reprimand him. Yanyang gazed at him, her head bowed as she slowly approached the young servant. Completely devoid of her earlier arrogance, a smile broke across her lips, and she exclaimed with delight, "Ah, ah, ah, young master is in for misfortune. Let him speak ill of my mother and strike my cousin. He deserves it." Cousin? The speaker, indeed, was Yanyang. Young master thought he could simply walk away after causing trouble in the academy. As Yanyang pondered this, he suddenly heard the voice of Ynwru. He looked up to see her expression grave, her cold gaze fixed on the servant. Ynwru was a woman of the inner courtyard whom he did not know, but he recognized Yanghuish. Just one glance allowed him to deduce Ynwru's identity. Madam Ying, while it is true that my young master acted improperly by striking someone, I have it on good authority that your hunger was the one who instigated the altercation. If we are to discuss the matter, it seems the fault does not lie with my young master. He was the one to insult his aunt first. Yanyang frowned, his displeasure evident. His aunt had always treated him kindly, and he could not bear to hear anyone speak ill of her. The servant looked at him with disdain and retorted, "Oh, is that so? Pray tell, how did your young master insult anyone?" Yanyang raised his gaze towards Ynwru, meeting her eyes. He pressed his lips together, unable to voice the words. The insults were too harsh. He feared that speaking them would cause his aunt sorrow. What cannot speak? The servant scoffed, casting an annoyed glance at Ynwru. Madam Ying, you have witnessed it yourself. Your hunger struck someone first and then falsely accused my young master afterward. We of the family have yet to pursue this matter. Yet you are the ones who play the victim. I shall report this accurately to my master, and you may await your expulsion." With the servant's words, young master raised an eyebrow with a sense of triumph. Yanyang felt her blood boil with indignation. Truly, one gets the master they deserve. It is no wonder the family is on the decline. Among their descendants, the most outstanding has only attained the rank of a fourth-grade official. Though Ynwru found it curious how Yanyang could predict future events, now was not the time for curiosity. She lowered her gaze to Yanyang, gently reassuring him, "I know you have not slandered him. You need not fear him nor harbor any reservations. Simply speak the truth about what he said to me." Ynwru's words brought Yanyang some comfort. He nodded slightly, ready to speak. However, Yanghuish suddenly grasped Ynwru's hand. "Eruo, that is a child of the family. It is better to avoid trouble. Let hunger apologize to young master and we shall consider this matter settled." Truly, the marquis understands propriety. The servant smirked, feeling quite pleased with himself. Everyone knows that the family has long since fallen from grace. Though Madame Ying's father was a grand tutor, he has long ceased to involve himself in court affairs. Nowadays, the emperor relies more on our master. I am furious. That scoundrel acted deaf and mute just now. If he had continued in that manner, it would have been bearable. Now he dares to stand up and speak for the other side. That wretched pig. Why doesn't he lightning strike you dead? Yanyang vented her frustration by stomping her feet. Nummer understood her anger. Her own mood was scarcely better than Yanyang's. Lord Marquis, it is not hunger who has erred, so why should he apologize? If hunger concedes today, and word gets out, which academy would dare accept him? Our Yn family differs from your marquisate. We have no marquis to inherit. If he cannot enter the academy, his life is ruined. Is it really that severe? Yanghuish felt a twinge of guilt. He certainly understood the consequences, but he did not wish to offend the family over a mere hunger. The current lord is in a position of great power at court. To offend him would make it even harder for the marquisate to regain its former glory. Moreover, Seachener has grown, and it is time for him to begin his education. He was even considering adopting him under Ynwru's name to enroll him in the family academy. If relations soured with the family, that plan would be thwarted. Ynwru was well aware of his intentions. She chose to ignore him and focused once more on hunger. Do not fear. Hengya, speak the truth about the insults he hurled. Your aunt will support you. Yes. Hunger felt warmth in his heart and nodded, stating, He called my aunt a hen that could not lay eggs, and said why Ing was a harbinger of doom, causing the marquis to end. I struck him only because I could not bear it. Not only did he insult my mother, but he also insulted me. I declare, young master, your good days have come to an end. Why Ying clenched her small fists and waved them in the air. The servant, hearing her words, scoffed. That is merely your word. Who can corroborate it? Upon hearing this, YNWNRU turned to the group of children nearby. As their eyes met hers, they all averted their gaze. The servant's lips curled in a smug smile, brimming with satisfaction. Without witnesses, he could vilify with impunity. Our family academy cannot be responsible for such a person. Such humiliation from the family academy. It is not that you refuse to accept him. It is that hunger looks down upon you. YNWNRU, incensed, seized hunger and marched towards the exit. The imperial city is vast, and there are more academies than just the family S. As long as others learn that it was the family who bullied them first, there will be no fear of hunger being unable to attend a good academy. Understanding why NWNRU's hunger obediently followed her. Though he knew that leaving the family academy meant something significant, the thought of young Master An's insolence made him reluctant to remain. As for the consequences his aunt mentioned, he was unperturbed. His grandfather was the best teacher, albeit a bit temperamental. If he truly had nowhere to go, he could always muster the courage to seek out his grandfather. Yanyang watched Numer Uliv, a cold sweat breaking out in his anxiety. He turned back to the servant, forcing a smile. This matter is a misunderstanding. I kindly ask you not to report today's events to your master. I see this as no misunderstanding. Lord Marquis, your lady possesses quite the skill. Since she is so ungrateful, let her prepare to face the wrath of my master. With that parting shot, the servant took young master in and departed. Ying considered following them, but after taking a step, he changed direction to pursue YNWNRU instead. This matter arose from Hung. If he did not apologize, it would all be for naught. She had once been such a gentle and soft-spoken person. Why was she so furious today? After being married for so long, it was his first time witnessing her fierce side. Outside, the wind blew briskly. YNWNRU had hunger, and Ying climbed into the carriage together. Upon seeing Ying hastening after them, she turned her gaze to WNGSH. WNGSH, you need to follow me for a while. Go find some well-known storytellers to spread the word about how young master insulted me, driving away Master Ching. Understood. WNGSH bowed slightly and departed. Ying hurried to the front of the carriage, glancing back at WNGSH's retreating figure, perplexed. Arrow, where is WNGSH going? It's nothing. Just sending her to help me with a task. Ying nodded and climbed into the carriage. Seeing hunger sitting across from him, battered and bruised, his heart felt heavy. Arrow, you were truly reckless just now. Do you know what the family academy represents? That Intrigue is currently the pillar of the Qinglu faction. They look to him for guidance. If we offend them, the Marquis's future may be even more difficult. Is there nothing in the heart of the Marquis but the Marquis? Chapter 28. The carriage has stopped. Wanru turned to look at him, feigning ignorance. She was acutely aware of the man's selfishness before her. Her inquiry was merely a ploy to gauge the depths of his shamelessness. Jiang Huaishu did not disappoint her. He grasped Wanru's hand, letting out a soft sigh. Aru, is this truly how you perceive me? I act with the interests of the Ho residents in mind, as well as for Hung Gu and our future offspring. Have you considered the implications of taking Hung Gu away without attending school? How will he navigate his future career? Has the Lord forgotten? My father is the Grand Tutor. The current emperor is one of his students. Even if Hung Gu does not attend school, what does it matter? Yongyang was initially irked. However, upon witnessing his crestfallen expression, she could not suppress her amusement. This big oaf is truly hypocritical, claiming it's for my cousin's benefit. He is obviously just worried about offending the family, which would jeopardize his illegitimate child's chances at school. Fortunately, Mother is wise and did not heed his words. Otherwise, if my cousin were to apologize to that young master right or wrong, it would turn into a fault. Yun Wenro shared Yanyang's sentiments. With Jiang Huaishu falling silent, she relished the tranquility that enveloped the carriage. Yongyang, sensing the sudden quiet, felt a twinge of anxiety. He glanced at Jiang Huaishu, then turned to Yin Wanru, gently tugging at her sleeve. Jiang Huaishu, simmering with frustration, found no outlet for his anger. Yongyang was naturally intimidated by him. Noticing Jiang Huaishu's stern demeanor, he felt a pang of guilt. He instinctively leaned closer to Yin Wanru and whispered, "Aunt, may I stay with you for the next few days?" "Absolutely not." Before Yin Wanru could respond, Jiang Huaishu interjected with a definitive refusal. Yin Wanru frowned. Without acknowledging Jiang Huaishu, she gently squeezed Yongyang's hand. "All right, I will have Wangshu inform father shortly. Just tell him you wish to stay with me and Yongyang for a few days." "Thank you, Aunt." Yongyang's eyes sparkled with joy, his heart elated. Yet, Jiang Huaishu's expression soured further. "Aru, rest assured, Hungur will stay in my courtyard without disturbing you." "I did not mean it that way." Jiang Huaishu sighed. Glancing at Yongyang, his irritation escalating. Should the family become aware, they might assume the whole residence favored Yongyang. At that point, regardless of his eloquence, the family would doubt his words. Just then, the carriage came to an abrupt halt. Remembering his instructions to the doorman after departing, he sat up straight, momentarily casting aside thoughts of the school. What happened? Why did we stop so suddenly? Jiang Huaishu lifted the carriage curtain, feigning confusion as he peered outside. "Oh, who dares to block the Ho residence-s carriage?" Hearing the coachman's words, Yin Wanru felt a flicker of curiosity. As she prepared to lean out for a better view, a childish voice interjected with a scathing remark. "This plan is quite audacious." Just as the adoption fell through, they sought to bring the mistress into the estate. However, it's unfortunate that mother is currently upset and has no sympathy for your mistress. The mention of a mistress darkened Yin Wanru's expression. She leaned back, her curiosity waning. Upon hearing Yongyang's thoughts, Yongyang turned to Yin Wanru. Although he did not grasp adult emotions, he understood that keeping a mistress was inappropriate. His aunt had only just entered the Ho residence, and his uncle was already entertaining a mistress. He even intended to involve his aunt in bringing the mistress into the estate. His delicate brows furrowed slightly. Yongyang had intended to find an opportunity to inform his aunt about this matter, but hesitated, dismissing the thought. His aunt was already in a precarious situation. Learning about the mistress would only bring her more sorrow. He did not wish to see her hurt. He needed to devise a way to subtly warn her. "Coachman, take a detour." While Yongyang pondered how to alert Yin Wanru, her voice floated into his ears. Upon hearing this, he exhaled in relief. It seemed Yongyang was right. His aunt had no intention of pitying that mistress. "Wait." Noticing Yin Wanru's complete lack of curiosity about who had stopped the carriage, Jiang Huaishu grew anxious. He halted the coachman's actions and turned to Yin Wanru. "Aru, taking a detour will require considerable time. I should go down and see who has blocked our way." As he spoke, Jiang Huaishu bent to exit the carriage, only to be stopped by Yin Wanru pulling at his garment. "There is no need for such trouble. I know a shortcut that won't take long." Yin Wanru smiled gently and turned to the coachman. "Turn around." As her words fell, the carriage pivoted. He lifted the carriage window curtain to gaze outside. Yin Wanru also peered out and caught sight of Chuchio, who stood dazed ahead. Clad in tattered garments of unknown origin, her face smeared with dirt, she appeared utterly pitiful. "Oh dear, the scoundrel's desire for family reunion has once again fallen through. Truly unfortunate." Yongyang's eyes sparkled with delight, clearly reveling in the misfortune. Not wanting to laugh aloud, Yongyang stifled his amusement. Following Yin Wanru's indicated route, the coachman took a detour, taking less than 15 minutes. Throughout the journey, Jiang Huaishu remained deep in thought, his brows furrowed. "Lord, we have arrived." "Oh," he responded, rising from the carriage and trudging towards the Ho residence with his head down. News spread swiftly in the imperial city. Following Yin Wanru's guidance, Wangshu had bribed several renowned storytellers. Within just 3 days, the scandal involving young master and abuse of Yin Wanru and assault on Yongyang became common knowledge throughout the capital. How shocking it is that such a disgraceful character has emerged from the esteemed family. I previously envied those noble families for being able to send their children to the Yin Academy. Now it seems The academy is not as admirable as I thought, filled with bullies who prey on the weak. Chapter 29. The family comes to apologize, madam. It's done. The citizens of the imperial city are now discussing the academy and young master, and Wang Shu reported after gathering information from outside. Yin Wanru lifted her teacup, taking a delicate sip, a faint smile gracing her lips. The family and young master and had bullied others, and now they were reaping the consequences. No. Wang Shu shook her head. I just passed by the academy and saw many noble families arriving to retrieve their children. With the reputation of the academy tarnished, Master Chung has left. Those from noble families are astute. How could they continue to leave their children there? Yin Wanru placed her teacup down, her expression calm. She was not surprised by the unfolding events. No, they have come to find Hunger. Upon hearing this, Wang Shu was taken aback. Before she could respond, Yin Wanru instructed, go fetch Hungu, and tell him I wish to review his studies. Understood. Wang Shu complied swiftly and departed. Yunhang's quarters were situated within Yin Wanru's courtyard, just a few steps away. Wang Shu led him to Yin Wanru's room. Yunheng approached quickly and greeted Yin Wanru respectfully. Aunt, you haven't attended the academy these past few days. Have you fallen behind in your studies? Not at all. Yunheng handed a book and a stack of papers to Yin Wanru. Aunt, these are the books I've read and the characters I've practiced during these days. Yin Wanru glanced at the book he offered and accepted the pile of papers. Thick with black ink on white paper, she flipped through them and could see his progress, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, he is a diligent student. Receiving praise from YNWNRU, YNH did not allow himself to feel pride. He understood the immense pressure his aunt bore for his sake. Thus, he resolved to study even harder so as not to burden her. As he pondered this, a familiar voice gradually came from behind him. YNH turned to CG Ing Huish, stepping back a pace towards YNWNRU while clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Uncle, he said, I just want to look for HNGG, but did not find him, so I assumed he was with you. Ji Huish glanced at YNWNRU, then turned his gaze back to YNH, his eyes curving slightly in a friendly manner. HNGG and NIG and young master and have come and are waiting for you in the courtyard. Come with me. Upon hearing this, YNH furrowed his brow and stood still. Noticing his indifference, the smile on Ji Huish's face faltered slightly. What is the matter? Aren't you and young master and classmates? Since he has come, you ought to go and meet him. YNWNRU looked at him, her expression subtly dismissive. Ji Huish paid her no heed, calculating that she could endure and plot slowly. However, he would not allow the use of her family for his own purposes. Ji Huish was taken aback by YNWNRU's unexpected coldness. Yet, recalling her previous warmth and consideration, he believed she must be preoccupied with worries regarding YNH studies, thus unable to think of anything else. He disregarded her demeanor, gesturing towards the door. How are you? An NIG and young master and are waiting outside. If HNGG does not go out, how can I explain it to them? May I inquire, Lord, what is their purpose for coming? Ji Huish hesitated, struggling to articulate a response. An NIG had merely stated he was there to see YNH without disclosing their intentions. Observing the two quarrel on his behalf, YNH felt a pang of guilt. He tugged at YNWNRU's sleeve and looked up at her. Aunt, I think I should go see Uncle. What a foolish child, at such a carefree age, yet burdened by the thoughts of others. What a pity. Such an understanding little one yet. Yanyang sighed, feeling a twinge of regret. Both YNWNRU and YNH perked up their ears, eager to hear what she would say next. However, after a moment's pause, they heard no further words. YNWNRU glanced at the small bed, noticing Ying had closed her eyes, slightly parted her lips, as if she had fallen asleep. Do you truly wish to go out? YNH nodded, his eyes brimming with determination. YNWNRU understood his sense of responsibility and smiled, nodding in agreement. Very well, let us go. I shall accompany you. With that, she took YNH's hand and walked slowly outside, with Ji Huish following behind. Just as they crossed the threshold, and then IG pushed young master forward. You should apologize. I am sorry for previously scolding your aunt, young master said through clenched teeth. His voice strained. He glared coldly at Yanyang, not displaying any semblance of remorse, but instead seeming intent on devouring him whole. Yanyang frowned but remained silent. Noticing young Master N's expression, YNWNRU suddenly laughed coldly. If young Master N does not wish to apologize, there is no need for such insistence. This matter was indeed his fault, and no coercion is necessary. And Nig smiled faintly, though a hint of embarrassment crossed his features. He then turned to young Master N, his voice growing more severe. Apologize properly. I'm sorry, I realize my mistake. Please forgive me. Young Master N, frightened by Nig's reprimand, nearly wept. He bowed deeply to Yanyang, completely shedding his earlier arrogance. YNWNRU's lips curled upwards as she regarded the servant standing aside, feigning ignorance. Upon noticing her gaze, an Nig immediately said, "The young master has apologized. What are you still standing there for?" Hearing this, the servant trembled and fell to his knees. That day was my fault. I should not have bullied others and made threats towards Jing Foreign and HNGG. If Jing Foreign and HNGG are willing to forgive me, you may punish me as you see fit. You are a member of the family. How could I dare to strike or scold you? YNWNRU replied, her brow furrowing, showing no inclination to relent. Had it not been for the matter escalating and affecting the reputation of an SH Academy and the family, an NIG would not have brought these two to apologize. They were merely acting out of necessity, not genuine contrition. What they sought was not her and HNGG's forgiveness, but something else entirely. Chapter 30, The Bone of Contention. YNWNRU is disinclined to beat around the bush, stating plainly, let's not speak in riddles. Lord Nig has come today not merely to bring them here to apologize. Has he? Ha ha. Jing Foreign is an outspoken person. Then I shall speak frankly. I brought them here today, firstly to apologize to you and HNGG, and secondly to hope that HNGG can step forward and clarify that this incident was a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? YNWNRU scoffed, shaking her head. Pray tell, was young Master N's insult towards me a misunderstanding, or was it your servant's bullying a misunderstanding? If HNGG were to do as you suggest, would you not then claim that it was he who slandered you? YNWNRU's piercing words struck a nerve in an NIG, leaving him somewhat displeased. He did not wish to engage further with a woman, and turned to praise Jing Huish. Jing Huish met his gaze and quickly tugged at YNWNRU's sleeve. How can you say such things about Lord Nig? He is a man of integrity and principle, certainly capable of none of the things you suggest. The Lord is a government official, and thus knows Lord Nig better than I do. However, I am but a mere woman, lacking in wisdom and unwilling to risk myself and my family. I hope Lord Nig can excuse my caution. As they stepped over the threshold, an Nig frowned and glared at Jing Huish with displeasure. Lord, what does your wife mean by this? We come sincerely to apologize. Yet she suspects my integrity. Is this how you conduct yourselves in the Ho residence? And Nig's cheeks flushed slightly, clearly angered by YNWNRU's words. Jing Huish hurried forward, clasping his hands in respect. Lord Nig, you are a pillar of integrity, highly regarded by the Emperor. Why stoop to quarrel with a woman? I shall further persuade RU. Please grant me a little more time. Very well. For your sake, I shall not pursue this matter with her. However, you are aware of the circumstances outside. I can give you no more than 3 days. YNHing must clarify this matter to everyone within that time. Understood, understood. Jing Huish nodded eagerly, lowering his posture. It was as though the guilty party was not young Master N, but rather YNHing and YNWNRU. And Nig was quite pleased with his attitude. He cast a sidelong glance at Jing Huish, then turned and left with young Master N and the servant. Watching their retreating figures, Jing Huish let out a slight sigh of relief. However, recalling YNWNRU's earlier demeanor towards an NIG, he frowned and hurried back into the room. You went too far just now. Do you believe young Master N's insults towards me were justified? YNWNRU fixed her gaze on him, her eyes icy. In Jing Huish's mind, YNWNRU had always been a gentlewoman. This was the first time he had seen her angry with him. That is not what I meant. They have already done what they ought to by coming to apologize. He merely asked Yanyang for assistance in clarifying the situation. You need not be so. If the Lord is to act as their advocate, there is no need for further discussion. YNWNRU interrupted him. Yanyang is my elder brother's legitimate son, and I will not allow him to suffer even the slightest injustice. YNWNRU turned her head away, her resolve unwavering. Let Yongyang go out and clarify, saying that this matter is merely a misunderstanding, something that the cabinet could conceive. If Yongyang were to do this, then what was the purpose of all that she had previously instructed Wang Shu to do? If Yongyang were to bear this stain, it would not only hinder his future in politics, but also subject him to ridicule even when he leaves home to meet others. Jiang Huaishu, in his eagerness to curry favor with the cabinet, completely disregarded Yongyang's well-being, displaying an extreme level of selfishness. Jiang Huaishu did not anticipate that Yunwanro's attitude would be so resolute, seeing that she was currently unwilling to listen. Any further words would be in vain. After a moment of hesitation, he remarked, the cabinet is currently a favored entity by the emperor. Offending him will bring us no benefit. Aro, please reconsider. The cabinet has given us 3 days. If we can clarify this matter within that time, it would still be feasible. With that, Jiang Huaishu shook his head and turned to leave. Watching his figure fade away at the door, Yongyang bit his lip. Aunt, I have caused you trouble. If not, you should let me go out and explain that this is merely a misunderstanding. What foolishness are you speaking? Yunwanro frowned, ruffling his hair. It is a fact that young master insulted me and drove away Cheng Fuzi. You must remember, as long as you're not in the wrong, there is no need to demean yourself for anyone at any time. Do you understand? Yongyang nodded, his eyes misty with emotion. His aunt treated him better than his own parents. When he grows up and achieves success, he will surely repay his aunt's kindness. On this day, the marquis's residence was bustling with activity. Shortly after the cabinet left, Yun Xiu Cheng arrived with Yunyi. Upon entering, Yun Xiu Cheng wore a stern expression, causing Yongyang to retreat behind Yunwanro in fright. What are you hiding for? Am I going to eat you? Father, please do not frighten Hung. Yun Xiu Cheng's angry demeanor was intimidating, not only to Yongyang, but even to Yunyi. Only Yunwanro dared to advise him in moments of anger. Yun Xiu Cheng looked at Yunwanro, letting out a soft sigh. As an aunt, you cannot always indulge him. Be careful not to spoil him. That will not happen. I know Hung's temperament well. He is not a child raised in pampering and cannot be spoiled. That may not be so. Cousin is still so young. He is not bad now. Merely has not encountered any ill influences. If someone intentionally leads him astray, such a young child can easily be corrupted. Hearing Yongyang's thoughts, Yunwanro's eyelids twitched. Her daughter had always had a knack for seeing through matters. Could it be that Hung would truly be spoiled by her? Yun Xiu Cheng also caught wind of Yongyang's thoughts, his brows furrowing even deeper. Yongyang hid behind Yunwanro. His parents had left the city, and his second uncle was somewhat simple-minded. Staying with his aunt meant she would protect him, and his grandfather would not scold him in person. Father, I have already withdrawn Hung from the academy. Chapter 31. The sun rises in the west, however. This child is still young and cannot neglect his studies. I must quickly help him select another academy. I have been contemplating this matter these past few days. While there are many academies in the imperial city, previously they were overshadowed by the academy, and none stood out. I have sifted through them and found none suitable. Yunwanro shook her head, a hint of worry on her face. There are indeed decent academies outside the city, but Hung is still young. His elder brother would never allow him to leave. Yun Xiu Cheng nodded slightly, also feeling that this issue was somewhat tricky. Yongyang stretched lazily, letting out a couple of sounds. If Cheng Fuzi is so capable, why not reselect an academy? The cabinet can establish a school and invite Cheng Fuzi to teach. We can do the same. From what I know, while Cheng Fuzi's knowledge is profound, his family's circumstances are quite poor. After leaving the academy, he will undoubtedly be anxious to find his next opportunity. With Cheng Fuzi teaching and grandfather's reputation, our Yin Academy would not be inferior to the Academy. Upon hearing this, Yunwanro's eyes brightened. Yongyang's idea was indeed quite commendable. However, establishing a school is not a simple task. Her father has always been frugal, and the family has little savings. Just the initial expenses would pose a significant challenge. Yet, despite the difficulties, it must be tried. If this endeavor succeeds, it would benefit both the Yun family and Hung-er. Father, my sister has said so. Is there anything you are still concerned about? Hung-er is close to my sister and wishes to stay with her a few more days. Please allow him to remain. Yun tugged at Yun Xiaocheng's sleeve, assisting Yun Wanro in her persuasion. Yun Xiaocheng hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. Very well. Let Heng Guter stay with you for a few more days. I will also go and select an academy, but once this matter is settled, I will come to fetch him. Good. Yun Wanro's eyes curved with a smile as she nodded. Seeing Yun Xiaocheng relent, Yun Heng also breathed a sigh of relief. After bidding farewell to Yun Xiaocheng and Yun Wanro sent Wang Shu out to inquire about Cheng Fuzi's residence. Cheng Fuzi was quite well known in the imperial city, so it would not be too difficult to gather information. On the third day, Wang Shu returned with results. Madam, I have learned that Cheng Fuzi resides in the 4th alley on the west side of the city. Thank you for your efforts. I need to prepare to invite Cheng Fuzi. Upon hearing this, Wang Shu bit her lip, noticing how earnestly Yun Wanro was taking this matter. I have heard that since Cheng Fuzi left the academy, his doorstep has nearly been trampled down by visitors. However, he has turned them all away. It may not be easy for us to invite him. If it were easy, it would not be our turn, Yun Wanro replied with a faint smile. No matter how difficult it may be, we must give it a try. Jiang Huai Shu stood at the doorway, overhearing their conversation. He had come to inquire about Yun Wanro's considerations now that the 3-day deadline had arrived. To his surprise, he unexpectedly learned that Yun Wanro was seeking out Cheng Fuzi's residence. Could it be that she intended to invite Cheng Fuzi to the Taisher Fu to teach for Yunhang's sake? As his mind raced, Jiang Huai Shu suddenly thought of Jiang Beichun, now of age for enlightenment. If he could receive instruction from Cheng Fuzi, it would be greatly beneficial for his future. However, he was self-aware. Those of high moral standing often held themselves in esteem. Simply relying on the marquis's residence would not suffice to persuade Cheng Fuzi. It seemed he would need to devise a plan through Yun Wanro. Jiang Huai Shu stepped over the threshold, walking slowly into the room. Upon hearing his voice, Yongyang felt a wave of nausea. Why is this scoundrel here again? Indeed, the 3 days are up. He has come to enlist cousin's help in deceiving. Yun Wanro frowned slightly, looking towards Jiang Huai Shu. Before Jiang Huai Shu could speak, she stated, You have come for the in-cabinet's matter, I presume. I have already made it very clear. I will not agree to Hung-er going to their home to explain, and you need not persuade me further. No need to persuade, Jiang Huai Shu replied, taking a seat beside her. After leaving that day, I contemplated the matter thoroughly. I believe you are right. This incident is indeed the family's fault, and we cannot allow Hung-er to suffer injustice. Yun Wanro turned to look at him, her expression one of disbelief. What had she just heard? Jiang Huai Shu was actually speaking up for Hung-er. Oh, it truly seems the sun has risen in the west. It appears this scoundrel has other intentions. Yanyang estogs alert Yun Wanro. The fact that he was willing to abandon the family indicated that something more important than pleasing the cabinet occupied his mind. Yun Wanro smiled gently, feigning ignorance. It is wonderful that the marquis thinks this way. I thank the marquis on behalf of Hung-er. What need is there for thanks between husband and wife? Jiang Huai Shu took her hand. During today's morning court, the emperor heard of the family's affairs and has punished the cabinet by barring them from morning court for a month. The students of An's academy are now left with only their own offspring. Has the cabinet been punished by the emperor? No wonder the Jianghuai society has acted out of character. It seems they have deemed it unwise to curry favor with the cabinet. Yin Wanru's gaze wandered. Lost in thought, she met Jiang Huai Shu's eyes and nodded slightly. I indeed have such an intention. Very well. I shall send someone to clear my study immediately. Jiang Huai Shu felt a surge of joy and rose to leave. However, Yin Wanru furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. Why was he so eager to engage? Could it be otherwise? A slight smile played on her lips, feigning ignorance. His calculations are indeed astute. Chapter 32. Assessing the dowry. Cheng'er and Hung-er are of similar age, just at the right stage for enlightenment. Why not invite teacher Cheng to the marquis's residence? He could teach Hung-er, and Cheng'er could benefit as well. They could attend classes together, providing companionship Wouldn't you agree? This idea from the marquis is quite commendable. Yanyang nodded, pretending to concur with his suggestion. Jiang Huaishu was pleasantly surprised by how easily he had persuaded her. Just as his heart soared, he noticed Yin Wanru let out a sigh. However, Teacher Cheng is not easily invited. The marquis is aware that the Qinglu faction holds little regard for noble families. If I were to extend an invitation in the name of the marquis's residence, it would likely come in naught. Then let us extend the invitation in the name of the Grand Tutor's residence. Jiang Huaishu exclaimed with urgency. Yin Wanru chuckled inwardly and slowly rose from her seat. Marquis, extending an invitation in the name of the Grand Tutor's residence poses no issue. However, Teacher Cheng is not a fool. Once he arrives at the marquis's residence, he will surely discern who truly invited him. At that moment, he might simply refuse to teach, which would undoubtedly tarnish the marquis's reputation. Jiang Huaishu recognized the validity of Yin Wanru's reasoning. Yet, he could not bring himself to abandon the idea of inviting Teacher Cheng. He pondered for a moment, unable to devise another plan, and turned to Yin Wanru. "Aru, you're always so clever. Do you have any suggestions?" "I have no solutions," Yin Wanru replied, shaking her head. "Marquis, our immediate focus must be on Honggur." "No." Yin Wanru turned to him, feigning ignorance as she inquired. "Why not?" Jiang Huaishu's eyes darted, and he mused. Although Chun Gur hails from a collateral branch, he currently resides in the marquis's residence. He has reached the age for enlightenment, and, as the head of the family, it would be remiss of me not to consider him. If word of this spreads, others will accuse me of selfishness, neglecting the offspring of the collateral line. That makes sense. Yin Wanru nodded slightly, echoing his thoughts. She gazed at Jiang Huaishu, fully aware that his reluctance stemmed solely from the fact that Jiang Beichun is his son. It is not yet the time to sever ties, nor does she intend to expose Jiang Beichun's identity. Upon hearing this, Jiang Huaishu frowned, instinctively wanting to refuse. Yin Wanru had articulated her point so clearly. If he persisted, she might resort to referencing the Qingliu's disdain for the marquis's residence to provoke him further. Very well, she wishes to invite Teacher Cheng. That will require some time. He might as well seize this opportunity to contemplate a strategy. Agreed. Let us proceed as you suggest. The matter of enrollment must prioritize Honggur. With that, Jiang Huaishu departed. As he stepped out, Yin Wanru immediately concealed her smile. To extend an invitation to Teacher Cheng in the name of the Grand Tutor's residence. How audacious of him. After Jiang Huaishu left, Yin Wanru visited the storeroom to assess her dowry. To invite Teacher Cheng does not require excessive funds. However, establishing a school would entail significant expenses. Upon her inspection, she discovered that more than half of her dowry had been used to support the marquis's residence. In just over half a year, her dowry had dwindled considerably. It appears she must devise alternative means to raise funds if she wishes to establish a school. "Madam, what troubles you? Is there a discrepancy in the dowry?" Seeing Yin Wanru lost in thought at the wooden table, Wang Shu could not help but inquire. "The dowry has always been kept in my private treasury, and I manage the accounts myself. There is nothing amiss." "Then, madam, what is the matter?" Wang Shu pursed her lips, refraining from finishing her thought. Yin Wanru sighed, closing the account book. She would gradually find ways to gather the funds needed for the school. He is, after all, the most sought-after individual in the imperial city. If she delays, it would be a luxury to even hope for him to teach Honggur. "Wang Shu, prepare the carriage. I must go invite Teacher Cheng." Just as Yin Wanru stepped out, Jiang Huaishu received news and also left the marquis's residence. However, he was not following Yin Wanru. He was instead seeking out Chuchio. Chuchio opened the door and, upon seeing him, her eyes instantly filled with grievance. "Marquis, you told me to wait on the street that day, promising to bring me into the marquis's residence. Why did the carriage suddenly turn back?" Chuchio raised her hand to wipe her eyes with her sleeve. Jiang Huaishu was easily swayed by her display. Seeing her in such a pitiful state tightened his heart. "Do not cry. If anyone is to blame, it is that Yun Hung from the Yun family. He got into a scuffle with young master and caused trouble." Yin Wanru was in a foul mood and had no mind for other matters, leading the coachman to turn back unexpectedly. "Why does the Yin family have so many troubles?" Chuchio expressed her displeasure, placing her hands on her hips and glaring at Jiang Shu. Even if there's a reason for this, the marquis should not forget me. After so many days without seeing the marquis, I have almost forgotten your appearance. It is not that I do not wish to find you, but I've been tied up. Yin Wanru is assisting her nephew and has offended the Yin family. I have been busy dealing with this matter, which has caused a delay. As Jiang Shu spoke, he wrapped his arm around Chuchio's waist and walked slowly inside. Once they reached the main hall, Chuchio poured him a cup of tea. I have also heard of the events at Anne's Academy. Marquis, is this matter quite troublesome? Not particularly. This incident was indeed instigated by young Masterin, and the Emperor has punished the Yin cabinet for it. I initially intended for Yunheng to clarify that this was all a misunderstanding, thus granting a favor to the Yin cabinet. However, while visiting Yin Wanru today, I learned something even more important, which led me to set this matter aside. Oh, what could be more important than aiding the Yin cabinet? Chuchio's interest was piqued. Jiang Shu met her gaze and recounted Yin Wanru's plan to invite teacher Cheng to teach Yunheng, along with his own intentions in detail. Upon hearing this, Chuchio's eyes brightened. Has Yin Wanru agreed? No. Jiang Shu shook his head. I am also troubled by this matter. That is why I have come to discuss strategies with you. Chuchio turned away, refusing to look at him. Jiang Shu could not bear to see her indifferent demeanor. After all, Chen Gu'er is also her son. Yet, she seemed unconcerned about the matter of his enrollment. He opened his mouth, intending to chide her, but the words stuck in his throat. In truth, Chuchio was not entirely incorrect. He too felt utterly at a loss regarding the matter. What good solutions could a woman provide? With that, Jiang Shu slowly stood up. Seeing him about to leave, Chuchio hurriedly grasped his sleeve. Marquis, regarding my entry into the residence, no rush. The most pressing matter now is to resolve Chen Gu'er's enrollment. Once that is settled, we can discuss everything else. Chuchio watched him leave, her foot tapping in displeasure. Just how long does he expect her to wait? She simply could not comprehend why he, the head of the Marquis' residence, could not manage to bring her into the house with just a few words. Why must he resort to such a cruel scheme to have Yin Wanru bring her into the manor? Yin Wanru went to summon Cheng Fuji. Cheng Fuji had a good memory. Having seen her once at the Yin Family Academy, he recognized her immediately upon her arrival. Surprised to see her, he inquired, Madam, did the Grand Tutor send for you? My father? Yin Wanru was momentarily taken aback. He has been here. Indeed, the Grand Tutor visited yesterday. Did he not inform you? Since you are the Grand Tutor's daughter, I shall not conceal anything from you. He wishes to establish an academy and has invited me to be the teacher. Did you accept? Of course. Cheng Fuji nodded. The Grand Tutor is a leader among scholars. If he can establish an academy, it will be a boon for all students. It is indeed my fortune that he wishes for me to serve as a teacher. How could I possibly refuse? Yin Wanru's lips curled into a faint smile, pleased to find that her thoughts aligned with her father's. She produced the prepared silver and presented it to Cheng Fuji. He was taken aback, puzzled. Madam, what is this for? Is there anyone who accepts silver before the work is done? He waved his hand dismissively. No, this is not proper. Rules may be rigid, but people are not, Yin Wanru replied. This monthly stipend is a token of the Yun family's sincerity. I hope you will accept it. She pressed the silver forward once more. Cheng Fuji hesitated, but upon seeing the determination in her eyes, he understood that she was aware of his family's predicament. This stipend served two purposes: to assist him with his immediate needs and to ensure he remained content, preventing him from seeking other opportunities out of desperation before the academy was established. Understanding her intentions, Cheng Fuji accepted the silver and clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, madam. You're too kind, she replied, her smile brightening as she turned to board the carriage. With Cheng Fuji's matter settled, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Madam, the old madam requests your presence. The old hag suddenly seeking my mother must mean trouble. Mother must tread carefully. Yongyang, just awake, heard the voice of the nurse. She yawned and calculated in her mind, her eyes suddenly brightening. Indeed, today mother is destined for unexpected fortune. It seems someone is about to offer her wealth. Yin Wanru's lips curled into a soft smile. She nodded at the nurse. Please lead the way. Embracing Yanyang, Yin Wanru followed the nurse to the Qian residence. Qianshi was seated within, sipping tea. Upon seeing Yin Wanru, she set down her cup and beckoned her with a smile. Wanru, come sit. Yin Wanru inclined her head slightly and approached, seating herself beside Qian Shi. I wonder what brings Mother to summon me. Oh, nothing serious. The nurse simply invited you to join me for tea. No, no. She must have called you over for Chang Fuji's matter. As soon as Mother stepped out, the scoundrel received news. He must have informed Qian Shi about your visit to summon Chang Fuji. Qian Shi is here to act as his intermediary. Beware of the scoundrel. He is treacherous. It turned out that Qian Shi sought her out regarding Jiang Beichen. Yin Wanru raised an eyebrow, a scheme forming in her mind. It appeared Jiang Huaishu had not yet abandoned the idea of having Chang Fuji teach the illegitimate child. Given that she was in need of silver, it would be advantageous to seize this opportunity. Wanru, I have heard from Shu'er that you intend to invite Chang Fuji to tutor your Hangul. Is that true? Indeed. Then why not invite Chang Fuji to our marquis? Chen Gur has grown. It is time he had a teacher as well. Teaching one is the same as teaching two. It is merely an additional task. Wouldn't you agree? The old hag speaks so lightly. How can she expect not to spend silver to invite a tutor for an illegitimate child? To not want to exert effort is one thing, but to refuse to spend money is another. Who gave you the audacity to expect something for nothing? Expect something for nothing? The corner of Yin Wanru's mouth twitched ever so slightly. Fortunately, only she could hear Yongyang's thoughts. Otherwise, what would others think of such a young girl using the term expecting something for nothing? How do you feel about this, Wanru? Speak your mind. I believe what Mother suggests is reasonable. Wonderful. If you feel that way, then that is splendid. Seeing Yin Wanru so agreeable, Qian Shi's mood brightened considerably. She lifted her teacup and took a delicate sip. Suddenly, as Yin Wanru's words fell, Qian Shi spat out her tea. She wiped her mouth with a handkerchief, her expression one of astonishment. What do you mean for me to invite him? Mother may not know, but the Qinglu faction hold a low opinion of aristocratic families. However, as the esteemed matriarch of the marquis, perhaps Chang Fuji would grant you a favor. No, you've said it yourself. He looks down upon the marquis. If I were to invite him and be rejected, how embarrassing that would be. Qian Shi waved her hand, her expression turning serious. Yin Wanru had anticipated her refusal. She sighed and feigned a look of concern. What you worry about is indeed my concern. That is why, when the marquis first mentioned this matter, I did not dare to agree. However, if Mother wishes to invite Chang Fuji to teach Hangul, there are indeed alternative solutions. Chapter 34. Scoundrel father hit by a car. What solutions do you propose? Qian Shi's eyes lit up, fixated on Yin Wanru. Inviting Chang Fuji to the marquis to tutor Chang'er will likely be met with refusal. It would be more appropriate for Chang'er to attend classes at the Grand Tutor's residence. Why not establish an academy in the imperial city under the Grand Tutor's name and invite Chang Fuji to teach there? This way, Chang'er can rightfully study under Chang Fuji. Excellent. This plan is quite promising. Where shall the academy be located, and when can enrollment begin? Qian Shi looked at Yin Wanru, her excitement evident as she posed two questions in quick succession. Yin Wanru smiled lightly. Mother, do not rush. I have only just come up with the idea of establishing an academy myself. However, setting up an academy requires considerable funds. My father is honest and upright, and he has not been able to save any money over the years. I fear I will need your assistance for the funds to establish the academy. Upon hearing this, Qian Shi's expression shifted dramatically. She quickly masked her smile, her eyes filled with suspicion as she regarded Yin Wanru. Wanru, what do you mean by this? You expect the marquis to fund your efforts to enhance the Grand Tutor's reputation? Qian Shi's brows furrowed, her expression darkening. She realized that Yin Wanru was attempting to shift the burden onto her. While she did wish for Chang Fuji to tutor Chang'er, she was not foolish. The marquis would bear the financial burden while the benefits would all accrue to the Grand Tutor's residence. What was her true intention in this? Noticing Qian Shi's disapproval, Yin Wanru remained unperturbed. She nodded slightly, feigning remorse. You are correct, Mother. It seems I have not considered this thoroughly. However, I have heard that students under Chang Fuji often achieve success in the imperial examinations. At the very least, they can earn the title of Xiucai. If Hangul studies under him, he is sure to secure a promising future. It is a pity that Chang'er may not have such an opportunity. Yin Wanru sighed softly, shaking her head. She slowly rose, bowing slightly to Qian Shi. Leaving behind her words, She embraced Yongyang and turned to depart. Just as she took a step, she heard Yanyang counting down 3, 2, 1. Wait. Just as Yanyang finished her countdown, Qianshi's voice suddenly called out from behind. She grinned, revealing her gums, her joy evident. I knew the old hag would take the bait. Though she is reluctant to part with her silver, she understands that the marquis is currently weak and the scoundrel father is utterly useless. The only hope for the marquis lies with Jiang Beichen. If Jiang Beichen can become a disciple of a renowned master and achieve academic success, then the entire marquis will share in the glory. In this moment, an opportunity arises for Yun Wanru to study under a renowned master. And how could the Qian family let such a chance slip away? Her thoughts align perfectly with Yongyang's. She slowly turns to face Qianshi, feigning ignorance as she inquires, Mother, is there anything else you wish to convey? Reflecting on your earlier words, I have pondered them deeply and find them quite feasible. However, you are well aware of the circumstances surrounding the Ho residence. If establishing a school requires substantial funds, the Ho family may struggle to provide them. Fear not, Mother, since the school is to be jointly established by the Ho residence and the Taisha residence. The financial burden will not fall solely on the Ho family. Would it be agreeable to you if each household contributes half? Excellent, it is settled. As if fearing that Yun Wanru might retract her agreement, Qianshi hastily assents without a moment's hesitation. Yanyang, nestled in Yun Wanru's embrace, pouts and counts her fingers. A share from each side seems rather advantageous for the Ho family. Yet, this cunning old hag may devise a way to seize ownership of the school once it is established, should the Ho family cover all expenses. If the Taisha residence also contributes funds, effort, and reputation, the old hag will find it much more challenging to meddle. Accompanying Qianshi to the storeroom to tally the silver, they soon noticed 2 servants dashing toward the main gate of the Ho residence. Reacting swiftly, Yun Wanru clutches Yanyang and steps aside. Before Qianshi can react, one of the servants collides with her. Oh dear, I am done for, Qianshi exclaims, collapsing to the ground with a cry of pain. The servant, realizing he has collided with the elderly matriarch, quickly assists her to her feet. Madam, are you all right? Do I look fine to you? Qianshi glares at him. Why are you rushing about? What urgent matter could you possibly have? Her eyes widen in shock. Where is Shuer? Quickly, take me to see. Qianshi clutches the servant's sleeve, panic etched across her face. Yun Wanru feels a jolt of alarm as she looks at Yongyang in her arms. Earlier, when they visited Qianshi's courtyard, Yongyang had mentioned that Jiang Huaishu would be hit by a carriage upon leaving. Now, it seems that this prediction has come to pass. How could it be so coincidental? Yongyang yawns, appearing rather lethargic. She smacks her little lips, closes her eyes, and quickly drifts off to sleep. Since her birth, she has never strayed far from her mother's sight. It is only by keeping her close that Qianshi feels at ease. Hurry, take me to find Shuer. Qianshi trembles as she points toward the gate. Not particularly tall, she is supported by 2 servants, who practically carry her as they make their way out of the Ho residence. Yun Wanru hastens to follow, leaving the Ho residence behind. The spot where Jiang Huaishu fell is not far from the Ho residence. When Yun Wanru and the others arrive, they find him sitting on the ground, hugging his legs and groaning in pain. A carriage stands before him, halted in its tracks. Qianshi glances at the carriage and then back at Jiang Huaishu, her heart aching for him. Mother, it appears the master has sustained serious injuries. Perhaps it is best not to move him just yet. Let us summon a doctor. Yun Wanru steps forward to halt the servants. Qianshi, still simmering over Yun Wanru's earlier scheming, glares at her and pushes her aside. He is your husband. Are you going to let him sit on the ground, waiting in agony? Qianshi casts a disdainful glance at Yun Wanru before signaling the servants to assist Jiang Huaishu. Yes. The servants quickly move to lift Jiang Huaishu's arms and legs. As they manage to raise him, he cries out even louder, Ow, ow, ow. Are you trying to kill me? Hearing his cries of pain, Qianshi's heart tightens, and she urgently commands, quickly, set the master down. Witnessing her son in distress is unbearable for Qianshi. Turning her head, she sees Yun Wanru standing by, merely observing. Her anger surges. Your husband is injured, and yet you can stand idly by without offering assistance. Mother, I did warn you earlier, but you did not heed my advice. Yun Wanru meets her gaze. feigning a look of grievance. She had previously cautioned Qianshi against moving Jiang Huaishu, but her words went unheeded. Now that Jiang Huaishu is crying out in pain, Qianshi seeks to blame her. Qianshi was momentarily speechless. Wanru, how dare you retort? You suggested summoning a doctor, so why are you still standing here? Go quickly. Qianshi glares at her, releasing her pent-up frustration, just as those from the carriage disembark. They overhear Qianshi's words. One woman glances at Yin Wanru, noticing she is holding a child, and raises an eyebrow. Esteemed matron, your daughter-in-law is holding a child. Did not 2 servants arrive with you? Why not have them fetch a doctor? Who do you think you are, meddling in my family's affairs? Qianshi snaps, turning to glare at the woman stepping down from the carriage. Suddenly, realization dawns upon her. Ah, you're the one who collided with my shoer. After causing the accident, you dare to speak. How dare you speak to Her Highness, the Xian Fei, in such a manner? One of the maidservants exclaims. Qianshi falters, glancing at the Xian Fei, her legs trembling. Xian Fei? This humble servant pays her respects to the Xian Fei. You need not bow, holding child as you are. The Xian Fei assists her to her feet. As Yin Wanru rises, the Xian Fei notices Yanyang in her arms. With her eyes gently closed and her little mouth slightly parted, Yongyang's fair and tender skin elicits an instinctive urge to pinch her cheeks. The Xian Fei can hardly resist, yet she knows this is someone else's child. It was I who caused the accident. Please, send someone to the nearest medical facility to fetch a doctor. Yes. A maid eagerly complies, hastening away. No need to worry. The Xian Fei glances past Qianshi, focusing her attention on Yin Wanru. You are the daughter of the Taishu, correct? I believe I have encountered you before. The doctor will take some time to arrive. You must be weary holding the child. Why not accompany me to my carriage for a moment of respite? The Xian Fei smiles, holding a favorable impression of Yin Wanru. After all, those from the Taishu residence are always well-mannered. It is unfortunate that she has not married well. Her mother-in-law appears quite unreasonable. This humble servant would not dare disturb the esteemed Xian Fei. Yin Wanru offers a slight bow. Noticing that she cannot speak freely, she bows again, which causes the Xian Fei to feel somewhat exasperated. I've said you need not bow while holding a child. With a sigh, the Xian Fei concedes, very well. I understand your modesty and propriety. I shall not make it difficult for you. Your child appears exceptionally well behaved. She must be a daughter. Daughters are wonderful, serving as warm and dear companions. The Xian Fei's eyes crinkle with delight as she gazes at Yongyang, filled with longing. She has always preferred daughters, but alas, she has only born sons. The Guoshi has foretold that she is fated to have no daughters in this life, making her cherish every girl she sees. What is the name of this child? Yanyang. The Xian Fei softly murmurs. Upon hearing this unfamiliar voice calling her name, Yanyang gradually opens her eyes. The sight of her drowsy state brings a smile to the Xian Fei's face. When Yanyang's sparkling eyes meet hers, the Xian Fei feels her heart melting. This child is truly adorable. I have encountered many children in the palace, yet none possess such a captivating charm as Yongyang. Madam, you are indeed fortunate. You flatter me. Yongyang beams in response to the praise from this stranger, revealing a row of gumdrops. Her smile brightens the Xian Fei's mood. Were it not for the lingering thread of reason holding her back, she might have snatched the child right there on the street. Madam, would you mind allowing Yanyang to have an additional godmother? The words of the Xian Fei startled Yin Wanru. The two had only met briefly. They were hardly acquaintances, let alone friends. Why did the Xian Fei suddenly desire to recognize Yongyang as her adopted daughter? Xian Fei, you flatter me, she said. Xian Fei, this is a golden opportunity. From this day forth, you shall be my only adoptive mother. Does my adoptive mother find me adorable? Should I give you a smile? Yin Wanru thought, this little one seems to be smiling a bit too carelessly. As she witnessed Yongyang grinning at her, the smile on the Xian Fei's face grew even more radiant. Look how joyful this child is. It appears she wishes to acknowledge me as her adoptive mother. Yongyang may wish to, but this feels inappropriate. Your Highness, please do not think of refusing me. I have no daughters, and encountering you and Yongyang here today signifies our fateful connection. It is a blessing for Yongyang to receive your affection, and I thank you on her behalf. As she finished speaking, Yin Wanru attempted to bow again, but was halted by the Xian Fei. Do not bow so readily. Since I have accepted Yanyang as my adopted daughter, you shall be regarded as my sister. In the future, do remember to bring Yongyang to the palace to visit me whenever you have the chance. Understood. I will remember, Yin Wanru replied. That's the spirit. The Xian Fei's eyes sparkled with delight. At last, she too was a mother. Seeing how quickly Yin Wanru had warmed to the Xian Fei, even recognizing Yongyang as her adopted daughter, Qianshi furrowed her brow, feeling a mix of envy and jealousy. However, upon further reflection, she realized that Yongyang was the legitimate daughter of the marquis' household. If the Xian Fei recognized Yongyang as her adoptive daughter, wouldn't that strengthen the bond between the Xian Fei and her family? With this thought, Qianshi gradually relaxed her brows and approached with a smile. Your Highness, I am Qianshi, Yongyang's grandmother. The Xian Fei did not even glance her way, offering a bland response. Having navigated the intricacies of the palace for many years, she could easily discern that this woman sought to leverage her connection with Yongyang to gain favor with her. She had accepted an adopted daughter, not an adoptive mother. The audacity of this woman to attempt to forge a bond with her was laughable. Observing the stark contrast in the Xian Fei's demeanor toward Yin Wanru and her own, Qianshi felt a pang of embarrassment. The doctor approached Jiang Huaishu, squatting down to examine him. The marquis has a fractured right leg. Fortunately, you did not move him, as that would have hindered his recovery. Yes, indeed, this lady was even reprimanded for her good intentions. Such kindness rarely receives gratitude. The onlookers murmured, pointing at Qianshi. Her cheeks turned crimson as she hastily summoned her servants to move Jiang Huaishu onto a stretcher, carrying him back to the marquis' residence. The Xian Fei nodded slightly. Her eyes filled with reluctance as she gazed at Yongyang. Yongyang, too, felt a sense of loss at parting from such a benefactor. She stretched out her arms, yearning for a hug. Oh, my adoptive mother has invited us to the palace. Mother, when shall we go? There is no time like the present. Let us not concern ourselves with that scoundrel any longer and follow our adoptive mother into the palace. I have yet to visit it since my birth. Yin Wanru's lips twitched. Her precious daughter was indeed quite naive. The Xian Fei had merely been polite, and yet Yongyang took it to heart, genuinely wishing to accompany the Xian Fei to the palace. Exhausted from the day's events, Yin Wanru felt weary. If it were not for Yongyang's call, she would have had the energy to even blink. That night, Yongyang fell into a deep slumber. Initially, she was supposed to wake at dusk for a feeding, yet as night deepened, she remained asleep. Yin Wanru did not pay much heed at first. Such young children often have irregular sleeping patterns. However, by noon the next day, Yongyang still had not awakened, causing Yin Wanru to panic. She touched Yongyang's forehead, finding it cool to the touch, yet her worry persisted, prompting her to send Wang Shu to fetch a doctor. The physician carefully examined Yongyang, while Yin Wanru anxiously awaited his verdict. Doctor, is my daughter ill? Do not fret, madam. The young lady is not sick. She is merely asleep. Is she truly just asleep? Yin Wanru asked, unable to believe it. She has been sleeping since yesterday's Shen hour and has yet to awaken. Children do require ample sleep. It is quite normal, the doctor replied, lifting his medical kit and bowing respectfully. He turned to leave, but paused a few steps later, glancing back at Yin Wanru. Madam, you might observe her a while longer. If the young lady does not awaken, perhaps consider other possibilities. What other possibilities? Meeting Yin Wanru's gaze, the doctor hesitated before responding. Madam, as a physician, I should not dwell on the supernatural, yet I have heard that young children can attract unclean entities. If the young lady has not awakened by nightfall, you may need to contemplate other reasons. The doctor's words instilled a deep fear in Yin Wanru. Previously, Yongyang had mentioned that dark energy surrounded her elder brother. She could perceive things invisible to ordinary eyes. Could it be that the doctor had accurately discerned that Yongyang had attracted something unclean? Wang Shu accompanied the doctor. Yin Wanru instructed, feeling disoriented. Wang Shu, prepare the carriage. I must visit Xianqingguan. Her eyes brimmed with urgency. Although the doctor suggested waiting, she could not afford a delay when it came to Yongyang's well-being. It was said that the master of Xianqingguan was formidable. If Yongyang truly encountered something unclean, he would surely possess the means to help her. Cradling Yongyang, Yin Wanru waited outside for only a short while before she saw Wang Shu emerge with the carriage. She settled into the carriage with Yanyang, placing the talisman gifted by the master in the swaddling blanket, hoping it would awaken her. Yet, even upon reaching Xianqingguan, Yongyang remained asleep. "Master, there are visitors clamoring to see you." In the tranquil chamber, Guiyuan sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. Hearing the voice of a disciple outside, he calculated briefly before suddenly opening his eyes. A distinguished guest? Quickly, please invite them in. Just as he spoke, he remembered the formidable nature of the visitor. Would any show of negligence affect her impression of him? With this thought in mind, Guiyuan hurriedly stood and called out to the disciple outside. "Wait, I shall attend personally." Yin Wanru, anxious, paced in the Sanqing Hall while awaiting Guiyuan's arrival. As soon as he crossed the threshold, she rushed towards him. "Master, please save my daughter." Her eyes brimmed with urgency as she looked at Guiyuan. She had heard that the master of Xianqingguan was not easily approached. Guiyuan regarded her plea, observing the swaddled infant. The baby's eyes were gently closed, her face round and cherubic. After a prolonged examination, he found no cause for alarm and looked back at Yin Wanru, puzzled. "Madam, please calm down. What seems to be the matter with the child? Tell me in detail." "My daughter has been sleeping since yesterday's shan hour and still has not awakened. The doctor assured me she is not ill, but suggested she might be entangled with unclean forces. I placed the talisman you provided in her swaddling, yet she remains asleep. I am at my wit's end and can only turn to you for help." Her voice trembled with emotion, and had she not forced herself to hold back, she would have already burst into tears. Guiyuan regarded Yin Wanru, then lowered his gaze to Yongyang once more, his lips twitching involuntarily. The child's mastery of the Tao is profound, far surpassing his own. Which ghost or spirit, unafraid of death, would dare to entangle themselves with her? Although he thought this in his heart, he also understood why NWNRU. After all, she was entirely unaware of just how formidable her daughter truly was. "Madam, there is no need for concern. The child has not been ensnared by any unclean entities. Judging by her appearance, it seems she is merely asleep." "Asleep?" YNWNRU was taken aback. How could what GUNDSH said be so similar to what the doctor claimed? "Master, are you certain you have not made a mistake? If she is merely asleep, why has she not awakened until now?" Chapter 37. The debts of fathers are paid by sons. Guiyuan, having no children of his own, was uncertain if it was normal for a child to sleep for such an extended period. He raised his hand, intending to use his spiritual power to probe the child's brow, but hesitated. Would such an action, undertaken without her knowledge, provoke her ire? Just as Guiyuan was in a state of indecision, the surroundings transformed. The familiar sky made him realize that he had once again been drawn into her spiritual realm. However, unlike the last time, there was now a small stream within the realm. The water flowed gently, crystal clear, and atop it floated a magnificent lotus flower. Guiyuan stood on tiptoe to observe and faintly discerned an infant lying within the lotus. It was evident to Guiyuan that only she could manifest within this spiritual domain. "Esteemed one, have you summoned me here for a particular purpose? I can hear your conversations, but my spirit is overly exhausted and I cannot open my eyes. In the Sanqing Hall, I can receive the nourishment of divine power. Please help me to soothe my mother so that she may place me in the Sanqing Hall." The tender voice gradually reached Guiyuan's ears, sounding somewhat weaker than usual. Upon hearing this, Guiyuan quickly nodded. "I shall remember." As soon as his words were spoken, he was expelled from the spiritual realm. His soul abruptly returned to its rightful place, and he nearly lost his balance. Observing him stagger, YNWNRU was startled. He had suddenly fallen silent, and now bore this expression. Was something amiss with him? "Master, what has happened to you?" YNWNRU asked, her face paling slightly. Guiyuan wiped the sweat from his brow and shook his head. "I am quite well." Despite his verbal reassurances, he felt a burden of unspoken troubles. As the head of Su Nq Nguyen, could he not receive a prior warning before being expelled by such a powerful entity? At his age, losing his footing would be quite embarrassing. "Master, regarding Ying, rest assured, madam, I have already assessed the situation. Miss Ying is merely fatigued. The Sanqing Hall will aid in her recovery. Let her remain here, and once she has sufficiently regained her strength, she will awaken. Yanyang is simply tired. YNWNRU blinked, somewhat bewildered. What could such a young child have done to become so exhausted? Though she harbored doubts, Gu Yuan was a man of wisdom. His words were surely not fallacious. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, master. Having spoken, YNWNRU turned to look at WNGSH, understanding her intent. WNGSH took out several silver notes from her bosom and presented them before Gu Yuan. Master, might these silver notes suffice? If they are insufficient, I can send WNGSH down the mountain to procure more. Madam, I have not done anything deserving of such compensation. You may keep these silver notes. He then turned to the young acolyte beside him and instructed, bring a chair for the madam. The young acolyte nodded slightly and exited. With few visitors at Su In Q In Gu In this afternoon, madam, please feel free to rest here. Thank you, master. YNWNRU expressed her gratitude to Gu Yuan, as she pondered if Gu Yuan's refusal of the silver notes was merely a gesture of politeness. She hesitated to have WNGSH try once more, only to see Gu Yuan turn to leave. Madam, regarding these silver notes. Indeed, the master is an exceptional being, unbothered by such mundane matters. WNGSH, please put the silver notes away. Once Yanyang awakens, we shall donate some offerings. The young acolyte returned with a chair. Feeling somewhat weary, YNWNRU cradled Yanyang and sat beside the statue of the Sanqing. Having little appetite, she merely nibbled at her food before setting down her chopsticks. She remained in the Sanqing hall for the entirety of the afternoon. As dusk approached, a woman hurriedly entered with a child in tow. She knelt before the statue, weeping as she pleaded, Respected Sanqing, please assist this devotee. I thought my misfortunes had reached their limit, but recently my child contracted a cold, leaving him feeble-minded. I am on the verge of despair. Please, Sanqing, guide me on what actions I should take. The woman's voice gradually reached Yanyang's ears. Having been nourished by divine power throughout the afternoon, she felt her spirit revitalizing. Lying in the lotus flower, she comfortably stretched her limbs, just as she intended to see who was speaking. She opened her eyes to find a woman kneeling before the statue with her child. Ah, have I awakened my Buddha? The Buddha eye is one of the 5 eyes in Buddhism, granting its possessor the ability to see the past and future. Most individuals with a Buddha eye are disciples of Buddhism. However, there are also practitioners in Taoism who attain this ability. In her previous life, Yanyang had cultivated for decades to awaken her Buddha eye. To her surprise, in this life, she had only spent an afternoon in the Sanqing hall to achieve this awakening. Filled with astonishment and joy, Yanyang gazed through her Buddha eye at the woman and then at the little boy beside her, who was glancing around in a daze. The boy appeared to be merely 7 or 8 years old, somewhat simple-minded. Perched atop his head was a yellow weasel, which emanated a faint aura of resentment. Understanding the situation, Yanyang realized that the boy's father was a hunter who had become entangled with a weasel after killing one. The father's leg injury was a consequence of their karmic connection. It was truly unfortunate for the child, who had been drawn into this predicament without fault. The mother had come to beseech the Sanqing for assistance, and at this moment, Yanyang had awakened her Buddha eye. It seemed that fate was urging her to help this mother and child. Yanyang closed her eyes and summoned the boy into her realm, along with the weasel that clung to him. As the scene before him shifted and the mother disappeared, the boy began to panic. Mother, where are you? Dong Dong is scared. Fear not. You shall see your mother shortly. As the gentle voice echoed, Yanyang, reclining in the lotus, gradually sat upright. The weasel, startled by her presence, widened its eyes in astonishment. Whose child is this, possessing such extraordinary abilities? I understand your grievances and your desire for vengeance against the child's father. However, debts must be repaid by those responsible. You should not entangle an innocent child. Innocent? Umph. The weasel scoffed, his father killed me. So the debt is to be paid by the son. I have merely rendered him foolish, showing him mercy by sparing his life. Chapter 38. The Sanqing manifestation, you are not showing mercy. Rather, it is the accumulated merit of their ancestors that prevents you from taking their lives. Your resentment drives you to torment them. Yellow Weasel, do you not agree? Having been seen through by Yanyang, the weasel fell silent. Yanyang's gaze grew cold as she warned, The karmic ties you have forged with his father are not my concern. But you must depart from his child at once. Never. Ah, it seems you wish for me to take action against you myself. As her voice fell, a brilliant golden light radiated from the enormous lotus. The weasel was momentarily blinded by the dazzling illumination. Narrowing its eyes, it leaped swiftly from the boy's head and fled. As the weasel departed, the golden light surrounding the lotus gradually diminished. As the chubby little hand of Yanyang lifted, a beam of golden light surged into the boy's brow. In an instant, the boy's eyes regained their brightness. He gazed at Yanyang, momentarily stunned. Before he could utter a word, Yanyang spoke. Your father has committed many sins, which will inevitably implicate you and your mother. Your mother is a kind-hearted woman and should not be burdened by him. When you leave, persuade her to part ways with your father. Once the words were spoken, the scene before the boy transformed. He stumbled and fell to the ground. Ding, did you hurt yourself? Mother, I'm fine. The little boy shook his head, directing his gaze toward the statue of the three pure ones. Could it be that the small child he had just seen was the incarnation of the revered deity? Upon hearing his words, the woman momentarily froze. She looked at him, then gently patted his head, uncertainly asking, Ding, are you all right now? Yes. A celestial being healed me. The little boy nodded, relaying Yanyang's message to her. The woman quickly turned and bowed before the statue of the three pure ones, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, celestial being, for your guidance. The faithful servant knows what to do. YNWNRU watched as the mother and son rose and departed, instinctively glancing at the statue of the three pure ones. She had heard the boy's words as well. Could it be that the three pure ones had indeed manifested to assist that little boy? If the three pure ones could aid a simple child, could they also save her daughter? As YNWNRU's thoughts stirred, she had not yet risen. A tender voice suddenly reached her ears. She looked down at Yanyang in her arms. The child had opened her eyes, which sparkled like black grapes, bright and clear. A smile graced YNWNRU's lips, her eyes misty with emotion. Yanyang, you have finally awakened. Madam, the young lady has awakened. Why are you still crying? WNGSH looked at YNWNRU in confusion. YNWNRU raised her hand to wipe away her tears, shaking her head with a smile. I'm simply overwhelmed with joy. Mother, please do not cry. Yanyang will be more mindful of her energy in the future, and will never cause you worry again. Yanyang gazed at her, her own eyes growing misty. She had only intended to punish the scoundrel, forgetting that if anything were to happen to her, her mother would be troubled. With Yanyang awake, YNWNRU expressed her gratitude to Gu Yuan and then descended the mountain. Ji Ying, whose eye's leg had been injured, and the entire was attending to him. YNWNRU found it difficult to excuse herself, so she entrusted the task of establishing a school to YNY. They experienced a peaceful half-month. Just as Yanyang was about to forget the scoundrel, he reappeared. YNWNRU frowned, perplexed by his request. My lord, your leg has not yet healed. Why would you wish to go to Su Nguyen? Surely the three pure ones are not so blind as to assist you, a scoundrel. YNWNRU could not suppress a chuckle. She looked at Ji Hui and smiled lightly. The abbot of Su Nguyen is indeed a remarkable figure, but for the three pure ones to manifest, that seems quite extraordinary. Upon hearing this, YNWNRU was momentarily taken aback. Why did she feel that Ji Hui's words resonated with familiarity? After pondering for a moment, she suddenly recalled the day she had taken Yanyang to Su Nguyen, where she had seen a mother and child. Their circumstances aligned perfectly with what Ji Hui had described. Could it truly be the manifestation of the three pure ones? What manifestation of the three pure ones? That child's affliction was cured by me. A childish voice slowly floated to YNWNRU's ears. She looked at Yanyang, whose eyes sparkled like a clear spring, gazing intently at her. YNWNRU found herself momentarily lost in thought. What was she considering? Yanyang was merely a child, speaking fancifully. How could she almost take it seriously? Eru. Yanyang's voice brought her back, her eyes filled with confusion. Noticing her distraction, Ji Hui felt a twinge of displeasure. What are you thinking? Did you hear me ask you to accompany me to Su Ing Guin? Yes, I heard. Then come help me. Jing, who I urged, furrowing his brow. Yanyang bit her lip, her bright eyes reflecting her discontent. When there's a matter, you seek Zhngwyn. When there's none, you turn to Shingchn. It seems all scoundrels are the same. If you wish to visit Su Ing, why not take your concubine with you? Mother, let us show some dignity and refuse him. Ynwnru indeed considered declining. She suppressed her smile and gently patted Yanyang. My lord, Yanyang is still young and cannot be away from me. The weather has turned cold recently, and I fear taking her outside may expose her to illness. Perhaps it would be better for you to have your mother accompany you instead. Children have grown so large. How can they be so fragile? Besides, if mother has time, do I still need to seek your company? Who extended his hand toward Ynwnru, urging, stop hesitating. Come quickly, or it will soon be dark. Ynwnru remained seated, unmoving. If his mother was unavailable, who I could visit another day. However, she had not yet articulated her thoughts when a familiar voice suddenly resonated from outside. I have come to see you. As the voice fell, the Shinfei gracefully walked past who entered. Upon seeing her cross the threshold, Ynwnru promptly rose with Yanyang in her arms. This humble servant greets your highness. After half a month, why are you so formal with me again? The Shinfei helped her rise. It has been so long since I've seen Yanyang. Let me take a look at her. The Shinfei leaned closer, gazing at the swaddled Yanyang. Yanyang met her eyes and laughed joyously. Chapter 39. I have witnessed a miracle. The Shinfei's eyes curved with delight as she playfully pinched Yanyang's cheek. After half a month, Yanyang has grown even cuter. After half a month, my godmother has become more beautiful. This girl certainly knows how to flatter. What brings you here today, your highness? If you do not come to the palace to see me, I can only leave the palace to find you. The Shinfei feigned anger. Ynwnru stifled her laughter, about to explain when the Shinfei smiled again. I'm merely jesting. I heard that Su Ing is quite effective for wishes, and I would like you to accompany me there. If you are free today, since your highness has invited me, this humble servant is naturally available. Responded cheerfully. Yanyang, who had been left aside, felt his expression darken slightly. He had wished for Ynwnru to accompany him to Su Ing, but she had used Yanyang as an excuse to refuse him. Now, with the Shinfei's invitation, she readily agreed. Although he understood that the Shinfei's status compelled Ynwnru to comply, he could not shake the feeling of discomfort from being rejected. He composed himself and donned a smile as he limped toward the Shinfei. As he approached her, he attempted to engage in conversation, but the Shinfei bypassed him, slowly making her way outside. Ynwnru, holding Yanyang, followed closely behind. As they passed Yanyang spat in his direction. Detestable scoundrel, do not follow, lest you tarnish my godmother's eyes. Ynwnru and Yanyang joined the Shinfei in the carriage. Who I wished to follow, but without the Shinfei's command. He dared not act recklessly. Upon seeing them depart, he quickly instructed a servant to prepare a carriage and pursued them. The two parties arrived at Su Ing almost simultaneously. Prior to the Shinfei's arrival, arrangements had been made to clear the premises, leaving it desolate, with not a single visitor in sight. Who limped behind them, keeping a distance of merely 5 paces. Just as he reached the mountain gate, a young Taoist blocked his path. Who pointed toward the Shinfei's retreating figure, awkwardly grinning. We are together, together. The young Taoist frowned, turning to glance at the Shinfei and Ynwnru. The audacity of the man is truly remarkable, as he eagerly seeks to associate himself with his godmother. Were it not for her regard for their shared maternal bond, she would have likely expelled him long ago. Yongyang pouted, her displeasure evident on her face. Yinwanru, aware that Jiang Huaishu had followed them inside, chose to ignore him entirely. She walked beside the Shinfei, heading towards the Sanqing Hall. I have heard that Sanqing manifested its divine presence in the Sanqing Hall half a month ago. Aru, you must not come here in vain. Later, you should give the child to the servants and make a wish before Sanqing. It might just come true. I have enough with Yongyang. I harbor no other desires. Indeed, with such an adorable child, one can hardly wish for more from the heavens. My request is modest. If Sanqing could grant me a daughter, I would willingly exchange a lifetime of glory and riches for her. The Xianfei's gaze remained fixed on Yongyang as she spoke, her eyes sparkling with longing. So, the godmother wishes for a daughter. How simple that is. I shall gift you one. Yin Wanru paused, glancing down at Yongyang. This girl is growing bolder with her words. How dare she utter such grand proclamations before Sanqing? I wonder if Sanqing is present in the hall at this moment, and whether it can hear Yongyang's thoughts. If Sanqing were to be angered, what would become of us? Aru, why have you stopped? Yin Wanru looked up to meet her eyes and shook her head. Perhaps it was the proximity to the Sanqing hall that stirred her emotions. Indeed, it is a moment that calls for excitement. The Xianfei nodded with a smile. Soon you shall witness the manifestation of Sanqing. Yin Wanru's eyes curved into a smile as she stepped forward. In truth, she had already witnessed it before. However, such claims would be met with skepticism by others, so she chose to remain silent. Upon arriving at the Sanqing hall, the Xianfei lit incense and bowed before the statue of Sanqing. The divine presence of Sanqing bestows riches and favor upon its followers, thus they should not seek further. Yet, the believer and the emperor desire a daughter, so we humbly beseech Sanqing to fulfill this wish. Upon finishing her words, the Xianfei bowed deeply. As her head touched the ground, she lifted it only to find that the surroundings had transformed. The Sanqing hall had vanished, replaced by a vast blue sky. Beneath this celestial canopy flowed a small stream, upon which floated a magnificent lotus flower. Has Sanqing truly manifested? The Xianfei's eyes widened in astonishment. Although rumors of Sanqing's divine appearances circulated within the imperial city, witnessing it firsthand is an entirely different matter. She remained still, peering towards the lotus flower, which emanated a soft golden light. From amidst this glow, a chubby infant slowly sat up. As the Xianfei recognized the child's features, her heart raced with shock. Was that not her goddaughter Yanyang? How could she possibly be here? Could it be that her affection for Yongyang had led her to hallucinate? Godmother, you need not kneel before me. If you desire a daughter, there is no need to exert yourself, so simply bring my mother to the Xianqing temple. Yongyang's tender voice pierced through to the Xianfei's ears. Yongyang, is it truly you? The Xianfei stood in disbelief, gradually rising to her feet. The infant was enveloped in golden light. Though she did not speak, her youthful voice resonated within the Xianfei's mind. Godmother, you have sown good deeds in your previous life. Thus you are blessed with fortune in this one. The notion that you are fated to have no daughters is mere nonsense. Today, I shall grant you a daughter and resolve your heart's desire. With that, a beam of golden light shot from Yongyang's pudgy palm into the Xianfei's abdomen. The Xianfei glanced down, quickly covering her belly, her face alight with joy. I have a daughter. Yongyang waved her chubby hand. Yin Wanru knelt beside her, anxiously calling out, Your Highness, Your Highness. Aru, the Xianfei, turned to Yin Wanru, then glanced at the delighted Yongyang. Although she remained the same adorable infant, the Xianfei sensed a profound change. This was no ordinary child. She was a celestial being. Seeing the Xianfei finally react, Yin Wanru breathed a sigh of relief. Your Highness, what just happened? No matter how I called you, you did not respond. I just witnessed a divine phenomenon. Chapter 40. Disturbance in the Sanqing Hall. Divine phenomenon. Yin Wanru looked around, perplexed. She had remained by the Xianfei's side, yet she did not see what the Xianfei had witnessed. Could it be that she was unworthy of the celestial presence? Outside, Jiang Huaishu's eyes sparkled with hope upon hearing the Xianfei's words. If the Xianfei could see the divine, then the rumors of the Xianqing temple must be true. His lives were saved. Your Highness, may I inquire? Jiang Huaishu began. You must have heard of the rumors regarding Sanqing's manifestation at the Xianqing temple half a month ago. Where were you that day? The Xianfei's gaze turned to Yin Wanru, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Unprepared for such a sudden inquiry, Yin Wanru hesitated. Initially, she intended to keep her experience to herself, but now she could not feign ignorance. To be honest, Your Highness, I was fortunate enough to be present in the Sanqing Hall that day. I witnessed the child transform from a simpleton into a normal child. Indeed, The Xianfei's eyes brightened with delight. She had not anticipated that her goddaughter was truly a gift from the celestial realm. What merit had she to become the godmother of such a being? Aru, it is not merely luck, but the Xianfei's words trailed off abruptly. Yin Wanru was Yongyang's mother, and Yongyang had not revealed her divine nature to her. There must be a reason for that. Realizing this, the Xianfei quickly covered her stomach. She could not afford to lose the daughter she had so painstakingly prayed for. Noticing the Xianfei's hesitation, Yin Wanru tilted her head, her eyes filled with confusion. What is it? It is nothing. The Xianfei laughed awkwardly, brushing it aside. The celestial being has granted me a daughter. Aru, I owe you my gratitude today. Without your company, I would not have witnessed this divine event. I must reward you handsomely. The Xianfei gradually rose and took Yongyang from Yin Wanru's arms. My little celestial maiden, I must hold you close and bask in your divine aura. As they exited the Sanqing Hall, Jiang Huaishu limped inside, bowing repeatedly before Sanqing. Oh, divine Sanqing, my leg was broken by a cart. It has been half a month and still is not healed. I beseech you, Sanqing, please help me. The Sanqing Hall remained silent. Jiang Huaishu bowed his head, glancing around but finding no sign of the divine. He furrowed his brow, suspecting perhaps he had not bowed sufficiently, and continued to prostrate himself. Yet, even after becoming dizzy from his efforts, no divine manifestation appeared. Could it be that Sanqing had already departed? Surely not. He could not be so unfortunate. Sanqing, please show yourself. You just manifested before the Xianfei. Why do you not appear for me? Still, nothing transpired within the Sanqing Hall. Jiang Huaishu's eyes reddened as he slowly rose to his feet. What kind of divine being is this? Merely a sycophant who shows miracles only before the powerful, yet disregards us ordinary folk. To hell with this so-called divine being. I will not worship any longer. Shortly after Yin Wanru and the Xianfei departed the Sanqing Hall, a young Taoist ran past them, calling out to his fellow Taoists in the distance, "Hurry, hurry, to the Sanqing Hall. Someone is causing a disturbance." Hearing this, Yin Wanru's eyelids flickered. Before the Xianfei arrived at the Xianqing Temple, the area had been cleared. Aside from the Taoists and themselves, the only other presence was Jiang Huaishu, who had blended in behind them. Thus, the only one causing a ruckus in the Sanqing Hall could only be him. The Xianfei, too, had surmised the identity of the troublemaker. She turned to Yin Wanru, noticing her furrowed brows and the subtle worry glimmering in her eyes. She handed Yanyang to Wang Shu and gently grasped Yin Wanru's hand. Although I'm unaware of how you usually interact with Yuan Ho, I have observed his attitude towards you today. A man like him is not worthy of your concern. Your Highness, you misunderstand. I'm not worried about him, but rather about his potential to offend the celestial beings, which could bring misfortune upon our descendants. Yin Wanru turned to Yanyang, her brows knitting together. Ever since she learned that Jiang Huaishu was keeping a mistress behind her back and had fathered 2 children with her, she gradually lost all affection for him. Whatever he does is beyond her concern, nor does she wish to involve herself. However, Yongyang is her lifeline, and she fears that Jiang Huaishu's actions might endanger him. Realizing that her true worry was for Yongyang, the Xianfei let out a sigh of relief. A smile graced her lips as she gently patted the back of Yin Wanru's hand. If your concern is for Yongyang, then it is indeed unnecessary. Celestial beings are not unreasonable. Those who commit wrongdoings will bear their own consequences, and the innocent will not be implicated. Moreover, Yongyang is one of the celestial beings himself. Regardless of what happens to others, he will remain unharmed. The Xianfei refrained from expressing her further thoughts. Holding Yin Wanru's hand, she offered comfort. Aru, heed my advice. And Yuan Ho is no paragon of virtue. If you cannot endure living with him any longer, it would be wiser to seek a divorce sooner rather than later. Should he refuse, come to me. My favor with the Emperor is strong, and he will grant whatever I desire. Thank you for your kindness, your Highness, but I am not yet inclined to seek a divorce. Yin Wanru lowered her gaze, a chill passing through her eyes. Jiang Huaishu married her to exploit her and her father's influence. Now, having leveraged her father's reputation to forge numerous connections in the court, she felt uncertain about whether leaving him would impact the Ho residence. If the Ho residence remained unscathed after her departure, would she not be allowing the mistress and her illegitimate children to benefit? The Xianfei, unaware of her thoughts, sighed softly. As a woman herself, she understood that when a woman falls in love, her heart becomes singularly devoted. Unable to persuade her further, she chose silence. Perhaps Yuan Ho was merely in a foul mood due to his ailments, leading him to speak harshly to Yin Wanru. After all, they had appeared quite affectionate in the past. Very well, since you are unwilling to part with him, I shall refrain from pressuring you. However, should you face any mistreatment in the Ho residence, you must inform me. I am Yongyang's godmother, and thus your sister. There is no need for formality between us. Thank you, Your Highness. I will remember your words. A smile graced Yin Wanru's lips as she nodded in acknowledgement. Noticing her change from their first meeting, where she would constantly bow, the Xianfei felt a surge of joy. The Xianfei's carriage halted outside the Ho residence. As she walked, she muttered curses under her breath. Just as they neared the Ho residence, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his knees and collapsed to the ground with a thud. "Ah, my leg, my leg." Chapter 41. Divine Punishment. Sure, what has happened to you? Were you not able to walk? Why is it happening again today? Mother, my leg hurts terribly. Please hurry and summon a doctor. All right, I shall send someone right away. News from the front courtyard quickly reached Yin Wanru's ears. Wang Shu shook her head, her eyes filled with confusion. She looked at Yin Wanru with concern. Madam, do you think the Hou Yi is angry with you for not accompanying him to Xianqing Temple, and is feigning this injury to provoke you? Yin Wanru furrowed her brows, feeling equally perplexed. Before she could ponder whether Jiang Huaishu was genuinely injured or merely pretending, Yongyang's voice softly reached her ears. Although the scoundrel is vile, to accuse him of feigning injury would be unjust. He caused quite a commotion in Sanqing Hall today. How could Sanqing possibly let him off lightly? To disrespect the divine, a minor punishment serves as a lesson. Should he repeat such offenses, the consequences may be far graver than mere lameness. It turns out that there truly are celestial beings watching over us. Yin Wanru was taken aback, recalling the Xianfei's words. With the Xianfei witnessing divine phenomena and Jiang Huaishu facing divine retribution, she found it hard to believe in the existence of celestial beings. In the depths of winter, the cold wind howled as rain poured incessantly over the imperial city for 4 consecutive days. On the 5th day, Yinli arrived. As he stepped inside, he gulped down a large mouthful of water. Sister, I have found a suitable location. Father visited and deemed it good. I will take you to see it. If Father approves, it must be excellent. I need not make the trip. Yin Wanru rose and presented him with a stack of silver notes. If this amount is insufficient, come back for more. What are you saying, sister? I did not come to ask for money. Yinli stepped back, showing no intention of accepting the silver notes. Yin Wanru took hold of one of his hands and pressed the notes into his palm. I know, but renting a place requires money, and purchasing tables and chairs also requires funds. Father has lived a life of integrity. How could he possibly provide such a sum? Father may not have it, but I do. Have you forgotten? I am the wealthiest person in the imperial city. Yinli furrowed his brows, wanting to return the silver notes. How could she give you money? The frowning deepened further. The Qian family has always been miserly. How could they part with such a large sum? Yanyang kicked his little legs. What else could it be but to allow that mistress to enter the doors of Cheng Fuzi? Uncle, do not be courteous with that old hag. Mother has been deceived by her and the scoundrel since entering the Ho residence. Mother's dowry has been drained to fill the Ho residence's coffers. The silver notes that old hag has given are but a fraction of what Mother contributed. Sister, you are truly foolish to sacrifice so much for the Ho residence. Yinli looked at Yin Wanru, feeling a pang of pity for her. Knowing that these silver notes were provided by the Qian family, he ceased to be courteous and accepted them. Sister, do not worry. I have my second brother watching over the academy. As for the silver notes, I shall keep them. If you ever find yourself in need of more funds, I will have my second brother retrieve them from my treasury. You are living away from home now, and every matter requires money. It is better to conserve what you can. Elder brother, I understand. Yin Wanru nodded in agreement. Seeing her compliance, Yin Li's heart remained uneasy. His foolish sister always considered others first. If he had not been able to hear Yanyang's thoughts, he would never have realized that his sister had used her dowry to cover the Ho residence's debts. What has happened in the past is bygone. From now on, with my watchful eye, I will ensure that my sister does not engage in such foolishness again. Uncle, you are so kind to my mother. You truly are a good person. Unfortunately, good people often receive no reward. Recently, a new apprentice has joined your family's pharmacy, and he is a gambler. He secretly replaced high-quality herbs with inferior ones, profiting from the price difference. He may have gained a lot, but you were the one who suffered, spending half a month in jail. Most despicably, after you were captured by the authorities, he stood up to clear himself, accusing you of making money through deceit. Although Annie later spent money to bail you out of prison, your family's pharmacy business has since plummeted. Walking down the street, you have been pelted with rotten vegetables, living like a rat crossing the street. Yinli was taken aback. Indeed, a new apprentice had recently joined their pharmacy, appearing diligent and hardworking. The shopkeeper mentioned he was always the last to leave. Could it be that he took advantage of everyone leaving to swap the herbs? Yin Wanru furrowed her brows, looking at Yinli. Just as she hesitated on how to warn him, she heard Yinli exclaim, "Good." Yin Wanru nodded, ultimately refraining from voicing her concerns. She was aware of the profound whispers of her heart, which allowed her to foresee the impending events, yet her elder brother remained oblivious. Even if she were to speak candidly, one could not say whether he would believe her. And if he did, how could she possibly explain the source of her knowledge? As she watched him step across the threshold, his silhouette fading from view, Yin Wanru turned and approached Wang Shu, whispering a few words softly. Wang Shu nodded slightly and swiftly exited the room. The sky was dimming, on the verge of darkness. Yin Li, citing a theft at the shop, requested 2 constables to accompany him to the apothecary. Upon arriving outside the apothecary, he noticed that there were still people inside preparing medicine. The doctor had written a prescription, handing it to an apprentice for preparation. Hearing the conversation within, Yinli turned to the 2 constables behind him. "Please wait a moment, kind officer. I shall enter to ascertain the situation." After relaying his instructions to the constables, he hurried inside the apothecary. "Master, what brings you here today? I happened to pass by and saw that you were still open, so I thought I would take a look." Yinli glanced at the doctor before turning his gaze to the apprentice. The apprentice, catching his eye, trembled slightly, spilling some herbs from his hands. Yinli looked down. After the last patient departed, a smile crept upon Yinli's lips. The doctor acknowledged him and turned to tidy up. Yinli gently patted his shoulder, saying, "Let him clean up. Come with me, I have something to discuss." "Certainly." The doctor nodded and turned to the apprentice. "I appreciate your help." "Not at all," the apprentice replied, shaking his head, appearing earnest and honest. Yinli could not help but steal another glance at him. Had it not been for his ability to hear the profound whispers, he might never have suspected anything amiss. Such a seemingly honest person had secretly swapped his herbs. "Master, let us depart." Indeed, as he stepped outside, he exchanged a knowing glance with the constables. The 4 of them found a corner to conceal themselves. "Master, what is show?" Yinli interjected, gesturing for silence. He cautiously peered out towards the apothecary. Rather than rushing in, he patiently waited for the duration of a tea break. When he deemed the time appropriate, he nodded to the constables behind him. "The time has come." The doctor, looking bewildered, followed Yinli outside. There, he saw the apprentice lifting a burlap bag, transferring the herbs from the cabinet into the cloth sack. "What are you doing?" the doctor exclaimed in alarm. The apprentice's hands trembled, causing the drawer filled with herbs to fall to the ground. "Master, you all have left, haven't you? If we leave, how can we catch you in the act?" Yunli coldly regarded him, disappointment glimmering in his eyes. His apothecary was not in need of apprentices. He had taken the apprentice in out of compassion, seeing his humble circumstances. Little did he expect that this person was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Though he appeared honest, he was engaged in deceitful activities behind the scenes. Were it not for the whispers of his heart, he would soon have found himself imprisoned. And his years of hard work in the apothecary would have been tarnished by this ungrateful individual. Witnessing the apprentice stealing the herbs, the 2 constables hastily stepped forward to apprehend him. The apprentice stood momentarily stunned, his eyes wide in disbelief. "This is a misunderstanding. There is some mistake. Master, I have done nothing wrong. You have been caught red-handed swapping the herbs. Do you still wish to argue?" At this, the apprentice's legs weakened, and he stumbled back a step. "You knew all along? To conceal one's misdeeds, one must refrain from wrongdoing." Yunli shot him a disdainful glance and stepped closer, peering at the 2 burlap bags filled with herbs beside him. "Doctor, come take a look at these herbs." Upon hearing this, the doctor hurried forward. He approached the 2 burlap bags, taking a handful of herbs from each to examine closely. The herbs in this bag are all inferior goods that no reputable apothecary would accept. So, you have been the last to leave each day, secretly swapping the good herbs for these inferior ones. The master has treated you well. How could you betray him? The doctor's words trailed off, unable to continue. Thinking of how this person had been by his side for nearly half a month without his notice filled him with regret. "Master, he has always been the one eager to prepare the medicine. I thought he was diligent and responsible, which is why I had no suspicions. You too were deceived by his facade. It is not your fault. Moreover, you have always dedicated yourself to the apothecary and the patients. If you're to leave, where would I find another doctor as good as you?" Yinli patted the doctor's shoulder, then turned to the constables. "Officers, you have witnessed this individual swapping the herbs from my shop. When we stand before the court, I request that you testify on my behalf." Saying this, Yinli produced a stack of silver notes and offered them to the 2 men. Their expressions brightened, and they accepted with smiles. "Certainly, as officials, we shall be fair and just, without shielding anyone." The apprentice was taken away by the constables, along with the inferior herbs he had procured. Watching the disarray, the doctor sighed and shook his head. "I never expected him to be such a person. Rest assured, master." Yinli exited the apothecary, and the doctor locked the door behind him. When Wang Shu arrived, everyone had already departed. The following day, the court convened. Yin Wanru furrowed her brow. Why were they suddenly apprehended? I heard that the doctor returned last night and caught the apprentice in the act of swapping herbs. What a coincidence. Yin Wanru turned to the small wooden bed. Inside, Yongyang was already asleep. Just days prior, she had distinctly heard Yanyang mention that her elder brother would be implicated by the apprentice. She never imagined that within such a short time, the matter would be resolved. "It is all my fault. I arrived a bit late yesterday. Otherwise, I could have witnessed the entire event. Do not blame yourself. You have been watching the apothecary for several days, and the apprentice had not taken any action. Who could have foreseen that he would act just yesterday while you were a moment late?" Fortunately, elder brother's fortune shone brightly, allowing the doctor to catch the apprentice red-handed. A smile danced on Yun Wanru's lips, and the weight upon her heart finally lifted. She reached for the teacup beside her, just as she heard Yunhang's voice softly reach her ears. "Auntie, I have come with father to see you." At these words, Yun Wanru set down her teacup. As she lifted her gaze, she saw Yun Hung holding Yun Li's hand, hastily entering the room. Slowly rising, she smiled at Yun Li. "Elder brother, shouldn't you be at the court today? How did you find time to come here? It seems you have already heard about the apothecary incident." Yun Li replied with a faint smile. "I have come on behalf of father to inform you that the desks and chairs have been delivered to the school. The plaque for the school has also been completed. The opening ceremony is scheduled for 3 days hence. You must be present. Such an important event, I shall certainly attend." Yin Wanru nodded with a smile. Suddenly recalling something, she inquired, "By the way, what name did father choose for the school?" Yin Wanru looked at Yin Li. Her curiosity piqued. Given father's character, he would never name the school after their family surname. Yin Li met her gaze and replied with a smile. "Father has named the school Guangsha Academy. A splendid name." To her astonishment, Ying comprehended the significance behind her father's choice of name. If her father were to realize how well Ying understood him, he would undoubtedly be filled with joy. This perspective starkly contrasted with that of YNWNRU. When Ynh heard that Ying could recite ancient poetry, he was utterly astonished. His second uncle often remarked that he was destined for scholarly pursuits, a notion he took great pride in. However, today he realized the truth in the saying, "Beyond the mountains, there are more mountains. Beyond people, there are more people." His younger sister, so small yet capable of reciting poetry, would surely surpass him in the future. He resolved to study harder, vowing not to fall behind his sister. On the day of the class inauguration at Gu Inxi Shun, YNWNRU rose early. After a simple breakfast, she took Ying in her arms and headed outside. Upon seeing this, Chi NSH turned to Jiang Bhin and urged, "Hurry up, we must leave." Jiang Bhin was known for his leisurely pace during meals. Although he felt a sense of urgency at Chi NSH's urging, His eating speed remained largely unchanged. Chi scowled, picked up a bun with one hand, and lifted in with the other as she made her way out. I haven't finished eating. No need to finish. Here. She shoved the bun into his hands. You can eat in the carriage. You won't go hungry. Grandmother, where are you taking my brother? I want to go too. Upon seeing them leave, quickly leapt off her stool to chase after them. Your brother is going to school. What business do you have tagging along? Why can't a girl go to school? Pouted, mumbling in discontent. Shot her a disdainful glance, her eyes brimming with scorn. What use is education for a girl? You can't take the imperial examination and become an official. Don't follow me. I won't waste any money on you. With that, dragged away. Glared coldly at their retreating figures, clenching her fists hidden beneath her sleeves. Why should her brother have privileges that she could not share when they were twins? As and reached the door, the carriage was about to depart. She hurried forward, shouting, "Wait, we haven't boarded yet." Hearing this, the coachman halted the carriage. The carriage curtain was lifted, and holding climbed aboard. "Mother, where are you going?" "Wherever you go, we will follow." Out of breath, replied, "WNRU, why didn't you inform me about such an important occasion at the academy? If I hadn't caught wind of it, how would have known about this crucial day? What are you talking about? Am I wrong for being anxious?" Glared at her in displeasure. "CHNGFZ is quite renowned. What if we arrive late and someone else takes a spot? Who would I turn to for grievances? WNRU, you promised to help CHN or enter CHNGFZ's tutelage. Now that the silver note is in hand, you aren't backing out, are you?" YNWNRU lowered her gaze, remaining silent. Although she harbored no fondness for CHNSH, she was a person of her word and would not go back on her promise. However, CHNSH had misunderstood her, and she saw no need to clarify. In the eyes of CHNSH and Hui, she was merely a stepping stone for the expansion of the HUF. They cared little for her. Why should she care about their opinions? If they were to remain in misunderstanding, so be it. Seeing YNWNRU's silence, CHNSH took it as tacit agreement. Fortunately, she did not trust YNWNRU entirely, and had kept a close watch on the YN family. Otherwise, she might have been deceived by YNWNRU, jeopardizing CHNR's educational aspirations. GUNCSHUN, located in the western part of the city, was situated on a quieter street compared to the bustling southern region, making it a more suitable environment for scholars. By the time YNWNRU and her companions arrived, the area outside the academy was already teeming with people. The carriage could not proceed and had to stop at the intersection. "Madam, there are too many people ahead. The carriage cannot pass. We must trouble you to walk a bit further," a voice suggested. "What do you mean we can't pass?" YNWNRU interrupted CHNSH, descending from the carriage while cradling Yanyang. CHNSH's face flushed with embarrassment at YNWNRU's retort. She wanted to vent her frustration, but found no outlet. "Let us go, we'll get down too." CHNSH took N's hand and led him off the carriage. YNY stood on the steps and spotted YNWNRU from a distance. "Make way, please. My sister and niece have arrived." Upon hearing this, the crowd parted, allowing him to weave through to YNWNRU. "Ying, it's been too long since you've seen your second uncle. Have you missed me? Why is it that every time my second uncle opens with the same line, can't he come up with something fresher?" YNY's smile froze as his outstretched hand lingered in the air. YNWNRU felt a twinge of awkwardness and smiled at YNY. "Second brother, the academy has attracted quite a crowd today. You must be busy. Holding Ying may not be convenient." "Oh, of course. After I finish my tasks, I will come back to hold her." His little niece was quite sharp-tongued and showed no signs of being soft-spoken. YNY felt a pang in his heart, but it passed swiftly as he regained his composure. "Sister, many people have come to the academy today. I've saved you a seat in the front. Follow me." With that, YNY led YNWNRU to the front of the crowd. CHNSH, holding N's hand, attempted to join them, but was blocked by the throng. "Why are you pushing? If you're late, just stand at the back." We are with them. Please let us through. She NSH smiled at the man in front of her. The man cast her a disdainful glance, showing no inclination to yield. Frustration welled up within Chi NSH as she pressed. I am indeed with them. If they can go in, why can't we? Do you know who I am? I am the wife of the HU of NYUN. Let us through. You are the wife of the HU? I am the ancestor of the HU. The man looked at Chi NSH with contempt, blocking the path resolutely. No matter how much Chi NSH pushed, she could not break into the crowd. In the midst of the onlookers, YNCCH personally unveiled the Academy's plaque. Addressing the crowd, he proclaimed, from this day forth, GUNCSHUN will actively recruit students, regardless of whether they are from noble families or humble backgrounds. All who enter GUNCSHUN shall be treated equally. Bravo! As YNCCH's words echoed, applause erupted from the crowd. Among the throng, someone whispered, I heard that the Grand Tutor's grandson was previously beaten by a young master from the N family at NCHUN. When the wife of the HU sought an explanation, she was looked down upon by a servant of the N family. The Grand Tutor naming the Academy Guangxi is a public slap in the face to the N family. Well done. The N family, with their Master S status, has always looked down upon others, and that young master from the N family has been tyrannical for too long. I've long awaited someone to deal with them. Standing at the back of the crowd, Chi NSH frowned as she gazed at YNCCH on the steps. The Academy also had a stake in their HUF, so why should he decide to accept students from humble backgrounds without consulting them? Allowing her CHN or to study alongside common students would only diminish his status and that of the HUF. No, I cannot agree. Chi NSH shouted at YNCCH, but her voice was drowned out by the sudden sound of firecrackers. Yanyang awoke with a start at the noise. Opening her eyes, she saw the plaque above, her expression turning serious. Just moments ago, she had slipped into an inner vision. In that vision, she witnessed the Academy admitting students, among whom infiltrators from the N family had mingled. This is disastrous. If the N family's people manage to infiltrate, the reputation of the Academy and my grandfather will be ruined. As the sound of firecrackers faded, the crowd followed Yun Xiuqing into the Academy. Yin Wanru was about to join them when she suddenly heard the resonant voice of Yongyang. Frowning, she surveyed the group. To her astonishment, members of the Yin family were among them. This could not stand. She needed to devise a plan to expose them and protect her father's reputation. Holding Yanyang close, she entered the building and spotted Yunli seated at a wooden table, preparing to register the names of the students. Casting a glance at Wang Shu, she requested, Wang Shu, please bring me a stool. Certainly, Wang Shu responded, retrieving a stool for her. Yun Wanru settled on one side of the table, positioning Yanyang to face the crowd. Yanyang, aware of the family's infiltration, should be able to identify them. Unbeknownst to Yin Li, who assumed his sister merely wished to accompany him, he dipped his pen in ink, addressing the first in line. Name? Zhang Yi, the boy replied. As Yin Li noted the registration, Yin Yi stood beside him, collecting fees. Soon, a man accompanied by a child approached them, both dressed in tattered clothing and bearing pallid complexions. Yongyang recognized them immediately. Here they come, the two individuals sent by the family. That child appears quite innocent, but seems poised to provoke the children of noble families upon entering the Academy, only to later accuse the Academy of bias against commoners. One voice alone may not suffice. Yet the family has secretly inserted several common students into the Academy, inciting others to rally against the noble families and the institution, thus tarnishing the reputation of both my grandfather and the Academy. With a thud, Yin Li's pen fell from his grasp, ink splattering across the white paper. He scrutinized the father and son before him, unable to detect any deceit in their simple expressions. Had he not heard Yongyang's thoughts, they might have escaped his notice. Observing Yin Li's gaze, the man lowered his head slightly. Sir, we lack funds. Might you extend some leniency and allow my child to study first while I arrange the necessary finances? I regret to inform you that you do not meet the admission requirements, Yin Li replied calmly. A furrow creased the man's brow in confusion. What are the admission requirements? Is it because we lack money? He produced a small pouch from his clothing, retrieving a few copper coins. I understand this amount is insufficient, but I shall find a way. I beseech you to allow my child to enroll, and I will ensure the funds are gathered before classes commence. It is not merely a matter of money. Even if you manage to gather the funds, we cannot accept this child. Why? The man protested. Did you not proclaim outside that all students, noble or common, will be treated equally? You seem to have gained a good reputation, but are now refusing to honor it. Angered, he turned to the crowd and raised his voice. Look here, this is the academy run by the Grand Teacher. They boast of equality, but in the end, they're no different from other institutions, refusing to accept the children of the poor. Yongyang felt a surge of indignation. Her face flushed. The infamily spies in the crowd are already restless. Uncle has only obstructed one person, and now they are all trying to pressure him. Uncle, you must hold your ground and not allow the infamily's schemes to prevail. Yinli frowned, whispering to Yunyi. Nodding slightly, Yin-yi stood up, meticulously noting the faces of those who echoed the man's sentiments. Yin Wanru, cradling Yanyang, scrutinized the man before her, noticing the child cowering, seemingly fearful of the man. A slight smile graced Yin Wanru's lips. My father is the Grand Teacher. He is naturally one to keep his word. My brother states that you do not meet the criteria, not due to your inability to provide funds or your humble origins, but because he perceives that this child is not your son. Our Guangxia Academy cannot accept children of unknown provenance. The crowd, still unclear about the unfolding situation, grew increasingly bewildered upon hearing Yun Wanru's assertion. The man's accomplice, feeling their identity questioned, could not restrain himself. You claim they're not father and son. Do you have any evidence? As his voice trailed off, all eyes turned to Yun Wanru. She hesitated for a moment under their scrutiny. When she remained silent, another of the man's allies interjected. Where is your evidence? Produce it. If you cannot, then you're merely reneging on your promise to accept the children of the poor. The infamily's infiltrators pressed Yun Wanru and her companions. Yunyi's brows furrowed as he glanced at Yun Wanru, anxiety gripping him. His sister, a young lady of the boudoir, could not possibly recognize these two. Her earlier statement was likely an attempt to defend her brother. Yet now these individuals were adamant, demanding proof. If they failed to provide it, their fathers and the Academy's reputations would be ruined. Perhaps we should just let this go? Yinli suggested, looking at Yun Wanru, sensing her inability to produce evidence. She regarded him, then turned back to the crowd. I have no evidence, but I have a witness. Her gaze fell upon the child. Look at this child. He walks timidly beside the man, seemingly afraid of him. If they were truly father and son, why would the child display such fear? Is this your so-called witness? Is it not too presumptuous to claim they are not father and son based solely on that? An agent of the infamily led the dissent, and others began to murmur in agreement. Yin Wanru recognized that this alone lacked persuasive power. With a smile, she turned to the child and asked, Child, can you tell me your father's name? The boy struggled to respond, glancing up at the man for help. The man, startled, quickly interjected, My name is Zhang. I did not ask you. Yin Wanru interrupted. If you cannot name your father, then tell me where you live. The boy frowned, looking helplessly at the man. The man, caught off guard by this line of questioning, protested, Why must we answer you? Brother, give him a pen and have him write down his address and name. If what he writes matches the child's account, I shall accept they are father and son. If not, or if the child cannot respond, I will have no choice but to report this. Yin Wanru's eyes turned icy. As Yinli passed the pen to the man, he became flustered and stammered. I am a farmer. I cannot write. You are clearly trying to make this difficult for me. Is that so? Yin Wanru smiled slightly, glancing at his right hand. Yet just a moment ago, when you retrieve your pouch, I distinctly observed calluses on your index, middle, and ring fingers. Only someone who has held a pen for an extended period would develop calluses in those areas. Upon hearing her words, the man instinctively hid his right hand behind his back. Yun-yi swiftly stepped forward, grasping his right hand. Noticing the calluses, he scoffed. You are clearly a scholar. Yet you feign illiteracy. Are you hiding something? Ergo, take another look at his palms. Are there any calluses? Yin Wanru's voice gently floated into Yun-yi's ears. He examined the man's right hand and then reached for the left. The man attempted to resist, but found himself overpowered by Yun-yi's strength. After inspecting both of his palms, Yun-yi shook his head in response to Yin Wanru. None, since he is a farmer who wields a hoe daily. How could his palms lack calluses? This man's identity is clearly fabricated. Wah wah wah. My mother is not only intelligent but also observant. I admire her. Yin Wanru gazed at Yongyang, feeling a sense of pride. Her daughter was so young yet so astute. It was truly remarkable. Prompted by Yongyang's reminder, Yin Yi also came to a realization. He released the man's hand and pointed at his nose. Oh, you're not a farmer at all. Farmers work the fields, and their hands are inevitably roughened by labor. Your hands bear only the faint calluses of holding a pen, devoid of any signs of hard work. The man, realizing his true identity had been exposed, felt a surge of panic. He turned to the crowd behind him, noticing everyone was staring, and his cheeks flushed slightly. I am indeed a farmer, but I never claimed that I worked in the fields. And what's wrong with pretending to be a farmer? Can farmers not read and write? The man sought to argue, yet his current words contradicted his earlier statements. Yin Wanru, aware of his crumbling composure, added, and what about the pouch you used earlier? Although small, it is made from exquisite Yongyang fabric. How could a farmer, who cannot afford his child's education, possibly afford a pouch crafted from Yongyang? As Yin Wanru's words resonated, Yin Yi swiftly retrieved the pouch from the man's embrace. The man attempted to shield it, but was a moment too slow. Yin Yi held the pouch above his head, displaying it for all to see. Behold, this is the pouch he used. Among us are many scions of noble families. Surely you recognize that this fabric is Yongyang. Indeed, it is Yongyang. My wife adores Yongyang, and I would never mistake it. The idea that a farmer could read and write was not strange, but the luxury of Yongyang was another matter entirely. That's right. And he even concealed the fact that he could write. If he were not afraid that his answer would differ from the child's, why would he hide it? A fraud. He is nothing but a fraud. What sort of person would deceive us? Even infiltrating the academy, the man's identity was laid bare, and the crowd began to point and chastise him. Realizing there was no escape, he grasped the small boy's hand and scoffed. You at Guangxia Academy do not wish to accept the children of the impoverished, yet you turn the tables on us. If you refuse us, we shall leave. With that, the man attempted to depart. Yin Wanru's expression darkened as she coldly remarked, I have heard that many children have gone missing around the royal city recently. Yin Wanru merely hinted at this, but someone in the crowd quickly reacted, shouting, this child has been abducted by him. Everyone, stop him. Do not let him escape. The abduction of children was the most detestable crime to any parent. Upon hearing that cry, the crowd surged forward, surrounding the man. Yin Yi was still enjoying the spectacle when he heard Yin Wanru say, Ergo, inform the authorities. Yes, yes. Yin Yi nodded and hurriedly ran outside. Yongyang's large eyes darted around. Though that man is a fraud, he does not seem to have the visage of trafficker. However, if he aims to tarnish grandfathers and the academy's reputation, it is only right for him to spend some time in jail. But he has accomplices. If we cannot find them, the inevitable will still occur. Yanyang felt anxious, wanting to cry out and personally expose the man's accomplices. Understanding her thoughts, Yin Wanru gently stroked her back. As long as she was present, neither the man nor his accomplices would escape. The officials from the magistrate arrived swiftly. Upon hearing there was a suspect involved in child abduction, all the officials were mobilized. Yinli pointed to the crowd, saying, Officer, the person suspected of abducting children is among them. Make way, clear the path. The leading officer advanced quickly. The crowd parted, and someone shoved the man forward, directly into the officer's path. It is him. Take him away. The officer gestured, and two junior officers swiftly seized the man. As they prepared to leave, Yin Wanru stepped forward. Wait. Yin Wanru's words reminded Yin Yi. He nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Right, he has accomplices. He, along with those two, are his accomplices. Yin Yi pointed out two individuals from the crowd. He had noted their faces while they were agreeing earlier. However, he only recognized two of the three who had previously supported him. He wove through the crowd, trying to locate the last person. Before he could succeed, he heard Yongyang's voice. At the entrance, he was trying to flee. Yin Yi looked towards the entrance and indeed spotted the man hiding in the crowd, attempting to escape amidst the chaos. He hurriedly approached and seized the man's arm. What are you doing? Let go of me. Yin Yi, being a trained fighter, possessed significant strength compared to others. The man struggled for a while, but could not break free and was forcibly brought before the officers. Officer, he is also one of their accomplices. The other two had already been apprehended by the officers, and the capture of yet another individual brought great delight to the officers. Recently, many children had gone missing, and they had been ordered to resolve the case as swiftly as possible. Now that these individuals were in custody, they had made significant progress. Take them all away. Unjust. I'm not associated with him. The man protested. Officer, do not listen to this scoundrel. I truly did not abduct any children. The officers disregarded their claims of injustice and escorted them away from the academy. As the man's identity was exposed, the others who had remained silent were left speechless. Impressive. I thought Ergio was only stingy but had no other virtues. I did not expect his memory to be so good. He recognized all those faces after just one glance. I, the face-blind patient, am truly envious. Yin interjected, wait, how is being stingy considered a virtue? Was Yongyang praising him or mocking him? And what did it mean to be face-blind? Was his little niece unable to see faces? He approached Yun Wanru, gazing at Yongyang nestled in her arms. Seeing her large, glistening eyes, he suddenly felt a pang of sympathy. Such beautiful eyes, yet they were blind? What expression is Ergio wearing? Why does it seem like he is pitying me? Yun retorted, she can see your expression. She is not blind. He turned to the crowd, urging them to form a line again. Qianshi attempted to push Jiang Beiqian to the front, but he was unceremoniously blocked. Unhappy, Qianshi glared at him and demanded, what do you mean by this? The academy has a share of the marquis' estate, so what's wrong with me cutting in line? Apologies, old Madam Qian. But my father stated that we must treat everyone equally. Guangxia Academy had limited enrollment of 30 students for its inaugural session. By midday, all spots had been filled. Yun Wanru feared that members of the family might sneak in. So she stayed close to her two brothers until all the students' information was registered before leaving with Yongyang. In the afternoon, the magistrate held a session. Aside from those who had visited the academy in the morning, many onlookers had gathered. Knowing the severity of child abduction charges, the four men adamantly denied any wrongdoing. In the end, there was no other choice but to expose the infamily. To their astonishment, those individuals were indeed affiliated with infamily. They infiltrated Guangxia Academy. Could it be that they harbored resentment against the Ho and Taisher families due to the troubles at an academy and sought to create chaos in the institution founded by the Taisher? These individuals, masquerading as farmers and commoners, likely had motives beyond mere disruption. I cannot shake the feeling that their intention is to tarnish the reputation of both the academy and the Taisher. How petty of the infamily to behave in such a manner. I wonder if the head of the infamily is aware of this situation. Surely, they would not dare act without the head's consent. The news of the infamily's agents infiltrating Guangxia Academy with the intent to ruin its reputation and that of the Taisher stirred a commotion in the imperial city. The governor did not anticipate the magnitude of this affair. He aimed to suppress it, but today was a public trial with many witnesses present. Helpless, he ordered the four accomplices to be imprisoned. She spoke animatedly, while Yun Wanru merely smiled softly. Yanyang kicked her legs and laughed joyfully. The head of the infamily wishes to destroy my grandfather's reputation, yet in the end, it seems they have shot themselves in the foot. They deserve it. However, the infamily is powerful and has a complex network in the court. This incident alone will not topple them. Even if the reputation of the infamily head is damaged, they will likely seek revenge against my grandfather and the academy soon. Grandfather, you must remain vigilant and not allow the infamily to exploit any weaknesses. Yun Wanru understood that the infamily would not quietly retreat. As long as they did not provoke the infamily, they would not let them off easily. This incident at the academy would at least bring disgrace to the infamily. Regardless of the discontent that the head of the infamily harbored, they would likely remain silent for a while. As for the future, we shall face challenges as they come, and solutions will eventually present themselves. Something is amiss. I can smell the presence of a scoundrel, mingled with cheap perfume. I have encountered many from the Ho family, yet none have used such inferior scents. Yongyang, with her wide, dark eyes, pondered for a moment before a sudden realization struck her. It dawned on her that the scoundrel had brought his mistress into the Ho residence. Yin Wanru was taken aback and turned to look outside. The next moment, she saw Jiang Huaishu enter, accompanied by a woman. Upon seeing them, it was evident that this woman was none other than his mistress. Aru, Why did you not go out for a stroll today? Jiang Huaishu leaned on his cane, limping towards the bed and sitting beside Yin Wanru. She glanced at Chuchio and smiled, shaking her head. After attending the academy's unveiling yesterday, she felt fatigued and wished to rest at home today. She had heard that many people visited the academy yesterday, including those from the Yin family. As a young lady, it was not appropriate for her to attend. Look at you, you seem worn out. Yin Wanru smiled lightly, choosing not to speak further. She knew Jiang Huaishu was not there to express concern for her. His true purpose was to introduce his mistress. Indeed, after exchanging a few pleasantries, Jiang Huaishu turned his attention to Chuchio. Aru, this is Chuchio, whom you have met before. Upon seeing Jiang Huaishu broach the subject, Yin Wanru smiled at Chuchio and nodded slightly. She was the girl who was whipped in the street, right? I have some recollection of her. Indeed, that is her. Jiang Huaishu, pleased that Yin Wanru recognized Chuchio, continued, I encountered her on the way here and noticed her tattered clothing, so I could not help but inquire. It turns out she has been living poorly, often going without food. I thought that after Xiaodao was sold, you were left with only Wang Shu. Wang Shu stood silently beside her, pursing her lips. The Lord had come specifically to arrange a future for this woman. Even she could see that her mistress did not favor Chuchio. How could the Lord, as her husband, be so oblivious? Chuchio's arrival displeased not only Wang Shu but also Yanyang, who pouted in anger. Mother, you must not agree to this. The scoundrel wants his mistress to serve you as a maid, merely the first step in their scheme. Once you develop feelings for her, he will find a way to persuade you to acknowledge her as a sworn sister. Chapter 47. A sea of green pastures. The scoundrel's heart is truly wicked. Not only has he betrayed my mother, but now he wishes to use her as a stepping stone for this woman. How brazen of these scoundrels! I am infuriated to the point of boiling over. Yin Wanru lowered her gaze, her hands hidden within her sleeves, clenched into fists. Regardless of Jiang Huaishu's actions, her heart would no longer ache. However, upon learning that he sought to exploit her for the sake of his mistress, she felt a deep-seated resentment. She was a living, breathing person. How could they so wantonly manipulate and scheme against her? Though her heart seethed with indignation, her expression remained composed. Slowly, she raised her gaze to meet Jiang Huaishu's eyes and smiled. Thank you for your kind intentions, my lord. However, Wang Shu has been taking excellent care of me, and I do not currently lack for maidservants. How could you not lack? Wang Shu alone cannot attend to both you and Yongyang. Jiang Huaishu replied, somewhat displeased, turning to Chuchio. You just want to enjoy the benefits of having two women at your side. Yongyang spat into the air. Lying down, her spit landed all over her face. Upon realizing this, her expression changed to one of disgust. Wang Shu hurried over, noticing her predicament, and took out a handkerchief to clean her face. Jiang Huaishu showed no concern for Yanyang, not even offering a perfunctory inquiry. Seeing him treat her daughter so coldly, Yin Wanru made a quiet determination. My lord, I truly do not lack for personal maidservants. However, I could use some rough maids to help clean the courtyard. But I doubt that Miss Chuchio, with her delicate skin, can manage such labor. No, I can do it. Jiang Huaishu turned to Chuchio, signaling her with his eyes. Isn't that right, Chuchio? Chuchio met Jiang Huaishu's gaze, her expression stiffening. However, she quickly recalled his previous words. Becoming a maid in the Ho residence was merely their first step. He adored her and would not keep her by Yun Wanru's side as a mere servant for life. With this thought, she stiffly raised her lips and nodded with a smile. Madam, I come from a humble background, not as precious as Sister Wang Shu. I can handle any task you assign. How disingenuous, claiming you can do it while dragging Wang Shu into this. My mother regards Sister Wang Shu as a sister. Naturally, she is esteemed. If you wish to stay, the rough work is yours to handle. Yongyang, having just cleaned her face, felt another urge to spit. However, realizing that she would dirty her own face instead of the mistress, she refrained. All right, it is settled then. I will go out shortly and find 2 elder women to assist you in your courtyard. No need to seek anyone else. Just as Jiang Huaishu stood up, Yin Wanru's voice reached his ears. He turned to her, puzzled. Why? Your courtyard seems so desolate. Wouldn't it be better to invite more people for some liveliness? My lord, I have always preferred tranquility and do not enjoy commotion. Furthermore, the last maid tried to suffocate Yongyang, which left me with quite a shadow. Now, whenever I see too many people in the courtyard, I worry for Yanyang. Her eyes resembled a clear spring, quickly brimming with tears. Jiang Huaishu, initially concerned that Chuchio might be overworked, intended to find a couple of elder women to help. However, upon seeing Yin Wanru's tearful expression, his heart softened inexplicably, and he felt a pang of sympathy. She has been married into the for a year now. This is the first time he has seen her in tears. The way she looks, on the verge of crying, is truly heart-wrenching. Jiang Huaishu instinctively extends his hand, wishing to wipe away her tears the moment they fall. What is he thinking? He finds Yin Wanru captivating, evoking a desire to cherish her. He admits that she is indeed beautiful, even more so than the early autumn. Yet, what use is beauty in a woman of ill repute? Fine, I shall not seek out the matron. You should rest well. Contemplating his own situation, he feels as if he is surrounded by an endless expanse of green pasture. Jiang Huaishu's mood plummets to the depths of despair. He turns and hastily departs, unwilling to confront the greatest humiliation of his life. Watching him leave the room, Chuchio furrows her brow. Though Jiang Huaishu's actions were swift, she noticed his intent to caress Yin Wanru's face. He is actually feeling pity for her. How can this be? He had clearly stated that he loves only her. How can he feel sympathy for another woman in her presence? Chuchio, you shall stay in the room that Xiao Tao used to occupy. The servant girl responds. As you wish, madam. Wang Shu, take her to her room and inform her of her daily tasks. Yes. Wang Shu replies and leads Chuchio away. Yongyang gazes at the beams of the room, lost in thought. Chapter 48. The malicious younger sister-in-law Yin Wanru furrows her brow, curious as to why Jiang Huaishu is angry. Is his anger merely for show? She shakes her head, dismissing further contemplation. What Jiang Huaishu feels or thinks is of no concern to her. Approaching her, she bows slightly. Madam, I have shown Miss Chuchio to her room. May I ask how you wish to arrange her? Just like Xiao Tao. Do not let her near my room. Yin Wanru replies coldly. Although Jiang Huaishu is a scoundrel, the idea of adopting a bastard child and acknowledging a concubine as a sister-in-law is not something he would conceive. If not him, then it must be the concubine. The concubine's schemes run deep. She cannot trust her to serve closely. Sister-in-law. A familiar voice calls from outside the room. Yin Wanru regains her focus and looks towards the sound. A lively girl of about 15 or 16 enters, dressed in a goose yellow outfit, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Upon seeing Jiang Yin step over the threshold, a smile graces Yin Wanru's lips, lifting her spirits considerably. Jiang Yin is Jiang Huaishu's sister, the only person in the who treats her sincerely. Jiang Yin approaches Yin Wanru, grasping her hand playfully. Without my sister-in-law at the old residence, what is there for me to cherish? She glances at the small wooden bed as she speaks. Sister-in-law, I heard you had a daughter. May I hold her? Of course. Yin Wanru replies with a smile, rising to approach the small wooden bed. Yongyang, just awakened, opens her eyes to see her mother's face. She grins, ready to receive her mother's beautiful visage. Yet in the next moment, the person before her has changed. The smile that Yanyang had just lifted falters instantly. Isn't this Jiang Huaishu's sister, Jiang Yin, the malicious sister-in-law of my mother? She appears lively and cheerful, pretending to be the best toward my mother. But secretly, she has always envied my mother's beauty. She even assisted that concubine in tarnishing my mother's reputation. This woman is truly wicked. My mother must keep her wits about her and not be deceived. The smile on Yin Wanru's face stiffens as she turns to Jiang Yan. After hearing Yongyang's thoughts, she perceives the smile on Jiang Yan's face as increasingly disconcerting. She had always believed that Jiang Yan was the one who treated her the best in the... Unexpectedly, behind that smiling facade lies a treacherous intent. Indeed, one cannot raise two different kinds of people beneath one roof. There is not a single good person in this. Sister-in-law, what is troubling you? Why do you look at me like that? Jiang Yin, sensing Yin Wanru's gaze, meets her eyes. It is nothing. I just haven't seen you in a long while and wanted to look at you a bit more. Jiang Yin smiles innocently, her eyes shining with sincerity. Were it not for Yongyang's warning, Yin Wanru would have been unable to associate her with malice. Yin Wanru, momentarily distracted, reaches out to take Yongyang into her arms. Yongyang is quite heavy. She must be tiring you. Saying this, Yanyang gently places Yongyang back on the small wooden bed to play by herself. Yes, 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 do not let this wicked woman touch me. Who knows if she might, like that matron, take the opportunity to harm me. I am afraid. What kind of wolf den is this? Where not a single good person exists. Yanyang glances at her, the corner of her mouth twitching slightly. This child, why does she keep indulging in such wild thoughts? Here it comes, the matter of adoption. She will summon the illegitimate children, then, under the pretense of affection, attempt to adopt them under her name. Mother, you are too kind. Anyone will want to take advantage of you. Was she ever this foolish? Even her daughter believes she could be schemed against by Yongyang. Sister-in-law, Yongyang gazes into her eyes, smiling. You know I prefer tranquility. I had the marquis arrange for them to be placed in another courtyard. I know, I certainly do. However, they were brought in by my brother to keep you company. So you cannot entirely dismiss my brother's intentions, can you? Yongyang's lips curl into a smile, looking at Wang Shu. Please bring the children here. I adore children and wish to see them. Upon hearing this, Wang Shu turns to Yanyang. Seeing her remain still, Yongyang frowns in displeasure. Never mind. You are my sister-in-law's personal maid. You should not be away from her for too long. Yongyang then turns back to Yanyang. Sister-in-law, I noticed a new face in the courtyard. Why not let her run and fetch the children? Yanyang nods slightly in agreement. If she does not comply with Yongyang's wishes, how can she continue to observe her act? Wang Shu quickly exits the room, instructing Chu Qiu to bring the illegitimate children. Chu Qiu is elated and drops her broom before running off. Since Jiang Shu brought his siblings she has not had the opportunity to see them. Now, she finally has the chance to reunite with her children. The courtyard where Jiang Nanxing and Jiang Beichen reside is not far from Yanyang's quarters. Wang Shu furrows her brow, muttering in displeasure. Why are you taking so long to fetch the children? It's fine. I have no pressing matters, so waiting a bit longer is no trouble. Jiang waves her hand cheerfully. Besides, she is new here. It is normal for her to have trouble finding her way. Seeing Jiang speak on Chu Qiu's behalf, Wang Shu nods slightly, refraining from further comment. Yanyang glances at Jiang and then turns her gaze back to Chu Qiu, catching her expression of gratitude. It seems these two are already acquainted. Clearly, everyone knows about Jiang Shu's concubine, except for her. They all treat her as a fool, deceiving her thoroughly. Come here, let me hold you. Jiang, unaware of Yanyang's scrutiny, slowly crouches down. Jiang Nanxing and Jiang Beichen rush forward, tumbling into Jiang's embrace. Jiang holds them for a moment, planting kisses on their cheeks. These two children are quite friendly. Indeed, friendly children are the most adorable. Jiang nods in agreement with Yanyang. Look at their chubby little faces. They bear a resemblance to my brother when he was young. Chu Qiu stands outside the door, trying hard to suppress a smile at Jiang's words. Yanyang silently scoffs, her gaze fixed on the two illegitimate children. You would not have noticed had I not mentioned it. Upon closer inspection, these two children indeed bear a striking resemblance to the marquis. Those unaware of the truth might mistakenly believe they are the marquis's illegitimate offspring. Chapter 49. Ruining the marquis's reputation. As Yanyang's voice faded, Chu Qiu's smile immediately vanished. She furrowed her brow, her expression darkening. The term illegitimate child pierced her heart. Her children with the marquis were of unparalleled nobility. How could they be referred to as illegitimate? Jiang's expression also stiffened slightly. She did not expect the well-versed Yanyang to utter such words. Releasing the two children, she slowly stood up and faced Yanyang. Sister-in-law, please choose your words carefully. If a malicious person overhears what you just said and spreads it, my brother and the marquis's reputation will be irreparably tarnished. Yanyang nodded slightly, feigning remorse. Yanyang, having overheard their conversation, joyfully rolled over. Mother, you have spoken the truth. Those two children are indeed the illegitimate offspring of a scoundrel. This malicious sister-in-law is not only cruel-hearted, but her words are also quite biting. My mother merely revealed the truth by accident. Do not intimidate her. If one day the marquis's reputation is utterly destroyed, it will be the scoundrel's doing, not my mother's. Do not cast blame recklessly. Yongyang grumbled internally, while Jiang, along with Jiang Nanxing and Jiang Beichun, had already begun to play in the room. The two children were quite close to her, but not to Yin Wanru. Yin Wanru sat to the side, observing them as if watching a performance. After playing for over a quarter of an hour, Jiang Yin turned to Yin Wanru. Sister-in-law, these two children are truly adorable. Would you like to join us and play? No. Please continue playing. Very well. Jiang Yin assumed she found the children too noisy and did not take offense. Xingjia, Chenggu, do you like your aunt? Yes. Nanxing adores his aunt and does not wish to part from her. So obedient. Jiang Yin gently pinched Jiang Nanxing's cheek. If only Aunt were married, she would genuinely want to adopt you as her children. Aunt, hug me. Yin Wanru raised her cup to conceal her smile. Just as Yongyang had said, Yin was aware of her feelings and sought to manipulate her. If she were unaware that these two children were Jiang Huaishu's illegitimate offspring, she might have truly fallen into the trap. Unfortunately, she not only knew this, but was also cognizant of Jiang Yan's intentions. Noticing Yin Wanru's silence, Jiang Yin shifted her gaze and sat beside her. Sister-in-law, do you think my mother would agree if I proposed adopting them under my name? You are a young, unmarried woman. Adopting children would tarnish your reputation. How can my mother possibly agree? Then what should I do? I truly adore them and wish to keep them. Jiang Yin bit her lip, her face revealing her inner turmoil. Yin Wanru understood she was waiting for her to fall into a trap, but she resolutely refused. They currently reside in the marquis' residence. If you like them, simply visit them often to play. Why adopt? That would not be the same. Jiang Yin protested. Once you are married, if you still cherish them, then you can discuss adopting them with your husband. This way, you preserve your reputation and can still be their mother. Is it not the best of both worlds? Best of both worlds indeed. Jiang Yin gritted her teeth, her expression faltering. If she were to marry, she would naturally bear children. How could she raise another's offspring? Moreover, these two little ones were her brother's children, thus they should rightfully be adopted by Yin Wanru. Why was everything so different from her expectations? Sister-in-law, you only have Yongyang as your daughter. The courtyard must feel somewhat desolate. For my sake, why not adopt these two children under your name? This way, I can see them often, and the marquis' residence requires an heir. The marquis and I are still young. We can have more children. Yin Wanru's lips curled in a gentle smile as she declined Jiang Yan's proposition. Jiang Yan's expression darkened as she turned her gaze to Jiang Nanxing and Jiang Beichun. Losing interest in their play, lying on the small wooden bed, Yanyang smiled broadly. This malicious aunt is foolish. She has revealed her thoughts without much prompting. Mother is impressive. She did not fall into her trap. Those two illegitimate children wishing to become legitimate heirs will have to wait until their next life. The conversation from the inner room reached Chuchio's ears. Seeing her plan thwarted once more, her expression soured. This Yin Wanru is nothing like the naive woman Jiang Huaishu described. How many times has she disrupted their plans? If this continues, must she watch her own children be forever bound to the term illegitimate? A life spent under the scrutiny and disdain of others? Chuchio's heart brimmed with resentment. Clearly, Jiang Huaishu intended to marry her. If not for Yin Wanru's interference, she and her children would have long been the lords of the marquis' estate. Why must she exhaust herself with schemes and calculations? In the room, Jiang Yin could no longer bear to stay. She exchanged a few words with Yin Wanru before turning to leave. As she reached the door, she raised her voice to give a command. Certainly. Yin Wanru observed the two children dash toward Chuchio, a cold smile gracing her lips. Today's performance was splendid and deserved a reward. With that thought, she glanced towards Wang Shu. Although Chuchio was Jiang Huaishu's concubine, she had not experienced hardship from a young age. After spending only a few days in Yin Wanru's courtyard, she was already feeling overwhelmed. Seizing the opportunity while Yin Wanru took Yongyang outside, she sought out Jiang Huaishu's room. Jiang Huaishu was startled to see her standing outside and hurriedly pulled her inside. What brings you here so suddenly? If Aru sees you, then Marquis, when will you fulfill the promise you made to me? Yin Wanru makes me clean the courtyard and wash clothes every day. Look at my hands. They have become rough. Chuchio interrupted Jiang Huaishu's words, raising her hand before his eyes. Jiang Huaishu, glancing at her hand, held it tenderly. Chapter 50. Killing two birds with one stone. I know you have been working hard lately, but for our future, bear with it a little longer. Bear with it? You want me to endure while you marry Yanwanru? Now you still want me to endure? Until when, pray tell? Give me a clear answer. She had already endured for a year, and Jiang Huaishu continued to placate her with such words. Seeing her anger, Jiang Huaishu cupped her face and placed a fleeting kiss upon her lips. I understand your anxiety, but now is not the right time. You have only been in her courtyard for a few days, and you cannot even enter her room. You must find a way to stay by her side and replace Wang Shu. Only then will I have the opportunity to discuss that matter with her. She does not trust me. How could I possibly replace Wang Shu? Chuchio's eyes turned, and she smiled slyly. Unless she can save her life. Saying this, Chuchio looked up at Jiang Huaishu, her eyes filled with delight. Upon seeing her expression, Jiang Huaishu realized she had devised a plan. What do you intend to do? Chuchio stood on her tiptoes and whispered a few words into his ear. Jiang Huaishu was taken aback, and his gaze towards Chuchio grew warmer. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, splendid. Snow blanketed the imperial city. The heavy snowfall lasted all day. Yanwanru, being sensitive to the cold, had instructed Wang Shu to light the brazier early and shut the door. The entire room had only 1 window left open for ventilation. Yongyang sat beside Yanwanru, who was playfully enticing her with a golden kumquat. She reached out, eager to grasp it, as the golden tangerine was nearly within her grasp. Yanwanru once again pulled it away. Mother is being unfair. She won't let me have meat, and now she won't let me eat the tangerine either. Oh, I want to cry. Yanyang looked at her with a pitiful expression, her large black grape-like eyes shimmering with tears. Upon witnessing her demeanor, Yanwanru found it amusing. You little glutton, you've just had a small golden tangerine. You can't have another. No, I want to eat it. Tangerine. Give me the tangerine, Yongyang insisted, stretching her little hand out, her back perfectly straight. Suddenly, she lunged forward, catching Yanwanru off guard. The small golden tangerine was snatched from her hand. Yongyang held the tangerine in both hands and bit down eagerly. However, lacking teeth, she failed to break the skin and only ended up tasting the bitter rind. Yuck, it's bitter. Yongyang tossed the small tangerine onto the bed, her face scrunching up in distaste. Wang Shu, standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh at the sight. How adorable she is. But this was not mere cuteness. It was pure mischief. Yanwanru picked up the small tangerine, her tone laced with affection. You little glutton. You seized the tangerine while I wasn't paying attention. Yongyang is unhappy. Yongyang wants to sleep. Yongyang flopped backward, lying flat. It was not that she desired to pout, but her little strength was insufficient to sit for long. Yanwanru chuckled as she lifted her and placed her on the small wooden bed. Just as she turned around, the door creaked open, and the cold wind and snow swept inside. Chuchio stood at the threshold, her cheeks flushed and her ink-black hair dusted with flecks of white snow. She hesitated to step inside, casting a glance at Yanwanru. Madam, the old lady requests your presence. Understood, Yanwanru replied, turning to Yanyang. It's freezing outside, and this little one is so small. What if she gets frostbitten? While she pondered, Wang Shu had already fetched an oil paper umbrella and a hand warmer, bringing them to her. Wang Shu, you stay here. Madam, the roads are slippery in the snow. Allow me to accompany you. I cannot leave Yongyang alone in the room. I'm not at ease. You stay here and watch over her. With that, Yanwanru turned to leave. Chuchio, the concubine of Jiang Huai, could not be trusted to care for Yongyang. Seeing that Yanwanru had left Wang Shu behind, Chuchio felt elated. She quickly stepped aside to give Yanwanru room. Madam, why not let me accompany you in place of Sister Wang Shu? Just as Yanwanru stepped over the threshold, she heard Chuchio's voice. She paused, turning to look at her. She was going to see Qianshi, leaving only her and Wang Shu in the courtyard. With Chuchio's cunning, Wang Shu was certainly no match for her. Bringing her along was far better than leaving her behind. With that thought, Yanwanru extended the oil paper umbrella to her. Chuchio accepted the umbrella, opening it to shield Yanwanru from the falling snow. Yanwanru's courtyard lay in the front, while Qianshi's was at the back, separated by a garden. Fearing the cold, Yanwanru held the hand warmer tightly, hastening her steps toward the back courtyard. Chuchio followed closely behind, her heart racing. The success of her plan hinged on this moment. Wang Shu remained by Yongyang's side, observing her sleeping face, her eyelids twitching nervously. It felt as though something ominous loomed. Mother, Yanyang jolted awake from her dreams, immediately searching for Yun Wanru. Upon seeing her awaken, Wang Shu swiftly lifted her up. The world opened up around her. Yongyang glanced around, but didn't see Yun Wanru, her heart sinking. Aunt Wang Shu, where did my mother go? She isn't with that concubine, is she? Oh no, just moments ago, she had been abruptly pulled into a vision, witnessing her mother being pushed into the lake by Wang Shu. To awaken and find her mother missing was disastrous, given the sudden onset of the vision. Could what she saw happen today? Aunt, Yanyang bounced in Wang Shu's arms, desperate to speak but only managing to utter aunt. This was the first time Wang Shu had seen her so anxious and couldn't help but ask, do you also feel uneasy? They say a mother and daughter share a bond. Surely, nothing has truly happened to the madam. Wang Shu was filled with concern. Not long after, the sound of the door opening echoed from behind. Madam. Chapter 51. Preparations for the Aftermath. Wang Shu turned to look at the door. The words she had just spoken stuck in her throat. At the threshold stood Chuchio, braving the wind and snow as she entered. Following her were two matrons. Quickly carry the madam inside. At Chuchio's command, Wang Shu finally noticed that the two matrons were carrying Yun Wanru. Her complexion was pale, and a layer of frost clung to her eyelashes. Her once vibrant red lips now appeared dark and lifeless. Wang Shu was startled, nearly dropping Yanyang. She watched as the matrons laid Yun Wanru on the bed. Rushing to the bedside, she touched Yun Wanru's face. So cold. Sister Wang Shu. She accidentally fell into the pond. She speaking nonsense. Mother was clearly pushed in by her. The pond. Wang Shu's eyes widened in shock. There was only one pond at the marquis' residence. Just yesterday, she had passed by and noticed a thin layer of ice covering its surface. In such frigid weather, if the madam fell in, wouldn't she be risking her life? Have you sent for a doctor? Yes, the doctor is on the way. Chuchio, drenched and shivering, caught Wang Shu's puzzled gaze. Why are you wet? Chuchio shook her head. Sister Wang Shu, don't worry about me. I'm fine. You should first help the madam change her clothes. I'll guard outside. With that, Chuchio stepped over the threshold and closed the door behind her. Wang Shu knew how much Yun Wanru despised the cold and didn't dare delay. Ice had already formed on Yun Wanru's body. Wang Shu could not feel her warmth at all, crying as she helped her clean up. Yongyang sat up from the small bed, calling out to Yun Wanru. She could save her mother. Aunt Wang Shu, carry me over. Let me save my mother. Wang Shu couldn't hear her thoughts, but could hear her cries. Wiping her tears, she turned to Yongyang. Be good. I'll help the madam change her clothes first, and then I'll come back to accompany you. Aunt. Yongyang was frantic. She wanted to save her mother, but her spiritual realm could only pull conscious individuals inside. Unable to save her in the spiritual realm, she could only transmit her spiritual energy through touch. But she couldn't speak. Aunt Wang Shu would never understand her meaning. Aunt Wang Shu, look at me. Carry me to my mother's side, please. This was what Yanyang thought, but the words that escaped her lips remained the same. Wang Shu finished changing Yun Wanru's clothes. Turning around, she noticed Yanyang stretching her arms, wanting a hug. Was Yanyang worried about the madam and wishing to be by her side? Yanyang flailed her arms in the air. Wang Shu hurried over, just about to embrace her when a knock on the door interrupted. Chuchio's voice came from outside. Sister Wang Shu, have you finished changing the madam's clothes? The doctor is waiting at the door. Let him in. With Wang Shu's words, the door was slowly pushed open. Chuchio entered briskly, leading a middle-aged doctor, who immediately noticed her still damp clothing. Good. Chuchio wasted no time and turned to leave. She had longed to change her clothes. The wet garments clung to her, not only cold, but also uncomfortable. The doctor squatted by the bed, preparing to check Yun Wanru's pulse. Witnessing his furrowed brow, Wang Shu expressed her concern. Doctor, how is my lady? It is impossible. She is still so young. How could this be? The doctor sighed softly, shouldering his medicine box as he turned to leave. Wang Shu quickly grasped his sleeve, pleading, Doctor, I implore you, save my lady. She merely drowned. How can it be that there is no hope? The servants of your household have already informed me of her condition. On such a cold day, falling into the pond, how could she possibly survive? Forgive my lack of skill. I am unable to save her. You should seek a more capable physician. With that, The doctor hastened his departure. Wang Shu pursued him a few steps, ultimately halting at the doorway. It cannot be. My lady will not come to harm. Tears streamed down her face like pearls, falling in great droplets. Yongyang, in a state of urgency, patted the small wooden bed, calling out in distress. Annie Wang Shu, do not place your hopes on the doctor any longer. Quickly, hold me over there, or it will truly be too late. Seeing Yanyang's anxious expression, she wiped her tears and closed the door once more. She approached the small wooden bed, lifting Yongyang into her arms. Yongyang, let us go see your mother one last time. She is the one who loves you most in this world and cannot bear to part with you. Speak with her. Perhaps she will awaken. Embracing Yongyang, Wang Shu made her way to the bed. Yongyang bent down, leaning towards Yuan Wanro. Seeing her desire to be close to Yuan Wanro, Wang Shu released her, allowing her to rest beside her mother. Yanyang extended her pudgi hand, placing it atop Yuan Wanro's hand, gradually channeling her spiritual energy to her. I'm so fatigued. Mother's condition is truly dire, draining much of my spiritual energy. I cannot continue. My eyelids are beginning to droop. I must take a nap to restore my energy. Soon, Yongyang nestled beside Yuan Wanro and fell asleep. Chuchio gently pushed open the door and hurried inside. Upon noticing that Yuan Wanro remained unconscious, she turned to Wang Shu and could not help but inquire. How is the lady? What did the doctor say? It was better that she did not mention it. Yet, as soon as the matter was brought up, Wang Shu's tears could no longer be contained. Seeing her cry so sorrowfully, Chuchio's heart sank. She grasped Wang Shu's shoulders anxiously, saying, Do not just weep. Speak up. The doctor instructed us to prepare for the lady's funeral, sobbing. Upon hearing this, Chuchio's arms fell limp. Today, she nearly froze to death in the courtyard to achieve her desires. Having paid such a heavy price, if Yuan Wanro were to die, would her plans not be in vain? Chapter 52. A moment of reflection. Chuchio's brows furrowed slightly, her expression turning grim. However, she soon realized something was amiss. If Yuan Wanro were to perish, the Qian family would certainly arrange for Jiang Huai Shu to take another wife. Perhaps, with some effort, she could replace Yuan Wanro and become a matriarch of the Yuan marquis household. With this thought, Chuchio's heart swelled with joy. She gazed at Yuan Wanro with eyes filled with malice and venom. Oh, Jiang Huai Shu hastily arrived according to the plan. He intended to praise Chuchio in front of Yuan Wanro and have her acknowledge Chuchio as a sworn sister. However, upon entering, he was met with Wang Shu's sobs. Yuan Wanro lay on the bed, pale and unconscious. Was it not said she fell in the pond? How would she be unconscious? My lord, the lady, she cannot survive. Wang Shu slowly rose, her cheeks stained with tears. Jiang Huai Shu was taken aback, shaking his head with a smile. What do you mean she cannot survive? Wang Shu, do you know what you're saying? My lord, the doctor just left. He said the lady is hanging by a thread. There is no hope. At these words, Jiang Huai Shu stumbled back a step in shock. He turned to glare at Chuchio, anger flickering in his eyes. Yuan Wanro was the only daughter of Yun Xiu Cheng, his precious jewel. If something were to happen to her in the marquis' residence, would Yun Xiu Cheng not flay him alive? It is all this woman's fault for suggesting such a terrible idea. If he had not heeded her words, Yuan Wanro would not be in this predicament, and Yun Xiu Cheng would not trouble him and the marquis' household. But it was too late to ponder such matters now. He must find a way to keep this incident concealed. Wang Shu, do not let news of the lady's condition spread, especially not to the Taisha residence. Not a word. No, the Taisha is her father. If he cannot see her one last time while she is in peril, he will surely regret it for life. Wang Shu wiped her tears from her face. I will inform the Taisha at once. With that, she turned to leave. As she passed by Jiang Huai Shu, he seized her arm. I said no. My lord, why is that? Wang Shu turned, looking at him in bewilderment. What I mean is, the father will be heartbroken if he learns of this. Besides, one doctor's word is not necessarily the truth. I shall summon all the doctors in the city. I refuse to believe we cannot save our row. Jiang Huai Shu gritted his teeth, turning to face Chuchio. You stay here and watch over her. She must not leave this room for a moment. With that, Jiang Huai Shu spun on his heel and departed. Chuchio was taken aback by his demeanor. Having known him for so many years, it was the first time she had seen him in such a state of urgency. Did he truly care about Yongyang's life and death? Could it be that he had developed feelings for her? The mere thought of this possibility ignited her resentment. She turned her gaze towards Yongyang, wishing she would perish at that moment. She kept a close watch on Wang Shu, ensuring she did not leave the room. With no way out, Wang Shu remained by Yongyang's side, weeping. The sound of crying disturbed Yongyang, causing her a headache. Slowly, she opened her eyes, seeing Wang Shu, her tear-streaked face hovering above her hand. "Why are you crying? My lady is on the verge of death." "I am." Before Wang Shu could finish her sentence, she suddenly realized that the person speaking to her seemed to be her lady. She had cried for so long that her eyes were swollen like walnuts. She opened her eyes a crack, gazing at Yongyang. Upon seeing her awaken, Wang Shu's sobs intensified. "Fool, why speak such foolishness?" The exchange between the two gradually reached Chuchio's ears. She rushed forward and, upon seeing Yongyang awake, her eyes turned cold. How could this woman be so resilient? The doctor had declared her beyond saving, yet she had awakened. This cannot stand. She must not live. If she survives, Jiang Shu will have no opportunity to marry her. Chuchio glanced around and spotted a pair of scissors nearby. She quickly approached, concealing the scissors behind her, inching towards the bedside. Wang Shu remained lost in her sorrow, oblivious to Chuchio's unusual behavior. Gripping the scissors tightly, she was about to act when the door suddenly swung open. Hearing the noise, Chuchio trembled in fright. The scissors hidden behind her nearly clattered to the ground. She hastily concealed the scissors in her sleeve. Though her movements were swift, Jiang Shu caught sight of her. His brow furrowed in displeasure. "Jugu, step outside and wait." "Yes," Chuchio replied, nervously retreating. Jiang Shu cast her a sidelong glance before leading two doctors to the bedside. Upon seeing Yongyang awake, he momentarily froze. Soon, he recalled why Chuchio had been holding scissors. He had initially thought she intended to harm Wang Shu. Little did he know, her true target was Yongyang, who had granted her such audacity. "Doctors, please assist my lady." One doctor nodded, kneeling beside Yongyang. As he stood, the other doctor approached, performing the same action. Finally, the two exchanged opinions and then bowed to Jiang Shu. "Rest assured, my lord, the lady has merely caught a chill and is not in any mortal danger." Jiang Shu was taken aback. "Is that truly the case? Having practiced medicine for several decades, I have diagnosed numerous patients and cannot be mistaken." "Excellent, excellent." Jiang Shu nodded with a smile, genuinely elated. "Wang Shu, take the doctor to receive the reward." Hearing Jiang Shu's words, she gazed at him in bewilderment. "This servant shall go at once." Wang Shu wiped her tears with her sleeve and led the doctor outside. Although her body had left the room, her soul remained within. "The lady is fine. She will not perish? How wonderful." Wang Shu was exceedingly joyful. Her swollen eyes narrowed into a smile. Yongyang glanced towards the door before turning back to Jiang Shu. "My lord, what has transpired? Why is Wang Shu crying so sorrowfully? You have forgotten. You fell into the pond when you went to see your mother. Thankfully, Chuchio rescued you. As for Wang Shu, she was terrified by the quack doctor who suggested preparing for your demise." Chapter 53. The external chamber faces humiliation. Yongyang frowned slightly, her gaze heavy as she looked at Jiang Shu. It was merely a fall into the pond, not a blow to the head that caused amnesia. How could I possibly forget whether I fell by accident or was pushed? At that moment, there was only Chuchio behind me. Jiang Shu deliberately twisted the truth. It seemed this was all part of their scheme. Yongyang saw through the facade, but chose not to expose it, smiling lightly. "So it was Chuchio who saved me. I owe her a great debt. However, I did not fall on my own accord but was indeed pushed. My lord, there are those within the estate who wish to harm me." At this point, Yongyang grasped Jiang Shu's sleeve, feigning fear as she looked up at him. Jiang Shu's expression stiffened, and he gently held her hand. "You are the mistress of the marquis. How can anyone wish you harm? Surely, you must be mistaken." "I cannot be mistaken. I distinctly felt someone push me from behind. There were hardly any people in the garden, only Chuchio." She looked up at Jiang Shu, noticing a hint of panic in his eyes, and continued, "It cannot be Chuchio. If she had pushed me into the water, How could she then have saved me? My lord, do you not agree? Indeed, your reasoning is quite sound. Jiang Huaishu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Qiu saved your life. We should express our gratitude properly. Let's get straight to the point. Yin Wanro casually glanced outside. I wonder what she would appreciate. Perhaps you could reward her with gold and silver on my behalf. Yin Wanro's eyes curved into a smile as she looked at Jiang Huaishu. Jiang Huaishu turned his gaze, saying, bestowing such mundane gifts cannot convey your true feelings. I recall you once mentioned that your father laments having only one daughter in this life. Why not adopt Chu Qiu as a sworn sister? This would not only repay her for saving your life, but also fulfill your father's regret. Chu Qiu entered briskly, bowing before Yun Wanro and Jiang Huaishu. My lord, my lady. Chu Qiu, you saved the lady and have thus earned merit. I have discussed this with Aro, and she wishes to adopt you as a sworn sister. Would you agree? Upon hearing this, Chu Qiu's heart leaped with joy. Though Yin Wanro had not perished, she could not assume the role of mistress of the marquis for now. However, if she could follow the plan and become the sworn daughter of Yun Xiucheng, would it not be even better? When Yin Wanro eventually passed, she could then marry Jiang Huaishu under the guise of sworn sister. Thinking this, she quickly knelt down and bowed her head to Yin Wanro. This servant is willing. Thank you, my lady. Do not thank me just yet. I have not agreed. Yin Wanro interrupted Chu Qiu's words. Chu Qiu was taken aback, looking up at Jiang Huaishu. Jiang Huaishu met her puzzled gaze, frowning as he looked at Yin Wanro. Aro, did we not agree earlier? Why have you suddenly changed your mind? My lord, you were the one speaking all this time. I could not interject. Yin Wanro's expression held a hint of grievance. Aro, your refusal is merely to spite me. Without consulting my opinion, my lord has misunderstood. I am not angry. My refusal is due to Miss Chu Qiu's background. You are aware that my family's traditions are strict, and my father is particularly concerned with reputation. If he were to learn that I adopted a woman from a brothel as a sworn sister, he would surely be furious. Every word Yin Wanro spoke struck deeply into Chu Qiu's heart. She bit her lip, feeling humiliated, her face flushing with anger. Jiang Huaishu, oblivious to her change in demeanor, continued to persuade. We can keep this from your father for now. My lord, one cannot hide fire with paper. If my father learns of this in the future, he will certainly be enraged. You are putting me in a position of filial disobedience. Yin Wanro's brow furrowed, her head lowered in distress. Seeing her so unyielding, Jiang Huaishu lost patience. He abruptly stood, looking down at Yin Wanro with displeasure. Chu Qiu saved your life. You cannot even meet this small request. Aro, when did you become so cold-hearted? Cold-hearted? How laughable. Had it not been for Chu Qiu pushing her into the pond, would she still require her rescue? She had suffered because of her. Yet Jiang Huaishu now expected her to accept her as a sworn sister. How thick-skinned they were. Yin Wanro clenched her hands beneath the covers, suppressing her anger and lowering her voice. Is my lord blaming me? She coughed lightly, feigning discomfort. Jiang Huaishu glanced at her, indifferent. Yin Wanro slowly raised her head, glancing at him and then at Chu Qiu, who was still kneeling before the bed. My family's traditions are quite strict. My father would never agree to let Miss Chu Qiu become part of the Yun family. As my lord is my husband, why not adopt her as a sworn sister under your surname Jiang? This way, we can repay her for saving my life without incurring my father's wrath. What do you think? Jiang Huaishu's expression froze. He had not anticipated Yin Wanro would propose such an idea. If Chu Qiu became his sworn sister, any possibility of a future with her would be extinguished. Chu Qiu was equally startled, looking at Jiang Huaishu in despair, fearing he might agree. Under the gaze of the two women, Jiang Huaishu took a step back. You are still unwell. Let us discuss this matter at a later time. With that, he turned and walked out. After taking a few steps, he suddenly remembered that Chu Qiu was still kneeling. He halted, turning to look at her. Thank you, my lord. Chu Qiu slowly stood and followed Jiang Huaishu out the door. As the door closed behind them, Yin Wanro's expression turned icy. My lady, I can't help but feel that my lord is acting strangely. You nearly lost your life falling into the pond, yet he remains indifferent, even holding a grudge against you for not wanting to adopt Chu Qiu as a sworn sister. Even you have noticed, I have been oblivious to Jiang Huaishu's oddities until now. Leaning against the bed, Yunwanru's brow was tightly knit. If she had not heard the faint cries of her child, she might have remained oblivious to Jiang Huaishu's heart, which did not belong to her. Had she trusted him as she had before, she would not have suspected his intentions. If she were to blindly agree to adopt Chuqiu as a sworn sister, who could predict the calamities that might befall her and the Yun family in the future? Contemplating this, Yunwanru turned her gaze towards the small wooden bed. Since her awakening, she had not heard her child's cries. Wang Shu, please check on Yongyang. Why has she not been crying today? Wang Shu nodded slightly and approached the small wooden bed. Seeing Yongyang sleeping soundly with her eyes closed, she revealed a faint smile. Perhaps a mother's instinct. The young lady sensed that her mother was in peril earlier and wanted to find you. Perhaps she grew tired after crying for so long and has now fallen asleep. Yunwanru nodded slightly, feeling relieved. So many unfortunate events had transpired today. She truly feared that something might have happened to Yongyang. Thankfully, she was merely asleep. Outside the courtyard, the wind and snow had ceased. Chuqiu followed Jiang Huaishu into his room. She closed the door and turned around, only to be met with a resounding slap from Jiang Huaishu. Covering her face, she gazed at him in confusion. Have you lost your mind? Why did you hit me? Chapter 54. Have you fallen for her? Am I the one who has gone mad? Or is it you? Had I not arrived in time today, would you have killed Yunwanru? Jiang Huaishu glared at her, his voice rising in anger. If it were not for the two children, he would have cast this foolish woman out of the Ho residence. Who was Yunwanru? She was the only daughter of the Grand Tutor, cherished like a treasure. From a young age, Yun Xiuqing had regarded her as the jewel of the Grand Tutor's estate. Jiang Huaishu had exerted considerable effort to win her hand. If she were to perish within the Ho residence, how could Yun Xiuqing possibly let him off the hook? Chuqiu was merely a courtesan. How could she fathom such complexities? Seeing Jiang Huaishu's frustration over Yunwanru, she was taken aback. Her eyes brimmed with grievance as she looked at him. Huaishu, have you developed feelings for her? You never used to strike me or speak to me so harshly. Yet today, it is all because of her. Chuqiu refrained from voicing the rest of her thoughts. Lowering her eyelids, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Jiang Huaishu, who was typically gentle, softened at her sorrowful visage and gently grasped her hand. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly have feelings for such a tainted woman? My heart belongs only to you. You have always known that. I knew it before, but I am no longer certain, Chuqiu replied, her eyes glistening with tears. Jiang Huaishu pulled her into his embrace, his heart aching for her. I was angry just now because of her status. If she were to die in the Ho residence, the Grand Tutor's estate would undoubtedly become our enemy. So, for the sake of our future, you must not entertain any other thoughts. If she dies, Mother will insist I take another wife. And your status? Jiang Huaishu did not finish his sentence, but Chuqiu understood his implication. Her spine stiffened, and she ceased her weeping. Today, she realized that Jiang Huaishu, like others, looked down upon her humble origins. Contemplating this, she slowly withdrew from his embrace, her head bowed, her eyes brimming with indignation. I understand my mistake. I will never entertain such thoughts again. That is good to hear. I will gradually plan for your and the children's future, Jiang Huaishu replied, taking a deep breath and waving his hand. Very well, Chuqiu responded, turning to open the door. As she stepped over the threshold, she clenched her teeth. As for her life, she had already missed the best opportunity. It was impossible to kill her now. Moreover, Jiang Huaishu's tone did not seem to indicate he was joking. Should Yunwanru truly die, he would not marry her. She would end up with nothing, a true loss. By evening, Yanyang remained eerily quiet. Yunwanru sensed something was amiss and struggled to rise. Wang Shu hurried over to stop her. Madam, if you need anything, just tell me, and I shall fetch it for you. I want to see Yongyang. She has been too quiet today. I am worried. Yunwanru gazed toward the small wooden bed, her eyes filled with concern. Madam, please lie back. I will bring the young lady to you. All right. Yunwanru nodded slightly, reclining against the bed's headboard. Wang Shu covered her with a blanket, then approached the small wooden bed and picked up Yongyang. The young lady is sleeping so soundly. Give her to me. Yunwanru extended her arms, her eyes fixed intently on Yongyang. Wang Shu brought Yongyang closer and handed her to Yunwanru, who took her in her arms. Noticing her eyes still closed, with no sign of waking, anxiety bubbled within her. Why is she sleeping so long? Having learned from the previous experience, Yin Wanru remained considerably calmer this time. Wangshu, help me dress. I must go to Xianqing Temple. Madam, it is already dark outside. At this hour, Xianqing Temple will not be welcoming any visitors. You cannot enter now. What should I do? Yongyang. Before Yin Wanru could finish, she heard Yanyang mumble a few sounds. Looking down, she saw her daughter yawning. Wangshu, noticing Yanyang awake, exclaimed, "The young lady is awake. There is no need for the madam to go to Xianqing Temple." Upon hearing this, Yin Wanru exhaled in relief. She had feared Yongyang would sleep for an entire day and night like last time. Listening to the exchange between mother and servant, Yongyang paused. Mother is going to Xianqing Temple? Why? Mother, you have only just managed to preserve your life. You must not neglect your health. You are still quite weak and need proper rest. Wangshuani, you must keep an eye on mother. She cannot go anywhere until she recovers. Realizing her daughter's concern for her, Yin Wanru felt her spirits lift. She smiled and gently kissed Yongyang's little face. I'm glad you are awake. If you had not woken up, I would have taken you to Xianqing Temple. Ah, so mother intended to go to Xianqing Temple for my sake. Mother, you need not worry about me. I merely used too much spiritual energy and fell asleep. However, my spiritual energy has greatly improved. This time, I slept for much less than before. Spiritual energy? What is that? Yin Wanru was curious, but refrained from asking. She did not want to frighten Wangshu by revealing that she could hear Yongyang's thoughts. Even without Wangshu present, there was no need to inquire. Wangshu, let Chuchio come in to serve tomorrow. Madam. Wangshu's brows furrowed, her words trailing off. She knew that the madam wanted Chuchio to serve because she had saved her life today. Chuchio had shown kindness to the madam, making her an ally. Although she felt compelled to object, she sensed something was amiss about the situation, though she could not pinpoint exactly what. Wangshu, I understand that you have always cared for my well-being. Rest assured, even if I allow her to assist me, she cannot replace your position in my heart. Madam, I do not mean that. I know you are concerned about her unclear background and hesitate to let her serve me. Yet, to others, she is seen as my savior. If I allow her to remain in the courtyard as merely a rough servant, it seems rather inappropriate. Yin Wanru released one of her hands to grasp Wangshu's hand. In the future, I will rely on you to keep a close watch on her. Ensure she does not cause any mischief in my courtyard. As her words fell, Wangshu bent her knees and knelt. Madam, trust me, I will not let you down. I will keep a close eye on her and ensure she has no opportunities to stir trouble. Very well, rise, do not kneel. Just as Yin Wanru's voice faded, a knock sounded at the door. Chapter 55. There is no need to spare their feelings, madam. The kitchen has sent the nourishing medicine. Chuchio's voice echoed from outside. Yin Wanru turned her gaze toward the door. Let her in. As her words fell, the door slowly opened. Chuchio entered, carrying a bowl of medicinal soup, stepping over the threshold with measured grace. Wangshu promptly rose and stepped forward to greet her. Chuchio's eyes brightened as she bowed to Yin Wanru and Wangshu. Thank you, madam. Thank you, Sister Wangshu. No need for thanks. Today, it was you who saved me. I should be the one expressing gratitude. Yin Wanru waved her hand, urging her to depart. Chuchio did not linger, turning to leave the room and closing the door behind her. Wangshu held the medicinal soup and waited for a moment before hurrying to open the door, peeking outside. Seeing that the yard was devoid of anyone, she promptly closed the door again and approached Yin Wanru with the medicinal soup in hand. Madam, do you think she overheard me? Observing her expression, it seemed she had not. Wangshu nodded slightly, letting out a sigh of relief. She gazed down at the concoction in her hands, her brow furrowing slightly. The kitchen had sent another batch of medicinal soup. Madam, should we dispose of it as before? Yanyang sniffed diligently, sneezing. Ginseng, perilla leaves, balloon flower. All remedies for wind cold. It appears that the big pig's hoof has not thought to switch the medicine this time. Indeed, it was a tonic for the body. Yin Wanru slightly turned her body, placing Yongyang beside her. She raised her hand, looking at Wangshu. Give it to me. Wangshu nodded slightly and handed the bowl to her. Yin Wanru accepted it and drank it all at once. Ugh, so bitter. Just the smell makes me recoil. Such a bitter medicine, and Mother drank it in one go. Mother is so brave. You are my goddess. Hearing Yongyang praise her, Yun Wanru's lips curled into a smile. She passed the bowl back to Wang Shu and took Yongyang into her arms. Just as she was about to plant a kiss on her, Yongyang turned her head away in disgust. Mother, it stinks. Don't kiss Yongyang. I hate bad smells the most. Yin Wanru's lips twitched. Just as she was about to set her down, she saw Yongyang puffing out her cheeks. No, no. My mother doesn't stink. My mother smells wonderful. Just one kiss, please. I'm holding my breath. You must kiss me quickly. With a chuckle, Yin Wanru couldn't help but laugh at Yongyang's antics. Madam, what is the matter? Nothing. Yin Wanru replied with a smile, shaking her head. Look at her. Puffing her cheeks. How adorable. Mother, are you going to kiss me or not? If you don't, I won't be able to hold my breath any longer. Yin Wanru lifted her hand and gently pinched Yongyang's rosy cheeks. What are you doing, little one, puffing out your cheeks? Be careful, or you'll wake up with sore cheeks tomorrow. After being gently pinched by Yin Wanru, Yongyang let out a breath. She opened her mouth to inhale the fresh air, feeling much more comfortable. Is there no kind-hearted soul who can concoct a medicine that heals without the bitterness? The taste is unbearable. As the new year approached, red lanterns were hung both inside and outside the residence. Every year at this time, the lady of the house would start preparing new clothes for everyone. Coincidentally, Yin Wanru had fallen into the water and caught a chill. She decided to abandon all her duties and rest. While she enjoyed her leisure, Qianshi was not pleased. She had only been away from her duties for a little over a year, and now they wanted her to return. Wasn't that deliberately trying to exhaust her? It had already been 2 days since Yin Wanru had rested, yet she had not begun preparing for the New Year's goods. Did she intend to feign illness and lie in bed indefinitely? Go, drag her out for me. Even if she is dying today, she must get up. Qianshi stood in the main hall, hands on her hips, throwing a tantrum. When she was a daughter-in-law, her mother-in-law treated her the same way. After enduring so long, she could not allow her daughter-in-law to be led around by the nose. The people sent by Qianshi soon arrived at Yin Wanru's courtyard. Chuchio saw the visitors from afar and turned to report. However, just as she took a step, she halted, respectfully standing aside. Wu Mama passed by her, snorting coldly. Though her voice was low, it was still caught by Yongyang. The old witch's maid has arrived. The outside woman is out there, respectfully inviting them in. The outside woman is just that, an unworthy flatterer. How quickly she has ingratiated herself with the old witch's entourage. Yin Wanru maintained a calm demeanor, showing no intention of rising. Jiang Huai's collusion with the outside woman had nearly brought about her demise. This incident had occurred on her way to meet Qianshi. She did not believe that Qianshi was uninvolved. Since their family all wished for her death, she saw no reason to spare them any face. Bang! The door was kicked open forcefully. Yin Wanru feigned surprise, furrowing her brows as she sat up from her bed. Upon seeing Wu Mama enter, she relaxed her brows. Mama, what brings you here? Yin Wanru's voice was soft, revealing that her health had yet to be restored. Wu Mama, however, paid no mind to this. Having come at Qianshi's command, she hastily approached the bedside, coldly looking down at Yin Wanru. Madam, with the new year approaching, the old lady has sent me to ask when you will begin preparing for the festivities. Wu Mama had anticipated this response. She slightly raised her chin, snorting. Madam, you are the mistress of the whole residence. All matters, big and small, should be your responsibility. You are feigning illness and shirking your duties. Does that mean the old lady must take care of these things for you? This year, it will have to trouble my mother. Wu Mama was momentarily speechless. Wasn't she the daughter of the Grand Preceptor, well-read since childhood? How could she be so foolish as to not discern whether the words were truthful or false? Slap. Before Wang Shu could finish her words, Wu Mama slapped her. Who do you think you are? You have no place to speak here. Chapter 56. Dog bites dog. Wang Shu furrowed her brows, covering her face in pain. Hearing the commotion, Yongyang climbed up from the small wooden bed. Her chubby little arms dangling over the edge, she was frightened, prompting Wang Shu to rush over to embrace her. Miss, why are you getting up? Be careful not to fall. She hit you. That old witch actually dared to hit you. Aunt Wang, does it hurt? Let me blow on it for you. Yongyang puffed her cheeks, gently blowing on the side of Wang Shu's bruised face. Wang Shu paused for a moment as tears streamed down her cheeks. Her young mistress was genuinely concerned for her. Aunt, don't cry. Yongyang will help you get revenge. The little girl was furious, her chubby face flushed with anger. That old witch had struck Aunt Wang, causing her to shed tears, and she couldn't let her get away with it. Yun Wanru noticed Yongyang s anger. Yet, she was still so young, and Yin Wanru worried that she might harm her health. She turned to Wu Mama. Before she could speak, Wu Mama interjected, "Madam, will you get up on your own, or should this old woman personally assist you?" Yin Wanru's voice remained gentle, though her brows knitted tighter, her complexion paler than before. Wu Mama looked down at her, coldly snorting, "Madam, do not pretend to be ill in front of me." The old lady said, "Even if you die today, you must die on the way to prepare for the new year." With that, Wu Mama bent down and threw the blanket onto the floor. Having caught a chill, Yin Wanru could hardly bear the torment. She bent to retrieve the blanket, but as her hand reached out, Wu Mama seized her wrist. "Madam, if you do not get up, I will personally assist you with your clothing. I am a rough person, and my hands are heavy. If I hurt you, do not blame me." Yin Wanru gritted her teeth, her eyes glimmering with indignation as she looked at Wu Mama. Wang Shu, seeing Yin Wanru in distress, hurriedly set Yongyang down and rushed forward. "Let go of the madam. You little wretch, get away." Wu Mama lifted her foot and kicked Wang Shu in the stomach. Upon seeing Wang Shu fall to the ground, Yin Wanru's eyes brimmed with concern. Wang Shu Chuchio hid outside the door, watching the scene unfold with glee. She leaned her head out, her eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. "Let it break out, let it break out." She deliberately lowered her voice, but Yongyang still heard her. Yanyang turned her head to look at her. Feeling the gaze, Chuchio looked over. In a fleeting moment of gazing into Yanyang's eyes, the laughter within them was entirely retracted. "One must not harm the lady." CHC's expression turned blank as she mechanically entered the room. The three individuals within were momentarily taken aback by her words. WMM, who had been by Chi and SH's side, recognized her as the one who held the marquis' affections even before she entered the residence. "Miss CHC, what do you mean? I must not harm the lady." CHC's limbs stiffened as she slowly approached WMM. Before WMM could comprehend her intentions, she was struck across the face. "This slap is for Ani WNGSH," CHC declared. Ying, puffing her cheeks in indignation, seemed to understand, yet was even more perplexed by CHC's actions. "You little wretch, how dare you hit me?" WMM was taken aback by CHC's audacity. Having grown up alongside Chi and SH, she had never endured such humiliation. How could a mere concubine dare to confront her? "This is insurrection." WMM seethed with anger. She released her grip on YNWNRU and seized CHC's hair. CHC, refusing to back down, retaliated with a punch that caused WMM to bleed from her nose. Enraged, WMM yanked a handful of CHC's hair, eliciting a cry of pain from her. The two women became increasingly fierce in their brawl, causing WNGSH to feel alarmed. "Do not hurt the lady." Yanyang's chubby little hands pounded against the bed railing as she giggled, baring her pink gums. CHC seized WMM's hair and dragged her towards the door. WMM screamed in protest, delivering a retaliatory blow. Outside the room, their battle escalated until both fell to the ground, rolling and refusing to release each other. "Surely, this will not result in a fatality?" YNWNRU furrowed her brow, feeling a twinge of concern. Yet, she thought it ill-fated to have a death occur in her courtyard during the festivities. "They are tough as leather. They will not perish." Ying sensed a surge of vitality within herself, able to discern the vigor of her opponents. Though appearing battered, both were full of life, particularly the old crone, who, despite her age, possessed robust vitality and formidable fighting prowess. Today, the concubine would face dire consequences. Ying smirked, harboring no sympathy for CHC. Just days prior, this detestable concubine had attempted to harm her mother. Today, with WMM's arrival, she seized the opportunity to exact her revenge. The commotion in the courtyard quickly spread, and the young siblings G, NGN, NX, Ing, and G, NGB, Ich, N, swift on their feet, rushed to see their mother in distress. "Release her. Do not harm her," they cried, launching an assault on WMM. WMM, taken aback by their intervention, hesitated to retaliate. Though the concubine was beneath her, these children were the old lady's beloved grandchildren. If she were to strike them, she would surely face dire consequences. Cease this at once. WMM conceded, glaring at CH. For the sake of the children, I shall not retaliate. Now release me. You first. CH's eyes regained their clarity. Upon exiting the room, her senses returned, and seeing WMM's grip on her hair, she could not hold back her fury and retaliated. Jingu ISH supported Chi NSH as they entered the courtyard. Upon witnessing the two women sprawled on the ground in disarray, Chi NSH was immediately distressed. She had intended for WMM to confront YNWNRU, yet how had she ended up fighting CH? Old lady, please save me. WMM appealed to the matriarch, unafraid of CH but intimidated by the presence of the children. Xing G, bring your brother over. Chi NSH called to the two. GNGB HN, seeing Jingu ISH and Chi NSH arrive, rushed to Chi NSH, clinging to her leg and sobbing. GNGN NX Ing scoffed, hastening to Jingu ISH, pointing at WMM. Marquis, she hit me. But before she could finish, Jingu ISH covered her mouth. Are you not going to separate them? He asked, displeased as he observed the chaotic scene. At his command, both women released their grip. CH's hair was unevenly torn, her face marred with red handprints and scratches, rendering her a sight of disarray. Struggling, she attempted to rise but faltered and fell again, crawling towards Jingu ISH. Marquis, WMM struck me. You must seek justice for me. She pleaded while crawling, her gaze fixed on Jingu ISH. He instinctively took a step back, horrified by her ghastly appearance. It was as if she were a specter, terrifying enough to frighten even the stoutest of men. Old lady, she initiated the assault. You lie. CH halted. Ternento confront VMM. She had merely been observing, unaware that she would soon become a victim of such a calamity. You wretched girl. Dare you act, yet not take responsibility? Who is it that declared not to harm the lady? I was merely inquiring what you meant, and you struck me. WMM's anger intensified as she recounted the events. Yet, CH could not recall any specifics. Chi NSH was unconcerned with their quarrel. Her focus was solely on her grandchildren. She knelt down, anxiously inspecting GNGB HN. Oh dear, my little ones, are you hurt? GNGB HN, holding back tears, shook his head. Chi NSH, relieved to see he was unharmed, turned her attention to GNGN NXing. Where's YNWNRU? Such a commotion in her courtyard, yet she does not emerge? As Chi NSH rose, her gaze turned icy towards the room. WNGSH, hearing the noise, hurried outside. Upon seeing Jingu ISH and Chi NSH, she bowed respectfully. Old lady, Marquis, the lady fell into the pond the other day and has been unwell. WMM just caused another ruckus, exposing her to the cold. The lady, hearing the commotion, requested my assistance to rise, but her condition is too frail. And she fell again. The latter part of her statement was a fabrication. WMM and CH's brawl was of no concern to her. However, with Jingu ISH and Chi NSH present, an explanation was necessary. After all, it was true that the lady had fallen into the pond and had been weakened. The encounter with WMM had indeed been intentional. Any replacement would have appeared weak and unstable under the current circumstances. Nonetheless, Chi NSH remained skeptical. She let out a cold snort, her gaze fixed icily on the door. How had I not realized before that her constitution was so frail? With that thought, Qianshi took Jiang Beichen's hand and walked slowly into the room, while Wang Shu made no attempt to stop them. Following closely behind Qianshi and Jiang Huaishu, she entered the chamber. Upon seeing that Qianshi was too preoccupied to punish her, Wu Mama let out a sigh of relief. Exhausted from their scuffle, she shot a glare at Chu Qiu before collapsing onto the ground, panting. In comparison, Chu Qiu appeared even more disheveled. Having jumped into the pond the previous day, she was already suffering from the chill. After battling with Wu Mama today, her vision blurred and her head spun. Had she not been holding on, she would have surely fainted by now. As Qianshi entered the room and spotted Yun Wanru comfortably lying on the bed, her frustration boiled over. She hurried forward, intending to lift the blanket, only to be stopped by Wang Shu. Old madam, that cannot be done. The madam has already caught a chill. If you disturb her now, she might fall ill again. With the new year approaching, if she were to fall sick, it would be a while before she recovers. Hearing this, Qian Shi's hand paused. The new year was an exceptionally busy time, and if Yin Wanru fell ill now, all responsibilities would fall squarely on her shoulders. Mother, Wan Shu is weak and cannot pay her respects to you. Let her rest. Qian Shi observed her with disdain. How can someone of her status, the matriarch of a noble family, be so frail? Yongyang, lying on the small wooden bed, raised her tiny fists in anger and struck the bed's railing. Isn't it because of your good son that he conspired with the concubine to push my mother into the water? If not for me, my mother would have perished long ago. How can you still find fault with her? In her eyes, Yanyang was merely a 5-month-old infant, incapable of saving her. She was simply speaking innocently. Someone, fetch the doctor. My marquis' residence does not yet have an heir. If her health deteriorates, our lineage will come to an end. Qian Shi huffed indignantly, taking Jiang Beichen's hand and turning to leave. On the surface, she appeared anxious about Yun Wanru's health, fearing she wouldn't be able to bear an heir for the marquis' family. Yet, deep down, she secretly hoped for Yun Wanru to develop a chronic illness. Once it was confirmed that she could no longer conceive, she could ensure that her son, Shu heir, could openly register Chungu heir under Yun Wanru's name in their family genealogy. Qian Shi sent someone to summon the doctor. Upon seeing him, Yun Wanru felt a sense of foreboding. This man had long been bribed by Qian Shi, and his words would merely echo her intentions. Sigh. The madam has already suffered from illness after childbirth. Coupled with the chill, I fear. The doctor shook his head, unable to finish his sentence. He slowly rose and turned to Wang Shu. Miss, please accompany me to the apothecary for medicine. Chu Qiu, you should go with the doctor. Wang Shu looked toward the courtyard and called out to Chu Qiu. Chu Qiu, appearing quite disheveled, entered the room, her body and face marred with injuries. The doctor frowned upon seeing her. This young lady is severely injured. We must ensure she doesn't collapse on the way. Don't think I don't know it was that old hag who sent you to call for Aunt Wang Shu to fetch medicine. Last time on my 100-day banquet, she was exposed. That old hag has learned her lesson and seeks to divert blame. If something happens this time, she can easily place the blame on Aunt Wang Shu. These words were Qian Shi's instructions to the doctor in the courtyard. Yongyang possessed a powerful spirit, and her abilities had significantly increased. As long as she was awake, she could hear everything happening in the courtyard. She had overheard their conversation. Wang Shu, Chu Qiu was injured for my sake. She may not even make it out the front door. You should go with the doctor yourself. Yin Wanru glanced at Wang Shu and signaled with her eyes. Wang Shu immediately understood and nodded. Doctor, thank you for your assistance. Of course, of course. The doctor smiled and nodded, pleased with how smoothly things were progressing. He followed closely behind Wang Shu as they departed the room, leaving only 3 individuals behind. Yin Wanru turned to Chu Qiu, noticing her swollen eye and the trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Her clothes were also torn. Seeing Chu Qiu in such a pitiful state, Yin Wanru waved her hand. You are gravely injured. There is no need for you to attend to me for the next few days. Please rest well in your room. Thank you, madam. Chu Qiu bowed slightly to Yin Wanru. Her cheeks were so swollen that she spoke with a lisp. Yanyang, witnessing her leave in such distress, happily bounced on the small wooden bed. The old hag is getting on in years, yet she fights fiercely. Today, the concubine certainly faced a harsh lesson. Well done. Finally avenged my mother. Yin Wanru shook her head, looking at Yongyang with a helpless smile. Wu Mama and Chu Qiu were equally battered. Yet this little one was jubilant. She did not rush to the kitchen, but instead took the medicine to Yin Wanru. Before opening the medicine pouch, Yongyang sneezed and covered her nose with her chubby little paw. That old hag is wicked. She's trying to give my mother a contraceptive potion. My mother is still weak. If she takes that, it could completely harm her health. That old hag's heart must be dark, pitch black. The medicine was indeed problematic. It seemed Qian Shi had not given up on the idea of adopting the illegitimate child under her name. Yin Wanru furrowed her brow as she opened the medicine pouch. She had not studied medicine and could not identify the herbs. After a cursory glance, she waved her hand dismissively. Prepare the medicine. Madam, that doctor is in league with the old lady. The medicine is likely problematic. Wang Shu's brow furrowed, deeply concerned, given the madam's frail condition. If she consumed the medicine and worsened her health, what would they do? Yin Wanru met Wang Shu's gaze, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Upon hearing this, Wang Shu's eyes brightened, and she quickly nodded in agreement. I will go at once. Ter conversación reaget Yongyang es heirs. Yanyang let out a sigh of relief, her brows easing. Mother and Aunt Wang Shu are truly clever. They can tell the medicine is problematic at a glance. Qianshur's petty schemes to harm my mother will not succeed. She should take a good look at herself. Yun Wenru was amusebai Yongyang's innocent tobits. She turned to Yongyang, seeing her grinning widely. In that moment, her eyes softened. What a delightful child she was. How fortunate she was to have her as her daughter. Jiang Huai Shu did not love her, nor did he favor their daughter. In his heart, he only cherished the two illegitimate children born of the concubine. Yongyang had suffered alongside her, but it mattered not. Such days would not last long. Did Qianshur not wish for the illegitimate child to become her legitimate son? She would grant her that wish, without giving them a taste of sweetness. Slowly eroding there and the entire marquis household as foundation. How could she escape with Yongyang unscathed? Qianshur's people had been watching her closely. Upon seeing her enter the room, and soon after emerge with an empty jar, they finally departed. Mother's counter-surveillance skills are remarkable. If this were my era, she would be extraordinary. Yin Wanru chuckled, feeling unworthy of the praise. She could hardly imagine that had she not heard Yongyang's thoughts, she would have long been harmed to the point of no return by Jiang Huaishu and Qianshur. Yongyang was a treasure bestowed upon her by the heavens. She was her salvation. That night, Wang Shu found a ceramic jar. She placed the medicinal dregs inside and buried them in a corner of the courtyard. After finishing, she cautiously surveyed her surroundings. For several consecutive days, Wang Shu continued in this manner. She even boldly visited other apothecaries to procure medicine for treating the chill. Indeed, endowed with a profound spiritual essence, Yun Wanru's health has long since been restored. Yet, the people of the Ho residence have deeply wounded her heart. She intends to seize this opportunity to rid herself of the mundane affairs of the household. With the new year just a few days away, Qianshur has visited her several times, each occasion finding her feigning illness. Unable to outlast her, Qianshur can only grasp her hair and compile a list of New Year goods, sending Mama and others out to procure them. After much ado, the eve of the new year arrives. On this day, it is customary to pay homage to the gods. Jiang Huaishu, the Yuan Ho, though his stature has diminished since the passing of the old Ho Yi, still commands respect. Morning court and worshipping the gods are unavoidable duties. Before dawn, he rises to await at the temple of heaven. In his absence, and with Yun Wanru still unwell, all responsibilities fall upon Qianshur, who curses under her breath as she prepares the offerings for the deities and ancestors. Once everything is arranged, Yin Wanru arrives with Wang Shu and Chu Qiu. Chu Qiu supports her while Wang Shu cradles the little girl, Yongyang, who is adorned in a red cotton jacket prepared by Yun Wanru, her fair skin accentuated by the vibrant hue, making her appear almost ethereal. Anyone who lays eyes upon her would be tempted to steal a kiss. Upon arriving at the temple, Yongyang spots a raw pig's head placed on the offering table, its greasy surface unappealing to many yet entirely enticing to her. For she has never tasted meat in her life. The memory of its flavor has almost faded from her mind. The mischievous little one is about to indulge in her first taste of meat. A smile graces Yun Wanru's lips, her mood visibly uplifted. Yongyang, now 6 months old, sees this day as her culinary debut. Yet, without teeth, she can only smear a bit of meat oil on her lips. Yin Wanru has meticulously planned for this occasion. But plans often falter in the face of reality. As they pass the pig's head, Yongyang swiftly extends her tiny hand, clutching the pig's nostrils with determination. Meat. Let me have a bite, just a bite. Yin Wanru turns to see her firmly grasping the pig's nose, torn between laughter and exasperation. It is raw and inedible. We shall feast on cooked dishes shortly. When is shortly? Will I truly get to eat? Yongyang questions uncertainly, her grip on the pig's nose unwavering. With no other option, Yin Wanru gently pries her fingers away one by one, but Yongyang's dexterity prevails. As one finger is released, another takes its place. Yin Wanru, what are you doing standing there? Hurry over. The auspicious time has arrived. Do not miss the moment. Qinshi's voice rings out from ahead. Yun Wanru turns to see everyone assembled, their eyes fixed upon her. She casts a glance at the group before soothing Yongyang. The ceremony will commence soon. It would be inauspicious to delay. After the offerings, we shall enjoy delicious food. Shall we? Promise me, mother, you cannot deceive me. Yanyang exclaims, her mouth watering at the thought of meat. Should the chef prepare a braised pig head or a marinated one? The more she ponders, the hungrier she becomes. Saliva pooling in her mouth. Suddenly, she feels a pang of discomfort. How could she, a celestial being on the verge of ascension, be so unable to restrain her desires? The stronger her spiritual power, the more childlike she becomes. Amidst her self-reflection, the ceremony begins. With Jiang Huaishu absent and Yun Wanru preoccupied with Yongyang, the duty of reciting the prayer to the heavens falls to Qianshi. Lacking extensive education, she stumbles through the text. Having memorized it with the help of a local scribe, standing before the crowd, she fumbles through the words. Yongyang, resting on Yun Wanru's shoulder, battles sleep. Before Qianshi completes half of the prayer, Yongyang dozes off. When she awakens, it is nearly noon. The ceremony has just concluded, and the attendees proceed to the ancestral hall to pay their respects, completing the ritual. That old hag may not be good at much, but her lullabies are quite effective. I slept more soundly than ever. Yun Wanru suppresses a laugh, her lips curling as she considers how Qianshi would react if she knew her efforts had only lulled Yongyang to sleep. Chradling Yongyang, she steps forward. Hoyi, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. Let's talk after the meal. I am famished. Jiang Huaishu brushes past her without a second glance. Yun Wanru gazes at his retreating figure, whispering, I have considered it, and I wish to adopt Chungur under my name. Why does mother wish to adopt Jiang Bei-chun? Yet mother must have her reasons, and Yongyang supports her. Yun Wanru had initially fretted that Yongyang might not understand her decision. Hearing her thoughts, a smile graces her lips. The weight on her heart has finally lifted. Jiang Huaishu halts, turning in astonishment. Aru, what did you just say? Hoyi, I fell into the pond and injured myself. My mother sought a physician, and I fear I may no longer bear children for the Ho residence. Since my father's passing, the Ho residence has steadily declined in the court. Should there be no heir? Yun Wanru does not finish her thought. Jiang Huaishu, seeing her sensibility, feels a surge of joy. He strides forward, embracing both her and Yongyang. Ugh, the stench of a scoundrel. Disgusting. Keep her distance from my mother. As her spiritual power increases, Yongyang's senses sharpen. She can detect the foulness that eludes others, and the closer she gets, the more it stings her eyes. Yun Wanru frowns, feeling nauseated. The essence of a man who has been with others is repulsive to her. Yet, Jiang Huaishu remains oblivious, lost in his delight. Aru, I knew you would be sensible. Since you have expressed this, I shall speak to my mother shortly to select an auspicious day to adopt the child. As he speaks, he releases Yun Wanru. Just as he turns, she interjects, no need to choose. Tomorrow marks the new year, the best day of the year. I know Ho Yi favors Chungur, and I wish to adopt him without delay. Let it be tomorrow. Excellent, excellent. Jiang Huaishu nods eagerly, wishing for no delay. The adoption should not be prolonged, and with the new year approaching, all the clan elders will be present. He plans to invite them to include the children in the family tree. Chuchio follows Yun Wanru, her heart brimming with joy. After waiting so long, her child will finally be recognized as a legitimate heir of the Ho residence. The title of heir will belong to her Chungur. At lunch, Jiang Huaishu publicly announces the decision. Jiang Nanxing and Jiang Bei-chun, now of age, understand the significance of being a legitimate heir. They exchange delighted glances, their hearts filled with joy. Yun Wanru observes their expressions, a gentle smile on her lips. Are you happy? There are even more joyous events to come. She suddenly feels a surge of anticipation for the morrow. Aru, you must eat more. Just look at how much weight you have lost recently. Qianshi smiled as she served vegetables into Yun Wanru's bowl, showing none of the harshness from a few days prior. In her heart, Yanyang Muteret resentfully. My mother has lost so much weight. I wonder who is responsible. If it weren't for going to see you, my mother wouldn't have been pushed into the pond. Your entire family are executioners, You shall face retribution. Yongyang was furious, her features contorted in displeasure. Yin Wanru gently rubbed her hair, her eyes filled with affection. My Yongyang is truly the best in the world. Even at such a young age, she understands the pain of her mother. Heaven has blessed me with such a wonderful daughter. Even if not for myself, I must stand tall for Yongyang. Suddenly, Yongyang stretched out her hand and grasped the bowl, where a piece of sizzling red-braised pork awaited. Yin Wanru's heart raced, and she hurried to stop her, but it was too late. Yongyang seized the pork and stuffed it into her mouth. You haven't grown teeth yet. You might choke. Yin Wanru pried, opened her mouth, and retrieved the red-braised pork. Yongyang's eyes widened, filled with tears. Oh no, the meat flew away. Mota, you eat. You promised to give me meat. Yongyang felt wronged and almost cried. She raised her greasy hand toward her mouth. The meat smells so good. Yin Wanru had planned to smear a bit of meat oil on the little one's lips to introduce her meat. She never anticipated that Yongyang would act so quickly and take matters into her own hands. Yongyang, wait a little longer. Once you have teeth, whatever you wish to eat, your mother will buy for you. The dishes at Jinbao Gu are the most famous in the city. I will take you there in the future, all right? Jinbao Gu sounds delicious just by its name. No, let us not wait. Mother, can we go eat there soon? Please? Seeing Yin Wanru silent, Yongyang withdrew her little hand. Tomorrow, or the day after will do. If I can't eat, I can at least smell it. Otherwise, just a taste of meat oil is fine. This is the limit for the baby. I cannot lower it further. Otherwise, my tears will flow from the corners of my mouth. Yongyang stuck out her pink tongue and licked around her lips, her eyes glistening with moisture. Her mouth and hands covered in grease. Yin Wanru couldn't help but chuckle. Qian Shi and Jiang Huai Shu paused their chopsticks, looking at her, feeling several gazes upon her. Yin Wanru ignored them, smiling as she pinched Yongyang's chubby cheeks. Little glutton, are you tempted now that your mother mentioned Jinbao Gu? Though you cannot eat yet, you may still savor the taste. Once Chingu is added to the family tree, we shall go, all right? Okay. Let's make a pinky promise. Mother must keep her word and not deceive me again. Yongyang extended her greasy hand, raising her pinky. Yin Wanru, puzzled by the gesture, lightly pinched her finger. Yanyang bia midwife delig. She was determined to eat plenty of meat at Jinbao Gu. The next day, amidst the anticipation of the Ho residence, the time arrived as promised. Yin Wanru rose early and donned a red dress gifted to her by Yun Yi. Her second brother had often advised her against dressing too plainly at a young age. However, she had always preferred simple and elegant attire, and this red dress had remained untouched in her wardrobe until now. When Wang Shu entered and saw her in red, her eyes lit up. Madam, you look stunning. This red dress complements your skin like snow. Wang Shu smiled brightly at Yin Wanru, having followed her since childhood. This was the first time she saw her in such vibrant colors, aside from her wedding day. The red highlighted Madam's beauty. Wang Shu gazed at her without blinking. Hurry and help me with my hair. Oh, Wang Shu responded eagerly, rushing to assist. She styled a hairdo different from the usual. Yin Wanru at 18 was in the bloom of youth. The hairstyle paired with the red dress made her appear lively and charming, a stark contrast to her usual dignified demeanor. Looking at her reflection in the bronze mirror, Yin Wanru felt a bit unaccustomed. Wang Shu, does this hairstyle not suit me? Of course it does. How could it not? Madam is already beautiful as a flower. Any hairstyle will look good on you. Wang Shu's eyes sparkled with joy. Turning her gaze to the small bed, she noticed Yongyang, having climbed up and gazing intently at Yin Wanru. Mother is truly beautiful. It dazzles my eyes. That scoundrel should see an eye doctor. How could he neglect such a beautiful mother for a concubine? What a pity, what a pity. Mother looks so lovely today, yet Father Wang is not here. If only he were, he would surely be captivated by her. Yin Wanru blushed, feeling the heat rise in her cheeks. Was she truly that beautiful? She scrutinized her reflection for a while, still feeling unaccustomed. Wang Shu, perhaps I should revert to my usual hairstyle. Madam, today is a momentous day for the adoption. You have rested for so long. You must dress with spirit and outshine everyone in the residence. At this, Yin Wanru recalled Qiu Chu. The last 2 times they met on the street, she wore strikingly bright colors. Jiang Huai Shu must have been attracted to her for being more charming than herself. A competitive spirit ignited within Yun Wanru. Although she held no feelings for Jiang Huaishu anymore, she, as the matriarch, would not allow herself to be outshined by a concubine. Very well, let it be so. Slowly rising, a subtle smile graced her lips. She was raised in the Taisha residence and had learned proper etiquette from a young age. Though she was dressed charmingly today, her demeanor remained graceful and dignified. Madam looks stunning today. Heavens, Madam is exceptionally beautiful today. As Yin Wanru walked through, she garnered countless praises. Naturally, she was extraordinarily beautiful, belonging to the category of strikingly gorgeous women. However, her usual preference for plainness and simplicity did not do justice to her appearance. Today's red dress and exquisite makeup merely restored her original beauty. Cho Chu, holding Yongyang, felt a swell of pride. Indeed, this is my lady. Of course she is beautiful. No looking. This is my mother. She is the most beautiful. I am just as beautiful as my mother. With a smile at the corners of her lips, Yin Wanru felt quite pleased. Cho Chu, however, wore a long face, feeling quite displeased. Today marked the day her children were to be added to the family tree, and she had risen early to prepare herself. She had thought it would be easy to outshine Yin Wanru. Little did she know, the spotlight had completely shifted to Yin Wanru. Gritting her teeth, Cho Chu's face fell. Upon arriving at the ancestral hall, Jiang Huaishu was already there. Seeing Yin Wanru's exquisite makeup and vibrant red attire as she entered, his gaze seemed glued to her face. Aru, you look stunning today. Thank you, Lord Xia. Yin Wanru offered a slight bow, suppressing the disgust within. Jiang Huaishu's gaze made her uncomfortable. Had she known it would turn out this way, she would have insisted on changing her hairstyle and makeup. Seeing Jiang Huaishu's unwavering gaze on Yin Wanru, Cho Chu's face turned ashen with anger. Men truly seemed to be enamored by every beautiful woman they encountered. Hee. The big pig Schrotters have been captivated by Mother. However, you can only observe. Mother is not a woman that a scoundrel like you can covet. Chapter 61. Adoption. After a brief wait in the ancestral hall, the elders of the clan entered slowly. Behind them followed Qian Shi, who was holding a child in each hand, her smile wide enough to reveal her teeth. Jiang Beichun, feeling a bit timid, shrank closer to Qian Shi upon seeing the many people waiting in the hall. In contrast, Jiang Nanqing basked in the attention, her chin raised high, her lips almost curling upwards to the sky. It was as if today, once it passed, she would become the female heir. The sight of her smug expression was infuriating. Yanyang let out a small hum, burying her head in Wang Shu's embrace, preferring to remain oblivious. As several individuals entered the hall, the clan elder took his place at the forefront and turned to face the crowd. Qian Shi released Jiang Nanqing's hand and smiled, beckoning to Yin Wanru. Wanru, today is your auspicious day. Come over and get acquainted with the children. Yin Wanru nodded slightly, approaching with a gentle smile. She stood before Jiang Beichun and reached out to pat his head. Chenggur, would you like to follow me and become my legitimate son? Jiang Beichun nodded silently. Jiang Nanqing shot him a glance filled with disdain before turning her attention back to Yin Wanru, eagerly awaiting her question. Elders, I appreciate your assistance today. No trouble at all. The elder in the center waved his hand, a benevolent smile gracing his face. He opened the family register and inquired about Jiang Beichun's birthday. Recording it meticulously, Jiang Nanqing, feeling overlooked by Yin Wanru, furrowed her brows, her eyes brimming with displeasure. Yet, recalling that the woman before her was not her biological mother, she resolved to step over her and become the legitimate daughter of the marquis' household. Your name is Jiang Nanqing, correct? I hear you and your brother are twins. The elder's inquiry brought a smile to Jiang Nanqing's lips as she nodded enthusiastically. Very well, the elder responded, ready to write down her name as Jiang Nanqing eagerly anticipated it. Just as the elder's brush touched the register, Yin Wanru interjected, Wait. Wanru, what is the matter? If there is something to discuss, let us do so later and not interrupt the elder. Qian Shi stepped forward, grasping Yin Wanru's hand. For some reason, she had felt an ominous sense of foreboding since yesterday. Hearing Yin Wanru's words intensified her anxiety, as if something unfortunate were about to transpire. Mother, this matter cannot wait. If we wait until the elder finishes writing, it will be too late. As she spoke, Yin Wanru turned to face the elder. Upon hearing her voice, the elder paused. His expression, one of confusion. Elder, there is a misunderstanding. I have only agreed to adopt Chang'e and have no intention of adopting Xingjie as well. As Yin Wanru's words echoed, the crowd fell silent in shock. Jiang Nanqing's expression fell instantly. She turned to Jiang Beichun, her eyes filled with defiance. Why would this woman choose to adopt her brother, but not her, when he was inferior in every way? Wanru, what nonsense are you speaking? They're siblings, twins. If you intend to adopt a child, you must adopt both. Qian Shi urged, holding on to Yin Wanru's hand, her voice filled with concern. She worried that Yin Wanru would dismiss her words, and she exchanged a glance with Jiang Huaishu. Jiang Huaishu quickly stepped forward, grasping Yin Wanru's hand. Aru, didn't we agree yesterday to adopt the children? Today is a day you personally selected for this auspicious occasion. My lord, there has been a misunderstanding. I did not clarify this yesterday. Yin Wanru met his gaze, a hint of guilt in her eyes. I am frail and unable to raise a legitimate son for the marquis, which is why I thought to adopt Chang'e. However, I have a daughter, Yongyang, who is my legitimate daughter. If I were to adopt Xingjie as well, it would mean Yanyang becomes the secondary daughter. The treatment of the eldest and second daughters is inherently different. Yongyang is my daughter. I cannot do that to her. Yin Wanru spoke sincerely, and the elder nodded slightly. Finding her reasoning sound, both Yin Wanru and Jiang Huaishu were young, and if she were not injured, the adoption of a legitimate son would not even be necessary. She had a daughter, and adopting another girl would indeed be unfair to them. Sister-in-law, I believe Wanru has a point. Jiang Nanqing should not be included in the family register. Qian Shi wanted to voice her thoughts, but before she could finish, the elder closed the family register. Seeing that everyone sided with Yin Wanru, Qian Shi gritted her teeth. Though unwilling, she considered that Jiang Nanqing was merely a girl. The marquis would not be affected by the addition or subtraction of a daughter. What mattered was that Chang'e was included in the family register as the legitimate son. Very well, since Wanru has her considerations, let us accommodate Xingjie for now. Grandmother, Jiang Nanqing tugged at her sleeve, her expression filled with resentment. Feeling Qian Shi's bias, Jiang Nanqing pursed her lips and turned to Jiang Beichun. They were clearly twins. Why should her brother have what she could not? Her eyes were filled with indignation. Jiang Beichun felt intimidated by her gaze. Under her scrutiny, he timidly called out, "Sister." Jiang Nanqing, already feeling aggrieved, could no longer hold back her tears upon hearing his voice. She wiped her eyes and ran outside, crying. Qian Shi called after her retreating figure. Children can be so temperamental. It's nothing. Once Jiang Nanqing left, the early autumn's warmth seemed to dissipate. Both were her children, no matter which one felt wronged. Her heart ached for them. She wanted to chase after her, but Jiang Huaishu quietly approached her side, holding her hand. If he, as the father, had not clarified that Yin Wanru intended to adopt only Chang'e, then her Xingjie would not have been humiliated and left in distress. Angered indeed, this pair of siblings may soon find themselves at odds. Mother, I have reason to suspect you are doing this on purpose, Yanyang exclaimed, bouncing with excitement in Wang Shu's embrace. She relished the unfolding drama, finding joy in the discontent of the scoundrel's family. Chapter 62. Deserving of such humiliation after Jiang Nanqing's departure, the atmosphere in the ancestral hall became somewhat oppressive. Jiang Beichun tugged at Qian Shi's sleeve, looking pitifully at her. Grandmother, sister is angry. Shall we go find her? Find her. Qian Shi shot a glare at Yin Wanru. You have just entered the family register and have yet to pay respects to the ancestors. Be careful if you do not perform properly. Your stepmother may change her mind and no longer want you. Mother, why frighten the child? Yin Wanru replied gently, meeting Qian Shi's gaze. She understood Qian Shi's discomfort, and that was precisely the effect she desired. After a brief glance, she turned her attention back to Jiang Beichun. Chang'e, light a stick of incense for the ancestors, and you will be our marquis's legitimate son. Jiang Beichun nodded, releasing Qian Shi's hand. Yin Wanru personally lit the incense and handed it to Jiang Beichun. Her goal had been achieved, and she naturally needed to display the demeanor befitting the head matron. She watched with a smile as Jiang Beichun bowed to the ancestor's tablet and placed the incense in the incense burner. Seeing the matter settled, Qianshi let out a sigh of relief. She waved to Jiang Beichun. Cheng'er, the ceremony is complete. Go find your sister. Tell her that although your stepmother is unwilling to adopt her, your grandmother recognizes her. She and you are the same. From now on, she shall also call me grandmother. These words were deliberately spoken by Qianshi for Yun Wanru's ears alone. For a young girl, whether she is adopted or not is of little consequence. However, as Yun Wanru did not acquiesce to her wishes, Qianshi was determined to find a way to vex her. Yet, Yun Wanru merely smiled faintly and replied, "As long as mother is happy." With a gentle bow to Qianshi and Jiang Huaishu, Yun Wanru turned to leave. Qianshi's heavy fist struck the cotton, deepening her displeasure. "Sure, look at your wife. Does she even regard me, her mother? Mother, please refrain from speaking so much. Aru has already adopted Cheng'er as per your wishes. What more do you desire?" Jiang Huaishu glanced at Qianshi before turning his gaze to Yun Wanru's retreating figure. Dressed in a striking red garment, she captivated the eye. Just that fleeting silhouette was enough to ensnare his thoughts. What a remarkable woman. Why must the past haunt him? The mere thought of previous events made Jiang Huaishu frown. Had those incidents not transpired, perhaps he and Yun Wanru could have been an ordinary, loving couple. Trobot de journée, Yanyang chateret incessantly. Meat, mother meat. I want to eat meat. The adoption ceremony is over, and mother has failed to satisfy Qianshi. It would be best if we did not dine with him today. Let's go to Zhenbao Ge. Little greedy cat. Who do you take after? Yin Wan returned and lightly poked Yongyang's chubby cheek. She then glanced at Wang Shu before looking back at Chu Qiu, who seemed lost in thought, her heart already elsewhere. Understanding her desire to seek out Jiang Nanxing, Yin Wanru's eyes twinkled as she said, "Chu Qiu, I wish to take Yongyang out for a while. Is it all right for you to remain here alone?" "No problem," Chu Qiu replied eagerly, wishing to be left alone. "Wang Shu, please help me redo my hair." "Madam, why must you change your hairstyle? This one looks splendid and suits you perfectly." "No, we cannot change. This hairstyle is beautiful, the red attire is lovely, and mother is even more beautiful. I adore the current mother. She smells delightful, and I wish to be close to her." Yanyang stretched her arms towards Yun Wanru. Wang Shu's eyes sparkled as she remarked, "Madam, it seems the young lady also appreciates your attire. Perhaps you should not change after all. But how can that be? Wearing this out, I fear I will be the subject of ridicule." Yun Wanru turned to gaze at her reflection in the copper mirror. Perhaps it was the rarity of donning red attire that made her feel so unaccustomed. Wang Shu, however, disagreed. Standing before Yun Wanru, she smiled and assessed her. "My lady is as beautiful as a celestial being. Others would envy her instead of ridicule her. Mother must not change. She should look splendid when she goes out. And Yongyang wishes to look splendid too." Seeing Yongyang's fondness for her appearance, Yun Wanru sighed in resignation. "Very well, I shall not change today." She then lifted Yongyang in her arms. "Wang Shu, please find a festive outfit for Yongyang to wear." As she spoke, Yun Wanru settled down beside the bed with Yongyang. Today marked the beginning of the new year, and she wanted to adorn Yongyang in something celebratory. Chu Qiu stood by the door, her gaze fixed on the outside. "Certainly," Chu Qiu replied, watching Yun Wanru depart. Just as Yun Wanru left, Jiang Nanxing rushed into the courtyard, crying and clinging to Chu Qiu's legs. "Mother, I detest her. I detest them. My dear Xingjie, you have been wrong today." Seeing her weep so sorrowfully, Chu Qiu squatted down and held her close. "All because of that woman. If it were not for her, I would not merely be a concubine. You and Cheng'er would both be the legitimate children of the Ho residents. My dear Xingjie, you would not have to endure such humiliation today. And her daughter is truly an annoyance. If only she were to perish. Yin Wanru would have no choice but to make you her legitimate daughter." Chu Qiu was infuriated and muttered persistently. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Nanxing's eyes suddenly turned cold. She had not realized that if that woman's daughter were to die, she would become the sole legitimate daughter of the Ho residents. Achoo! Just as she disembarked from the carriage, Yongyang sneezed. Yin Wanru, believing she was cold, wrapped her own cloak around her. "Mother, you are frail. Do not give all your clothes to me. I am not cold. My hands are warmer than yours." Yin Wanru reached out to feel her small hands. They were soft, tender, and warm, providing immense comfort. Yet in the next moment, Yongyang lifted her garment, exposing her belly. "Mother, let me warm you." Yongyang's belly is quite warm. Yin Wanru looked at her, her heart swelling with emotion. Her daughter, so young yet so considerate. She helped her put her clothes back in place. "Do not be mischievous. It's cold outside. Dress properly so you do not catch a chill." Umbrating Yanyang, Yun Wanru enteret Zimyaoga. The establishment was divided into 2 levels. The ground floor was a hall, while the upper floor featured private rooms. Before her marriage, Yin Wanru had visited several times with her brothers, so she ascended the stairs with ease. The innkeeper, seeing their distinguished attire, hurried to follow them. Once on the 2nd floor, Yongyang became excited, bouncing in Yin Wanru's arms. "Father, I can smell father's scent. Is he here?" Having experienced it before, Yin Wanru had no doubt about Yongyang's keen sense of smell. Chapter 63. A reunion with an old friend. Upon hearing that Chi Wang was present, her expression shifted, and she turned to leave. The innkeeper, sensing her abrupt departure, became flustered. Just as he was about to persuade her to stay, a cold male voice emerged from behind. "Madam, why are you leaving so soon?" Hearing this, Yin Wanru paused. She furrowed her brow, unsure whether to leave or stay. Meng Yanchen stepped forward, halting at a distance of 10 paces. He glanced at her, then at the excited Yongyang resting on her shoulder. Had he not heard Yongyang's thoughts, he might not have even realized she was there. "Your Highness, what a coincidence." Yin Wanru mustered her courage, slowly turning to face Meng Yanchen, bowing slightly. She lowered her gaze, avoiding his, her cheeks flushed. Meng Yanchen studied her, noting that she appeared somewhat different from before. The red attire complemented her complexion beautifully. He intended to offer her a compliment, but the words that escaped his lips were, "Does the madam not wish to see this Wang?" "Your Highness, you misunderstand. I harbor no such intentions," Yin Wanru replied, lowering her head further. She had known Meng Yanchen since childhood, akin to childhood sweethearts. However, as they grew older, Meng Yanchen resided in the palace, and their meetings became infrequent. Later, after her marriage, they barely saw each other throughout the year. A reunion with an old friend should be a joyous occasion, but now Yongyang could call him father. Earlier, she had shouted for him inside the private room. If Meng Yanchen were to hear that, what face would she have left? "Since the madam has no such intentions, why not join me?" Hearing this, Yin Wanru was taken aback. She raised her gaze to meet Meng Yanchen's eyes and shook her head. "Your Highness, this is not proper. We are not strangers. There is no need for such reservations." With that, Meng Yanchen turned and entered the private room first. Faced with an inability to refuse, Yin Wanru hesitated for a moment. "Glancing at Yongyang. Yongyang, mother has her dignity. Once we go in, you must not call out recklessly." All right, I will listen to mother. If mother does not permit me to call out father, then Yongyang shall refrain." As Meng Yanchen stepped into the private room, his pace suddenly faltered. It dawned on him that she had been deliberately avoiding him for this reason. He had overthought the situation. Meng Yanchen had just arrived, a mere moment before Yin Wanru, and had yet to order any dishes. Once Yin Wanru settled down across from him, she cradling Yongyang in her arms. Meng Yanchen began to order a few small dishes. Yin Wanjun was taken aback as she heard him ordering the dishes. What a coincidence. All the dishes he chose were her favorites. Meat. Pig trotters. I want to eat pig trotters." Yongyang pressed her hands on the wooden table, bouncing excitedly atop Yin Wanjun's lap as she faced Meng Yanchen. In the next moment, Meng Yanchen ordered the pig trotters. After sending the waiter away, he turned to look at Yin Wanjun. The pig trotters from this establishment were rich yet not greasy. She just wondered if she could adapt to them. I can adapt. Yongyang loves pig trotters the most. "Father Wang, Yongyang loves you." The smile on Yin Wanjun's face nearly faltered. She had promised not to call out like that, yet this little one had forgotten in an instant. Fortunately, Meng Yanchen could not hear her thoughts. Otherwise, she would have wanted to find a hole to hide in. Chapter 64. Does she have other fathers? Yin Wanjun composed herself and looked at Meng Yanchen with grace and dignity. There is no need for the prince to accommodate Wanjun's tastes. Wanjun is not picky. Meng Yanchen raised an eyebrow, and his gaze towards her held a hint of amusement. As Yin Wanjun met his gaze, her face turned even redder. Oh dear! She momentarily forgot that she had dined with Meng Yanchen when she was younger. At that time, she had been picky refusing this and that. What courage had she mustered to claim she was not picky in front of him? No wonder Meng Yanqing looked at her like that. She felt the sting of embarrassment. Yin Wanjun felt somewhat awkward. She lifted the cup of water before her and took a delicate sip. Seeing her blush, Meng Yanqing's mood inexplicably improved. The service at Jinxiu Pavilion was swift, and before long, the waiter brought the dishes to the table one by one. Yongyang stood on Yin Wanjun's lap, bouncing with excitement. As soon as the waiter placed the pig trotters down, she quickly reached out her hand. Yin Wanjun had anticipated this action and hurriedly pressed her hand down. Meat, give me meat. It smells so good. I want to taste it. Yongyang, you don't have teeth yet. We agreed that you can only taste the flavor. Saying this, Yin Wanjun picked up her chopsticks, dipped them in a bit of meat oil, and spread it on Yongyang's lips. Yongyang pursed her lips upon tasting the flavor of the pig trotters. Her eyes instantly lit up. I didn't agree to that. When did we say so? Pig trotters, let me take a bite. Yongyang opened her mouth and tried hard to bite at the air. She was already adorably chubby, and with this greedy expression, she was utterly charming. Meng Yanqing's eyes slightly curved as he picked up a piece of pig trotter skin and held it out to Yongyang, which delighted her immensely. Father is the best. Father gives me meat. Yongyang opened her mouth, eager to receive it. Seeing this, Yin Wanjun felt anxious. Just as she was about to remind Meng Yanqing that her daughter had no teeth, she saw him retract his chopsticks and feed the pig trotters to himself. You cannot eat pig trotters. Let me taste it for you. What? It's not for me? Prince Wang, you're mean. Not only one tea you give it to me, but you also deliberately eat it in front of me. Bad person, bad father. Yongyang doesn't like this father anymore. Does she have other fathers? This little one kept calling out father, making him nearly forget that she was not his daughter. Her father was in Yuan Ho Jiang Huai Shu. Meng Yanqing's expression darkened, and there was a hint of displeasure in his brows. Yin Wanjun was not one to speak much by nature. Throughout the meal, the two hardly exchanged any words. After they had eaten their fill, Yin Wanjun prepared to pay, but was preempted by Qiufeng, who was stationed outside. Yin Wanjun lacked the courage to compete with the royal family over payment in public. She held Yongyang and slowly stood, bowing slightly to Meng Yanqing. Thank you for your hospitality today, Your Highness. Madam need not be so polite. I am fated with Yongyang, so consider today as my treat. I didn't even get a bite of meat, so don't push it onto me. Prince Wang, I want to acknowledge this favor. Yongyang raised her arms and placed her small hands on her hips, pouting adorably, looking quite endearing. Meng Yanqing gazed at her, feeling a twinge of regret. What a lovely little girl. If only she were truly his daughter. Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness. The carriage is waiting downstairs, so I won't trouble you further. Meng Yanqing replied lightly, gesturing for her to leave. Yin Wanjun nodded slightly and descended the stairs with Yongyang. He stood by the window, watching as they boarded the carriage before leisurely making his way downstairs. At the hour of the horse, the carriage stopped at the gate of the Ho residence. Just as Yin Wanjun stepped down from the carriage and turned, she spotted a couple in a small alley. The woman looked somewhat familiar, prompting Yin Wanjun to glance a few more times. Upon closer inspection, she recognized the woman as her sister-in-law, Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan smiled shyly, playfully punching the chest of a stranger. Yin Wanjun frowned, about to approach when Yongyang's voice drifted into her ears. Jiang Yan is openly meeting with her lover in broad daylight in a small alley. Doesn't she fear being seen and bringing shame to the Ho residence? Mother, don't look. Her lover is not someone to provoke. We don't need to stir trouble for a thankless wolf. Yin Wanjun raised an eyebrow and turned to walk into the Ho residence. If it weren't for Yongyang's warning, she would have genuinely considered reminding Jiang Yan. However, upon reflection, none of the people in the Ho residence were sincere towards her. Whether the Ho residence lost face or not had nothing to do with her. Exhausted from crying, she lay down to rest in a room of early autumn. Yet, despite her swift movements, she was still noticed by Yin Wanjun. Madam, how could Miss Nanqing be in the early autumn room? Wang Shu frowned, her eyes filled with confusion. Yongyang, nestled in Yin Wanjun's arms, was drowsily dozing off. Upon hearing her words, she mumbled in her heart, No, mother is wrong. Yin Wanjun looked down at her, seeing that she was asleep. She couldn't help but correct her. A smile graced her lips, and her eyes were filled with affection. Yin Wanjun had a habit of taking a midday nap. After placing Yongyang on the small wooden bed, she lay down to rest as well. In a hazy state, Yin Wanjun heard movement in the room. She struggled to open her eyes, but her eyelids felt heavy and unyielding. "Madam, it's bad. The young lady is missing." Chapter 65. Yongyang as counterattack. Outside the room, the weather was bitterly cold. Yongyang was sleeping soundly when she suddenly felt her body being shaken vigorously. Slowly opening her eyes, she saw Jiang Nanqing frowning, her features contorted, cursing incessantly. "How can such a tiny thing be so heavy? You're going to die, yet you still want to toss me around. Don't even think about it. Even if you die, I won tea. This scoundrel must have taken me out while my mother and I were asleep. I'll make you regret it." As Yanyang thought this, she grabbed Jiang Nanqing's collar and sat up. She was already heavy, and with this movement, Jiang Nanqing felt even more burdened. "You little wildling. Stop bothering me and stay put. You are the wildling. Your whole family are wildlings. Bastards are just uncouth. You curse at the drop of a hat." Yongyang opened her mouth and spat at Jiang Nanqing's face, infuriating her to the point of madness. "You little wretch, how dare you spit on my face? You're just as annoying as your mother. Just wait. My mother and aunt will not let you two off. Now it's you next. It'll be your shameless mother. You insult me, and you insult my mother. Bah, I will drown you with my saliva." Yanyang became more and more spirited as she spat. Eventually, she grew thirsty. Observing Jiang Nanqing's face drenched in saliva, she excitedly grinned, revealing her gums, bouncing around her. Jiang Nanqing was still young and lacked strength. With a single jump from Yanyang, she could no longer hold on and let go. "Ouch, my bottom hurts." "Jiang Nanqing, do you wish to kill me?" Yongyang sat on the ground, tearfully gazing at her. Had it not been for her spiritual power, she would have fallen hard without any cushion. A fall like that would not merely result in a sore bottom. "Why couldn't I manage to crush you?" Jiang Nanqing gritted her teeth, her cheeks flushed with anger. She glanced at the pond ahead, seized one of Yongyang's legs, and dragged her forward. "Rude, excessively rude. How can you treat such a charming little fairy like me this way?" Yongyang pouted, using her spiritual power to float on her back. With no friction, Jiang Nanqing found dragging her much easier than carrying her. Yongyang was completely suspended, not touching the ground at all. "How fun, as long as I'm happy. It's your turn to play." Giggling, Yongyang clapped her chubby hands. Jiang Nanqing's expression darkened. She halted and turned to face her. The moment her gaze landed on Yongyang, the latter released her spiritual power, lying on the ground and chuckling foolishly. Even in such peril, she remained joyous, truly a little fool. Jiang Nanqing muttered something, bent down, and tossed her into the pond. Splash! With the sound of her landing, a huge splash erupted in the pond. A smirk appeared at the corner of Jiang Nanqing's mouth, her eyes brimming with pride. Mother said that as long as this little brat dies, that despicable woman would have to adopt her under her name. At that point, she would be the legitimate eldest daughter of the marquis residence. Jiang Nanqing felt increasingly pleased with herself. Just as she was about to leave, before she could turn around, a column of water suddenly shot up from the compound. Yanyang, supported by the water column, clapped her hands in excitement. "Sister Water Ghost, you're amazing, lift me higher. Even higher." Hearing Yanyang's telepathic command, the water ghost sobbed while holding her up. Who was the scoundrel that brought this little ancestor to her? She wanted to kill her. "Higher, even higher. Sister Water Ghost, pull her down too, let us play together." Yanyang giggled, her eyes squinting with joy. Jiang Nanqing stared at her in shock, her eyes wide open. What was happening? How could that little brat not be dead? Before she could comprehend the situation, a surge of water suddenly rushed toward her. The water column moved swiftly, transforming into a hand as it reached the shore. "A ghost, there's a ghost." Jiang Nanqing stepped back in fright. She turned to flee, but as she took a step, that icy hand seized her ankle, making her shiver uncontrollably. "Let go of me, release me. Help someone, save me." Jiang Nanqing shouted as she struggled. However, the grip was too strong. No matter how hard she tried, she could not break free. She could only watch helplessly as that hand dragged her into the pond. "Ah, save me. Is there anyone? Help." "Yes, so noisy." "Sister Water Ghost. Does she dislike you for not playing with her properly?" The water ghost replied, "Why must I be threatened even in death, especially by a little brat? The water ghost was quite saddened. She lifted Jiangnan Xing with water and then let her fall from a height. Just as Jiangnan Xing was about to drown, she raised her up high again. Yongyang sat steadily atop the water column, happily kicking her legs. When Wanyu and Wang Shu arrived, they were both taken aback by the scene. Yanyang, who could not swim, wanted to leap in to save her. Wang Shu, noticing her intentions, quickly rushed forward and grabbed her. "Madam, you cannot swim, do not go in. Besides, your body has just recovered and cannot be exposed to the cold again. Let me go in and save her." Just as Wang Shu finished speaking, Yanyang's thoughts slowly reached Yun Wanyu's ears. "My mother is coming. Sister Water Ghost, please take me up. My mother will worry about me." Good. This little ancestor is finally leaving. The water ghost sighed with relief, nearly moved to tears. Yin Wanyu held Wang Shu back, preventing her from jumping in. "Madam, what is wrong?" Wang Shu looked at Yin Wanyu in confusion. Yin Wanyu seemed not to hear her, fixating intently on the water column ahead. "A ghost? There's a ghost in the pond? If there were no ghost here, how could one explain the water column before her? But how could Yongyang see the ghost, and why did it not harm her?" Yin Wanyu was taken aback. Before she could digest this information, the water column suddenly turned, safely delivering Yongyang to her side. "Yongyang, my Yongyang." Yin Wanyu quickly reached out and embraced her. After being in the water for so long, she expected Yongyang to be wet. Strangely, however, her clothes were completely dry. Wang Shu was also stunned. What had just happened? How did the water column turn and bring the young lady safely to shore? "Help me, gurgle." She glanced toward the pond and asked, "Madam, Jiangnan Xing is still in the pond. Should we save her?" Chapter 66. "Into the lake, she just tried to drown me. Mother, please do not save her." Yin Wanyu's expression suddenly darkened. She turned her gaze toward Jiangnan Xing, who was thrashing in the water. "Sister Xing and Yongyang have fallen into the water, but unfortunately, we cannot swim. Wang Shu, go fetch the housekeeper to rescue them." Yin Wanyu's voice was calm, revealing no trace of emotion. Wang Shu hesitated, confusion filling her eyes. This was strange. She knew that Jiangnan Xing could swim. Why would Madam say she could not? Perhaps. Wang Shu's eyes brightened as she suddenly understood. "Understood," she replied, turning to find someone. At the pond's edge, only Yin Wanyu and Yongyang remained. Yin Wanyu coldly stared at Jiangnan Xing, a glint of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. This illegitimate daughter had a truly malicious heart, attempting to harm her Yongyang. With such a wicked heart, she deserved to linger in the pond a while longer. If the housekeeper arrived late and failed to rescue her, that would be her retribution. If she were fortunate enough to survive, then let this serve as a lesson for her. Gurgle. Jiangnan Xing grew exhausted from thrashing, her body sinking quickly. Just as a few bubbles formed on the surface, a housekeeper rushed forward and jumped in. In no time, the housekeeper pulled her out. Jiangnan Xing lay on the ground, her face pale, her eyes lightly closed, resembling someone who had fallen asleep. Yin Wanyu left a remark, cradling Yongyang as she turned to leave. Jiangnan Xing had tried to harm her daughter. Her not killing her personally was already a display of mercy and calmness. Did she think she would wait for her to recover before leaving? Not a chance. Wang Shu noticed that Yin Wanyu's hands had turned red from the cold and reached out to take Yongyang. "Madam, let me hold the young lady." "No need, but your hands." Wang Shu furrowed her brow, unable to finish her sentence. Yin Wanyu did not look at her, her eyes filled with resolve. This was the second time she had nearly lost Yongyang. She felt that if she let go, Yongyang would leave her. She dared not release her grip, holding Yongyang tightly in her embrace. "Mother is cold. Let me warm you." Yin Wanru initially believed that Yongyang was merely indulging in fanciful thoughts. However, in the next moment, she felt an abrupt stillness enveloping the world around her. The howling wind at her ears had ceased, and the temperature in the surroundings was rising rapidly. What could have caused this sudden warmth? Wang Shu also sensed the peculiarity, her eyes brimming with confusion. Yin Wanru lowered her gaze to the child in her arms, Yongyang. She observed her daughter grinning, her large, dark eyes sparkling like black grapes. For a fleeting moment, Yin Wanru felt an uncanny sense that her daughter was no ordinary child. The water column from earlier and the current anomaly were both attributed to her. "Wang Shu, do not disclose what you witnessed by the pond to anyone. If the Lord inquires, simply state that Yongyang has been with us the entire time." We happened to see Xing Jie take her own life by the lake. The maid made a mental note of this. By the way, where did you go earlier? Yin Wanru inquired. After you rested, Miss Gu arrived. She insisted on having a maid accompany her to search for her lost earring near our courtyard. Wang Shu furrowed her brow, glancing at Yanyang with a tinge of guilt. If she hadn't left the courtyard, how could the young lady have lost it? Jiangyan. It seemed that she was also implicated in this affair. Yin Wanru's expression darkened. She did not perceive this incident as mere coincidence. Clearly, Jiang Yin had intentionally sent Wang Shu away, providing Jiang Nanqing the opportunity to abduct Yongyang. If anything were to happen to Yongyang, Jiang Yin would also be an accomplice. The envoy dispatched by Jiang Huaishu arrived even sooner than Yin Wanru had anticipated. Madam, the Lord requests your presence. Understood. Yin Wanru replied, gradually rising to her feet. Wang Shu, summon Chuqiu. Her gaze was frigid. She had merely taken a nap, and Jiang Nanqing had already made off with her Yanyang. She could not fathom that Chuqiu was unaware of the situation. Since they were so callous, she would ensure they witnessed her daughter's plight firsthand. I want to go too. I want to go too. Yongyang, nearly asleep, immediately sat up upon hearing of the unfolding drama. Yin Wanru turned to her, slightly exasperated. Were you not asleep? Why are you sitting up? I want to see if that concubine girl is dead. Mother, take me with you. Yin Wanru moved forward and lifted her into her arms. Accompanied by Wang Shu and Chuqiu, she exited the courtyard and proceeded toward the front yard, arriving outside Jiang Huaishu's chamber before they could step over the threshold. They heard Qian Shi's voice gradually emanating from within. Doctor, how is Xing Jie? The young girl fell into the water on such a cold day and caught a chill. However, it is not grave. She is young and well-nourished, so her life is not in danger. With ample rest, she should recover. To think she didn't die? What a pity. Yongyang pouted, feeling a sense of regret. Chuqiu, following behind, was taken aback upon hearing the conversation. Xing Jie had fallen into the water? She craned her neck to peer inside, her eyes filled with urgency. Wang Shu shot her a glare, cautioning, what are you doing? This isn't the Madam's courtyard. Be mindful of your behavior before the old madam and the lord. Do not disgrace the madam. Fine, Chuqiu replied, feeling both anxious and irked. Who did Wang Shu think she was to reprimand her? When she became the mistress, she would have her reckoning. Yin Wanru seemed oblivious to their exchange. Her expression remained calm as she stepped inside. She cast a cool glance at Jiang Nanqing, who lay on the bed. The wet garments on her had been replaced. Her eyes were lightly closed, her complexion pale, still in a state of unconsciousness. Yin Wanru regarded her briefly before shifting her gaze to Jiang Huaishu, who stood vigil by her bedside. My lord, you summoned me? Upon hearing her voice, Jiang Huaishu turned to face her. He first looked past Yin Wanru to Chuqiu, who was trailing behind her, and then addressed her directly. Aru, I just heard from the servant that when Xing Jie fell into the water, you happened to be present as well? Indeed, I had taken Yongyang to the garden. We passed by the pond and saw Xing Jie leap into the lake. Leap into the lake. Chuqiu was momentarily stunned, glancing at Jiang Nanqing. She had been with Xing Jie all day, attempting to console her. They had managed to resolve matters. So how could she have jumped into the lake? Chapter 67. A mind clouded by water. Oh dear, you heartless one. You witnessed her fall into the water and chose not to save her? This is a living person's life at stake. Wanru, I always thought you were a kind-hearted individual, but to my dismay, you stood by and did nothing. Just look at what has become of Xing Jie. A once vibrant child, Qian Shi lamented, striking her thigh and crying out. Yet, her cheeks bore no trace of tears. A girl did not concern her. Her focus lay on her small grandson, who, upon learning of his sister's predicament, had fainted in distress. The sight of his pitiful condition tore at her heartstrings. Mother, it is not that I did not wish to save Xing Jie. It is simply that neither Wang Shu nor I can swim. I could only send Wang Shu to find someone to rescue her. Indeed, old madam, had it not been for my madam dispatching a maid to seek help, Miss Nanqing would likely have perished by now. Silence. This is not your place to speak. Qian Shi shot a glare at Wang Shu, her eyes seething with anger. How dare a mere maid contradict her? Mother, this matter cannot be attributed to Aru. Not long ago, she too fell into the water. She cannot swim. It was Chuqiu who saved her. Jiang Huaishu turned to Qian Shi, offering a brief defense. Seeing her speak up for Yun Wanru, Chuchio's anger boiled over, nearly causing her eyes to bulge from their sockets. Jiang Yin glanced at her, then at Yun Wanru, her eyes darting as she contemplated. Sister-in-law, are you certain that Xing Jierer took her own life by leaping into the lake? Jiang Yan's gaze fell upon Yun Wanru. While appearing concerned for Jiang Nanxing, she was, in truth, questioning Yun Wanru's account. Others may be oblivious to the truth, but she was well aware. Jiang Nanxing had asked her to divert Wang Shu's attention, intending to abduct Yanyang. With such a clear objective, how could it be that, as Yun Wanru claimed, she was despondent enough to take her own life? Although I did not witness her leap, there was no one else around the pond. It seems that today, as events may have driven her to despair, Yun Wanru said, her brow slightly furrowed, guilt evident in her eyes. As Jiang Nanxing began to regain consciousness, she heard Yun Wanru's words. Slowly, she sat up and retorted, "You're speaking nonsense. I did not jump into the lake. I was not the only one by the pond. There was also a little child." Jiang Nanxing instinctively thought to refer to Yongyang as a little brat, but altered her words just in time. Upon hearing her response, Jiang Yan's heart leapt with joy, and she quickly inquired, "Besides you and Yongyang, were there any others by the pond?" "No, it was just me and her." "Are you certain there were no others?" Jiang Yan pressed, signaling to Jiang Nanxing with her eyes. Unfortunately, Jiang Nanxing, still disoriented from waking, failed to grasp the implications. Frustrated by Jiang Yan's persistent questioning, Jiang Nanxing snapped, "I said there were none. The concubine girl's mind must be muddled, even with Jiang Yan's hints. She adamantly claims that only the two of them were by the pond. I can't even walk yet. Isn't she admitting that she was the one who abducted me?" Chuchio quickly interjected, "Miss Nanxing, you must be mistaken. My madam stated that Miss Yongyang was with her the entire time. How could she have been by the pond?" Jiang Nanxing paused, her already pallid complexion growing even more as she regarded Chuchio, who shook her head. She quickly realized she had misspoken. Her eyes darted as she struggled to rectify her statement. "Yes, I lied. Yanyang was indeed with Xing Jierer. I awoke in the afternoon to find Yanyang missing. After a thorough search, I discovered her by the pond with Xing, prompting WNGSH to call for help. YNWNRU's gaze fell, feigning a sorrowful demeanor. Initially, she had no intention of allowing Yanyang to wade into murky waters. Yet this foolish concubine persistently thrust her mistakes before her. Should she fail to seize this opportunity, she would be as foolish as the concubine herself. Jiang Huaishu observed her expression keenly, suddenly recalling her in the red attire, inexplicably feeling a pang of sympathy. As he contemplated offering her words of comfort, he was interrupted by Qian Sh, who said, "Did you not just claim that Yanyang was not with Xing? How is it that you now contradict yourself? Indeed, sister-in-law, what else have you been concealing from us? Speak up." Jiang Yn's words pressed YNWNRU relentlessly, though she deliberately softened her tone, making it seem as if she were comforting YNWNRU. YNWNRU hesitated under her gaze. "Dear sister-in-law, do you truly wish for me to divulge?" "Of course." "Very well, I shall speak." YNWNRU sighed. "Why discovered Yanyang? She was indeed with Xing. It was Xing who stealthily entered my room while I slept and took Yanyang away." "You say Yanyang was taken by Xing?" Jiang Huaishu was slightly taken aback. "But you were asleep, and WNGSH was watching over her. Was she not?" Coincidentally, at that moment, my sister-in-law had just lost her earring and took WNGSH to assist her in searching. In the room, it was solely Yanyang and I. As she spoke, YNWNRU furrowed her brow and glanced towards Jiang Yn. Jiang Yn, feeling guilty, quickly averted her gaze upon meeting YNWNRU's eyes. Jiang Huaishu was astute. Upon witnessing her change in demeanor, he understood everything. The events of the day were likely a premeditated scheme between Jiang Yn and Jiang Xing. One had lured WNGSH away, while the other had snuck into YNWNRU's room to abduct Yanyang. Jiang Xing's fall into the water was probably an accident. She had intended to drown Yanyang, but ended up in peril herself. Lord, Xing is still young. I initially feared she might be wronged, which is why I wish to discuss this matter privately with you. Since Xing G R has brought it up, I shall no longer hold back. While I was asleep, Xing G R took Yanyang to the pond without my knowledge. I implore you to investigate this matter thoroughly and provide both Yanyang and me with an explanation. Although YNWNRU spoke thus, she was acutely aware that Jiang Huaishu would not render justice for her and Yanyang. From the moment Yanyang was born, he had the servant mistreat her. Jiang Nx's actions were merely a reflection of what he had long wished to do. How could he possibly punish the concubine he cherished for the sake of Yanyang? As YNWNRU had surmised, Jiang Huaishu indeed had no intention of pursuing this matter. He gazed at Yanyang nestled in YNWNRU's arms, lamenting Jiang Nx's stupidity for failing to eliminate this illegitimate child. Seeing Jiang Huaishu's silence, Qi Nsh assumed he was troubled by the situation. She waved her hand, attempting to smooth things over. Let it go, let it go. The incident has passed, so there is no need to pursue it any further. Mother, Yanyang is my daughter, a living being. She nearly perished. How can this matter simply be dismissed? Is she not fine now? The one in trouble is Xing Gr. She is in a dire state, and you, as the matriarch, should show some magnanimity. It is clear that you do not have the same affection for a child not born of you. Ah, so she's in the wrong? YNWNRU scoffed inwardly. She turned to Qi Nsh, feigning a look of grievance. Mother, just moments ago, when Xing Gr was unconscious, you did not speak in this manner. I understand your concern for Xing Gr, but Yanyang's life is equally precious. She is your own granddaughter. Why is it that you only show concern for Xing Gr and neglect your own granddaughter? Qi Nsh was momentarily taken aback by YNWNRU's words. She turned to Jiang Yn for support. Jiang Yn, meeting her gaze, replied cheerfully, Sister-in-law, though Xing Gr is not your biological granddaughter, she is still a child of the collateral line. Yanyang is safe and sound in your embrace. While Xing Gr lies unconscious, naturally, Mother is worried about Xing Gr, are you not? What do you mean? Qi Nsh interjected, feeling the pressure of the situation. Clearly, this old hag is biased. Throughout she favors that illegitimate child. Double standards are indeed double standards, and they're dressed up so nicely. The people of the possess such thick skin, unfamiliar with the term double standards. YNWNRU grasped that her daughter's assertions held merit. She turned to Jiang Yn, her expression revealing her displeasure. Dear sister, one must not speak in such a manner. Yanyang's survival is merely a stroke of luck. You cannot dismiss her as a victim simply because she is fortunate. Furthermore, I have not hastily condemned Xing Gr. I am merely concerned that I might be wronging her and wish for the Lord to clarify the situation. Enough. Do not be unreasonable. This is merely a child's playful scuffle. What is there to investigate? Qi Nsh shot a glare at YNWNRU. Moreover, according to the servant's account, when he arrived, Yanyang's clothes were completely dry. Xing Gr nearly lost her life in the pond. If an investigation were to ensue, it might reveal. Before Qi Nsh could finish her sentence, she realized she had spoken out of turn and promptly fell silent. YNWNRU scoffed, incredulous as she regarded her. Are you implying that Yanyang intentionally pushed Xing Gr into the water? Yanyang is merely 6 months old, unable even to walk. If not for Xing Gr bringing her to the pond's edge, how would she have found herself there? To suggest she pushed Xing Gr into the water is absurd. Xing Gr is 6 years old, much heavier than her. How could Yanyang possibly have moved her? Indeed, I did not push her. I merely invited her to play in the water, and it had nothing to do with me. Yanyang, half reclining in YNWNRU's embrace, tilted her chin slightly upward, her hands on her hips as she emitted a small huff. YNWNRU glanced down at her, her lips twitching in a suppressed smile. This little one seemed rather proud of herself. Jiang Huaishu turned to Jiang Nxing, who sat on the bed. At the pond, only Xing Gr and Yanyang were present. Since Yanyang cannot speak, Xing Gr, you must explain your actions today. What was your intention in secretly taking Yanyang away from the pond? Jiang Nxing, now fully alert. feign a look of grievance upon realizing Jiang Huaishu's reminder that Ying could not speak. I found Ying to be adorable and wished to take her out to play. I was so happy that I tripped over a stone beneath my feet. And as I stumbled towards the pond, I feared for Ying's safety, so I placed her at the pond's edge. So you fell in on your own? Is that correct? Sh smiled gently, ruffling her hair. What a good child. You are so understanding. YNWNRU. To even suspect her is quite unwarranted. As she spoke, Sh turned to YNWNRU, her eyes showing a hint of reproach. Jiang Yan, witnessing this, quickly added, though Xing Ji is quite young, she is rather sensible. Knowing that an incident occurred, she sought to protect her younger sister. She's a good older sister. Well then, the matter is settled. Are you satisfied with this explanation? I am not satisfied at all. You are taking advantage of my daughter's inability to speak and cannot defend herself. This is infuriating. There is not a single decent person in this. YNWNRU clenched her teeth, her heart brimming with anger. It was evident that Jiang Huaishu and the others were favoring Jiang in Xing. Setting aside the fact that Ying could not speak, even if she could, they would surely dismiss her words as those of a child too young to be credible. Their allegiance lay firmly with Jiang in Xing. So whatever she said would undoubtedly be considered right. YNWNRU forced a smile, nodding her head in agreement. Very well. Jiang Huaishu, his head throbbing from the commotion, noted YNWNRU's cessation of her quarrel and proposed an exit. He waved his hand in agreement. Yin Wanru turned around, cradling Yongyang, her expression changing instantly. Just as she stepped out, Wang Shu, visibly displeased, remarked, Madam, they're clearly bullying the young lady for her inability to speak. How can you? Before Wang Shu could finish her sentence, she was silenced by a single glance from Yin Wanru. Noticing Wang Shu's abrupt silence, she turned her attention to Chuchio, who was furrowing her brow, clearly preoccupied with another matter. Chuchio, you have always been attentive. The cooks in the back kitchen are rather careless. I worry they might become distracted while preparing the medicine. Please go to the back kitchen, ensure the medicine is ready, and deliver it to Sister Xing. Upon hearing she could stay behind, Chuchio promptly replied and headed towards the back kitchen. Wang Shu, Chuchio is not one of us. While she is here, refrain from speaking such foolishness to avoid being caught in error. Yes, the servant has made a note of it. Wang Shu bowed slightly, but madam, can we simply let today's incident pass? I never expected the marquis to provide Yanyang with an explanation. Today, having soaked in the pond for so long, serves as a lesson for her. Yin Wanru's voice was icy, her gaze even colder. As long as Jiangnan Xing is alive, we can consider her fortunate. Her penchant for trouble means the marquis residents will likely never know peace. In this light, her survival might indeed be a blessing. Sister Xing, my dear Sister Xing, quickly, drink your medicine. Following Yin Wanru's instructions, Chuchio prepared the medicine and brought it to Jiang Huaishu's room. Upon seeing her enter briskly, Jiang Huaishu frowned. What brings you here? How many times must I tell you to be cautious in the marquis residence? Do not let Yin Wanru catch on. Chapter 69. The Truth Unveiled. It was you who sent me to the back kitchen to prepare medicine for Sister Xing. Chuchio hurried to Jiangnan Xing's side, offering her the medicine. Watching Jiangnan Xing grimace as she drank, Chuchio felt her heart ache, tears welling in her eyes. She understood that Jiang Huaishu and Qianshi only cared for Cheng'er, indifferent to Sister Xing's plight. Yet Sister Xing was also her child, and while they showed no concern, she, as a mother, felt the pain deeply. Had it not been for the future of their trio, she would have rushed over to embrace her. Who could fathom the struggle she endured before Yin Wanru? As Jiangnan Xing finished the medicine, Chuchio took the bowl from her. Their eyes met, and Chuchio's were misty with emotion. My lord, will this matter truly be dismissed? Sister Xing fell into the pond. Had she not been so fortunate, she might have lost her life. What more do you wish for? What do you expect me to do? Jiang Huaishu frowned, gazing at Chuchio as if she were foolish. This dim-witted woman, did she truly believe he could not perceive what had transpired today? Sister Xing is your daughter. You know her character well enough. Do you truly think she fell into the pond merely to rescue Yongyang? Isn't it so? Chuchio was taken aback. She glanced at Jiang Huaishu and then at Jiangnan Xing. Seeing Jiangnan Xing avert her gaze, something clicked in her mind. Jiangnan Xing, You tell me. What were your intentions when you brought Yongyang to the pond? Jiang Nanxing lowered her head, stuttering, unable to articulate a single coherent thought. Chuqiu quickly embraced her, looking to Jiang Huaishu. My lord, Sister Xing has just awakened. Please do not frighten her. I am not blaming her. Had I not been inclined to support you, I would not have shielded her just now. But next time, please think before you act. Do not attempt to eliminate one person while dragging yourself down as well. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nanxing was momentarily stunned, her face reflecting confusion as she looked at Jiang Beichen. Her father was not scolding her. Rather, he was instructing her. He was advising her to be more cautious next time, to avoid leaving herself vulnerable. Reflecting on this, Jiang Nanxing's eyes brightened with a hint of joy. But soon, she recalled the events by the pond. Father, I did not do it on purpose. I thought that little brat would be easy to deal with. But who knew there would be ghosts in the pond? What? Chuqiu exclaimed, astonished. You saw a ghost in the pond? I did not see it. But I'm certain there is a ghost in the pond. Otherwise, why would I, standing on the shore, be pulled in? And that little brat, she clearly sank. Yet how did she re-emerge? In my view, that little brat can communicate with ghosts. It was she who summoned the ghost in the pond, intending to drown me. Silence. Before Jiang Nanxing could finish, Jiang Huaishu interrupted sharply. This is becoming increasingly absurd. In broad daylight, where did a ghost come from? Even if it were a ghost, could it heed the words of a mere child? Jiang Huaishu glared at Jiang Nanxing, clearly skeptical of her claims. He was not concerned whether Jiang Nanxing intended to harm Yongyang. Rather, he was worried that her carelessness would expose her to Yin Wanru's scrutiny. Had he not intervened today, Yin Wanru would not have easily brushed the matter aside. He wanted Jiang Nanxing to reflect on her actions, ensuring she learned from this experience and exercised greater caution in the future. It was unexpected that she would not only fail to reflect, but also attribute everything to ghosts. It was truly disheartening. How could he have such a daughter? Recognizing Jiang Nanxing's fault, Chuqiu fell silent. Seeing their disbelief, Jiang Nanxing felt anxious. Father, mother, you must believe me. There truly is a ghost in the pond. Sister Xing, you are too exhausted. Drink your medicine and lie down for a while. Mother Jiang Nanxing wanted to say more, but was silenced by a sharp glance from Chuqiu. She pursed her lips, reluctantly closing her mouth. There is indeed a ghost in the pond, so why does no one believe her? Jiang Nanxing, having caught a chill, recuperated in her room for half a month before gradually improving. Chuqiu returned to bring her more medicine. Wang Shu glanced outside, muttering, Chuqiu is indeed diligent, making 3 trips daily to prepare and deliver medicine to Jiang Nanxing. One might think she is Jiang Nanxing's biological mother. Wang Shu, you have uncovered the truth. Chuqiu is indeed Jiang Nanxing's real mother. Yongyang sat on a small wooden bed, drooling. She licked her newly grown lower teeth with her tongue. After 6.5 months, she had finally grown teeth. But why had no one told her that teething would lead to drooling? Yin Wanru took out a handkerchief, wiping Yongyang's drool. After all, her thoughts were elsewhere, so she let it be. All right, let's go out for a stroll. Yongyang's eyes brightened, and her spirits lifted instantly. Yin Wanru knew she had an impatient nature. Finally, as Yongyang eagerly anticipated, night fell. Yin Wanru held her, accompanied by Wang Shu, as they left the marquis residence. The streets were adorned with lights and festive decorations, bustling with activity. As the crowd thickened, the chill seemed to dissipate. Madam, it is cold outside. Allow the servant to take the young lady. Yin Wanru indeed felt her hands growing cold. However, her concern lay not with the cold, but with the possibility of bumping into someone in the crowded streets, which could endanger Yanyang. Wang Shu was younger than her and slightly sturdier in build. Her health had never been robust. Fearing that she might not be able to hold onto Yongyang securely and that someone might jostle them, causing Yongyang to fall, she entrusted the child to Wang Shu. Auntie, let us go over there, it's lively. Upon hearing this, Yin Wanru felt a pang of jealousy. Other children would call for their mothers first, yet Yongyang already knew how to call for her auntie and father, but not her mother. She looked at Yongyang and said with a tinge of bitterness, Yongyang, call for your mother. That's not right. Not right. The pronunciation is off. I clearly wanted to call mother, but my tongue just can't seem to roll the sound. Oh, the pronunciation of mother is too difficult. It's so hard. Hearing Yanyang inner togs. Yin Wanru felt somewhat guilty. Yongyang was still very young. Her ability to call for her aunt and father was already commendable. She must have been bewitched to feel jealousy towards Wang Shu and Prince Qi. It's lively over there. Yongyang enjoys the hustle and bustle. Let's go that way. Yanyang turned, walking slowly ahead. The further she went, the more people crowded the streets. Wang Shu, holding Yongyang, followed closely behind Yanyang. They were occasionally jostled by others, and gradually they fell behind. Madam, Wang Shu was not tall, and after the crowd separated her from Yanyang, she could no longer find her. Yongyang sat up, craning her neck to look ahead, but all she could see were a sea of heads. After searching for a long time, without finding Yanyang, she spotted Meng Yinshen. Father Prince, I'm here. Seeing Wang Shu holding Yongyang, he glanced around but did not see Yanyang. He quickly made his way through the crowd to them. Before he could speak, Yongyang opened her arms wide. Daddy, pick me up. Oh, how come I've grown teeth and can't even call out father properly? Prince Daddy, you wouldn't dislike your baby and refuse to hold her, would you? Though Yongyang's words were unclear, Wang Shu understood her. Her expression changed, and she quickly turned to Meng Yinshen, explaining, Your Highness, the young lady is still small and does not understand. She has just learned to call for her father. She probably calls everyone this way. Please do not hold it against her. Nonsense. I don't call everyone father. Prince Daddy is my father, my only father. Only father? Meng Yinshen was taken aback. He studied Yongyang closely and suddenly thought that this little girl bore a striking resemblance to him. Daddy, do you not want her baby anymore? Have you forgotten the baby by Daming Lake? Meng Yinshen wondered, where was Daming Lake? He had never heard of it. Seeing Yongyang reach out her hand and look at him with longing, he instinctively extended his arm to embrace her. Prince, Wang Shu was momentarily stunned, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Was this truly the aloof Prince Qi that others spoke of? Why was he not only unperturbed, but also willing to hold her young lady? Prince Qi was surprisingly gentle. Or was it that her young lady was too adorable? Even Prince Qi could not resist? Wang Shu's lips curled upward, her eyes brimming with joy. Just then, she heard Meng Yinshen's voice gently reach her ears. Madam Jiang, have you become separated from your companions? Let this prince help you find them. Upon hearing this, Wang Shu was once again taken aback. Who said Prince Qi was cold and unapproachable? He was clearly a very amiable person. Daddy, let us go that way. There's the scent of mother. Yanyang raised her hand, pointing in a direction. Meng Yinshen understood and, holding her, walked toward where she indicated. Wang Shu did not dare to walk alongside him, silently trailing behind. At that moment, the crowd was moving forward, eager to see the grandest lantern display in the city. Yanyang was pushing against the tide when, after just a few steps, she was shoved back 4 steps. The more she tried to move forward, the more she found herself unable to. Mother is ahead. Her scent is growing stronger. Meng Yinshen, towering over the crowd, was quite conspicuous. From a distance, Yanyang spotted him. Seeing him holding a child, she raised her hand to wave at him. Your Highness, Yongyang, Wang Shu. The noise of the crowd drowned out her voice entirely. Yongyang tweechet her ears, keenly detecting Yanyang escol. Mother is calling us, Prince Daddy. Let us hurry faster. Upon hearing this, Meng Yinshen looked down at Yongyang. Was this little one's sense of smell and hearing too acute? He had not heard Yanyang's voice, nor sensed any scent from her. Conversely, Yongyang had a delightful, milky fragrance that was irresistibly endearing. Madam, I see the madam. He lifted his gaze and spotted Yanyang making her way through the crowd, her face etched with worry. Approaching him, she saw that he was indeed holding Yongyang, and she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thank you, Your Highness, for looking after Yongyang. Not at all. Your Highness, please hand Yongyang over to me. Yanyang extended her hands, wanted to take Yongyang back. However, Meng Yinshen showed no intention of relinquishing her. Yongyang, too, reached out her little hands, tried to wrap her arms around Meng Yinshen's neck. Unfortunately, her short arms could only grasp his clothing. I finally get to see father. I don't want to be separated from him. Yanyang's hand froze, her heart brimming with jealousy. Well, her daughter's heart only belonged to her. Yet in her daughter's heart, there was room for many others, each more important than her. She felt a pang of hurt, a suffocating sensation. Madam Jiang, are you all going to admire the lanterns? Meng Yinshen's words shattered the awkwardness. Indeed, how fortunate that your highness is going as well. Let us go together. Would that be inappropriate? Yanyang frowned slightly. Glancing around, the crowd was bustling, and should anyone see her with Prince Qi, rumors might arise. However, Meng Yinshen was unconcerned. Moreover, with so many people on the streets today, the two of you carrying Yongyang might inadvertently bump into someone. Yes, it's crowded here. I might bump into someone. Father S.'s shoulders are very wide, and it's quite comfortable in his arms. Being in Father S.'s embrace feels so secure. Yanyang instinctively looked down at Meng Yinshen's broad shoulders. No, she wouldn't listen. Yongyang was speaking nonsense. She didn't believe a word of it. She wasn't jealous. She wasn't feeling envious of Meng Yinshen at all. Absolutely not. Yanyang walked beside Meng Yinshen, following the crowd. When she noticed someone approaching, Meng Yinshen swiftly extended a hand, gently pulling her closer to him. She turned to look at him and found herself just a step ahead of him. He used his broad shoulders to shield her from the throng. Suddenly, Yanyang felt a bit uncomfortable. Was this distance too close? On both sides of the street, vendors were selling lanterns. It was Yongyang's first time seeing such a variety of lanterns, her eyes sparkling with wonder. I've only seen rabbit lanterns on television before. I can't believe they're really here. Isn't that a mooncake lantern? Mooncakes aren't tasty, so the lantern isn't that pretty either. Over there. There's a giant dragon lantern. Wow, it's so majestic, I want it. Yanyang thought the outside was already quite noisy. Little did she know, compared to Yongyang, it was nothing. This little one had not paused to rest, marveling at everything as if she had never seen the world before. Sir, please buy a rabbit lantern for your daughter. Yanyang was contemplating when suddenly, Meng Yinshen turned on his toes, approaching a stall selling lanterns. He produced a few coins, handing them over to the vendor. No need to give change. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. The vendor's eyes crinkled with a smile as he presented a rabbit lantern to Meng Yinshen. You two are truly a perfect match, and your daughter is so delightful. In my years of selling, I've never seen such a charming family. The vendor couldn't help but exclaim, gazing at the trio before him. As Meng Yinshen lifted the lantern, he caught the vendor's words, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Yanyang's cheeks flushed as she waved her hand. Young man, you are mistaken. We are not. Yanyang loves rabbit lanterns, does she not? Meng Yinshen interjected, handing the rabbit lantern to Yanyang. Her eyes sparkled as she eagerly accepted it. I love it. Father Wang, your taste is impeccable. The rabbit lantern is the most beautiful after the dragon lantern. Now that I have a rabbit lantern, thank you, Father Wang. A subtle smile graced Meng Yinshen's lips, an unusual display of joy. Holding Yanyang close, he continued onward. Yanyang hurried to catch up, glancing at Meng Yinshen with a hint of shyness. Your Highness, this lantern is a gift from you to Yanyang. There is no need for concern from the madam. Before she could finish, Meng Yinshen interrupted. If Yanyang were not so small and unable to carry the dragon lantern, I would have purchased it for her. On behalf of Yanyang, I express my gratitude to your Highness. There is no need for modesty, madam, he replied, his eyes brimming with warmth. Yanyang had declared him her only father. He took great pleasure in purchasing lanterns for his daughter. This night, the corners of Meng Yinshen's mouth did not falter downward. Yanyang periodically turned to glance at him, hardly believing her eyes. The usually stoic Meng Yinshen was smiling, and he had done so for the entire evening. How utterly incredible! As the night grew late, the streets became increasingly sparse with pedestrians. Meng Yinshen escorted Yanyang and the others to the entrance of the marquis' residence, handing Yanyang back to Yanyang. Thank you for today, your Highness. No need for formality, he nodded slightly, watching them turn to enter the marquis' gate. Only when he saw them step inside did he turn to leave. Inside the marquis' residence, the lights were bright. The servants and maids had retired, leaving the place in tranquility. Wang Shu followed closely behind Yanyang, unable to refrain from commenting, Madam, have you noticed how well the prince treats our young miss? Yanyang nodded. It must be because Yanyang is so adorable. No, it is because Yanyang is her father's daughter. That is why he favors her. Yanyang, nestled in Yanyang's arms, had already fallen asleep. In her drowsy state, she instinctively rebutted her mother's words in her heart. Yanyang smiled, her eyes filled with affection. This child truly adored the prince. Upon encountering him, her affection seemed to surpass even that for her own father. Wangshu, you needn't worry about revealing our encounter with the prince tonight. Yes, Yu. I will keep it a secret and will not mention the vendor mistaking the madam and the prince for a couple to anyone. Wangshu's eyes twinkled as she stifled a laugh. Yin Wanru cast her a mock glare, exclaiming, "Look at you. Your temper is too mild. Allowing your maids to become so bold as to tease you." After placing Yanyang in a small wooden bed, she reached for the lantern only to find Yanyang tightly clutching it, unwilling to let go. "It's mine. The rabbit lantern was given to me by father, and no one can take it away. Yanyang, it is time for bed. Please let mother hold the rabbit lantern for now, all right?" "Okay," Yanyang mumbled in her sleep. While others could not touch the lantern gifted by her father, her mother was not just anyone. She loosened her grip, allowing Yun Wanru to easily take the lantern. She extinguished the candle within and set the rabbit lantern on the wooden table. Today's breakfast at the marquis' residence had been served earlier than usual. After the meal, Qianshi arranged for a carriage to personally escort Jiang Beichun to the academy. Jiang Nanqing insisted on going, but was firmly refused by Qianshi. She glared at Jiang Beichun's departing figure, her eyes brimming with displeasure. Jealousy can distort one's appearance. This Jiang Nanqing is just like her mother. Neither is a good egg. However, I do anticipate the day when the siblings turn against each other and engage in conflict within the marquis' residence. It will surely be quite lively. Yanyang mused contentedly in Wang Shu's embrace. Yin Wanru set down her chopsticks, turning her back to Yanyang with a slight smile. What Yanyang hoped for would surely come to pass. The chaos within the marquis' residence was something she secretly longed for. "I am full. I shall take my leave." She glanced at Jiang Yin, who had abruptly dropped her chopsticks and dashed out of the front hall. Goodness, she is truly a girl who cannot remain. As soon as the old witch leaves, Jiang Yin cannot resist meeting her lover. If they are so secretive, they might as well marry sooner. One is willful, and the other is a rogue. They should lock it down before they cause trouble for others. Meeting a lover? Yin Wanru was somewhat taken aback. It seemed her little sister-in-law truly had feelings for that man. It would not be long before the marquis' residence hosted a wedding. However, contrary to Yin Wanru's expectations, before the wedding could arrive, troublesome matters had already begun to unfold. Chapter 72. Mocked by the little one, Jiang Beichun had barely been enrolled for half a month when Qianshi was summoned to the academy 3 times. Overwhelmed with annoyance, she wished to send Jiang Huai to the academy, but Jiang Huai repeatedly claimed to have matters to attend to. Fearing that Yin Wanru might suspect something, she could not send Chuchiu either. Thus, she set her sights on Yin Wanru. Accompanied by Granny Wu, Yin Wanru arrived at Qianshi's courtyard. Before she could step inside, she heard Qianshi's furious voice. "Qinguer, weren't you quite clever? Why you turn into a blockhead when it comes to studying? Heng Ger entered the academy with you. Look at how well he is doing. I can't take it anymore. I'm about to be driven mad. Where is Yin Wanru? Mother, did you call for me?" As soon as Qianshi finished speaking, Yin Wanru's voice came from behind. "Wanru, you have finally arrived. You are the daughter of the grand scholar, having studied since childhood. Quickly teach Qinguer some study tips, so he won't be scolded by the teacher daily." "Mother, there are no shortcuts to studying." Yin Wanru shook her head, indicating her helplessness. Qianshi frowned, clearly unconvinced. "How could there be no shortcuts? Your Qinguer is praised by the teacher every day. The teacher says your family has a long line of scholars. If there were no shortcuts, how could it be so coincidental? Wanru, Qinguer has been adopted under your name. He is your child. You cannot conceal knowledge from him." Qianshi grasped Yin Wanru's hand, pleading earnestly. She could not believe that every member of the Yun family was so extraordinary. She was convinced that Yin Wanru was withholding knowledge, believing there were indeed study techniques that she simply did not wish to share with Qinguer. "Mother, studying relies entirely on oneself. There truly are no shortcuts. Heng Ger is praised because he puts in the effort." As she spoke, Yin Wanru turned to look at Jiang Beichun. Why not ask Qinguer if he pays attention in class? Upon hearing this, Jiang Beichun lowered his gaze. Feeling a wave of panic, he genuinely tried to listen attentively, but he couldn't help but drift off. Seeing his demeanor, Qianshi understood everything. Yet, the child was still too young, and she could not scold him. So it seems studying really does not have shortcuts? Qianshi fixed her gaze on Yun Wanru, hoping to glean some clues from her expression. Regrettably, after gazing for a considerable time, she discerned nothing. With a sudden shift of her gaze, she remarked, "WNRU, your father is a grand tutor, having even instructed the emperor himself. Our marquis lacks the influence to summon your father. As his daughter, you must have been profoundly affected by his teachings in the realm of education. Why not offer a private lesson to Ch. Inger? Mother, it is not that I am unwilling to assist. However, Yongyang is still young, and I must attend to her care. I fear I cannot spare the time to tutor Chung." Yun Wanru gazed at Qianshi as she gracefully declined the request. Agreeing to adopt the illegitimate child under her name already represented the utmost concession she was willing to make. To expect her to devote precious time providing private tutoring for this outsider's offspring was absolutely out of the question. Yongyang nestled in Yun Wanru's embrace, softly humming a tune. This old witch harbors such delusions. Jiang Beichun is her grandson, yet she is unwilling to invest her time in him, while expecting my mother to squander her time on him. If he were truly a child of collateral descent, my mother would certainly oblige, but alas, he is a love child. I shall inscribe it under my mother's name. I find him distasteful, let alone anyone else. Oomph. Qianshi was unaware that Yun Wanru had already discerned Jiang Beichun's true identity. Upon witnessing her descent, Qianshi's expression darkened significantly. "Wanru, I have always considered you to be a sensible person. I never anticipated that you would be so lacking in understanding. Is it because Chun Gur is not your biological son that you are indifferent towards him? I must inform you that he is the future heir of our whole residence. You ought to devote your thoughts more towards him, rather than concerning yourself with your insignificant daughter." Peh! Yongyang spat at the Qian family. "Look at what nonsense she is uttering, calling me a cheap daughter. I am the flesh and blood my mother carried in her womb for 10 long months. How dare that illegitimate child presume to compare themselves to me? You insignificant wretch! How dare you spit on me?" Qianshi took out a handkerchief and wiped the saliva from her face. Clenching her fists in fury, she was on the verge of striking someone. Yun Wanru frowned slightly and swiftly carried Yongyang out of harm's way. "Mother, Yanyang is still young and doesn't know how to properly express her emotions. When she spits at you, it's actually because she likes you." "She likes me?" Qianshi gritted her teeth, clearly doubting Yun Wanru's words. Upon observing this, Wang Shu quickly chimed in, "Old madam, Miss Yangyang's expression of affection is indeed akin to spitting at someone." "Nonsense." Qian is on the verge of being infuriated. Yet, the master and servant refuse to relent. She glares at Yongyang, her raised fist hesitating to descend. "I detest you, you big-headed fool. You wretched old hag. Both ugly and malicious. Your mere presence is utterly distasteful. I have no affection for you whatsoever. Yuan Ro, you are the matriarch of the Ho residence. Concerning Chingur, you must pay more attention." Qianshi, disinterested in further conversation, gently pushed Jiang Bei Chun towards Yuan Ro. "Chingur, go along with your biological mother. Learn well from her, do you understand?" Jiang Bei Chun cast a timid glance at Yun Wanyu and nodded nervously. Observing the inevitability of the situation, Yun Wanyu acquiesced. She turned her gaze towards the Qian family, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "Mother, I am willing to educate Chingur. However, let me make it clear from the outset that the manner in which I teach is solely my prerogative. Neither you nor the marquis may interfere. Yes, you. I will not feel a twinge of regret. Rest assured, you may take the child with you." Qianshi waved her hand decisively. Over the past fortnight, she had been nearly tormented to death by Chingur. She prayed fervently, and at long last, managed to send him away. Yun Wanru smiled gently, cradling Yongyang as she turned to leave. She vowed that Qianshi would deeply regret today's decision. Yun Jia treats the study of literature with utmost seriousness and rigor. After practicing calligraphy for a full hour, he was granted a brief respite with a cup of tea before resuming his studies. It was not until dusk that a servant from the front hall came to invite them to dinner, prompting Yun Wanru to allow Jiang Beichun to pause his studies. Upon arriving at the front hall, Jiang Beichun immediately spotted Qianshi and ran in, tears streaming down his face. Qianshi was taken aback for a moment, but quickly embraced him, exclaiming, "Oh dear, my little darling. How is it that you have turned into a weeping kitten after being away from your grandmother for just half a day?" Wailing softly, grandmother, wailing. Jiang Beichun clung tightly to Qianshi, his tears flowing ceaselessly. With Yin Wanru standing behind them, he dared not voice his grievances. Qianshi glanced at the weeping boy, then turned her gaze toward Yin Wanru. Observing as Yin Wanru gracefully settled herself opposite them, she inquired gently, "Wanru, what troubles this child so?" "Perhaps he has wearied himself from excessive study," came the measured reply. TSK, how old are you to still shed tears so easily? What childish behavior. You call this studying? After countless repetitions, you still can't retain anything. What utter foolishness. Teaching such a dim-witted student, my mother hasn't even shed a tear yet. So why are you crying? How wonderful I am, for I am my mother's cherished little cotton-padded jacket, unlike that wild child, who only brings discomfort to her. The rare clarity of Yanyang's pronunciation was remarkable. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Beichun cried even louder. At the age of 6, being mocked by a mere toddler made him feel utterly despondent. Chapter 73. Ineducable Jiang Nanxing sat quietly to the side, emitting a cold snort. When urged to study, all you can do is weep. What purpose does your grandmother's care serve? Jiang Nanxing cast a glance at him and remarked, "You are not even my equal. It would be far better for me to attend the academy. I assure you, I shall not disappoint my grandmother. Alas, as an elder sister, perhaps you should refrain from speaking so much." Qianshi furrowed her brow, somewhat irked by the incessant cries. Observing Qianshi shielding Jiang Beichun, Jiang Nanxing pouted her lips, feeling even more displeased. Clearly, her younger brother was rather foolish. Yet, their grandmother showed him favoritism, forbidding her from uttering a single word against him. Was it merely because he was a boy? If he were also a boy, she would undoubtedly surpass her younger brother. The position of the heir is still uncertain as to who shall claim it. Sister-in-law, Chun Ger is still young. Do not be too harsh on him. Look at how bitterly he is weeping. Jiang Yin turned her gaze towards Yin Wanru, her expression brimming with mischievous anticipation, clearly relishing the unfolding drama. Qianshi nodded slightly, poised to voice her agreement. Before she could part her lips, Yin Wanru interjected gracefully. "Dear sister-in-law, you misunderstand. This is not a matter of personal harshness. The children of our Yun family have always pursued scholarship in this manner. When I took Xing'e away today, even mother consented not to interfere. Should mother's heart ache for him, she is most welcome to reclaim Xing'e at any time." Qianshi gently pried Jiang Beichun's hand away and nudged him toward Yin Wanru. Realizing that crying was futile, Jiang Beichun quietly ceased his tears. He gradually made his way to Yin Wanru's side, retrieving a chair for himself and obediently climbing up to sit down. Witnessing this scene, Qianshi's lips curled into a smile. Indeed, Wanru knows how to teach children well. In the past, I had to assist him in moving the chair for meals. Look, after only half a day of being with you, he has already learned to take initiative. Do not flatter if you lack the ability to do so. It merely creates an awkward atmosphere. Although Jiang Beichun may not possess great intellect, he is certainly not incapacitated. Moving a chair is a task well within his capabilities. As Yongyang was deep in thought, the dishes had all been placed upon the table. Enticed by the mouth-watering aroma of the delectable cuisine, Yanyang, seizing the moment while Yin Wanru was momentarily distracted, swiftly reached out and stuffed a piece of braised pork in her mouth. "Yanyang, why are you being mischievous again?" Her eyes brimming with tears. "Meat, I long to taste meat." "Mother, you are being unfair. I've already savored the flavor of meat, yet you deny me the pleasure of savoring it further. You clearly promised that once I grew my teeth, I would be allowed to eat meat. Your words lack sincerity." Yin Wanru feigned ignorance. She could not hear. As long as Yongyang remained silent for a day, she could feign ignorance. Qianshi resolutely turned a blind eye to Jiang Beichun's studies, while Jiang Yin merely stood by, indifferent. Each time she approached Qianshi, she would weep pitifully, "Grandmother, save me. I do not wish to study alongside my legitimate mother. I do not want to." Jiang Beichun clung tightly to Qianshi, weeping inconsolably. Initially, Qianshi offered her some words of comfort, but as time wore on, she grew weary of his incessant sobbing. Accompanied by him, she went to Yin Wanru's courtyard. "Wanru, what exactly have you done to this child? Why does Chengge run to my courtyard, crying every day since he followed you?" Qianshi entered the room and vented her grievances towards Yun Wanru. When she had Chenggu with her, it was not as bothersome as it is now. After leaving him with Yun Wanru, her troubles had only intensified. Yet, Yun Wanru remained indifferent, replying coolly, "Mother, I am merely teaching Chenggu to read using the methods of our Yun family, as you instructed." Qianshi pursed her lips, her words caught in her throat. This Yun Wanru always used her advocacy for Chenggu as leverage against her. "Wanru, it is not that I do not care for Chenggu. It is simply that he lacks intelligence. He cannot endure your methods. Perhaps you should consider a different approach to teach him," Qianshi delicately suggested, fearful of Yun Wanru's rejection. However, Yun Wanru would not concede. "I have no money left." Qianshi quickly clutched her chest, her eyes filled with reluctance. Last time, in order to establish Guangxia Academy, she had nearly depleted her savings. The very thought of Yun Wanru asking her for money was utterly unrealistic. Yun Wanru did not expect her to part with her resources. She slowly rose, casting her gaze down at Jiang Beichen. "Mother, you have spent a few days with Chenggu and you know well. Not only is Chenggu lacking in intelligence, but he also does not enjoy studying. Even if you hadn't come to find me, I had intended to seek you out. Chenggu cannot be taught by me." "What do you mean by that?" "You are his biological mother. You cannot abandon him." Chapter 74. Yongyang cries from anger at her mother. Qianshi's eyes widened, panic evident within them. If Yun Wanru does not teach Jiang Beichen, then Jiang Beichen will undoubtedly follow her again. "No, he is your son. You must not neglect him. Wanru, I promise. I will never see him again, nor will I interfere with his studies." Qianshi hastily retreated a few steps. "Grandmother, please do not abandon me." Jiang Beichen turned, arms outstretched, his eyes brimming with tears. Upon seeing his tears, Chu Qiu felt a pang of sympathy. She looked up at Qianshi, only to find her deliberately avoiding Jiang Beichen. When Jiang Beichen realized he could not reach her, he turned to Chu Qiu for help. Chu Qiu shook her head, reminding him not to call for his mother. Jiang Beichen's lips quivered, and he cried in grievance. Yanyang lay on the small wooden bed, sucking on her fingers. "This little bastard is such a crybaby, always sobbing at the slightest thing. Mother, you must not be soft-hearted. You must drive this little bastard away. You are putting in so much effort to teach him, and when he grows up, he will not only lack gratitude, but will also blame you for being too harsh." In contrast, Qianshi, as a hands-off parent, takes no responsibility. Jiang Beichen, upon growing up, will be exceedingly filial to her. "Mother, every additional day you teach him will be another day he holds a grudge against you. This ingrate should be sent away quickly. Even looking at him annoys me." Upon hearing this, Yun Wanru frowned slightly. She indeed had no intention of overseeing Jiang Beichen's studies, but she genuinely did not realize that Jiang Beichen had begun to harbor resentment against her due to his studies. It seemed he had frequently gone to Qianshi to complain about her in recent days. However, this was fortuitous. The more he hated her, the less he would want to stay with her, and she would relish the peace. Contemplating this, Yun Wanru turned to Qianshi, feigning a sigh of helplessness. "Mother, it is not that I do not care for Chenggu. I simply cannot manage him." Qianshi furrowed her brow, instinctively wanting to refuse. How could such an important matter as education be left to a child who lacks understanding? Besides, Chenggu cries and runs over every day, seeking comfort. She knew without asking that Chenggu would undoubtedly choose to leave. If she agreed to Yun Wanru's devilish suggestion, she would be a fool. "Mother, are you silent because you disdain Chenggu's dullness and regret allowing him to become your grandson?" "I do not mean that." Qianshi waved her hand hastily at Yun Wanru's provocation. Yun Wanru smiled with a hint of triumph. "I choose grandmother." Jiang Beichen hurriedly stepped forward, clutching the hem of Qianshi's garment. Upon seeing Yun Wanru, he reacted as if a mouse had encountered a cat, utterly terrified. Seeing his decisive choice, Yun Wanru cast a gentle smile at Qianshi. "Mother, he chooses to go with you. The child is too young and confused. Wanru, grant me a little time. I will try to persuade him again." With that, Qianshi reached for Jiang Beichen's hand, intending to take him to the courtyard for a proper conversation. Yet, although Jiang Beichen struggled with his studies, he was far from foolish. Realizing Qianshi's intentions, he bolted outside, yelling, I won't stay here. I would rather die. This child had Qianshi in a tizzy. Wanru. Mother, there's no need to say anything. I understand. Chenher disschleichme, even fierschme. If we forcibly keep him here, it may hinder his development. If by chance he would do something foolish, we would truly regret it. This last statement was deliberately directed at Chu Qiu. As expected, upon hearing her words, Chu Qiu's expression changed dramatically. Just recently, she had narrowly avoided losing Xing Jie. If anything were to happen to Qinggu, how would she live? Worrying for Jiang Beichun, she could not hold back any longer and turned to Qianshi. Old madam, I believe the lady has a point. Qinggu is still too young and immature. If we force him to stay, he might not withstand the pressure and could even resort to self-harm. Silence. You have no place to speak here. Qianshi was already upset. Seeing Chu Qiu ungratefully siding with Yun Wanru only fueled her anger further. Yet, thinking of Jiang Beichun, the only legitimate son of the Hofu, the future of the house depended on him. If anything were to happen to him, how could she face Jiang Huaishu? If she were to die and go to the underworld, how could she explain herself to the late marquis? She gritted her teeth, hesitating for a moment. With a cold snort, she turned and walked away. Oh, yes, the old witch has been defeated. Mother is formidable. Mother is powerful. Mother has triumphed over the old witch and sent her and her illegitimate child away. A smile graced Yun Wanru's lips, her eyes sparkling with joy. She had indeed fought a clever battle. With this turn of events, Qianshi would no longer scheme against her. From now on, whether Jiang Beichun's studies flourished or faltered, it would no longer concern her. After Jiang Beichun departed, the courtyard returned to its former tranquility. Yongyang crawled on the ground, making her way under the bed to retrieve her secretly hidden rabbit lamp. My rabbit lamp is safe at last. Thank goodness I was clever enough to hide the rabbit lamp under the bed early on. If that illegitimate child had seen it, he would have surely tried to snatch it from me. Yin Wanru watched as she held the rabbit lamp close, unable to suppress a smile. No wonder she had not seen the rabbit lamp recently. It had been hidden away by Yanyang. This child truly cherished the rabbit lamp, gifted to her by Prince Qi. Besides her, anyone who touched it would invoke her tears. Where did this little temperament come from? Bright. Yongyang crawled in front of Yin Wanru, extending the rabbit lamp toward her. Yin Wanru initially thought Yongyang was calling for her. Just as she accepted the lamp, she heard her heartfelt plea. Mother, the rabbit lamp is out. Please light it for me. It must be very bright, brighter than the sun. Yin Wanru realized she was not calling for her. A touch of sadness washed over her as she hung the rabbit lamp high above the bed. Yongyang, dear, I know you treasure this rabbit lamp. Mother will help you keep it safe. No, not keep it safe, but light it. Bright, Mother understands. Mother will definitely keep a close watch on it, ensuring no one else touches it. Mother, bad egg, return my rabbit lantern. Yongyang supported herself against the bed and slowly stood up. Yin Wanru looked at her and said deliberately, What is wrong? Do you think the rabbit lantern is not hanging high enough? What? Bed egg mater, Yongyang is ignoring you. You are so naughty. Yongyang plopped down on the ground and began to cry in distress. Yin Wanru covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. She had never imagined that raising a child could be such a joy. In the warm spring of March, the weather gradually grew milder. At over 7 months old, Yongyang had become noticeably rounder. Her cheeks remained chubby, giving her an exceedingly adorable appearance. Upon waking early in the morning, Yongyang's forehead was drenched in sweat. The old witch is up to her tricks again. Chung Fuji praises Hung Ger every day, comparing him to Jiang Beichun. The old witch, feeling displeased, actually incited Jiang Beichun to take Hung Ger out of class. Yesterday, they both skipped school, and today, Jiang Beichun plans to take Hung Ger out again. That rascal Jiang Beichun even wants to take Hung Ger to fight. Yin Wanru's eyelids twitched, prompting her to stand up abruptly, startling Wang Shu. Wang Shu turned to her in curiosity. Madam, what is the matter? It's nothing. I just saw that the weather today is lovely with sunshine outside, and I thought of taking Yongyang for a stroll. I shall prepare the carriage at once. All right. Yin Wanru nodded slightly, watching Wang Shu exit the room. She approached the small wooden bed and lifted Yongyang into her arms. In the courtyard, she noticed Chu Qiu tidying up. With a quick glance, she said, Chu Qiu, you need not clean for now. The weather is delightful today. Let us go to the academy and see Chang. Upon hearing they could visit the academy to see her son, Chu Qiu felt elated. She quickly set down her broom and followed Yin Wanru out. Arriving at the Ho residence's entrance, the carriage awaited them. Yin Wanru, holding Yongyang, climbed into the carriage. Wang Shu and Chu Qiu each walked alongside it towards Guangxia Academy. Mother, you may end up making a fruitless trip today. Heng is not at the academy. He is with that naughty Jiang Beichen at Jinxiu Pavilion. That old witch Qian has revealed that uncle is the wealthiest man in the imperial city to Jiang Beichen, encouraging him to indulge in food and drink, attempting to incite Heng to steal money from home. Yin Wanru, holding Yanyang, felt a surge of alarm. Yongyang's reference to the old, which was indeed accurate. Qian's intentions were malicious. Knowing she could not properly guide Jiang Beichen, she sought to drag Heng down. Inciting a child to steal from home, is that reasonable? Yin Wanru trembled with anger. She tightened her hold on Yongyang, striving to calm her emotions. Her elder brother's business spanned the imperial city. He and her sister-in-law were often busy with work, likely having little time to care for the children. Her second brother was carefree and unreliable, possessing a childlike demeanor himself. As for their father, Heng was so fearful of him that he had likely been kept in the dark. If not for Yongyang, the adults would remain oblivious for who knows how long. By then, Jiang Beichen would have led Heng astray. Even if they discovered it, saving him might prove difficult. Yin Wanru worried throughout the journey, occasionally freeing a hand to lift the carriage curtain to look outside. Wang Shu, perceiving her anxiousness, softly reassured, "Madam, do not fret. We shall soon arrive at Guangxia Academy." "Good," Yin Wanru replied, gradually lowering the curtain. After a brief wait, the carriage halted at Guangxia Academy's entrance. Yin Wanru descended with Yongyang and, alongside Wang Shu and Chu Qiu, hurried into the academy. Before even spotting the teacher and students, they could already hear the distant sound of reading. Chu Qiu followed closely behind Yin Wanru, thinking of her own son studying, a faint smile gracing her lips. She arrived outside the classroom, quickly scanning the crowd, though she hoped to catch sight of her son at a glance. After searching 2 or 3 times, she still did not see Jiang Beichen. Yin spotted Yin Wanru and approached with a beaming smile. "Sister, what brings you here today?" "Second brother, I came to see Heng." "Where is he?" "Not here." Yin was taken aback, turning to look at the students seated in the classroom. His gaze swept over the students, and indeed, he did not see Yun Heng. "Strange, I personally brought him here this morning. How could he not be here?" Confusion filled Yin Yi's eyes. He waved to Cheng Fuji, who promptly walked over. As soon as Cheng Fuji arrived, he hadn't even had the chance to ask a question when Yin interjected. "Cheng Fuji, do you know where Heng has gone?" "Heng?" Cheng furrowed his brow. He said he had a stomachache and took leave. "Did he not inform you?" "No." Yin shook his head, his expression blank. If Heng had told him, he would not have come looking for him. It must be Jiang Beichen who taught Heng to lie. Yesterday, Heng claimed to have a stomachache, and today he used the same excuse. Cheng Fuji was initially suspicious, but Heng had been performing so well that he dismissed his doubts. Lying? Heng has actually learned to lie. Yun Yi's eyes widened in shock, rendering him speechless. "Elder brother and sister-in-law are busy. I asked him to help look after Heng. If Heng goes astray, how will he explain it to elder brother and sister-in-law? No, I must go find him." Leaving those words behind, Yun turned and ran. Cheng Fuji, observing his panicked demeanor, frowned. "Madam Jiang, what has come over young Master Yin?" "All right." Cheng Fuji did not question Yin Wanru's words. He nodded slightly and turned to head inside. Yongyang, feeling anxious, bounced in her mother's arms, pointing in one direction. "Jinxiu Pavilion. They are at Jinxiu Pavilion." As soon as Yun left the academy, he instinctively ran to the right. After just a couple of steps, he heard Yin Wanru's voice calling from behind. "Second brother, it's to the left." At her words, Yin quickly changed direction and ran left. Yongyang, still unable to articulate fully, could only point the way with her hand. Fortunately, her sense of direction was good. After visiting Jinxiu Pavilion, she knew where to go. Chu Qiu followed closely behind Yin Wanru, her brow furrowed. She had just checked and found her Chengger was also absent from the academy. She longed to inquire of Cheng Fuji, but with Yun Wanru present, she feared revealing too much and thus held her tongue. However, She had begun to form a suspicion in her heart. Her chingur was likely with Yanyang. The group arrived at Jinxiu Pavilion. The shopkeeper, spotting them, hurriedly approached to greet them. Yet, the group seemed not to hear and swiftly ascended to the second floor. The shopkeeper, believing them to be distinguished guests, did not stop them. Suddenly, Yin Wanru led the way, directly entering a private room. Dear guest, this room is all ready. The shopkeeper had not finished speaking when he saw the two children inside, standing up in surprise. The slightly taller boy glanced at the two newcomers, nervously clutching his clothing. Aunt, second uncle, what are you doing here? So they were acquainted. The shopkeeper breathed a sigh of relief and stepped back. Yin Wanru frowned, glancing at him before turning her gaze to Jiang Beichun, her eyes filled with ire. Hungur, how could you be so foolish as to skip class with that naughty Jiang Beichun? Do you not understand? He is envious because Teacher Chang praises you every day. The pastries he brings you are merely an attempt to ingratiate himself with you. He was well aware of your father's wealth, always indulging in extravagance. If it weren't for your mother and second uncle not visiting today, he would certainly drag you into a fight tomorrow. Yongyang glared at Yunheng, her cheeks puffed up in indignation. Yunheng, sensing her thoughts, instinctively glanced at Jiang Beichun, only to find him with his head down, resembling a coward, which was entirely at odds with Yanyang's assertions. He mused to himself that Yanyang, being young, must have misjudged the situation. Noticing Yunheng's silence, Yongyang's frustration intensified. Chapter 76. The Great Fool. Yunheng, brother Heng, you are nothing but a great fool. If you heed his words and follow him into a brawl tomorrow, you will be beaten into a pulp. Your father will take the assailants to the authorities, while Jiang Beichun will secretly testify against you, claiming you instigated the conflict. Your uncle, in a bid to protect you, has given away 2 shops to others. Yet, you still refuse to mend your ways, constantly trailing that scoundrel to the gambling den, squandering your uncle's hard-earned fortune. When you are left in tatters, he will trample on your face, mock you, and label you a prodigal. Ultimately, you will reach a breaking point and meet your demise. The more Yongyang contemplated, the angrier she became, her thoughts erupting into a furious outcry. Yunheng was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing. Jiang Beichun had been quite kind to him over the past few days. Surely, he could not be that sort of person. Yin Wanru and Yun Yi were equally startled by Yongyang's fervent thoughts. Their older brother would undoubtedly exhaust his fortune for Brother Heng. Even so, if Brother Heng continued down this misguided path, he would end up humiliated by Jiang Beichun and ultimately perish. Such a scenario seemed utterly absurd, although both were aware that the situation was somewhat exaggerated. They understood that Yongyang possessed some foresight. Had it not been for her, they would never have thought of Jinxiu, nor would they have found Yunheng so swiftly. Yongyang appeared to know much that eluded them. The dreadful futures she spoke of were not to be taken lightly. Yunheng, half convinced, cast a glance at Yongyang before departing with Yun Yi. Chuchio looked at her son, nearly overwhelmed with exasperation. Jiang Beichun kept his head lowered, unwilling to meet her gaze. All right, Chuchio acquiesced, hastily stepping forward to take Jiang Beichun's hand, her heart a tumult of anger and urgency. What had become of her good child, who now followed that little scoundrel Yunheng and learned to skip classes? Yin Wanru, disinterested in Jiang Beichun, had just alighted from the carriage when she turned to Chuchio. This child is beyond my control. Take him to his mother. With that, Yin Wanru embraced Yanyang and headed towards her own courtyard. Today, she had brought Chuchio to the academy not to capture Jiang Beichun, but to provide her the opportunity to correct him. Qianshi was attempting to drag Brother Heng into the murky waters. Since she could stoop to such vile tactics, she must also face the consequences of her actions. As Yin Wanru walked away, Chuchio glanced around, pulling Jiang Beichun toward the secluded area. Once behind the rockery, Chuchio crouched before him. Brother Chun, tell your mother why you have been skipping classes. Is it Yunheng's influence? Jiang Beichun pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Chuchio frowned, her displeasure growing. If you still acknowledge me as your mother, you must tell me honestly who has urged you to skip class. It was grandmother. What? Chuchio gasped, her eyes widening in shock. She had assumed it was Yunheng who encouraged her son to skip classes, but it turned out to be his very own grandmother. That wretched old woman was intent on ruining her son. Chuchio rose, taking Jiang Beichen's hand, ready to confront Qianshi. However, after a few steps, she changed direction. Qianshi had always looked down upon her. If she confronted her, who knew what slander she might face? Jiang Huaishu valued his legitimate son above all. If he discovered how Qianshi had incited their son, he would surely defend both her and Jiang Beichen. As Chuqiu had anticipated upon learning of the situation, Jiang Huaishu was incensed and immediately sought out Qianshi for an explanation. The mother and son shut the door and engaged in a heated argument within the confines of their chamber. Wang Shu, having heard the news, relayed the matter to Yin Wanru. With a calm demeanor, Yin Wanru showed no signs of surprise. However, Yanyang, upon hearing the commotion from the front yard, eagerly scrambled out of her small bed. "Let us go see the commotion. Mother, hold me. Let us witness the spectacle." At that moment, Yin Wanru had no desire for entertainment. The earlier events had left her furious. She feared that if she confronted Qianshi now, her emotions might overwhelm her, leading to an impulsive reaction. Yet, she could not allow herself to act out. As the matriarch of the marquis' household, until she had severed ties completely with the family, she must not allow anyone to catch her in a misstep. Otherwise, her position within the household would become exceedingly precarious, jeopardizing her plans. Yin Wanru had thought that the day's events would soon pass. However, to her astonishment, Jiang Huaishu arrived at her chamber that evening with Jiang Beichen in tow. Upon entering, he stated, "Aru, if your mother fails to educate the child, then it falls to you to guide Brother Chun. Marquis, you overestimate my abilities. What kind of temperament does Brother Chun possess that I could possibly teach him?" Yin Wanru remained seated at the edge of the bed, her gaze icy as she regarded the father-son duo. She considered herself not a generous person. Jiang Beichen had made every effort to lead Brother Hung astray. The fact that she had not torn into him already was a testament to her restraint. Jiang Huaishu, however, naively believed she would continue to guide him. What a pipe dream. "Aru, you are Brother Chin's legitimate mother. If you do not teach him, who will? Dear heavens, do you hear yourself? He is your illegitimate son. You are unwilling to teach him, yet you wish to foist him onto me. Bah, shameless wretch." Yongyang lay on her small wooden bed, spitting in the direction of Jiang Huaishu. Jiang Huaishu frowned, feeling a twinge of displeasure. However, recognizing he needed Yin Wanru's assistance, he suppressed his anger. He gently patted Jiang Beichen on the shoulder, softly urging, "Brother Chun, hurry and comfort your mother. She is not my mother. I refuse to go." Jiang Beichen stepped back, a look of defiance on his face. Yin Wanru turned to him, a cold smile gracing her lips. "Marquis, did you hear that? Brother Chun does not see me as his mother. I barely managed to care for Yanyang. Why should I take on the responsibility of teaching another child, especially one so ungrateful? No, it's not that he does not acknowledge you. He simply..." But Jiang Beichen found himself at a loss for words, unable to continue. His expression darkened as he glared coldly at Jiang Beichen. "Brother Chun, who taught you to speak such nonsense? She does not genuinely care for me. Grandmother said she deliberately makes things difficult for me to make me give up. Father, she is a wicked woman. I do not want to follow her." Chapter 77. The prodigal son returns very well. If you refuse to follow me, then you may leave. Yin Wanru rose, feigning anger as she pointed towards the door. Seeing Jiang Beichen's disdain for her only filled her with secret delight. As long as he did not wish to follow her, no amount of pressure from others would be effective, which suited her perfectly. As soon as Yin Wanru's words left her lips, Jiang Beichen did not hesitate. He turned and bolted for the exit. Chuqiu, who had been eavesdropping outside, nearly lost her temper. What had that wretched old woman taught Brother Chen all day? If he could infuriate his legitimate mother to this extent, what if Yin Wanru, in a fit of pique, called upon the clan elders to remove Brother Chen from the family register? The more Chuqiu pondered, the more anxious she became, hastily pursuing him. Jiang Huaishu felt somewhat awkward and could no longer remain in Yin Wanru's room. "Aru, it is my fault for not teaching Chingu well. I will pursue him and teach him properly. Do not hold his words against him. When he grows up, he will surely respect and care for you, and he will never speak to you in such a manner again." With that, Jiang Huaishu turned and departed. Yongyang sat on the small wooden bed, her little face flushed with anger. Little ones are ungrateful, and so are the grown ones. There is not a single good person in the whole residence. They say he will respect his mother when he grows up. Am I a fool to believe such words? When that scoundrel matures, he will only become more arrogant, teaming up with his mother and sister to seize the entire Yin family fortune and drive my mother to her death. Those ungrateful wretches deserve to descend straight to the 18th level of hell. Seizing the entire Yin family fortune, Yin Wan-ro furrowed her brow, her heart in turmoil. She had sensed through Yongyang's thoughts that the Yin family was destined for trouble, yet she never imagined it would involve Chu Chiu and 2 concubines. No, she had to find a way to sever ties with the Ho residents and take Yongyang away. Only by completely cutting off relations could she prevent such calamities from occurring. That night, Yin Wan-ro dreamt of her night at the inn with Jiang Huaishu. He had cared for her so tenderly that evening, in stark contrast to his current demeanor. Upon awakening, tears flowed uncontrollably. Had she not attended that rendezvous, she would not have later married into the Ho residence due to her pregnancy with Yongyang. She would never have met Chu Chiu or the 2 concubines, nor would they have had the opportunity to harm her and her family. Mother, how embarrassing. Yongyang's thoughts brought a blush to Yin Wan-ro's cheeks. She rose to check on her daughter, relieved to find her sleeping soundly, dispelling her earlier worry that Yongyang might have sensed her dream. Yongyang was indeed in deep slumber, but the imagery from her dream left her heart racing. The scenes were dark, and she could only vaguely see 2 shadowy figures. Covering her eyes, she watched the entirety of their encounter several times throughout the night before reluctantly opening her eyes. It turned out that her mother had conceived her at the inn. In the morning, Jiang Huaishu took a leave of absence to personally escort Jiang Bei-chun to the academy. Upon entering the school, Jiang Bei-chun headed directly towards Yunheng. Seeing him, Yunheng recalled Yongyang's thoughts and instinctively leaned back. Cousin, shall we skip class again today? Perhaps not. I was scolded by my parents yesterday. I dare not skip. Yunheng shook his head, declining Jiang Bei-chun's proposal. Jiang Bei-chun's eyes twinkled mischievously as he urged, Cousin, are you so afraid of your parents? Are you not scared at all? Jiang Bei-chun shook his head, declaring, I am not afraid. I merely feign fear. I do not fear them at all. Yin Ger, you are truly a naive fool. You will surely be beaten to a pulp. He looked at Jiang Bei-chun, his eyes filled with astonishment. Indeed, Yongyang was correct. Jiang Bei-chun was indeed planning to take him a fight. Cousin, what is wrong? Are you afraid of that young masterin? Yes, I am afraid. If this were a while ago, hearing Jiang Bei-chun's words would have infuriated Yunheng, compelling him to prove himself by following Jiang Bei-chun into a confrontation with young masterin. However, through Yongyang's thoughts, he had discerned Jiang Bei-chun's true intentions. Gritting his teeth, he looked at Jiang Bei-chun with a newfound disdain. Jiang Bei-chun was taken aback by Yunheng's admission of cowardice. Before he could respond, Yunheng coldly stated, Jiang Bei-chun, stay away from me. I detest you. Yunheng, have you lost your mind? Weren't we fine yesterday? Who was fine with you? Get lost. I do not wish to see you again. Yunheng glared at him, coldly rebuking him. This wicked individual pretended to be friendly while secretly plotting his downfall and that of his family. He had caused his father to squander their wealth, humiliated him, and nearly caused his death in the streets. Had it not been for Yongyang's timely reminder, his life would have been ruined by Jiang Bei-chun. Madman, Jiang Bei-chun cursed angrily before storming off. He could not comprehend Yunheng's sudden change. It was as if they were adversaries, unable to understand. He chose to dismiss the matter. Yunheng recognized his mistake and diligently paid attention in class that day. Teacher Chung praised him, causing his cheeks to flush with embarrassment. After school, he took Yun-yi and went to the Ho residence. Upon entering, he spotted Yin Wan-ro and hurriedly approached her, kneeling before her. Aunt, I realize my mistake. I should not have listened to Jiang Bei-chun and skipped class with him. I promise I will no longer associate with him. It seems Yun Ger is not a fool. He can awaken to the truth in time, knowing who truly cares for him and who wishes to harm him. Indeed, acknowledging one's mistakes and correcting them is the mark of a good child. Yongyang grinned, revealing her 2 little teeth. Yin Wan-ro, hearing Yongyang critique Yunheng's actions like a little adult, could not help but smile wryly. Yunheng lowered his head, his face burning with shame. Standing nearby, Yun-yi stifled a laugh. Clearly, Yunheng had committed a foolish act, and as his uncle, he should have been angry. Yet this little girl, Yongyang, was simply too adorable. At such a young age, she understood so many profound truths. It seemed she would not give her sister any cause for worry during her studies. Little did Yun-yi realize that many years later, when it was Yongyang's turn to study, Yun-wan-ro would nearly be driven to distraction. She would run to the academy daily, busier than even the current Qian family. By the way, I remember Yun-gu's birthday is approaching. He ruffled Yun-heng's hair, nodding slightly. Indeed, it is the day after tomorrow. However, my brother and sister-in-law have been quite busy lately. They may not have time to prepare for the birthday. Upon hearing this, Yun-heng pressed his lips together, disappointment flickering in his eyes. Yun-wan-ro had initially not thought much of it. After all, children are children. What does it matter if they celebrate their birthday? However, just as this thought crossed her mind, she heard Yongyang's thoughts. Children love to celebrate their birthdays. The essence of a birthday lies in its ceremonial significance. Even if adults are busy, they can still spare a little time. Even a bowl of longevity noodles would surely bring happiness to Yun-gu. Do all children enjoy celebrating their birthdays? Yun-wan-ro paused momentarily, reflecting on her own childhood. She indeed envied those children whose parents accompanied them on their birthdays. Yet, that memory felt distant, almost forgotten. Second brother, I will be free the day after tomorrow. If my brother and sister-in-law cannot spare the time, why not let me prepare for Yun-gu's birthday? Sure, I will assist you. Yun-yi nodded and looked down at Yun-heng, who brightened at the suggestion, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, Yongyang was right. Children love celebrating their birthdays. The adults, so caught up in their busy lives, often overlook this simple truth. Without Yongyang's reminder, Yun-gu might have felt disappointed for quite some time. The guest list was small, consisting solely of Yun-heng's friends. Once everything was arranged, Yun-wan-ro sealed the invitation cards and handed them to Wang Shu. Wang Shu, please find a few people to deliver these invitations. Understood, Chu Qiu replied, accepting the invitations before turning to leave. As she stepped out, Yun-wan-ro slowly rose to stretch her limbs. Chu Qiu, accompany me for a stroll in the courtyard. She cradled Yongyang in her arms and ambled outside. In early autumn, Qiuchuan trailed behind, surveying the Taisher mansion. The mansion, consisting of 5 courtyards, was comparable in size to the marquis' residence. Yet every brick and tile, every scene and object within exuded a grandeur that surpassed that of the marquis. As Qiuchuan walked and gazed, her heart brimmed with astonishment. However, when she turned her eyes to Yun-wan-ro's silhouette, a wave of jealousy flooded her gaze. Despite being of the same kind, why was Yun-wan-ro the mistress while she remained a servant? With her status as the Taisher's legitimate daughter, she was destined to marry into the marquis' house in splendid fashion, while Qiuchuan could only endure the shame of being a concubine. What merit did Yun-wan-ro possess that entitled her to such fortune? Was it merely the result of a fortunate birth? No, she refused to accept this. She was determined to seize everything that Yun-wan-ro possessed. Brother. She raised her hand, following Yun-wan-ro's line of sight. A man in his 20s strolled toward them. He was handsome, yet his presence commanded undeniable attention. Upon seeing him, Qiuchuan's eyes suddenly sparkled. This was Yun-wan-ro's elder brother, Yun-li, the wealthiest merchant in the imperial city. The aura of affluence was indeed distinct. Under Qiuchuan's gaze, Yun-li hastened to Yun-wan-ro's side. It matters not whether the child's birthday is celebrated. Sister, you need not make a special trip for Hung-gu. What a children. Is not their birthday still worthy of acknowledgement? Uncle is Hung-gu's biological father. Why does he show less affection than my mother does for him? You did not witness how disappointed Hung-gu was when second uncle mentioned that you were busy and might not be able to celebrate his birthday. Even I, as his sister, felt a pang of sympathy for him. Yun-li frowned, guilt creeping into his heart. Before he could respond, he noticed Yun-wan-ro turning to Qiuchuan. Qiuchuan, I'm a bit hungry. Please go to the kitchen and bring me a plate of pastries. Certainly. Qiuchuan complied and turned to leave. Brother, have you been so busy lately that there are issues with your business? Indeed, it was a matter of business, yet it was a promising opportunity. A few days prior, a silk merchant from the south arrived in the imperial city seeking partners. I invested considerable time establishing a connection to meet with him. The southern silk merchant? Isn't that Jiang Huaishu, a notorious fraud? The Qin family has spent a substantial sum at Guangxia Academy. Jiang Huaishu having exhausted his funds, turned to Uncle. He lacked the courage to directly request a loan from Uncle, so he hired someone to impersonate a silk merchant from the south. Once Uncle's deposit is secured, that fraud will abscond with the money. Yun Li's eyes were filled with sympathy for Qiuquan. He had invested significant funds and time to meet with the silk merchant, only to discover that the merchant was a charlatan. Jiang Huaishu was a scoundrel who not only betrayed his sister, but also sought to exploit him. Sister, I just remembered I have some matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Brother. Yin Wanru attempted to call out to Yun Li, yet he had already distanced himself by several paces. Her words fell short, and she knew he would not believe her if she shared her thoughts with him. She needed to devise another plan to expose Jiang Huaishu's scheme. What hunger? It was merely an excuse to distract me. Qiuquan emerged from the kitchen with pastries in hand, muttering in dissatisfaction. Glancing at the delicacies, she surveyed her surroundings. Confirming that no one was near, she hesitated, just as she was about to spit on the pastries. A man in his 60s appeared around the corner. What a mischief maker! Qiuquan frowned, feeling a twinge of displeasure. As he approached, she recognized him as Yun Wanru's father, Yun Qiuqing. Her eyes gleamed with cunning as a plan formed in her mind. With a sudden thud, Yun Qiuqing collapsed before her. Qiuquan was startled and quickly glanced around. Seeing no one else, she exhaled with relief. Are you all right? Hey! Before she could utter another word, Yun Qiuqing grasped her sleeve. In the garden, Yun Wanru waited anxiously for Qiuquan's return. Miss, something terrible has happened. The master has fallen. Upon hearing this, Yun Wanru's brows knitted together, her expression turning urgent. The family servant has gone to summon a doctor. We will know more once he arrives. I heard the master repeatedly mumbling your name, which is why I came looking. Quickly, take me to see my father. Yun Wanru clutched Qiuquan tightly, her heart racing. The maid nodded and led the way. Seeing Yun Wanru's furrowed brow, Qiuquan extended her chubby little hand, attempting to soothe her. Mother, do not worry. Grandfather simply forgot to eat while preparing for Hung Gooder's birthday. His blood sugar must have dropped. If we give him something sweet to eat, he will recover soon. Low blood sugar? What ailment is that? Why have I never heard of it? Having experienced the previous events, Yun Wanru firmly believed in Qiuquan's words. Since Qiuquan asserted that her father was fine, he must indeed be unscathed. She followed the maid as they hurried to Yun Qiuqing's chamber. Upon entering, they found Qiuquan peering inside while holding the pastries. Yun Wanru's expression darkened as she questioned, Qiuquan, what are you doing here? How coincidental? Qiuquan replied, her voice tinged with uncertainty as Yun Wanru scrutinized her. Before she could discern the truth, a voice interrupted from behind. Miss, the doctor has arrived. Yun Wanru turned to see the doctor hastening toward them, and she promptly stepped aside to make way. Doctor, my father suddenly collapsed. Please let me see what is wrong with him. Certainly. The doctor nodded and swiftly approached the bed after passing by Yun Wanru. May I inquire if the master has eaten today? Yun Wanru glanced at the maid, who met the doctor's gaze and replied, the master was preoccupied with the young master's birthday banquet and indeed did not have lunch. That explains it. The doctor nodded slightly, his gaze landing on the pastries in Qiuquan's hands. Miss, there is no need to worry. The master is merely weak due to not having eaten. Once he consumes some pastries, he will quickly recover. Thank you, doctor. Yun Wanru temporarily entrusted Qiuquan to the maid, retrieving some silver from her pocket to offer to the doctor. As the doctor accepted the silver, she turned to the family servant from earlier. Please escort the doctor out. Doctor, this way, please. The servant stepped aside, leading the doctor away. Yun Wanru approached the bed and found her father awake, albeit in a rather poor state. Sighing, she remarked, Father, at your age, how can you still be like a child, needing someone to supervise your meals? I am fine. Yun Qiuqing waved his hand dismissively, but his energy waned. He had indeed felt some discomfort earlier with dizziness and shortness of breath. Seeing he still had the strength to speak reassured Yun Wanru that he was not seriously ill. She turned to Qiuquan. Qiuquan, bring the pastries over. Qiuquan nodded slightly and quickly moved to Yun Wanru's side. Yun Wanru took a piece of pastry, breaking it into smaller bits to feed to Yun Qiuqing. He expressed his distaste. Why are you breaking it into such small pieces? How am I supposed to eat it? You just collapsed. I cannot risk you choking again. Is there any need for such fussiness? Yun Xiuqing remained unfazed, accepting the morsels of pastry from Yun Wanru's hand, consuming them one by one. After finishing a qian-shi cake, he paused for a moment, feeling a slight resurgence of strength. "All right, I'm fine now." Yun Xiuqing glanced at Yun Wanru, then turned his gaze to Chuchio, a smile gracing his lips. "Today, I am grateful for this young lady's presence. Otherwise, who knows what might have transpired. Oh yeah, you must convey my heartfelt thanks to her." "What thanks? Grandfather, are you losing your sight? Can't you distinguish between the virtuous and the wicked? Chuchio is merely Jiang Huaishu's concubine, and she has borne him 2 illegitimate children. She is constantly scheming to usurp the position of the legitimate wife. She is like a venomous serpent coiling around the side of the legitimate wife, and you still want to thank her? Soon, Jiang Huaishu will persuade you to recognize her as an adoptive daughter. Once the Yun family perishes, all of its vast fortune will belong to her." Yun Xiuqing's eyelids suddenly twitched. He looked into Chuchio's eyes, which had deepened significantly. The woman before him was indeed Jiang Huaishu's concubine. What purpose did Jiang Huaishu have in deliberately placing her beside Rower? Did Rower even realize the implications of Chuchio's status? Yun Xiuqing's expression darkened. Yun Wanru's countenance was equally grim. She had not anticipated that after she had rejected Jiang Huaishu, he had not given up hope. Seeing her reluctance to acknowledge Chuchio as her adoptive sister, they had turned their sights on her father. Fortunately, her father was unharmed today. Had anything happened to him because of Chuchio, she would never forgive them. Lost in thought, they were abruptly interrupted by Chuchio's voice. "There is no need for formalities. My lord, it is my duty to care for you and the lady. I do not deserve your gratitude, nor do I seek any reward." Chuchio's lips curled into a slight smile as she inclined her head to Yun Xiuqing. Men are often drawn to obedient and sensible women. Though Yun Xiuqing was aging, he remained a man. Since Jiang Huaishu appreciated such qualities, Yun Xiuqing would undoubtedly be swayed as well. Chuchio was determined to win his favor. Once she had gained his goodwill, she would have Jiang Huaishu speak well of her. As soon as she became Yun Xiuqing's adoptive daughter, she would stand on equal footing with Yun Wanru. Chapter 80. Unconventional tactics. Goodness, what a scheming woman. With the big pig's trotters absent, who is she trying to impress? It infuriates me to no end. Grandfather, open your eyes. Her obedience is merely an act. Do not be deceived. Yun Xiuqing pursed his lips, looking at Chuchio with growing disdain. This shameless concubine was performing her theatrics right before him. Were it not for his ability to hear her true thoughts, he might have fallen for her charade. "Very well, since you seek no reward and claim to serve wholeheartedly, I shall not press you further. To insist would be to insult your loyalty." Upon hearing this, Chuchio's smile faltered. What? No reward? She had only been polite, and yet this old man did not persist. Observing the swift change in Chuchio's expression brought joy to Yongyang, who gleefully clapped her hands. "Grandfather is splendid. The old man is truly remarkable. This concubine must be blindsided by his unconventional approach. Let her be frustrated. She harbors ill intentions, always wishing to replace my mother. If only she could be driven to despair, she would cease her schemes." Yun Wanru's lips curled up slightly as she gazed at Yongyang, her heart brimming with affection. Her little Yongyang was truly wonderful, so young yet so protective of her. How could she, Yun Wanru, deserve to give birth to such a thoughtful little darling? "Oh yeah, you may step outside for a moment." "Certainly." Yun Wanru nodded slightly. "Father, there is still more than half an hour until mealtime. Please have some pastries to tide you over." With that, Yun Wanru turned to Chuchio, exchanging a knowing glance. Chuchio handed the pastries to a maid beside Yun Xiuqing before following Yun Wanru out. Watching their figures disappear from view, Yun Xiuqing could no longer contain himself and struck the bed with a fist. What audacity Jiang Huaishu had! Not only had he concealed his concubine from Rower, but he had also placed her right beside her. This could not be left unaddressed. He must find an opportunity to persuade Rower to seek a divorce. His daughter of the Yun family would not suffer such indignities. The following day marked Yunhang's birthday. As noon approached, guests began to arrive in succession. Yinli found himself with a rare moment of leisure. He stood at the entrance alongside Yun Wanru, greeting the incoming guests. Just as they were about to step inside, they spotted the carriage of the Yuan marquis slowly approaching. Yin Wanru's brows furrowed, her expression darkening slightly. The carriage came to a halt before them. Edabaza, Oya. Jiang Huaishu lifted the carriage curtain and stepped down, followed closely by Jiang Beichen. Yin Wanru glanced at Jiang Beichen, then forced a smile at Jiang Huaishu. What brings the Marquis here today? It is Hunger's birthday, and as his uncle, how could I not attend? And you, such an important matter. Why did you not inform me? I only learned of it from others. What others? It must have been the concubine who told you. Who else would be so indiscreet? Not only did you come yourself, but you even brought Jiang Beichen along? A few days ago, Jiang Beichen deliberately led Hunger to skip class, and their mother caught him red-handed. How dare he show his face here? Indeed, like father, like son, every member of the Jiang family seems to lack shame. Yanyang turned away, leaning against Yin Wanru, her back to Jiang Huaishu. Even a fleeting glance at the big pig's trotters disgusted her. Yin Wanru's lips twitched as she looked down at Yongyang. This child, when angered, scolded herself. Sister, the guests have gathered. Let us go inside. Yin Li turned his back on Jiang Huaishu, striding into the courtyard. In recent days, he had been misled by the con man Jiang Huaishu had summoned. He had not anticipated that Jiang Huaishu not only coveted their wealth, but had also encouraged his son to lead Hunger astray. Fortunately, his sister had discovered it in time. Otherwise, Hunger might have been led astray by Jiang Beichen. The hearts of the Jiang father and son were entirely corrupt. Even with his typically good temper, he could not maintain his facade of kindness in their presence. Jiang Huaishu, holding Jiang Beichen's hand, slowly entered the courtyard. His gaze swept over the guests, and with just one glance, his smile faltered. He had expected the esteemed guests to be prominent figures from a court, yet he was met with either teachers from the academy or mere children. Seeing his path to gaining connections blocked, disdain flickered in Jiang Huaishu's eyes. Oh yeah, come here for a moment. Just as Yin Xiuqing emerged from the front hall, he noticed Yin Wanru leading the Jiang father and son inside. Furrowing his brows, he quickly approached Yin Wanru. Noticing he seemed to have something important to discuss, Yin Wanru turned to Chuchio with a smile. Chuchio, please stay and assist with the guests. Wangshu, you should also remain. Of course. Chuchio's eyes lit up, smiling and nodding. With Jiang Huaishu and her son present, she eagerly anticipated the opportunity for a private conversation with them. Yin Wanru was well aware of her intentions. She entrusted Ying to WNG and followed Yin towards the back courtyard. The guests were all gathered in the front courtyard, which was bustling with activity, in stark contrast to the tranquil atmosphere of the back courtyard. Upon reaching a secluded corner, Yin paused. Turning to look at YNWNRU. You should divorce Ji Ing Huish, he stated directly, laying bare his intentions. YNWNRU was momentarily taken aback, gazing at him in confusion. Father, did I mishear you, or have you spoken incorrectly? You heard correctly, and I have not misspoken. I genuinely wish for you to part ways with Ji Ing Huish. Let me tell you, Ji Ing Huish is not as good as you imagine. He has affairs outside. He found it difficult to articulate the rest of his thoughts, fully aware of how deeply his daughter cherished Ji Ing Huish. If she were to learn that he had an extramarital affair and had fathered 2 children with his mistress, how heartbroken she would be. Father, what does it matter if the Marquis has affairs outside? YNWNRU's eyes widened, her heart filled with unease. Could it be that father already knew about Ji Ing Huish's mistress? Meeting her gaze, Ing opened his mouth. Rest assured, father will not harm you. Listen to me and divorce him, will you? Chapter 81. Family secrets must not be exposed, father. I understand that your decisions are made with my best interests at heart, but I already have Ying Ying. Ying Ying is the offspring of the Marquis' household. While it may be easy for me to divorce Ji Ing Huish, taking her away poses a different challenge. YNWNRU pressed her lips together, refraining from continuing. Without Ying Ying, a divorce would be simple. However, having given birth to Ying Ying, she felt a profound sense of responsibility towards her. She would never allow Ying Ying to be left alone in the Marquis' residence. Divorce was inevitable, but she needed to prepare thoroughly beforehand. She had to ensure Ji Ing Huish was at a disadvantage, rendering his claims invalid. Only then would she have ample justification to take Ying Ying with her. Ying Ying, alas, Yangching sighed. Indeed, Yanyang was Ji-ing Ish's daughter. Regardless of social standing, whether commoner or noble, there existed the possibility of divorce or separation, yet none would cast their children out. While it was easy for a Yuer to divorce, if Ji-ing Ish refused to relinquish his hold, she would not be able to take Yanyang away. Yanyang was so adorable. Even he could not bear to leave her behind in that den of wolves at Nhuf. Very well. If you are unwilling to divorce for Yanyang's sake, I shall not force you. However, you must not become too emotionally invested in Ji-ing Ish. Furthermore, regarding that girl, she is not to be compared with WNGSH. WNGSH is a trustworthy child born into our family. As for she, you should exercise caution. Understood, I will take note. Unadid slightly. Her heart stirred with ripples. Listening to her father's words, it seemed he was already aware of Chi's connection to Ji-ing Ish's mistress. She was somewhat astonished, but only for a moment, as she realized it was not surprising for her father to know of such matters. As the grand tutor, he could not be easily deceived by trivial schemes. Given Chi's blatant behavior yesterday, her father would undoubtedly investigate her. In the imperial city, secrets could hardly remain hidden. Since Ji-ing Ish was capable of such actions as keeping a mistress, her father would naturally uncover the truth. Father-in-law, what brings you here? Ji-ing Ish's voice drifted slowly from behind. Yangching turned to him, clenching the hand hidden within his sleeve. What do you seek from us? Oh, nothing of great importance. I simply heard that yesterday, a father-in-law accidentally fell. I wanted to inquire if you were well. I am perfectly fine. There is no need for your concern. Yangching bit his teeth, suppressing his rising anger. Ji-ing Ish was momentarily taken aback. His eyes filled with confusion. He had only recently arrived at the Grand Tutor's residence and had not committed any actions that would provoke Yangching's disdain. Why did he feel that Yangching harbored resentment towards him? Contemplating this, he turned to YNWNRU. YNWNRU feigned ignorance, intentionally ignoring him. Ji-ing Ish felt perplexed but could not directly inquire about it in front of Yangching. That girl, Chi, is indeed loyal. She saved you before and has now assisted father-in-law. I must consider how to reward her properly. Sehaki zavit et uato? Yangching furrowed his brow, instinctively feeling that this was likely another scheme concocted by Chi and Ji-ing Ish. Yet he was unaware of what his daughter had experienced. Ji-ing Ish, oblivious to Yangching's thoughts, quickly nodded in response. Indeed, you fell into the pond last year, and thankfully, Chi saved her. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Fell into the pond. At this, Yangching's heart jolted. His had never been able to swim since childhood. Each time they passed a body of water, she would be exceedingly cautious. It was utterly implausible for her to fall into a pond unless Chi had deliberately pushed her in, only to rescue her afterward to gain credit. What malicious heart! What a vile person! Our had always feared the cold. As soon as winter arrived, the fire pit in her room had to be lit. How uncomfortable it must have been for her to be submerged in such frigid water. How could you not tell me about such a significant incident? How are you? Did you catch a cold or suffer any lasting effects? She met his gaze and shook her head. Really, I am fine. Are you truly unscathed? Yangching's brow remained furrowed, still feeling uneasy. He turned to Ji-ing Ish, commanding, "You go and summon a physician. I want to hear firsthand from the physician that our is well." This took Ji-ing Ish by surprise. He had not anticipated Yangching's intense reaction. His thoughts had not yet been articulated, and now he could not leave. After a moment's hesitation, he turned to YNWNRU for assistance. YNWNRU did not wish to escalate the matter, reaching out to grasp Yangching's hand. "Father, I truly am fine. Today is Hng's birthday. Calling a physician would be inauspicious. Moreover, the guests are all outside. You would not want this matter to become common knowledge, would you?" Her words struck a chord with Yangching. Family secrets must not be exposed. Though he disliked Ji-ing Ish, he did not wish for this incident to become public knowledge. If it escalated and the truth about Ji Ying, who Isha's mistress, came to light, our viewer would also lose face. She could not divorce at this moment, so this matter must be put to rest. Very well, we shall not summon a physician now. Once the guests depart, we will call for one. All right, I will heed father's words. Knowing Yang's stubborn nature, she recognized that he would not relent until he heard the physician confirm her well-being. Yng smiled and nodded in agreement, relieved that Yng had finally abandoned the idea of summoning a physician. Are you that girl? Chi has saved both you and father-in-law. I believe it is somewhat unfair to keep her as your maid. What do you think? The Marquis is right. It is indeed too unjust for her to remain a maid. Yng nodded slightly, echoing Ji Ying Hu Isha's sentiments. Ji Ying Hu Isha's heart soared with delight. He was just about to speak, encouraging Ying to adopt Chi as a goddaughter. However, before he could voice his thoughts, he heard Yng continue. However, Chi is rather straightforward. Yesterday, father mentioned wanting to properly thank her, but she declined. She declined? Chapter 82. An unrelenting presence. Ji Ying Hu Isha's eyes widened, his heart filled with astonishment. He had previously instructed Chi to seek opportunities to grow closer to the Yn family. Only by gaining their affection could he propose the matter of adopting her as a goddaughter to Ying. To think she would refuse such a golden opportunity presented yesterday. Observing Ji Ying Hu Isha's changing expression, Ying noticed the shift in his demeanor. Yin Wanru smiled gently, glancing at Yin Xiuqing. Father, the guests are waiting in the front courtyard. Shall we proceed? Yin Xiuqing responded, walking leisurely towards the courtyard. In the front courtyard, guests were gradually taking their seats. Wang Shu held Yanyang, standing at the entrance of the hall. As Yunheng emerged, he immediately spotted her and approached with a cheerful grin. Sister Yanyang, let me hold you. Yunheng extended his arms, eager to take Yanyang into his embrace. Yanyang turned her head away, a hint of disdain in her heart. I'm already half a grown child. Why would I let you hold me? What if you lack the strength and drop me? I am not a little fool. I refuse to be held by you. Yun Luo's mouth twitched as his outstretched arms froze midair. Poor boy. How could he be rejected by a little one? Wang Shu, noticing the awkward atmosphere, quickly interjected. Hunger, do not be deceived by Miss Yongyang's small stature. She is quite heavy. You are still young and cannot manage to hold her. When you grow a bit more, she will allow you to hold her. Upon hearing this, Yongyang pouted. Aunt Wang Shu, I am a girl. How can you say I am heavy? Yongyang's little expression caught Yunheng's attention. All right, Sister Yongyang, wait for me. When I grow a bit more, I will come to hold you. Big teeth. Yongyang turned to show Yunheng her teeth. Mother said that once all my teeth grow in, I can eat meat. I already have 4 teeth. Soon I will be able to eat meat. Yunheng was unaware that Yanyang was boasting about her teeth. Hearing her words, his cheeks flushed slightly. What did you say? Teeth. Yanyang thought Yunheng had not heard her and deliberately raised her voice. Yunheng instinctively covered his lower body, glancing around nervously, his face burning. Seeing that no one was paying attention to them, he leaned closer to Yongyang's ear, lowering his voice to caution her. Yongyang, you are still young. Do not say such shameless things. Yongyang replied, Wait, what did I say? I merely wanted to show you my teeth. How is that shameless? Hungur, you are far too mature for your age. You call me shameless, but you are the one who should be ashamed. Shame on you. Yunheng was taken aback, cold sweat beading on his forehead. So, Yanyang was referring to her teeth. Oh heavens, what was he thinking? He had embarrassed himself so profoundly before Yanyang. How could he face her again in the future? Desperate, he wished for a hole to hide in until he could bury himself. His face was aflame with embarrassment. Just as he felt awkward, Yin Xiuqing and Yin Wanru stepped out. He wiped the sweat from his brow, eyes glistening with tears as he looked towards them. Grandfather, aunt, what's wrong? Yin Wanru noticed his tearful expression and hurried over, concern filling her eyes. Hungur, today is your birthday. Why are you crying? Hungur is shameless. Shame on him. Yunheng could no longer contain himself and burst into tears. Yin Xiuqing, fearing he would disturb the guests, quickly beckoned to his servant. Sir, what is your command? Take Hungur to the back courtyard to calm down. Yes. The servant responded and led Yunheng away. As soon as they left, Yongyang extended her hands. wanting Yin Wanru to hold her. Please take Yongyang into your arms. All right. Wang Shu complied, handing Yongyang over to Yin Wanru. As soon as Yin Wanru received her, Yongyang planted a kiss on her cheek. This gesture brought a bright smile to Yin Wanru's face. Standing nearby, Yun Xiuqing felt his mood brighten as well. His granddaughter was simply delightful, unlike her insufferable father. Achoo! Yongyang felt a tickle in her nose and sneezed. She rubbed her nose, then turned to see Jiang Huaishu following closely behind Yin Wanru. She pursed her lips, her eyes reflecting disdain. Why is that big pig trotter here? Wherever mother goes, he follows. He truly is relentless. And that mistress of his is utterly shameless. Yesterday, she tried to curry favor in front of grandfather, and just now, she sought an opportunity to ingratiate herself with second uncle. Fortunately, second uncle's attention is entirely on the beautiful ladies and has no time for her. Not far away, Yun Yi, who was chatting with a little girl, suddenly froze, his smile vanishing. He had merely found the little girl adorable and engaged in conversation. Yet his niece was glaring at him. Oh no, he had no privacy in this family. At noon, the banquet commenced. Today was Yunheng's day. After calming down in the back courtyard for a while, he temporarily set aside the earlier incident. Upon his return, several children around his age immediately surrounded him. Yin Heng, happy birthday. Yin Heng, what a grand celebration for your birthday. My parents are usually busy, and I haven't celebrated my birthday in 2 years. I envy you so much. By the way, weren't you and Jiang Beichen at odds recently? Why did you invite him? Surrounded by the children, Yun Heng felt a surge of happiness. However, upon hearing Jiang Beichen's name, his smile instantly faded. He is here? Where? Over there. Looks like he came with his father. I heard you two are cousins. Is that true? Yun Heng coldly scoffed. Humph. He is merely adopted under my aunt's name. How could I be related to him? Seeing Yun Heng's disdain for Jiang Beichen, the other children quickly changed the subject. They led Yun Heng to a seat. The others also sat down, forming their own tables. Except for Yun Heng, all the Yun family members sat at the main table. As soon as Yun Li sat down, he spotted Chuchio, who was busy attending to the guests. Sister, the girl beside you is quite diligent. If it weren't for her help today, I would truly be overwhelmed. Yin Wanru smiled, but remained silent. Yongyang, seated on her lap, pouted in displeasure. She wants to be grandfather's adopted daughter. Of course, she needs to appear diligent. Uncle, you praised her as soon as you sat down. If you knew her son was trying to lead Hung Gur astray and skip classes, would your opinion of her still be so favorable? This shameless mistress is skilled at disguising herself. Thankfully, grandfather and second uncle are wise and have not been deceived by her feigned demeanor. The innocent voice pierced through the air. Yun Xiuqing's cheeks flushed, and his gaze became evasive. Had it not been for Yongyang's perceptive insights, he might have fallen prey to the mistress's deceit yesterday. He could not bear the title of wise bestowed upon him by Yongyang. Yin Li's eyes widened in shock upon hearing Yongyang's thoughts. He glanced at Chuchio and then at Jiang Beichen, sitting beside Jiang Huaishu, astonished. Jiang Beichen was Chuchio's son. This meant Chuchio was Jiang Huaishu's mistress. How could such a significant matter as her son leading Hung Gur astray not have been mentioned to him? Chapter 83, Blinded by Greed Scoundrel. Both mother and son are scoundrels. Yin Li clenched his fists, furious beyond measure. If it were not for the presence of numerous guests, his fist would have surely pounded the table. Suddenly, the main table fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to speak. Yongyang, oblivious to the tension, fidgeted and continued her internal monologue. The mistress has already interacted with grandfather, uncle, and second uncle. Only aunt is left. With the support of most of the Yun family, it will not be difficult for the mistress to become grandfather's adopted daughter, if she succeeds in her schemes. Her next plan will be to undermine the Yun family from within, with her first target being uncle's eldest son, Yin Luo. Upon hearing the name of the eldest son, Yin Li's hand, which was busy picking vegetables, paused abruptly. He quickly straightened his posture, perking up his ears. Luo Gur, being 2 years older than Hung Gur, had reached an age where he could discern right from wrong. Yet, the mistress of the outer chamber was particularly adept at deception. She first gained the trust of the eldest aunt before gradually approaching Luo Gur. Subsequently, she incited him to beat the household servants, steal the undergarments of maidens, and even spy on his own mother during her bath. Under her instigation, Luo Guer became increasingly wayward. Before even reaching adulthood, his reputation for violence and debauchery spread throughout the imperial city, making him an undesirable match for any respectable girl. The one he fancied, Jiang Nanxing, further trampled upon his reputation. Yongyang estogs wondered restlessly. The tragic fate of the Yun family filled her with sorrow. Meanwhile, Yun Li, sensing her inner turmoil, felt as if his heart might stop from fright. He had initially believed that Chu Qiu merely wished to be adopted as his daughter. Little did he know that her true aim was to dismantle the Yun family and bring ruin upon his son and kin. How foolishly he had praised her earlier, blinded by naivety, mistaking a villain for a virtuous person. The expressions of Yun Wanro and Yun Xiucheng were equally grim. They were aware of Chu Qiu's ulterior motives, yet they could hardly fathom the depths of her wickedness. While they could remain vigilant against adults, the notion that she would extend her malice towards innocent children was unfathomable. This meal, except for Yun Heng, left the rest of the Yun family in discontent. What should have been a joyous occasion for Yun Heng's birthday had turned sour. At last, as the banquet concluded, Yun Xiucheng slowly rose and turned to Yun Wanro. With mutual understanding, Yun Wanro nodded in agreement. Yongyang's inner voice had deeply unsettled her. She could not allow a malignant presence to linger within her household. Should this malignant entity persist in its intent to harm the family? Yun Li personally escorted Yun Wanro out of the manor. He spoke plainly, "Madam, Luo Heir from now on. Please keep your distance from a maid who is often seen by Ro Heir's side." "Why?" Xiashi questioned, confused. "Did you not cherish this sister the most? Why advise us to steer clear of her companions? Leave the rest to me. Simply remember to avoid someone named Chu Qiu." Though Xiashi was puzzled, she refrained from pressing further, nodding in acquiescence. As the carriage halted at the gates of the marquis's residence, a merchant, elegantly attired, hurried forward. Jiang Huaishu lifted the carriage curtain, momentarily taken aback upon seeing the merchant's jovial demeanor. Before he could speak, the merchant chimed, "Marquis, news has arrived from that direction." "Whatever it is, it can wait," Jiang Huaishu interrupted, casting a knowing glance at him. The merchant, being astute, quickly glanced into the carriage. Noticing the presence of others, he retreated several paces. Jiang Huaishu descended from the carriage and turned to Yun Wanro, whom Yun Wanro slightly nodded, cradling Yongyang as she proceeded toward the marquis's grand entrance. As she entered, Jiang Huaishu finally directed his gaze back to the merchant. "Let's find a more private location to discuss." With that, he turned and departed. Just as Yun Wanro passed the decorative wall, she heard Yongyang's thoughts. "That person just now is the villain who deceived my uncle. He must have ulterior motives for seeking out the big pig's hoof at this time. If only we could follow them and uncover the nature of their conspiracy." Yongyang gazed toward the main gate, blinking in anticipation. Oddly enough, she had not witnessed the earlier scene within her visions. However, she dismissed it as a moment of oversight. Hearing her thoughts, Yun Wanro paused, glancing toward Chu Qiu. "All right," Chu Qiu responded, departing with Jiang Beichun. Observing her retreating figure, Yun Wanro turned to exit. "Did you not find the marquis's behavior somewhat peculiar?" Yun Wanro remarked lightly, prompting Wang Shu to understand her meaning. She quickly followed in Yun Wanro's wake. Not long after, they spotted Jiang Huaishu leading the earlier merchant into a tea house. To avoid drawing attention, Yun Wanro deliberately maintained her distance. Watching Jiang Huaishu ascend to the second floor, disappearing around the staircase's corner, she followed suit. "Marquis, Yun Li has fallen into a trap. He agreed to pay a deposit to secure the silk, but he has a condition." As Yun Wanro stepped onto the second floor, she overheard the man's voice. She turned to make a silencing gesture toward Wang Shu. Then, holding Yongyang, she entered a private room. The rooms were separated by mere screens. Inside, Yun Wanro sat quietly, observing the two gray silhouettes beyond the screen. "What is his condition?" Yun Li stated that he wanted to inspect the goods first. "As long as he is satisfied, he will pay immediately." "Inspect the goods?" Jiang Huaishu's voice noticeably rose. "I am not truly a silk merchant. How can I provide him with goods? Is Yun Li deliberately making things difficult for me? Uncle is unaware that this scammer is someone you hired. Why is he blaming Uncle for something you orchestrated? Such a despicable pig." Yanyang grumbled internally. If you are unwilling to show uncle the goods, you might as well abandon the idea. Then I can still respect you as a man. Yanyang furrowed her brow, her mind consumed by Yongyang's voice, making it difficult to hear the conversation next door. She slowly straightened, straining her ears to listen. The man's voice reached her again. There is no need for the marquis to rush. We have no goods, but the various fabric merchants in the imperial city do. If the marquis could provide me with a bit more silver, I could procure a fine silk. I cannot believe Yinli would remain indifferent after seeing the product. How much more silver is needed? Jiang Huaishu's voice revealed reluctance. Yin Wanro, seated next door, waited in silence, not hearing the man's response. She leaped at Yongyang, about to press her ear closer when Jiang Huaishu's voice once again echoed in her ears. Such a large sum. How could I possibly produce that? Marquis, to catch a wolf, one must be willing to part with a child. Moreover, this silver is not for me. You must first invest principal to buy a piece of silk. Once Yinli has seen it, the silver will surely flow back into your pocket in multiples. The man's tone carried a hint of amusement. Jiang Huaishu appeared hesitant. Rest assured, Marquis, I have already selected the silk. I only await your silver. Stay here while I procure the silk. As soon as I have the money, I will deliver it to you. Upon hearing this, Yanwan's expression darkened. Noticing the man rising, she quickly turned, positioning herself away from the entrance to the private room. In high spirits, the man hummed a tune as he departed. Once the sounds faded, Yanwan turned to the screen, spotting another silhouette lingering. She swiftly stood and, cradling Yongyang, descended the stairs. I've noted it, Wang Shu replied, and parted ways with Yanwan. The day's events had profoundly impacted her. Even if the madam did not instruct her, she would not dare speak of this matter. After separating from Wang Shu, Yanwan hastily made her way toward the Grand Tutor's residence. Not long after, Yongyang suddenly called out from behind, Daddy, that is Daddy's carriage. Mother, Daddy is behind us. Since grandfather's house is so far away, we can ask Daddy to take us along. The person inside the carriage, resting with his eyes closed, abruptly opened them at the familiar voice. He lifted the carriage curtain, glancing outside. Upon seeing the carriage pass by Yanwan, he called out, Stop the carriage. As his voice faded, the carriage came to a halt beside Yanwan. Wang Yi, she was aware that Meng Yanqing was behind her, yet she was taken aback by his sudden command to stop the carriage. Turning her head, their eyes met. Meng Yanqing inclined his head slightly, glanced at the child in her arms, and, feigning ignorance, inquired, Madam, you seem to be in quite a hurry. Where are you headed? Coincidentally, I am traveling the same route and can offer you a ride. Upon hearing this, Qiufeng turned to him. Clearly, their destination was in the opposite direction of the Taisha mansion, so how could they be traveling the same way? However, before she could voice her thoughts, she was silenced by a glare from Meng Yanqing. Wouldn't this be too troublesome? Yanwan lowered her gaze, remaining still. She and Meng Yanqing were not intimately acquainted, and she had no desire to inconvenience him. Moreover, as a married woman, sharing a carriage with him could tarnish his reputation if word got out. Yanwan had many reservations, yet Yongyang was oblivious to them. She swiftly extended her arms and leaped into Meng Yanqing's embrace, exclaiming, Daddy, hold me. If you embrace me, Mama will have no choice but to comply. Yanwan thought to herself, how could her little darling suddenly be so demanding? Meng Yanqing suppressed a smile and took Yongyang into his arms. The child pouted and planted a kiss on his cheek. Daddy is so handsome. Yongyang misses you. Did you miss Yongyang? Meng Yanqing was momentarily taken aback by Yongyang's actions, noticing he was gazing at Yanwan without even acknowledging her. Yongyang, hands on her hips, puffed her cheeks in indignation. All right. Daddy only has eyes for Mama, and he can't even see Yongyang. But who told Mama to be my real mother? Yongyang won't compete with Mama for Daddy's attention. If Daddy likes to look at Mama, he can look for a while longer. Yongyang won't be jealous, Madam, there are quite a number of people at the market. Perhaps you should board the carriage first? Oh, all right. Seeing Yongyang nestled in Meng Yanqing's arms, Yanwan could only acquiesce, lifting her skirts as she stepped into the carriage. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she took a seat opposite Meng Yanqing. She silently rejoiced that Meng Yanqing could not hear Yongyang's thoughts. Otherwise, she would not know where to hide her face. Why didn't you take the carriage when you went out? After a brief silence inside the carriage, Meng Yanqing broke the quiet. Yanwan lowered her gaze. unable to meet his eyes. She bit her lip and replied softly, "I was in a hurry and forgot." Mama didn't forget. She is afraid that taking the marquis' carriage would let that big pig hoof know her whereabouts. Big pig hoof? Was Yongyang referring to Marquis on Yuan? Meng Yinqing was uncertain of the meaning behind big pig hoof, but it certainly did not sound flattering. It appeared that Yongyang harbored a dislike for her biological father. In this regard, she demonstrated a discernment surpassing her mother's. A smile tugged at the corners of Meng Yinqing's lips, and his mood lifted considerably. After approximately 15 minutes, the carriage came to a stop outside the Taisha mansion. "Wang Yi, we have arrived at the Taisha mansion." That was quick. "Thank you, Wang Yi. I shall go in first." Yin Wanru took Yanyang from him and stood to disembark. Meng Yinqing lifted the carriage curtain, watching her enter the Taisha mansion until her figure vanished from sight. Just as he intended to lower the curtain, he noticed Xiaofeng suddenly turn his head, wearing a beaming expression. "Wang Yi, rest assured, my driving speed is quite swift. It will not delay Jiang Foreign's matters." Meng Yinqing furrowed his brow. "Next time, there is no need to be in such a rush." "What?" Xiaofeng's smile froze, his eyes wide with confusion. Shouldn't Wang Yi be praising him? Why did it seem that Wang Yi was not in a good mood? Upon entering the Taisha mansion, Yin Wanru headed straight for Yun Li's courtyard. Upon arrival, she found Xia Shi chasing after Yin Luo, running around the courtyard. "Why can't you be more considerate? Can't you learn from your brother? He doesn't go to the academy every day. What exactly do you want to do?" "I simply dislike studying. I refuse to go to the academy." A childish voice echoed into Yun Luo's ears. He paused for a moment, glancing around, spotting Yin Wanru and Wang Shu hastily entering. He wondered if the speaker was his aunt. No, his aunt was of the same generation as his mother. The only one who would call his mother to Jioma could only be. As he pondered, Yin Luo's gaze fell upon Yanyang, who was nibbling on her fingers and grinning at him. Furrowing his brow, he thought he must have misheard. Hung Gur has been raised by grandfather since childhood, and he is truly a promising lad. Compared to him, Yin Luo is simply insignificant. No wonder Jiang Nanqing looks down on him, even going so far as to sever his lineage, strip him of his pants, and parade him through the streets. At this, Yin Luo's eyes widened in astonishment. The little girl hadn't spoken a word, had she? Could it be that he was hearing her thoughts? And who was this Jiang Nanqing? What grievance did she have with him that would lead her to strip him? Yin Luo stood frozen for a moment. Just as he contemplated rushing over to confront the little girl for clarification, Xia Shi's rattan switch landed on his backside, causing him to leap in pain. "Ouch, mother. That hurts." "You know it hurts. Let us see if you dare to skip the academy again." "I want to go. I refuse to go. Will you go or not? Will you go or not?" Xia Shi's rattan switch came down in a flurry. Yin Luo cried out in distress. He sprinted to Yin Wanru, seeking refuge behind her. "Aunt, my mother is hitting me. Help me. You little rascal, don't block your mother's path. Your mother has important matters to discuss with your father. If you delay her, your whole family will end up begging on the streets. You are a hopeless case, and being ridiculed is one thing. But do not drag your parents and siblings down with you." Begging? Was it really that severe? After all, he merely disliked studying. Who was so concerned as to mock and berate him? "Luo Gur, I have urgent matters to discuss with your father. You should sincerely apologize to your mother. Promise not to skip class again, and she won't hit you." Was there really an urgent matter? Did the little girl's words contain a kernel of truth? The thought of having to beg on the streets and being ridiculed made Yin Luo break into a cold sweat, and he quickly released Yin Wanru's garment and dashed back to his room. Xia Shi and Yin Wanru exchanged glances, then she frowned, watching the direction in which Yin Luo had departed. There he was, clutching his study box, sprinting towards the exit. "Luo Gur, where are you going?" "I'm going to the academy to study." As soon as the words left his mouth, Yin Luo vanished from sight. Xia Shi was taken aback, surprised. Despite her daily scoldings and beatings, they had no effect. How was it that Yin Wanru's single remark compelled Yin Luo to obediently attend the academy? Eldest brother. Under Xia Shi's gaze, Yin Wanru swiftly entered Yun Li's chamber. "The Xiaoyi, someone is looking for you outside." Before Yin Wanru could finish her sentence, a servant rushed in, interrupting her. Yin Li adjusted his attire and turned to the servant. "Let him in." As his words fell, a man entered, carrying a roll of silk. "Brother Yin, I brought the sample goods you requested. Take a look. The man smiled, presenting the silk before Yunli. Seeing Yunli reach out to accept it, Yin Wanru's heart tightened. Although she had never met the man, she recognized his voice. The individual before her was none other than the swindler who had encountered Jiang Huai Shu earlier at the tea house. She did not expect him to arrive so swiftly. She had barely arrived and had not yet had the chance to inform her elder brother when he followed her in. Yin Wanru furrowed her brows, wishing to alert Yin Li, but fearing that she might expose herself in front of the man. After a moment of hesitation, she gently tugged at Yin Li's sleeve. Elder brother, may I have a word? Sister, let us discuss this later. I wish to inspect the goods first. Yin Li's gaze remained fixed on the silk before him. Yin Wanru bit her lip, glancing at Yin Li before turning her attention to the man. Upon noticing her gaze, the man turned to meet her eyes and offered a faint smile. You must be the esteemed wife of the Yuan Ho. I am acquainted with the Ho Yi and have heard him speak of you. The man's smile, however, did not reach his eyes. Yongyang clenched her teeth, casting an annoyed look at the man. Vile person, how dare you threaten my mother? Uncle, you must see clearly. This silk was just purchased from the silk shop to deceive you. Do not fall for it. Yongyang anxiously looked at Yin Li, fearful that he might make a misguided decision. Under her gaze, Yin Li smiled and presented the silk to the man. Indeed, this is exquisite silk. Naturally, this silk was brought from the land of silk. Its quality is beyond reproach. The man grinned as he accepted the silk. Brother Yin, what about the deposit? I'm afraid I cannot provide a deposit. Our collaboration ends here. At this, the man's smile faltered, and he looked at him in confusion. Brother Yin, what is the reason for this? Do I need to spell it out for you? Yin Li coldly fixed his gaze upon him. The silk is indeed of high quality, but I'm increasingly convinced that this particular piece is from the Nansheng silk shop, is it not? I have yet to ask why you would present me with silk purchased from outside. Yin Wanru was taken aback. She had just worried that her brother might be deceived by this charlatan. To her astonishment, he had recognized the fabric with just a glance, identifying it as having been bought by the fraud in the imperial city. Her brother S discerning, I was indeed sharp. It appeared her concerns were unwarranted. Yin Wanru looked at Yin Li, feeling a slight sense of relief. The fraud scheme had been exposed by Yin Li, causing him to momentarily lose composure. However, he quickly regained his demeanor, slightly lifting his chin. This material was specifically brought by me from the land of silk. It cannot possibly be found in the imperial city. Brother Yin, do not jest with me. If you are unwilling to pay the deposit, I must seek collaboration elsewhere. Chapter 86. Shedding a layer of skin. A true professional fraudster, exhibiting such remarkable composure. Even when Uncle has seen through his lies, he can still threaten him without a hint of shame. It seems he is convinced that Uncle requires a source of fine silk to commence his business in the imperial city, which emboldens him. In 10 days, a genuine silk merchant will arrive in the imperial city. Yin Li's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Yanyang understood that the person before her was indeed a fraud hired by Jiang Huaishu with his own funds. The news of the silk merchant's arrival was undoubtedly true. Yin Li pricked up his ears, eager to glean some key information about the silk merchant. Yet, after a moment of waiting, he heard nothing from Yanyang. Brother Yin, do you wish to pursue this collaboration or not? Please give me a clear answer. The man furrowed his brow, growing impatient. Yin Li, still trying to eavesdrop on Yanyang's thoughts, felt displeased by the interruption. As I said, there is no need for collaboration. If you wish to seek others, be my guest. I shall not accompany you. The man had not anticipated that Yin Li was resolute in his decision to sever ties. Yun Li, I considered you a brother and reserved this excellent opportunity for you. It was you who initially sought collaboration, and now you wish to cancel it. Can you compensate for my loss? Still pretending. It seems that unless I escalate this to the authorities, you will not relent. With that, Yin Li seized the man's arm and dragged him outside. The man's expression changed, realizing the gravity of the situation, and he struggled in resistance. Yin Li, do not go too far. I am a reputable silk merchant. If this reaches the authorities, my reputation will be ruined. Release me. I shall not go. Isn't it a bit late to say you want to go? Yin Li held him firmly, refusing to let go. Observing this, Yin Wanru hurried to catch up. They arrived at the courtyard, where Yin Li handed the man over to 2 servants and swiftly proceeded towards the yamen. Now, this will be entertaining. If this fraud cannot withstand the pressure and reveals Jiang Huaishu, the reputation of the Hofu will be tarnished. Just thinking about it fills me with anticipation. Yongyang grinned, revealing her 4 small teeth. Yun Wanru's eyes sparkled with delight. The reckoning was what she had longed to see. Jiang Huaishu dared to target her elder brother and the Yun family. Failing to teach him a lesson would be too lenient. The unfolding events exceeded Yun Wanru's expectations. The fraud, a habitual offender, had a record at the yamen. Upon arriving and recounting the events, the fraud, fearing the authorities, confessed everything. Now it was the magistrate's turn to feel a headache. He glared at the kneeling fraud and exclaimed, "The Hou Yi is an official of the court and is connected to the Yun family. How could you possibly deceive young Master Yin?" Hearing the magistrate's words, Yun Li feigned disbelief, turning to the fraud and deliberately raising his voice. "Indeed, my brother-in-law is the Yuan Ho. How could he conspire with a fraud like you? Do not slander him and ruin the reputation of the Yuan Ho. Your Honor, I would not dare to lie. This matter was indeed instigated by the Yuan Ho. If it were not for him, how would I know that young Master Yun wished to collaborate with a silk merchant?" The magistrate looked at him, then at Yun Li, appearing somewhat troubled. Seeing their silence, the fraud grew anxious. "I have a witness. I met with the Yuan Ho at the Ping and Tea House. If your Honor does not believe me, you may summon the owner and the serving boy from the tea house to testify. Court proceedings are public." The dialogue in the courtroom echoed in the ears of the onlookers. Among the crowd, someone hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. "Your Honor, I am but a serving boy from the Ping and Tea House. I can vouch for him. He has indeed been meeting with the Yuan Ho frequently at the tea house these past few days. While serving them tea, I inadvertently overheard them mention silk and deposits." This revelation implied that the Yuan Ho had indeed colluded with this fraud. The onlookers shook their heads in disbelief. The Yuan Ho conspiring with a fraud to deceive his wife's family was utterly despicable. In my opinion, the Yuan Ho is shameless. The yamen need not show him any leniency and should imprison him. Yes, imprison the Yuan Ho. The emperor's laws apply to all, regardless of status. Your Honor, please punish the Yuan Ho. The crowd gathered at the yamen suddenly erupted into chaos. Yanyang, held by Wang Shu, stood among the crowd, excitedly clapping her small hands. "It's over. The big pig's foot is finished." With witnesses stepping forward, the magistrate will find it impossible to turn a blind eye. This time, the big pig's foot is in for a reckoning. A faint smile graced Yun Wanru's lips as she observed the situation nearing resolution. She turned it apart with Wang Shu. Just as she left, the officials hastily made their way to the Hofu to apprehend someone. Within half an hour, Qianshu rushed in, accompanied by Jiang. "Yin Wanru, where have you taken my son?" Qianshu shouted as she entered, her voice piercing through the air. Upon hearing the commotion, Chu Qiu promptly abandoned her broom and hurried to the door to eavesdrop. Yin Wanru disregarded her, rising to meet Qian's gaze, feigning a look of confusion. The meaning behind her mother's words eluded her, as she was indeed unaware of the matters mentioned. Shaking her head, Wanru's eyes reflected a profound bewilderment. Yongyang lay on the small wooden bed, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Qian. "The old witch only bullies my mother. Why was the big pig hoof taken away? Shouldn't she inquire about the big pig hoof instead of seeking my mother? Her own son engages in deceit without concern, yet she comes to trouble my mother. With such a flawed foundation, it is no wonder that there is not a single good person within this marquis house. Mother, let me speak." Jiang Yin, standing to the side, gently tugged at Qian's sleeve. Qian snorted coldly, turning her head away. Jiang Yin released her grip and slowly approached Yun Wanru. "Sister-in-law, my elder brother was just taken away by the officials. They claim your brother reported him to the authorities, accusing him of fraud. How could the marquis commit fraud? Is it possible the authorities have made a mistake?" Yun Wanru's brows knitted in concern, as she resolved to maintain her pretense of ignorance. Jiang Yin held no suspicion towards her. "I cannot go to the authorities as a mere woman. If this matter spreads, it would surely tarnish my reputation." Yin Wanru shook her head, rejecting Jiang Yin's suggestion. Outside, Chu Qiu eavesdropped, anxiously gripping the doorframe. What use did the marquis house have for her as the matriarch? Since she occupied the position without fulfilling its duties, it would be better to replace her. Given the opportunity, she would certainly perform far better than Yun Wanru. Yun Wanru's remarks incited Qian's displeasure. Qian's expression darkened, her gaze icy as she fixed it upon her. You worry about your reputation, yet you do not concern yourself with your husband suffering injustice? If Shu'er were to know of your selfishness, he would undoubtedly regret marrying you. Mother, your words are unfounded. The Marquis is my husband, and I naturally worry for him. I am one with the Marquis house. My decision not to go to the court is not for my own sake, but for the sake of the Marquis house. Oomph. Do you think that by uttering a few pretty words, I would be swayed? Qian scoffed, unconvinced. Yun Wanru pressed her lips together, feigning a wounded appearance. Mother may not believe me, but one should trust the authorities. If the Marquis is wronged, they will surely uncover the truth and restore justice for him. Yun Wanru interrupted Qian, denying her any opportunity to speak. Yongyang, feeling frustrated at her inability to persuade her, also felt a pang of dissatisfaction. Yet, each of Yun Wanru's words held merit. Even if she sought to provoke, she could not find fault with her. Mother, let us leave. It seems my sister-in-law is resolute in not going to the authorities. Rather than waste time here, we might as well consider other solutions. Qian left with a dismissive remark, her sleeves sweeping as she departed. Watching their retreating figures, the fragility in Yun Wanru's eyes instantaneously transformed into frigid resolve. Behold, these are the people of the Marquis house. The mother-in-law I once respected only deigns to speak kindly when she requires something from me. The sister-in-law, whom I have treated like my own, believes her presence here is a waste of time. And Jiang Huaishu, the one I hold dear, calculates everything in pursuit of wealth, scheming against me and my family. Yanyang spoke truly. There was not a single good person within the Marquis house. Nevertheless, she would not agree to a divorce until she achieved her aims. She would not depart from Marquis residence. That night, Qian, accompanied by Yongyang, awaited at the Marquis entrance. Taking a breath, she exclaimed, "Old madam, miss, the Marquis has been imprisoned." What? How could this happen? Qian gasped, her eyes rolling back as she fainted. Yongyang, startled, quickly supported her. "Hurry, help my mother inside." The news of Jiang Huaishu's imprisonment soon reached Yun Wanru's ears. Sitting upon the bed, she played with Yongyang, her expression devoid of emotion. As Wanshu delivered the news to Yun Wanru, Wu Mama, who served beside Qian, approached. Upon entering, she found Yun Wanru seemingly unperturbed, amusing the child, and her brows furrowed deeply. The old madam has fainted from worry, yet the lady remains at leisure, playing with the child? What does it matter? The old witch's fainting has no bearing on my mother. Can my mother possibly faint in her stead? Yanyang pouted, sticking out her tongue at Wu Mama. Yun Wanru turned to Wu Mama, feigning concern. Is my mother fainting severe? Wu Mama, why are you here instead of fetching a doctor? Wu Mama was momentarily taken aback by Yun Wanru's words, but soon her expression hardened as she coldly retorted, "At this hour, the medical hall is closed." As Wu Mama spoke, her chin lifted slightly, as though she were the master of the Marquis house. Yongyang glared at her, gritting her teeth in anger. Indeed, those around the old witch are no better than monsters. Even in illness, they seek to bully my mother. Well, may I hold a brush in my hands? Once I can draw talismans, I must craft a thunder talisman to strike down this horde of demons. Yongyang, fuming at Wu Mama's insolence, remained calm, while Yun Wanru met Wu Mama's gaze, deliberately asking, "Shall it be I and Yinner who care for mother tonight? Miss Yin has yet to be married and knows nothing. How can she attend to the old madam? It seems the lady must attend to her alone tonight." Wu Mama cast a sidelong glance at Yun Wanru, deeming her notions fantastical. The old madam cherished Yin greatly. How could she allow her to serve? Upon hearing this, Yanyang clenched her tiny fists, cheeks puffed with indignation. What right do they have to bully us? Why is it that my mother can serve while Jiang Yin cannot? Yun Wanru was well aware that Qian and Jiang Yin were intentional in their provocations. They sought to test her resolve. However, it mattered not. It was merely a matter of attendance, and she would comply. "My lady, it grows late, and the old madam awaits. You should hasten." Wu Mama's urging resonated in her ears. Yun Wanru smiled softly, rising from her bed, donning a large cloak, and cradling Yongyang as she approached Wu Mama. "Let's depart." "Wu Mama, wait, you intend to take her along?" Wu Mama frona displeased. "How can one serve while bringing a child?" Yongyang is quite well behaved. She will not distract me. Yin Wanru continued without pause. Unbeknownst to Wu Mama, Yanyang had faced peril from the moment of her birth. Should she not bring her along, it would be far more distracting. Yin Wanru's words left Wu Mama speechless. Following closely behind Yin Wanru, she observed the child, grinning innocently against her mother, and her heart wavered. This little one rarely cried. After all, she struggled for a moment before ultimately conceding. Haha, old witch, just you wait. Your little ancestor will soon arrive. If you think my mother can attend to your ailments, you might find yourself sorely mistaken. Yin Wanru, cradling Yongyang, entered Qian's room, only to discover that Jiang Yin had already departed. Upon hearing footsteps, Qian immediately began to groan. Yin Wanru hurried over and inquired, "Mother, what ails you?" "She feels perfectly fine. That old witch, knowing you have come, is feigning illness." "Feigning?" Yin Wanru raised an eyebrow and placed Yongyang on the bed. She reached out and grasped Qian's hand, attempting to pull her up. "What are you doing?" "Mother, if you are so unwell, I shall take you to see a doctor. At this late hour, the medical hall is closed. Where shall we go for treatment?" However, before she could warm up, she was again tugged up by Yin Wanru. In such a vast imperial city, there must be a medical hall that stays open late. "Mother, I shall take you out, and we will surely find one." "Let go of me, I will not go." "That will not do. When one is ill, it is imperative to see a doctor. One cannot delay." "I have said I will not go." "Yin Wanru, do you wish to torment me to death?" Qian brushed Yin Wanru's hand away and lay back down. As if fearing that Yin Wanru would pull her up again, she simply turned over, presenting her back. "I wish to rest. Do not disturb me." "Mother, are you truly feeling better? How can it be so swift?" Qian impatiently turned over and glared at her. "If that is the case, then please rest, mother. I shall remain here. Should you need anything, just call for me." Qian replied, turning away from Yin Wanru and closing her eyes. Yongyang, having slept too much during the day, was now wide awake. She sat beside Qian, contemplating that once her mother fell asleep, she would climb onto her. "Old witch, you have tormented my mother. If you can sleep tonight, I shall consider myself defeated." As she thought this, Yanyang climbed onto Qian's shoulder and playfully slapped her cheek twice. Despite her tender age, she possessed considerable strength. The two slaps left small imprints on Qian's cheek. Ouch! Qian was jolted awake, and upon opening her eyes, she saw Yongyang sprawled on her, laughing heartily. Frowning, Qian shouted, "Yin Wanru, take your daughter down." "Mother, Yongyang is still young. Let her sleep with you. Such a small child cannot bear the cold night. Yongyang cannot be separated from me. Otherwise, I would not have risked the chance of you passing your illness on to her by bringing her here." At this, Qian was momentarily taken aback. Did Yin Wanru mean to imply that she was in the wrong? Seeing that Qian was silent, Yin Wanru continued, "Mother, I wish to attend to your illness and care for Yongyang. If Yongyang is not allowed to stay here, I fear I shall be at my wit's end. Do not worry. Yongyang is very well behaved and will not disturb you." Having just been slapped twice by a small child, Qian felt it was not a dignified matter. If she were to argue with a toddler, it would be quite embarrassing if word got out. After a moment of contemplation, Qian waved her hand dismissively. "Fine. Just keep her quiet and do not hinder my rest." "I understand." Yin Wanru replied with a smile and a nod. Yongyang looked at her, feeling a pang of sympathy. Clearly, her mother was unwell, yet this old witch continued to torment her. Yongyang crawled over to the side of the bed, quietly watching Qian. Qian fell into a deep sleep, and before long, she was dreaming of Yin Wanru covering her face with a blanket. Feeling as though she could hardly breathe, Qian lifted her arm and flailed it about. After a moment of struggle, she opened her eyes to find Yongyang sitting on the lower half of her face. With a sudden push, Qian sent Yongyang tumbling aside, gasping for air. She quickly sat up in bed, glaring furiously at Yongyang. "Little rascal, do you wish to murder me?" "Mother, what is wrong?" Yin Wanru, still awake, hurried over to investigate the commotion. Seeing Yin Wanru, Yongyang immediately pointed at Qian and began to wail. "Why are you crying? It is you who wishes to murder me. Why do you act as if I am the one bullying you?" Qian gritted her teeth, seething with suppressed anger. Yongyang, however, paid no heed to her, crying even more sorrowfully. "I shall cry. I shall accuse you of bullying me. What can you do about it? You may torment my mother, but I cannot retaliate. I have not even begun to exert myself. And you are already angry? Ah! Knowing the truth, Yin Wanru struggled to suppress a laugh. Yongyang truly was her little cotton-padded jacket, seeking to avenge her. Yet, the more Yongyang behaved this way, the more Qian would despise her. Would Yongyang truly find happiness without her biological grandmother's affection? Yin Wanru sighed inwardly, her eyes filled with deep concern. But then she recalled that since Yongyang's birth, Qian had never held her. Qian had never liked her. Whether or not this situation had arisen would have made no difference. Enough, stop crying. If you continue, I shall throw you out. Yin Wanru frowned, feeling somewhat displeased. Mother, Yongyang is yet not even a year old. She understands nothing. Why must you be angry with her? Upon hearing Yin Wanru defend her, Yongyang cried even louder. Clearly, it was Qian's fault. Qian clenched her fists, feeling an unspeakable bitterness. She worried that Yongyang's cries would awaken others. If others were to see Yongyang sobbing so heartbreakingly, they would undoubtedly think it was her fault. That simply could not happen. If mother is ill, how can there be no one to care for her? Chapter 89. Inviting a deity is easy, but sending one away is difficult. Yin Wanru shook her head, disagreeing with Qian's decision. Qian was nearly driven to madness by anger. She could easily envision that if Yongyang were to stay, she would not be able to rest tonight. After some contemplation, she pointed outside. Go fetch Mama to come in. She will take care of me at night, and you shall come to switch with her during the day. Hurry. Very well, then I shall let you rest early. Yin Wanru replied, picking up Yongyang and turning to leave. Once the little devil had finally departed, Qian rubbed her temples, lying back down to continue her sleep. The next day, Yin Wanru brought breakfast to Qian's room. Just as she crossed the threshold, she was met with a barrage of scolding from Qian. Yin Wanru, how did I not realize before that you are so lazy? I'm already ill, and you rise so late. Do you wish to starve me to death? Mother, it is just now the hour of chun. Yin Wanru placed the congee and side dishes on the wooden table. Qian scoffed coldly, displeased. Are you implying that the hour of chun is late? When I was a daughter-in-law, I would rise at the hour of ean. I have seen your mother-in-law. She was reasonable and would never intentionally torment her daughter-in-law. What do you mean by that? Are you accusing me of intentionally tormenting you? Qian gritted her teeth, her face turning pale with anger. Yin Wanru approached the bedside to assist her in rising. Wanru did not mean it that way. Oomph. I hope that is not the case. Qian slowly stood up. Oh dear, my head is spinning. Bring the breakfast here. I shall eat it right here. Very well. Yin Wanru replied, bringing the congee and side dishes before her. Qian's lips curled into a satisfied smile, her eyes brimming with delight. If Yin Wanru dared to disobey, she would go out and proclaim that her daughter-in-law was disrespectful to her in-laws. At that point, not only would Yin Wanru's reputation be tarnished, but the entire Taisha residence would be implicated. If the whole residence was to suffer, then let them all descend into hell together. Wang Shu, holding Yanyang, stood outside waiting. Hearing Qian's words, Wang Shu furrowed her brows in anger. This old lady hardly seemed ill. She was clearly feigning illness to torment my lady. Indeed, she is deliberately pretending to be sick. She is so wicked. She truly deserves to be struck down by a severe illness to understand the weight of her words. After finishing her breakfast, Qian Shi was still not satisfied and ordered Yin Wanru to fetch more water. The water in the kettle had cooled, and Yin Wanru took it outside. Just as she stepped over the threshold, Wang Shu interjected, Madam, please allow me to take the kettle. I will fetch the water. How can that be? Qian Shi's voice called from within the room. Wanru, you know I am quite suspicious by nature and do not trust others easily. If you're unwilling to help me fetch water from the kitchen, simply say so. When Yinner arrives, I shall have her do it. I am truly parched, but I can endure. After all, I won't die of thirst, right? This was deliberately spoken for Yin Wanru's ears. She smiled gently and refrained from showing irritation. Mother, I am more than willing. I shall go to the kitchen at once. Thank you, my dear. Qian Shi's lips curled into a smirk, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. After being tormented by Yongyang all night, she had awakened several times and hardly slept well. Having finished breakfast, it was time to catch up on some rest. Mother, it's time to drink some water. Just as Qian Shi fell asleep, Yin Wanru's voice pierced through her slumber. Furrowing her brow, she slowly opened her eyes. Did you not see that I was sleeping? Just place the water on the table. Why did you wake me? Mother, I feared the water would cool down. How about you take a sip before going back to sleep? So bothersome. Qianshi shot Yin Wanru a glare and gradually sat up. Bring it over. All right. Yin Wanru responded, pouring a cup of steaming water and presenting it to Qianshi. As Qianshi took it, she burned her hand and quickly dropped it. Water splashed out of the cup, soaking her quilt. Are you trying to scald me to death? I apologize. Let me wipe it up. Yin Wanru released the cup and reached for a handkerchief. The cup fell onto the quilt, spilling its contents all over Qianshi's face. Ah! Qianshi cried out in pain, hastily scrambling up from her bed. Her movements were surprisingly agile, not at all resembling someone who was ill. Mother, are you all right? What do you think? Qianshi stood on the bed, her face flushed from the scalding water, revealing slight peeling on her skin. Yin Wanru suppressed her laughter and offered her handkerchief. It is all my clumsiness. I cannot do anything right. I believe you did this on purpose. Do not slander my mother. She was pampered by my grandfather and uncles while growing up. How could she possibly take care of anyone? My mother has already attended to your needs, as you requested. Do not be excessive. Truly, I did not do it on purpose. Perhaps I should fetch my sister-in-law to care for you instead. Go. Check if she has summoned the doctor. After Yin Wanru scolded Qianshi, she appeared quite disheveled. She touched her face, wincing in pain. Thankfully, Yinner had not yet called for the doctor. Otherwise, she would have had to send Yinner running again. It is a pity that Mother was still too gentle. The old witch clearly does not intend to let Mother off the hook. When the time comes, even if the old witch kneels down to beg us, we shall not leave, driving her to fury. Qianshi had already commanded that the bedding be replaced with new ones. Lying on the bed, she finally felt a bit more comfortable. I do not see how our is any larger than the palace. Could she possibly get lost? Chapter 90. A private commitment for life. She picked up a pillow and tossed it at her. Where have you been? Why did you take so long? Mother, I want to summon the doctor. Yin Wanru sidestepped to avoid the pillow. Seeing that the pillow did not hit her, Qianshi grew even more displeased. I sent you to find Yinner. Why did you go for a doctor? Are you trying to drive me mad? Qianshi glared at her coldly. Since the doctor is here, let him examine me. With that, Qianshi extended her hand, adopting a domineering posture. The doctor frowned and turned to Yin Wanru. It was a well-known fact in the imperial city that she was the daughter of the Grand Preceptor. Everyone believed that they had climbed to great heights. Yet, who could have imagined that this Grand Preceptor's daughter lived such a life in the... Her mother-in-law was utterly unreasonable. Doctor, I apologize for the trouble. Madam, you are too courteous. The doctor nodded to Yin Wanru and slowly approached Qianshi to check her pulse. Noticing her steady pulse and rosy complexion, the doctor's impression of Qianshi worsened. Old madam, your pulse is steady. You are not ill. Nonsense. I clearly fainted last night. How can I not be ill? Qianshi raised her hand slightly. Doctor, please examine me again carefully. Old madam, no matter how many times I examine you, if you're not ill, you're not ill. If you do not believe me, perhaps you should seek out someone more skilled. With that, the doctor picked up his medicine box and turned to leave. Even if I am not ill, my face is burned. You should at least prescribe some ointment for the burns. The doctor appeared to be deaf to her pleas, striding out without pause. Yin Wanru quickly turned and followed him. Allow me to see you out. What is there to send? A quack like you is not worth my time. Qianshi shouted angrily. Yin Wanru, if you dare to see him off today, I shall have Shuer break your legs. Qianshi's voice echoed from behind. The doctor's footsteps faltered as he shot her a glare. Ignorant woman, how could the Duke of Yanyang have a mother like you? Humph. The doctor snorted coldly and hurriedly departed, as if staying in the for even a moment was an affront to him. Yongyang beamed with delight upon seeing him leave, her eyes turning into crescent moons. The old witch is truly foolish. Why offend someone like the doctor? The doctor has countless patience. As soon as he speaks, the old witch's schemes against my mother will be uncovered. The big pig trotter is still locked away in the dungeon, and Qianshi's reputation is ruined. The Yuan is bound to face disaster. Yongyang togets aliknet perfectly with Yun Wanro desires. Having been married into the for a year, she had already discerned Qianshi's temperament. Her earlier delay was intentional, aimed at provoking Qianshi to embarrass her before the doctor and steer public opinion in her favor. Where is Yinner? Why has she not arrived? Go find her and have her summon Dr. Li. She remembered this Dr. Li well. He was the one who had told her that she had harmed Yongyang's body and might not be able to conceive again, later prescribing her a contraceptive potion. Qianshi sought Dr. Li. seemingly wanting to continue her charade of illness. Yin Wanru was well aware, but chose not to expose her. Biting her lip, she feigned difficulty. Mother, my sister-in-law is not in her room. Perhaps you could tell me where Dr. Li is, and I will run an errand. You take half an hour for one outing. I see you are merely trying to shirk your duties. Qianshi huffed coldly. If you do not find Yen'er, I shall go myself. Go ahead. It would be best if you search in the little alley outside. Your precious Yen'er is currently having a secret meeting with a stranger. I suddenly feel curious. If the old witch knew that Yongyang had made a lifelong commitment to a worthless man, would she be enraged to death on the spot? A secret meeting? Yin Wanru's brow twitched. Seeing Qianshi attempting to rise, she quickly stepped forward to block her path. Mother, perhaps you should not go. What are you stopping me for? Qianshi frowned, her eyes brimming with displeasure. Noticing Yin Wanru's silence and her expression of difficulty, she narrowed her eyes. You do know where Yen'er has gone, do you not? Speak, where is she? I just visited my sister-in-law's courtyard, but found her absent, so I went out to summon a doctor. By chance, I spotted my sister-in-law with a man in a narrow alley. Upon hearing this, Qianshi furrowed her brow. Before she could comprehend why Jiangyan would be with a man, Yin Wanru's voice reached her ears again. Mother, please do not misunderstand. My sister-in-law and that man are absolutely innocent, and there is no illicit relationship between them. As for why she is meeting him in that little alley, there may be other circumstances at play. Yin Wanru glanced at Qianshi, deliberately feigning urgency. Upon hearing her words, Qianshi's eyes widened in shock. Yanyang, she has an affair with a man. Just as Qianshi uttered these words, she suddenly felt a warmth in her nose. Raising her hand to touch it, she found it was bright red blood. Her vision blurred, and she fainted from the shock. When Wu Momo entered, she happened to witness this scene. She hurried over, anxiously checking on Qianshi before turning to Yin Wanru. Madam, what has happened to the old mistress? Mother heard that my sister-in-law was secretly meeting a strange man in a narrow alley and fainted from anger. Wu Momo slapped her thigh in frustration. Madam, given the old mistress's condition, why would you tell her such things at this time? She cannot handle any form of stimulation. Do you wish for her life? It was clearly her who pressed Mother for answers. Why is she now blaming Mother? Jiangyang's secret meetings with men are a result of her poor guidance. What does this have to do with my mother? The unvoiced thoughts surged into Yin Wanru's ears. She looked at Wumomo and let out a soft sigh. I did not wish to speak of it, but Mother insisted on knowing. She is my mother-in-law. How could I dare to defy her? Yin Wanru's words left Wu Momo speechless. Just as she helped Qianshi adjust the quilt, she heard Yin Wanru say, Very well, I shall go find out. Madam, please remain and care for the old mistress. Chapter 91. This person can marry. When Wu Momo arrived at the narrow alley, Jiang Yin was saying a reluctant farewell to the man. Seeing that Yin Wanru's words were indeed true, Wu Momo's expression darkened. After all, Jiang Yin had grown up under her watch. She was almost like her own daughter. Now, with her brother imprisoned and her mother bedridden, Jiang Yin had the audacity to meet a strange man. Miss Yin, were you not going to summon a doctor? Why are you still here? Wu Momo approached quickly, her gaze fixed sharply on the man before her. The man hastily released Jiang Yan's hand and whispered in her ear, I will come and find you again. Jiang Yin smiled and nodded, watching the man leave the alley. Wu Momo's brows furrowed, her tone turning colder. Why has Mother fainted again? Jiang Yin appeared startled. Seeing that Qianshi had not yet regained consciousness, Yin Wanru remained by the bedside. Her expression darkened slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. She approached Yin Wanru, intentionally concealing her dissatisfaction. Elder sister, why has Mother fainted again? Why did you not summon a doctor for her? The doctor has already come. However, he said Mother is not ill. Jiang Yin, holding the medicine, looked at her with concern. Mother, you are finally awake. You were well just now. Why have you fainted again? What do you mean, why? Is it not because of you? Me? Jiang Yin appeared perplexed. What have I done? Qianshi glanced at her, hesitating to speak. She then turned her gaze to Yin Wanru, her tone suddenly softening. Wanru, I have a few words to share with Yen'er. Please take care of this medicine for me. Not a bother. Yin Wanru replied, accepting the medicine and turning to leave. Watching her figure disappear from sight, Qianshi gritted her teeth and took a deep breath. I ask you, where did you go just now? I went to summon a doctor. I meant before you summoned the doctor. Qianshi added. Your elder sister said you were secretly meeting a man in a narrow alley. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Yongyang's face flushed. She clenched her fists and protested. Nonsense. How could that be considered a secret meeting? I was just. It seems it is true. Qianshi glared at her. Do you know who he is? What kind of family does he come from? I do. He told me everything. Although his family is humble. He passed the imperial examination at the age of 16. He also mentioned he will participate in the spring examination this year. If he succeeds, he will come to our family to propose. Mentioning this, Yongyang's lips pursed as she lowered her gaze in embarrassment. Seeing her demeanor, Qianshi understood that she had genuinely developed feelings for him. Yinner, you are the only legitimate daughter of the marquis' residence. A commoner scholar is simply not worthy of you. You should sever ties with him as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Yongyang's smile froze. Her expression one of confusion as she looked at Qianshi. Mother, why? I truly love him. Why do you oppose our union? Yanyang, I am doing this for your own good. For a woman, marrying is different from a man taking a wife. A man can marry a woman he does not love and still take concubines. But if a woman marries the wrong person, it ruins her entire life. Your elder brother's happiness has already been destroyed. I do not wish to see the same happen to you. Enough. I do not wish to hear this. Yongyang interrupted Qianshi. Mother, regardless of your approval, I shall marry him in this lifetime. With that, Yongyang turned and fled. Wanru entered with a medicinal soup just as Yongyang nearly collided with her. She hastily halted, spilling a bit from the bowl. Mother, what is wrong with my sister-in-law? She infuriates me. She is simply driving me to madness. Qianshi pounded her chest, coughing repeatedly from her anger at Yongyang. Wanru held out the medicinal soup to her. Mother, please drink the medicine while it's hot. Qianshi took the medicine without hesitation and drank it down. She returned the bowl to Wanru, complaining, Wanru, Yin has gone mad. I truly do not know what kind of potion that commoner scholar fed her to make her so resolute in marrying him. No, I cannot allow my only daughter to make foolish decisions. Wanru, as her sister-in-law, please help me to persuade her. You are still her mother. She does not even heed your words. How could she possibly listen to me? In truth, that commoner scholar, aside from his boastfulness and lack of skills, is not entirely bad. Marrying Yongyang to him would prevent other noble girls from being deceived. It is quite a good outcome. The corners of Wanru's mouth twitched. According to Yongyang's reasoning, could that man truly be a good person? However, Yongyang's words did hold some truth. Yongyang did not even listen to Qianshi. How could she heed her words? She looked at Qianshi and could not help but say, Mother, I believe there is nothing wrong with a commoner scholar. As long as he is a good person and treats my sister-in-law well, he is a suitable match. What do you mean by suitable match? Qianshi sat up, her anger flaring. Wanru, you are truly speaking without understanding. If a commoner scholar is so good, why do you not marry him? I already have a marquis, do I not? Wanru replied with a slight smile, a glimmer of regret crossing her eyes. How could Qianshi know that if given a second chance, she would not choose a commoner scholar? Before she was married, many suitors came to propose. In her eyes, each of them was more outstanding than Jiang Huaishu. Had it not been for that incident back then, she would never have chosen him, and, consequently, would not have encountered all these troubles. Very well, I shall go. However, my sister-in-law does not even heed your words. I cannot guarantee that she will listen to mine. With that, Wanru turned and left with the empty bowl. Qianshi lay back on the bed, coughing repeatedly in frustration. Does everyone wish for me to live forever, not allowing me a moment of peace? After Wanru left the room to find Yongyang, she found Yongyang in her chamber, throwing things and venting her anger. Upon hearing footsteps, she turned her gaze towards the door. Realizing it was YNWNRU, her motion of throwing things paused, and with displeasure, she remarked, I indeed came to persuade you, but not entirely. Chapter 92. The separation of lovers, what does this mean? Ying was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of the intentions concealed within YNWNRU's words. With a gentle smile, YNWNRU stepped inside. Aunt, you and I are of similar age. I understand your feelings. Falling in love with someone is something beyond one's control. Although my mother sent me to dissuade you, I cannot disregard her wishes. Yet, You're the only sister of the marquis, and I sincerely hope for your happiness. If you truly cherish him and have resolved to marry no one but him, I will support your decision. Sister-in-law, do you truly think this way? Yanyang was astonished that Ywnru would stand by her side. Seeing Ywnru nod with a smile, Yanyang could no longer contain herself. She discarded the porcelain vase in her hand and, weeping, embraced Ywnru. Sister-in-law, I knew you cared for me the most. After crying for a while, she released her embrace. Ywnru lifted her hand to wipe away Yang's tears. Aunt, the reason Mother disapproves of your relationship with him is due to her lack of understanding. Why not seize an opportunity to invite him over for a meal? If Mother sees him and believes he is a worthy person, she will not obstruct your union. Really? Ying was somewhat skeptical. But isn't it because of his lowly background that Mother looks down on him? A lowly background is not something he chose. Mother is a sensible person. As long as you communicate well with her, she will understand. All right, I will give it a try. Zinui and not that how these on Stjengen. In the afternoon, Ying sought out Qianshi again. Qianshi maintained her previous attitude, and the mother and daughter had a heated argument in the room. Ywnru stood at the door for a while, waiting until the argument reached a fever pitch before entering calmly. Mother, Aunt, why are you arguing? I was just about to ask you. I sent you to persuade her to sever ties with that man. How did you persuade her? Qianshi glared at Ywnru, her anger palpable. Ywnru met her gaze, feigning a look of grievance. Mother, I did indeed try to persuade Aunt. However, matters of the heart cannot be forced. Love is love. Others may say what they wish, but it cannot be obstructed. Unless you intend to forcibly separate them and compel Aunt to marry someone else. No, I do not wish to marry anyone else. Ying stepped back in agitation. If you force me, I will die. You are going to drive me to my grave. Qianshi lamented, pounding her chest in frustration, feeling utterly unwell. Fearing Ying might truly harm Qianshi, Ywnru hurriedly urged Mother. Please do not be anxious. Let's speak calmly. Turning to Ying, she continued, Aunt, Mother disapproves of your marriage because she cares about you. Let me ask you, do you truly know that person? Are you aware of his character? Tanlang's character and knowledge are both impeccable. Aside from his humble origins, he has no other shortcomings. Very well. Ywnru nodded and turned to Qianshi. Mother, when a woman marries, the most important consideration is the character of the partner. Everything else is negotiable. Although his background is lowly, there are advantages to that as well. As long as we can manage him easily, after marrying, he will not dare to bully Aunt. You have only this one daughter. Surely you do not wish to risk severing your mother-daughter relationship over this matter? Ywnru's words made Qianshi tremble with fear. She understood Ying's temperament. If they continue to stand firm against each other, Ying might truly do something foolish that would sever their ties. Yet, if she were to agree to the marriage without proper consideration, she would also feel uneasy. Furrowing her brow, she fixed her gaze on Ywnru. I asked you to help persuade her, and this is the result you have achieved. Now tell me, what should we do? Mother, according to my suggestion, why not allow Aunt to invite that man over for a meal? As long as his character is sound and he treats Aunt well, we should facilitate their union. However, if his demeanor does not align with Aunt's description, I will stand by your side and encourage Aunt to give up. Rest assured, he is a good person. If he shows even the slightest flaw, you needn't persuade me. I will cut ties with him myself. Ying looked at Qianshi, hoping for her consent. Qianshi gritted her teeth. Seeing Ying's resolute determination to be with him, she had no choice but to relent. However, your elder brother is still in prison. We will discuss this matter further once he is released. All right, I will heed Mother. Ying's lips curved into a smile, finally feeling joy. As a young lady, it was inappropriate for her to visit a prison. With that, Ywnru took Ying's hand and led her a few steps outside. Upon reaching the doorway, she halted and whispered a few words into Ying's ear. Qianshi leaned forward, straining to hear. She nearly strained her ears, yet could not discern their conversation. Upon hearing Ywnru's words, Ying's eyes sparkled with excitement. Sister-in-law has a solution. Why not hurry? All right, I shall go at once. Ying replied cheerfully as she left. Just as she steadied herself, she heard Qianshi inquire. What did you just say to her? Nothing. You brought the medicine to Qianshi's side. Mother, the medicine is getting cold. Please drink it. Qianshi frowned, sensing that was concealing something from her. However, as was unwilling to divulge, she could not pry it from her. Accepting the medicine, she drank it in one gulp. Departed with the empty bowl. Not long after she left, Qianshi's stomach began to grumble. Oh dear, why is my stomach hurting so much? Yanyang, having just awakened, insisted that Sh carry her here. Upon arriving outside Qianshi's room, she heard her mother wailing. Yanyang yawned, recalling the earlier events, and couldn't help but murmur to herself. The reason you have a stomachache is that my mother secretly added to your medicine. Didn't you previously switch the nourishing medicine for a contraceptive potion? My mother is repaying you in kind. But this would not have been possible without your cooperation. If you hadn't feigned illness, my mother wouldn't have had the chance to take revenge. After this incident, my mother will finally be free from this old witch's torment. You had not strayed far and could vaguely hear Yang's thoughts. Realizing the Bado had taken effect, she deliberately slowed her pace, wishing to prolong the moment. Her complexion turned pale, appearing rather unwell. Dear ones, Happy New Year. Chapter 93. The Fiery Rear. Mother, what is wrong with you? Why do you look so ghastly? You hurried forward, feigning concern. Qianshi glared at her coldly. How dare you ask me? I have yet to question you. The meal I had today was all served by you. What did you put in it? I simply received the meal from the kitchen and brought it directly to you. I added nothing. You frowned, pretending to be perplexed. That is enough. You. Qianshi's words were interrupted as her stomach suddenly ached again. She hastily scrambled off the bed and dashed out of the room, observing her swift departure. Running so fast. Where is the semblance of someone who is ill? What a pity that no one else witnessed her feigned sickness. Noticing Yinw's presence, she frowned and said with displeasure, I do not need your care here. Go find WMM. Mother, you are unwell, and as your daughter-in-law, Yinwanru should be attending to your needs. Why do you send her away? Is there something she has done amiss? Speak, and she shall certainly amend her ways. No, you have done exceedingly well. It is merely that I am unworthy of such care. Qianshi waved her hand dismissively and sank onto the bed. Yinwanru instinctively supported her arm. Wanru, please have mercy. I am already in such a state of illness that I cannot withstand your incessant fussing. Hearing these words from her mother, Wanru felt a surge of injustice. She had devoted herself to caring for you, yet you claim she is causing you distress. If this were to spread, how would others perceive Wanru? Lowering her gaze, Yinwanru feigned a countenance of grievance. Just as Qianshi lay down, she heard her words and, fearing her reluctance to leave, Qianshi quickly waved her hand. Truly, Mother, you do not require Wanru any longer? No, please go, I beseech you. Qianshi gazed at Yinwanru, lacking even the strength to keep her eyes open. Surely, Wanru must be the cause of her malaise. After just a few days of care, she was already in such a state. If she were to remain any longer, her old life might be forfeit. Qianshi was genuinely terrified. She was almost on the verge of kneeling, pleading with Yinwanru to cease her torment. Yongyang nestled in Wangshu's embrace, giggling with delight. Even the old witch has her day. Did she not wish to wear my mother down? Now, let her understand the meaning of inviting a spirit and the difficulty of sending it away. Yinwanru pressed her lips together, striving to suppress the upward curve of her mouth. Were it not for her lack of rest these past few days, leaving her utterly drained, she would have relished the opportunity to remain and vex Qianshi further. Unfortunately, her current state was hardly superior to Qianshi's. She feared that prolonging this ordeal might lead to her own collapse alongside Qianshi's. Her own downfall mattered little, but what of Yanyang? With such thoughts, Yinwanru inclined her body slightly to Qianshi, then turned to depart. Upon returning to her room, she lay on the bed, and as her eyes closed, the world spun around her. Wangshu, witnessing her exhaustion, sighed in sympathy. She placed Yongyang in the small wooden bed before exiting the room. Seeing the door close, Yongyang climbed out of the small bed, gazing sorrowfully at Yinwanru. That old which has tormented my mother to this extent. A mere stomachache would be too lenient. No, this cannot be allowed to stand. I must devise a plan to teach her a lesson. In her dazed state, Yin Wanru caught wind of Yanyang's thoughts. Frowning, she attempted to rise. However, she was far too fatigued, struggling in vain to open her eyes. Unaware that her scheme had been uncovered, Yongyang stealthily climbed to the window. From the wooden table beside the window, she retrieved a fire starter and then leapt down. Just before hitting the ground, a golden light caught her. She landed gracefully, circumventing Wangshu's line of sight, and quietly exited the courtyard. At just over 7 months old, Yanyang was already adept at crawling swiftly. Passing house servants and maids, they were astonished to see her, yet none dared to approach her. What's taking so long? Are you not ready yet? As Yanyang crawled towards the lavatory, Jiang Nanxing stood 5 paces away, cupping her nose with both hands. Casting a look of disdain towards the lavatory, Yanyang's eyes sparkled with mischief upon spotting Jiang Nanxing. Jiang Nanxing's presence was fortuitous. She would not need to act herself. Thus, Yanyang halted her crawl, settling down behind Jiang Nanxing. A tender voice called from behind, "Hug." The peculiar events that had transpired at the pond replayed vividly in Jiang Nanxing's mind. Seeing Yanyang extend her arms, smiling brightly at her, Jiang Nanxing felt an involuntary chill run down her spine. "You little wretch, what mischief are you plotting now? You are the wretch. Your entire family is a disgrace." Yanyang's smile faded, and she glared at her, displeased. Were it not for her current need for Jiang Nanxing, she would not wish to linger here for even a moment longer. With that thought, she withdrew a fire starter from her bosom and presented it before Jiang Nanxing. "Fire!" Jiang Nanxing, having suffered at Yongyang's hands before, regarded her with heightened caution. Seeing her pitiful gaze, Jiang Nanxing quickly reconsidered, questioning if her suspicions were unfounded. After all, she was merely a small child. How much trouble could she truly cause? Reflecting on the pond incident, Jiang Nanxing's expression softened. "Do you wish to play with fire?" "Yes." Yanyang nodded, straining to push the fire starter forward. Jiang Nanxing glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then swiftly approached Yanyang, accepting the fire starter and igniting it. Yanyang pointed towards the lavatory. Without waiting for her to speak, Jiang Nanxing squatted down with the fire starter in hand, her eyes glinting with menace. "This is of your own making. Do not blame me." Suddenly, Yongyang's heart sank. That wretched Jiang Nanxing would not dare to use the fire starter against her, would she? Yanyang's expression shifted, and she quickly scurried away from Jiang Nanxing's feet. With a cold smirk, Jiang Nanxing advanced, positioning the fire starter near Yanyang's backside, pursuing her. "Crawl faster. Let us see how quick you can go. Fire will singe your bottom." Chapter 94. The Lavatory Explosion. "Naughty girl, just wait until I deal with you." Yanyang was furious. She had initially intended for Jiang Nanxing to toss the fire starter into the lavatory and then escape. However, it seemed unnecessary to complicate matters now. She feigned great fear, leading Jiang Nanxing toward the lavatory. When they were less than 10 paces away, she suddenly stopped. "Oh, are you unable to crawl any further? I thought you were more formidable. You were just an ordinary infant." Jiang Nanxing's lips curled into a smug smile, satisfaction dancing in her eyes. Approaching with the fire starter, she aimed to singe Yanyang's hair. Yanyang, unfazed by the approaching fire starter, made no attempt to evade. As it neared her, she swiftly waved her hand, causing the fire starter to slip from Jiang Nanxing's grasp and soar through the air, landing directly in the lavatory. Jiang Nanxing stood frozen, bewildered by how the fire starter had escaped her control. Boom! A loud explosion erupted as the fire starter ignited the methane. Jiang Nanxing barely had time to react before being splattered with golden muck. The most unfortunate was Jiang Beichun, who, upon exiting, was propelled backward by the blast. Emitting a piercing scream, Jiang Nanxing was left dumbfounded. She had merely intended to singe that little wretch's hair. How did she end up blowing up the lavatory? As Qian Shi rushed over, clutching her rear, she was met with a scene that nearly caused her to faint. After a brief moment of composure, she bellowed, "Who is responsible for this calamity?" Overwhelmed with emotion, she inadvertently let out a loud fart. Realizing the warmth that escaped her, her cheeks flushed. Standing a short distance away, Jiang Nanxing, covered in muck, grimaced in disgust. When Qian Shi's gaze fell upon her, she trembled in fear. It was her. It was that little wretch Yongyang. Jiang Nanqing pointed accusingly at Yongyang's previous location. Hearing her voice, Qianshi finally recognized that the foul little mud creature before her was Jiang Nanqing. Following Jiang Nanqing's pointing finger, she scanned for Yongyang but found no trace of her. Jiang Nanqing, too, realized Yongyang had vanished. Turning back to Qianshi, she trembled even more violently. "Grandmother, I swear it was that little wretch. You must believe me." The true culprit, Yongyang, had already taken the opportunity to slip away unnoticed. With her protective, spiritual energy, not even the foul odor could approach her. Feeling the lingering scent of milk on herself, she flopped onto the small wooden bed, joyfully rolling about. The outhouse has been blown up, the old which will surely suffocate in filth now. And that little rascal Jiang Nanqing actually intended to set my hair on fire. She never anticipated that she would end up covered in excrement. Just thinking about it is revolting. I must keep my distance from her in the coming days to avoid being overwhelmed by her stench. Yin Wanru was in the midst of a delightful slumber when the excited voices penetrated her dreams. Slowly, she opened her eyes, feeling significantly more refreshed. She sat up and glanced at Yongyang, who lay on the small wooden bed, stifling laughter with her hand over her mouth. It was no dream. She had indeed heard Yongyang's thoughts. Jiang Nanqing aimed to burn Yongyang's hair, but ended up getting herself soiled instead. What a turn of events. Wasn't Yongyang in the room? Could she have sneaked out? Yin Wanru thought to herself, what a mischief maker her daughter is. Just then, the voice of Qianshi drifted in from outside. Yongyang dropped her hand, ceasing her laughter. Surely, Jiang Nanqing must have reported my actions to Qianshi. However, it matters not. I'm merely a little one who can barely walk. Who would believe I could be responsible for blowing up the outhouse? Yin Wanru observed Yongyang, her lips twitching in disbelief. This little rascal actually went and blew up the outhouse? Yin Wanru, come out this instant. Madam, the mistress is resting. I implore you. Given her care for you over the past few days, do not disturb her slumber. Get lost, do not block my way. The voices of Qianshi and Wang Shu slowly approached from outside. Yin Wanru rose and moved to the door. As she opened it, she saw Wang Shu blocking Qianshi's path. Madam, why are you awake? It is my fault. I could not stop them. Wang Shu bit her lip, feeling guilty. Yin Wanru shook her head, reassuring her, it is not your fault. I woke naturally, so do not blame yourself. Finally, you have come out. How could you allow your daughter to blow up the outhouse? Mother, could you be mistaken? Yongyang has been sleeping in the room and has not gone out to blow up the outhouse. But Sister Xing said she did it. Can that be false? As Qianshi spoke, her confidence wavered. In her moment of anger, she had believed whatever Jiang Nanqing claimed. However, upon reflection, Yongyang was merely a few months old. Without an adult, she could not venture far. On the contrary, Jiang Nanqing was nearly 7 years old, free to come and go within a manner. At the time of the explosion, only she and Chun Ge were present. Chun Ge was knocked unconscious by the blast, leaving no one to testify. Thus, it was simply her word against Jiang Nanqing's. As Qianshi realized this, her face flushed with embarrassment. Yet, she was concerned about her dignity. Having already confronted Yin Wanru, it was impossible for her to admit she was wrong. Bring Yongyang. We will confront Sister Xing directly. Mother, Yongyang can only say a few simple words. How can we confront her? Yin Wanru frowned, feeling displeased. Was Qianshi not clearly bullying Yongyang, knowing she could not defend herself? She may not speak, but surely she can shake her head. If we do not confront her directly, how can we prove she is innocent? Yongyang's voice echoed from the room. Wang Shu, fearing she had fallen, hurried inside. She found Yongyang lying on the small wooden bed, pointing outside. Wang Shu hesitated and cautiously asked, Did you hear the old lady's words, and are you willing to confront Miss Nanqing? Yongyang nodded vigorously. Wang Shu knew her to be precocious, but did not expect her to understand the importance of defending herself. With a smile, she lifted Yongyang and quickly exited the room. Madam, Miss Yongyang feels wronged and wishes to confront Miss Nanqing. Wang Shu's voice drifted from behind. Yin Wanru turned just in time to see Yongyang grinning at her. As they arrived at Jiang Nanqing's courtyard, she was still bathing. Jiang Nanqing soaked in a wooden tub, scrubbing her skin vigorously with a cloth. Her skin was red and nearly raw, yet she persisted, convinced that a foul odor lingered on her. "Change the water, bring me fresh water." Jiang Nanxing's furious shout echoed from within. The maid hurriedly carried in freshly boiled water. As the door opened, Qian Shi shouted inside, "That's enough washing. Wanru and I will wait for you outside. Hurry up." Jiang Nanxing feigned ignorance to her words, washing herself thoroughly before emerging in clean clothes. Upon seeing Yongyang and Wang Shu's embrace, her eyes turned red with anger. "You little brat, you did this on purpose." Jiang Nanxing stormed forward, seeking to settle the score with Yanyang. Yanyang feigned fear, turning to cling to Wang Shu's neck. Auntie." Seeing Yanyang's frightened demeanor, Wang Shu's heart ached. She quickly turned her body to shield Yanyang. "Miss Nanxing, what is the meaning of this? My young lady has done you no wrong. Why do you treat her so harshly? She is merely pretending." Jiang Nanxing was furious. She pointed at the back of Yanyang's head and began to berate her. "You little brat, stop pretending. Sister Xing, who taught you to speak so rudely?" Yin Wanru frowned, displeased with her words. She glanced at Jiang Nanxing and then turned to Qian Shi. She understood that both Jiang Nanxing and Jiang Beichen were under Qian Shi's influence. Feeling somewhat guilty, Qian Shi quickly pulled Jiang Nanxing to her side. "Sister Xing, as a young lady, how can you speak so crudely? If others see you acting like a little shrew, they will say our manner lacks decorum." Qian Shi's words were directed at Yin Wanru. The incident involving Jiang Beichen skipping class had already made Shu'er quite displeased. If Yin Wanru stirred trouble, her grievances would only increase. She only had one son and did not wish for him to harbor resentment towards her due to others. "Grandma." Jiang Nanxing turned to her, but was cut off by Qian Shi's glare. Startled, she retreated and quickly changed her tone. "Old lady, it was truly Yongyang who blew up the outhouse. You must believe me. Sister Xing, Yongyang has been in the room the whole time. How could she have blown up the outhouse? Unless you have done something wrong and are too ashamed to admit it. Are you trying to bully Yongyang because she cannot speak?" As Yin Wanru's voice fell, Yongyang nodded. "Though it was I who blew up the outhouse. I shall not admit it. What could you do to me? You wanted to burn my hair. You are the one who must bear this blame." Yin Wanru struggled to suppress the corners of her mouth, striving to appear composed. Jiang Nanxing stamped her foot in frustration. Had she not been dazed by the explosion, she would have caught that little brat on the spot. Now she found herself in such a passive position. "Sister Xing, you claim Yongyang blew up the outhouse. Then tell us the details." Qian Shi's voice slowly reached her ears. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nanxing felt hopeful and quickly recounted. "Just now, my brother was using the outhouse while I waited outside. I saw Yanyang crawl over and snatched her fire starter, intending to tease her. Unexpectedly, it fell into the outhouse, and then it exploded. Sister Xing, even if you're not lying, you just admitted the fire starter was in your possession. How can you blame Yanyang?" Upon hearing this, Wang Shu immediately nodded in agreement. Exactly, Miss Nanxing's fabrication was utterly absurd. The more she spoke, the more ludicrous her tale became. Qian Shi furrowed her brow, unable to endure the nonsense any longer. Yongyang was merely an infant, not even 8 months old. She could barely walk. So how could she possibly possess the capability to snatch a fire starter from Jiang Nanxing's grasp and toss it into the outhouse? Upon seeing Qian Shi's disbelief, Jiang Nanxing felt wronged and wept. "Everything I say is true. Why do you not believe me?" Just then, as Jiang Nanxing was crying heartily, Qian Shi unexpectedly let out a fart. A familiar warmth surged forth once again. Everyone turned to look at her, speechless. Yanyang, nestled in Wang Shu's arms, suddenly pinched her nose in disgust. "Stinky. Oh, madam, you smell terrible. Did you dirty your pants?" Jiang Nanxing ceased her tears, staring at her in shock. Qian Shi's face turned crimson in an instant. It was all Jiang Nanxing's fault. If she hadn't blown up the outhouse, she wouldn't have been embarrassed in front of everyone. Frowning, she glared angrily at Jiang Nanxing. Qian Shi was on the verge of apoplexy. She dared not meet the gazes of others, covering her backside and scurrying away in shame. Yongyang could no longer suppress her laughter. The old hag just embarrassed herself in public. How utterly disgraceful. I suddenly feel a twinge of sympathy for her. She must continue living in the marquis' residence. If it were me, I would long to escape to another planet. Yongyang laughed louder as she gazed at Qian Shi's retreating figure. She felt a sense of satisfaction avenging her mother. Hearing the laughter from behind her, Qian Shi wished to burrow into the ground. It was all Wanru's fault. Who knew what she had added to her food to make her run to the outhouse all day? The tale of Qianshi's mishap quickly spread throughout the marquis's residence. Once she changed her clothes and opened the door, the laughter of the servants assaulted her ears, turning her face beet red. Who spread this rumor? Wu Momo. Go to the courtyard and find out. Anyone who dares to speak of this again shall receive a sound slap. Yes. Wu Momo struggled to suppress her grin. Her gaze towards Qianshi had altered significantly. Noticing her stare, Qianshi shot her a cold glare. 5 days had passed since Jiang Huaishu was released from the prison. His clothing was filthy and reeked, his hair in disarray, presenting a disheveled appearance. The carriage from the Yuan marquis residence awaited him outside the prison. In the courtyard, discussions arose. Isn't that the carriage of the Yuan marquis? I heard he was released. How could someone like him not be in prison for life? Indeed, the people of the Yuan marquis residence are all unscrupulous. Previously, the marquis bribed a scammer to cheat his brother-in-law out of money. And then his mother pretended to be ill to torment her daughter-in-law. That Madame Jiang must have been incredibly unfortunate to marry into such a family. The speakers shook their heads sympathetically at Yun Wanru's plight. Jiang Huaishu, seated in the carriage, clenched his fists as he listened to the gossip outside. Tan Xun noticed the change in his demeanor and comforted him. My lord, do not heed the words of others. The innocent shall always be vindicated. I believe you're blameless. You need not be so formal. As their conversation progressed, the carriage finally stopped outside the Yuan marquis residence. Ah, Tan brother, do not rush off. You saved me, and I have yet to express my gratitude. Since you are here, why not join me for lunch at the marquis's residence? Would that trouble you? Not at all. Jiang Huaishu smiled as he gestured. Tan brother, please step inside. Qianshi, no longer pretending to be ill, hurriedly climbed off her bed. Upon reaching the front hall, she saw Jiang Huaishu seated inside and rushed in, crying, Mother, it's all right now. Jiang Huaishu stood and looked at Tan Xin. Mother, allow me to introduce you. This is Tan Xin. It is thanks to his timely rescue that I could emerge from prison so swiftly. Thank you, young Master Tan, for saving my son. Please accept my bow. Qianshi turned to face Tan Xin and began to kneel. Tan Xin quickly rose to support her arms. Old madam, you flatter me. As Yin Wanru entered with Yanyang in her arms, she witnessed this scene. Her expression remained tranquil, showing no surprise. Although Qianshi was domineering at home, she always put on the facade of a wise and dignified mother in front of outsiders. Yin Wanru glanced at Qianshi before her gaze settled on Jiang Huaishu. My lord, you must have endured much in these past days. Indeed, had it not been for her brother reporting him to the court, he would not have been imprisoned. That matter could be overlooked, as it was beyond Yun Wanru's control. However, he had waited several days in prison without a visit from her. But whether the days ahead will be good or not remains uncertain. Tan Xin has rendered the marquis's residence a great service. If he seizes the opportunity to propose to Yongyang, I wonder if the old hag will agree or not. Tan Xin, he has come as well? Yin Wanru turned to focus on Tan Xin. Upon seeing her, his gaze became fixed. No wonder people outside claimed that Jiang Huaishu and Madame Jiang were deeply affectionate. Even after a year of marriage, he had not taken a concubine. If he had such a beautiful wife at home, he too could abstain from taking concubines. When I grow angry, it can be quite fearsome. Yongyang glared at Tan Xin, her hands on her hips in indignation. Yin Wanru frowned, disliking the way Tan Xin looked at her. Very well. Jiang Huaishu nodded slightly before turning to Tan Xin. Tan brother, feel free to make yourself at home. I will be out shortly. Understood, my lord. Once Jiang Huaishu left, Yin Wanru did not wish to linger in the front hall any longer. With Tan Xion's arrival, Jiang Yin was unaware. This could not continue. Mother, I shall go check on my aunt. Leaving those words, Yin Wanru embraced Yanyang and turned to leave the front hall. She made her way to Jiang Yan's courtyard and informed her of Tan Xion's visit. Jiang Yan's eyes brightened, and she sprang to her feet in excitement. He truly came? Yes, he is in the front hall now. Mother is quite fond of him for having gone to the prison to fetch the marquis. That is splendid, Jiang Yin exclaimed, nearly bouncing with glee. Sister-in-law, thank you. If it were not for your advice, Tan Lang would not have gained mother's approval so swiftly. Recognition is still far off. You must ensure he behaves well in front of mother. I cannot always provide you with advice on this matter. Yin Wanru pursed her lips, refraining from elaborating further. Jiang Yin was not foolish. Seeing her hesitation, she quickly nodded. Sister-in-law, do not worry. I will not tell mother or my brother. Very well, hurry along. Yin Wanru's eyes curved with a smile, the previously furrowed brow now relaxing. She watched Jiang Yin pass by her, her figure gradually diminishing. The smile on her face suddenly faded as she lowered her gaze to Yanyang in her arms. Yongyang, what do you think will happen if your aunt truly marries Tan Xin? Tan Xin is a bottomless pit. If Jiang Yin marries him, it will drag the entire marquis' residence down. But she chose him herself. Mother is merely lending a helping hand. The hardships or joys of the future are of her own making and have nothing to do with mother. Is it truly unrelated to her? Yin Wanru's brow furrowed slightly, her heart filled with indescribable feelings. Yet, upon reflecting on how the people of the marquis' residence treated her with feigned affection, she realized that her own life had also been ruined by the marquis' residence. Any lingering guilt within her dissipated. After leaving the courtyard, Jiang Yin first visited the kitchen, instructing the cook to prepare a few dishes that Tan Xin favored. Upon stepping over the threshold, she spotted Tan Xin seated to the left. A smile crept onto her lips, a curve that could not be suppressed. Yin Yin is here. Qianshi spotted Jiang Yin at the door and waved her over, urging, "Come here, meet your elder brother's benefactor." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin quickly approached. She stood before Tan Xin, feeling shy and timid, and bowed slightly. "Thank you, young Master Tan, for saving my brother. Miss Jiang, you are too polite. Please, rise," Tan Xin said, standing up to his sister. After observing Yin Wanru, he turned his gaze back to Jiang Yin and sensed something was lacking in her presence, rendering her somewhat unremarkable. Chapter 97. Tan Xion's identity revealed Jiang Yin had been raised personally by Qianshi, and her temperament was well understood by her. Noticing the peculiar way Jiang Yin looked at Tan Xin, Qianshi felt a momentary surprise, but quickly dismissed her doubts. Her daughter had always preferred handsome young men. Tan Xin was indeed attractive, and his demeanor was quite appropriate. It was not surprising that Jiang Yin would steal glances at him. In fact, she genuinely wished to bring them together, for Tan Xin appeared rather reliable. "One would never guess how youthful you look, madam, with children of such an age." Qianshi relished compliments. A smile graced her lips, and she beamed at Tan X, her eyes sparkling with joy. The lines around her eyes deepened with her laughter. "Oh, young Master Tan, you truly have a way with words. I am quite advanced in age, yet you still call me young. Madam, you appear to be no more than 30. Is that not youthful?" Tan Xin replied with a light smile, gently nodding. "Young Master Tan is quite the joker," Qianshi said, raising her hand to cover her mouth as she chuckled. Flattered by Tan Xion's words, she even started to pay attention to her posture. When Wu Mama entered and saw Qianshi in high spirits, she too felt delighted. However, upon her gaze landing on Tan Xin, she was suddenly taken aback. The man before her looked oddly familiar. With a slight furrow of her brow, she pondered for a moment. Soon, an idea struck her, and she hurried over to Qianshi's side. "Madam, may I have a word?" "Young Master Tan is not an outsider. Speak freely." Qianshi waved her hand, her face adorned with a smile. Wu Mama glanced at Tan Xin, unsure of how to proceed. Just then, Jiang Huaishu and Yin Wanru entered one after the other. "Tan Xiong, dinner's ready. Please take your seat." "Thank you." Tan Xin rose slowly and followed everyone to the table. Jiang Yin sat beside him, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. The maids brought various dishes to the table. Noticing several of his favorite dishes, Tan Xion's eyes sparkled with delight. "Your household is thoughtful. Some of these dishes are my favorites. Is that so? What a coincidence." Qianshi laughed, glancing at Jiang Yin. "I just heard the cook mention that these dishes were all arranged by Yin'er. Miss Jiang, you are quite considerate." Tan Xin turned to Jiang Yin and nodded. Jiang Yin smiled and picked up her chopsticks to serve him a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs. "Young Master Tan, do give it a try. Our cook skills are quite commendable." "Delightful." Qianshi observed the two, her smile stretching from ear to ear. It was undeniable that they appeared to be a perfect match. She slightly tempered her smile and looked toward Tan Xin. "May I inquire if young Master Tan is already betrothed?" "Not at all. Ah, splendid. Then it seems my yener. Madam, Wu Mama interjected, alarmed, hastily interrupting her. Fearing further comments, she leaned closer to Qianshi's ear. Before she could speak, Qianshi frowned. Wu Mama, you have been with me for many years. Why are you still so indiscreet? There are guests present. Speak plainly or not at all. Madam, I merely wish to remind you. This young Master Tan, he is the one who has been secretly meeting with a young lady in the alley. As Wu Mama's words settled in the air, the smile on Qianshi's face vanished instantly. She turned to Wu Mama, her expression questioning. Are you certain? I encountered young Master Tan when I went to find the young lady in the alley. It cannot be mistaken, seeing Wu Mama as certainty. Qianshi turned her gaze to Tan Xin and Yongyang. It became clear why she had sensed something unusual in Yongyang's demeanor towards Tan Xin. She had initially thought it was merely a matter of Yongyang's preference for handsome men, but to her astonishment, Tan Xin was indeed the man who had been secretly meeting with Yongyang. Qianshi clutched her chest, suddenly feeling breathless. Yanyang looked at her flustered expression and couldn't help but grin. Who would have thought? Caught off guard, are we? The one who has captivated your heart is the same man secretly rendezvousing with your daughter. Despite all precautions, the man has come right into your home, and you even wish to matchmake them. The old matron's feelings must be quite complex. Wait, what's secret meetings? Jiang Huaishu, still in the dark, looked between Tan Xin and Yongyang. Yenner, do you know him? Yongyang bit her lip, remaining silent. Realizing the truth could no longer be concealed, Tan Xin slowly rose and clasped his hands to Qianshi and Jiang Huaishu. Madam, Lord, I did not intend to keep this from you. It is simply that my humble origins made me fear you might look down upon me, which is why I refrained from mentioning my acquaintance with Yenner. However, I assure you that my feelings for her are sincere, and I hope you will support us. This, Jiang Huaishu looked at them, utterly astonished. The very man who saved him from prison was now pursuing his younger sister. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he furrowed his brow. Tan Xiong, I have a question. Did you rescue me from prison for this purpose? Lord, please do not misunderstand. I assisted you because you are Yenner's brother. However, my intentions were never to seek anything in return, nor do I harbor any thoughts of leveraging this for gain. Isn't that ideal? Qianshi fell silent for a moment. The smile that had adorned her face faded completely, replaced by a hint of coldness in her gaze. Marriage is a significant matter, especially for a woman. It is a lifelong commitment. I will consider this carefully, but I cannot give my consent at this moment. Mother, please, Jiangyin interjected, but Qianshi shot her a disapproving look. She could not believe that Jiangyin was entirely unaware of Tan Xin's assistance to her brother. Madam speaks wisely. Indeed, marriage should be contemplated with great care. Tan Xin turned to Jiangyin. Yenner, be obedient and do not quarrel with your mother. Jiangyin pressed her lips together, remaining silent. With his identity exposed, Tan Xin felt he could no longer stay in the Duke's residence. He clasped his hands to Qianshi and Jiang Huaishu. Thank you for your hospitality today. I must take my leave. Danlang. Jiangyin, seeing him about to depart, quickly rose to retain him. However, before she could finish her words, Qianshi pulled her back. Jiangyin turned to her, finding her gaze fixed intently on Tan Xin. Young Master Tan, take care. My health is not well, so I shall not see you off. Tan Xin nodded slightly, casting one last glance at Jiangyin before turning to leave. Chapter 98. Jiangyin jumps into the fire pit, watching his figure gradually fade from view. Jiangyin furrowed her brow, looking at Qianshi in confusion. Mother, you seem to have a very favorable impression of Tanlang just now. Why do you oppose my marrying him? I never said I opposed. I simply wish to observe a bit longer. After meeting Tan Xin, Qianshi felt a flicker of uncertainty. From everything she had seen, Tan Xin appeared to be quite a decent person. Yet, to decide to marry her beloved Yenner to him based solely on a single meal felt somewhat hasty. She contemplated briefly and then turned to Yin Wanru. Wanru, you're always perceptive. Having met Tan Xin, what is your impression of him? Qianshi inquired about Yin Wanru's opinion, and Jiangyin immediately turned around, bowing to her. Yin Wanru glanced at her and offered a gentle smile. Mother, I have had little interaction with young Master Tan, so I cannot claim to know him well. However, based on his recent discourse and demeanor, he appears to be a decent individual. Yet, as you rightly said, marriage is a significant matter, and you must assist my aunt in ensuring the proper standards are upheld. Yongyang frowned slightly, feeling somewhat displeased. She had thought Yin Wanru was supportive of her marrying Tan Xin, but her previous words clearly indicated a neutral stance, rendering them nearly meaningless. Mother is truly wise, not committing to any definitive statements. If she were to praise Tan Xin now, and Yongyang later discovers that he is not as admirable, she would certainly be blamed. Conversely, should she express a negative impression of Tan Xin, Yongyang would surely take offense. By neither praising nor disparaging him, her stance remains ambiguous. Should any issues arise with Yongyang's marriage, she can easily distance herself. Qianshi saw through Yin Wanru's thoughts. She cast a cold glance at her and remarked, "You possess the art of navigating social waters, avoiding offense while evading responsibility. Mother misinterpreted my intentions. I truly do not know young Master Tan well enough to make a judgment. However, I trust my aunt's discernment. If she finds him commendable, then he must indeed be so." The corners of Yin Wanru's lips curled up slightly as she smiled at Yongyang. Upon hearing her words, Yongyang felt a surge of joy. Mother, aside from his humble origins, Tan Lang is quite exceptional. I implore you, allow me to marry him. I genuinely, truly like him. Yongyang grasped Qianshi's sleeve, her eyes brimming with earnest plea. Qianshi, having watched Yongyang grow, was taken aback by her fervent devotion. She glanced at Yongyang and then turned to Jiang Huaishu. Considering her son had compromised his happiness for the sake of the Ho residence's reputation by marrying the daughter of the Grand Tutor, she felt a pang of sorrow. One of her children was already leading an unhappy life. She wished not for the other to suffer similarly. With that thought, Qianshi let out a soft sigh. Yanyang, have you truly considered this thoroughly? Indeed, I have contemplated it to the fullest. I genuinely like Tan Lang. I cannot bear to be apart from him. If you do not consent to our union, I shall shave my head and become a nun. Qianshi was quite incensed by Yongyang's declaration. However, she knew Yongyang's temperament. She would act on her words. She waved her hand in concession. Very well, since you have made up your mind, I am willing to support you. Although he hails from a modest background, he is at least ambitious. Individuals of his standing are easier to manage, even if he attains some degree of success. However, a woman's reputation is paramount. Your protracted indecision is rather unbecoming. Take the time to inform him without delay. Do not wait for the spring examination, but expedite the engagement and bring you into our household. Upon hearing that Qianshi had relented, Yongyang's eyes sparkled with delight. She embraced Qianshi's arm, leaning excitedly against her shoulder. Thank you, mother. I knew you would be the best for me. The thought of Yongyang leaping into a perilous situation crossed her mind. What of the Jinshi? That is merely his boast. Even his Shiotsai status was acquired through financial means. Just wait. He will likely concoct various excuses for Yongyang to assist him with the betrothal gifts. Yin Wanru stiffened, a sense of shock washing over her. She was aware of Tan Xion's unreliability, yet she had not anticipated him to be this untrustworthy. It was one thing for his Jinshi status to be a facade, but to require Yongyang's assistance for the betrothal gifts. Was he even a man? Though Yin Wanru was taken aback, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Qianshi had just agreed to this matter. Expressing her concerns would surely provoke discontent from both Qianshi and Yongyang. Moreover, the affairs of the Ho residence were of no concern to her. With that in mind, Yin Wanru turned to Jiang Huaishu, who was seated beside her. Heaven has favored our Ho family so. Tomorrow I wish to visit the Taoist temple to pray and express gratitude. As you wish, Jiang Huaishu replied, eager for Yin Wanru to leave the residence. Having spent so many days in confinement, he longed to be with his beloved children. With Yin Wanru visiting the mountains to pray, it was the perfect opportunity for him to bond with his children while she was absent. Early the next morning, Yin Wanru, cradling Yanyang and accompanied by Wang Shu, made her way to Xianqing Temple. Ever since the rumors of the three pure ones manifesting spread, the temple's incense offerings had grown increasingly fervent. Gui Yuan had long instructed his disciples to take special care of Yin Wanru should she arrive, ensuring that no other pilgrims disturb her. The Taoist priests at Xianqing Temple remembered Gui Yuan's words well. Upon seeing the Ho family's carriage stop at their mountain gate, a young Taoist hurriedly approached. Is it Madame Jiang in the carriage? Indeed. Yin Wanru gently lifted the carriage curtain, descending with Yanyang in her arms. The young Taoist's heart leaped with joy as he exclaimed, "Madam, please take the left path." The pilgrims are unaware that this path leads directly to the Three Pure Hall, which is quite serene. "Thank you, young disciple." Yin Wanru nodded in gratitude, following him down the narrow path. Yongyang gazed ahead at the empty trail, nodding in satisfaction. I cannot believe that Gui Yuan is rather considerate. Aware of the large crowd at the temple, he specially opened a passage for us to avoid congestion. Indeed, one must admit that while Gui Yuan may lack the talent for cultivation, he possesses a keen mind. He could very well become someone of great significance. How amusing it was that this child had begun to critique Taoist Master Gui Yuan. Yin Wanru looked down at Yanyang, her eyes filled with a hint of exasperation. She entered the Three Pure Hall, where Gui Yuan had been eagerly awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing them enter, he quickly donned a broad smile and rushed forward. "Madame Jiang, it has been quite a while. You have not visited the temple in ages. If you do not return soon, the pilgrims will think the Three Pure Hall has lost its efficacy." Chapter 99. Learning to lie. The early autumn air was slightly tense, and she did not complete her sentence. She turned to Jiang Nanxing, intentionally concealing her involvement in the matter. However, Jiang Huaishu still caught her gaze and turned to Jiang Nanxing. "How could the latrine explode when it was in perfectly good condition? Aren't you always playing with Chingura? How is it that he got hurt so badly while you were unscathed?" I was splashed with dung as well," Jiang Nanxing stammered. Feeling guilty, she looked up at Jiang Huaishu and tugged at his clothing. "Father, it's all Yongyang's fault that my brother ended up like this. I saw her use a firecracker to blow up the latrine." "Yongyang?" Jiang Huaishu eyed her suspiciously. "So Yin Wanru was there too?" "No, she wasn't." "So it was Wang Shu who carried her there?" "Not at all. She crawled over herself." As Jiang Nanxing's words fell, Jiang Huaishu's face suddenly flushed with rage. He momentarily lost control and raised his hand, delivering a heavy slap across Jiang Nanxing's face. This action devastated Chuchio. She quickly scooped Jiang Nanxing into her arms, exclaiming, "My lord, why did you strike her? Look at her. At such a young age, she has already learned to lie. You know how far Yin Wanru's courtyard is from the latrine. How could she claim that Yanyang crawled over? I am not lying. It was Yanyang who blew up the latrine." Jiang Nanxing covered her face, tears streaming down her cheeks. She glanced at Jiang Huaishu and then turned to look at Jiang Beichun, who was lying on the bed, her eyes filled with jealousy. "The latrine exploded, and I was splattered with dung. Why can only father and grandmother see my brother's injuries? You are becoming quite the backtalker." Jiang Huaishu raised his hand, feigning another strike. Chuchio quickly intervened, saying, "My lord, now is not the time to blame Sister Xing. Cheng'er is still injured, and despite the arrival of numerous doctors, they have been unable to heal his burns. I have heard that the Sanqing Jinren at Xianqing Guan possesses remarkable abilities. Why don't you take me there, Ho Yi, to beseech the Jinren to save Cheng'e, Xianqing Guan?" Jiang Huaishu's gaze shifted as he recalled that Yin Wanru had gone to Xianqing Guan today. With Yin Wanru present, he could not take Chuchio along, lest it arouse her suspicions. "Stay here and take care of Cheng'e. I shall go alone." With that, Jiang Huaishu turned and departed. Chuchio glanced back at his retreating figure, her brow slightly furrowed. She understood that Jiang Huaishu's decision to exclude her stemmed from his awareness of Yin Wanru's presence at Xianqing Guan. He was evidently beginning to care for that woman's opinions unconsciously. The carriage of the Ho residence came to a gentle halt before the entrance of Xianqing Guan. Ever since the rumors of the Sanqing's divine manifestation spread, the incense offerings at Xianqing Guan have flourished day by day. Gui Yuan had long instructed his disciples to treat Yin Wanru with utmost care should she arrive, ensuring that no other pilgrims would disturb her. The Taoists at Xianqing Guan remembered Gui Yuan's instructions well. Upon spotting the carriage from the Ho residence, a young Taoist hurriedly approached. "Is it Madame Jiang in the carriage?" Indeed it was. Yin Wanru slowly lifted the curtain of the carriage, cradling Yongyang as she alighted. The young Taoist's heart swelled with joy as he quickly said, "Madam, please take the path to the left. The pilgrims are unaware that this path leads directly to the Sanqing Hall, which is quite serene." "Thank you, young master." Yin Wanru replied with a nod of gratitude, following him down the narrow path. Yongyang gazed ahead at the empty trail, nodding in satisfaction. I never expected Gui Yuan to be so considerate. Knowing that there are many pilgrims, he specially opened a private passage for us to avoid crowding my mother. Indeed, despite Gui Yuan's lack of exceptional talent in cultivation, he possesses a keen mind. He can certainly achieve great things. How amusing that this child has begun to comment on Taoist Gui Yuan. Yin Wanro looked down at Yongyang, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. She entered the Sanqing Hall, where Gui Yuan was already waiting, having heard the news. Upon seeing them, he quickly donned a smile and approached them eagerly. Madam Jiang, it has been quite some time since your last visit. If you do not come soon, the pilgrims will think that the Sanqing Hall is no longer effective. Gui Yuan glanced at Yin Wanro and then at the child in her arms, his true excitement directed toward the little one. Unaware of his intentions, Yin Wanro felt a bit overwhelmed. She bowed slightly, saying, "There have been many matters at home lately. I have only found the time to visit today. Thank you for your concern, Guanju. There is no need for such formality, madam. You are welcome to visit at any time, and I shall personally attend to you. That would be too much to impose." Yin Wanro smiled faintly, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. She mused that she had only begun to visit more frequently after giving birth to Yongyang. Yet, despite her increased visits, she remained merely an ordinary pilgrim. Was Gui Yuan truly being overly courteous to her? Gui Yuan, being of an advanced age and having encountered many individuals, quickly discerned Yin Wanro's discomfort and said, "Madam, you may treat me as if I were not present. Feel free to act as you wish." Yin Wanro nodded slightly, handing Yongyang to Wang Shu. Once Wang Shu received Yongyang, she slowly approached the statue of the Sanqing, lighting 3 incense sticks. Yanyang nestlet in Wang Shu's embrace, perking up her ears. However, after a long moment, she did not hear her mother speak. "What wish did mother make? If you do not voice it, how can I help you fulfill it? May the Sanqing Zhenren bless Yongyang with peace, joy, and good health as she grows." Aware of Yongyang's desire to hear her wish, Yin Wanro voiced it. Yongyang rested her chin on her hand, clearly dissatisfied with the wish her mother had made. "Mother, do not only make wishes for me. You should also make one for yourself. For instance, to part ways with that scoundrel and be with my real father. Or perhaps to find silver while walking and gold while dining. Wouldn't eating gold be unpleasant?" Yin Wanro did not take Yongyang's musings to heart. Her singular desire was for Yongyang to grow up healthy and happy. As for parting ways, with so many pilgrims making wishes to the Sanqing Zhenren daily, she would not trouble the Zhenren with such trivial matters. She could plan that herself. Under Yongyang's watful gaze, Yin Wanro inserted the 3 incense sticks into the incense burner before her. Not hearing her mother make a wish for herself, Yongyang felt a pang of disappointment. Turning her head, she found herself met with Gui Yuan's fervent gaze. Why was this old man staring at her so intently? As she pondered this, Yongyang's thoughts reached out, pulling Gui Yuan into her ethereal realm. Upon recognizing the familiar surroundings, Gui Yuan became exceedingly excited. "Fairy, you have summoned me here. Do you have any instructions for me?" As Gui Yuan spoke, a massive lotus flower floated down the stream. Yongyang climbed out of the lotus and attempted to sit cross-legged. However, she soon realized her chubby little legs were far too short for such a position. After struggling for a while, she gave up and looked up at Gui Yuan, who was kneeling before her. "Do not address me in such a manner. Simply call me Yongyang. In the future, there is no need to kneel whenever you see me. Understood, I shall not kneel before the little fairy Yongyang." With that, Gui Yuan slowly rose to his feet. He felt a twinge of guilt, realizing he had not considered her tender age. Despite her high potential, she was still but a child. By his age, he could be her grandfather. Kneeling before her might shorten her lifespan, which was unacceptable. They had finally produced a prodigy in cultivation. She deserved a long and prosperous life. "Gui Yuan, can you draw the Tianlei talisman?" Upon hearing Yongyang's question, Gui Yuan's face turned crimson. Meeting her gaze, he shook his head with little confidence. "I have only heard my master mention the Tianlei talisman. However, the ancient texts that record it were severely damaged by the time they reached my master. He spent most of his life studying it, but never succeeded in mastering the drawing of the talisman. He felt a profound sense of regret as he spoke. It was said that the Tianlei talisman was immensely powerful, Yet only the founding ancestors and a few former masters could draw it. By the time it reached his master's generation, they had not even seen it, let alone drawn it. Do you wish to learn? Yongyang es yodful fos slowly resonat inguiones ears. His eyes lit up, filled with fervor as he gazed at her. The little fairy Yongyang can draw this talisman? Indeed, Yongyang raised her hand, and spiritual energy began to emanate from her fingertips, gradually forming the image of the Tian Lei talisman in the air. Gue Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with disbelief. He never imagined he would have the opportunity to witness the Tian Lei talisman in his lifetime. Quickly, take note of it. Of course. He hurriedly moved closer, striving to memorize the appearance of the talisman. Yongyang had made considerable progress in her cultivation over the past few months. However, maintaining her ethereal realm consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy. After sustaining it for a while, she asked, "Have you managed to memorize it? Perhaps, maybe close enough?" Upon hearing this, Yongyang's mouth twitched. Judging by Gue Yuan's expression, he likely had not retained it. If she were not so eager to utilize the Tian Lei talisman, someone with Gue Yuan's mediocre aptitude would not have been her first choice. "Open your hands." "Oh, all right." Gue Yuan responded promptly, spreading his palms wide. With a flick of her little hand, the Tian Lei talisman, formed from her spiritual energy, landed in Gue Yuan's palm. He felt a warm sensation on his left hand, as if the energy had burned him. Before he could speak, he was ejected from the ethereal realm once more. Ejected again. Fortunately, this time he was prepared, thus avoiding excessive embarrassment. YNW and RU knelt before the statue, sincerely reciting the Q-N-G-J-Ing, unaware of the unusual behavior of Y-Ing-Ing and Gu Yuan. After reciting for more than an hour, she slowly rose to her feet. Just as she stood still, Gu Yuan's voice gently reached her side. "Madam, the vegetarian meal is ready. Please follow the humble priest to the dining hall." "I appreciate your assistance, Master Guan," YNWNRU replied, turning to bow respectfully in a Taoist manner. Whether it was her imagination or not, she felt that Gu Yuan was unusually enthusiastic towards her. Or perhaps, the Gu Inn was simply known for its hospitality, treating all patrons with equal kindness. However, she was unaware that Gu Yuan wished to keep her a little longer solely because of Yanyang. He had yet to master the heavenly thunder talisman taught to him by the little fairy. If the little fairy were in a good mood and decided to draw him into the spiritual realm for guidance, it would be a tremendous boon for him, even if she ultimately did not provide him with guidance. Her staying to assist a few devotees in fulfilling their wishes would still be a significant blessing for Su Nguyen. With this thought, Gu Yuan turned his gaze toward Ying. "Madam, I noticed that Miss Ying is quite fond of the Sngdn. Why not let a young acolyte carry her and keep her here?" Upon hearing this, YNWNRU's eyelids twitched. Since Ying's birth, she had never allowed her to stray from her sight. Although she understood that Gu Yuan and the priests of Su Gu Inn harbored no ill intentions, she still felt uneasy about leaving Ying alone. After a moment's consideration, she looked at Gu Yuan and politely remarked, "That would be too much trouble for you. It's better to let WNGSH stay behind." "Very well." Gu Yuan nodded slightly, not pressing the matter. While the little fairy Ying was indeed remarkable, to her mother, she was merely an infant under a year old. It was only natural for her mother to be concerned about leaving her alone. Ying inwardly grumbled, "Humph, that old rascal Gu Yuan is truly cunning. Do not think I am unaware of your little schemes. However, I shall overlook it, considering I might require your assistance in the future. Yet, you must strive to learn the heavenly thunder talisman quickly and not keep me waiting too long." A look of confusion crossing her features. Each word she could understand separately, but together they eluded her comprehension. "Acolyte, lead the madam to the dining hall. This way, please." "Thank you." YNWNRU nodded slightly and followed the young acolyte outside. At this moment, there were only a few devotees remaining in the Sngdn. Gu Yuan personally moved a chair beside the statue. "Please, miss, take a seat." "You are too courteous, Master Guan," WNGSH replied, slightly taken aback. The head of a Taoist temple, personally moving a chair for her was quite overwhelming. Though she thought this, she still walked over and sat down. Yanyang was growing heavier, and soon WNGSH would struggle to carry her. Not long after Y and WNRU departed, Ji Ing Huish rushed in. Upon entering, Ying frowned. Why is that big oaf here? My mother finally stepped out, and if the prince comes by and encounters this big oaf, it would be quite awkward. What a buzzkill. As Ying spotted Ji Ing Huish, he saw her as well. He glanced around, but could not find Y in WNRU. He quickly approached WNGSH. WNGSH, where is our UR? WNGSH slowly stood, cradling Ying and bowed slightly. Ji Ing Huish nodded, seemingly indifferent. He turned and knelt before the Pu Tuan, facing the SNQ Ing statue. The big oaf has come to seek divine guidance. What a twist of fate. Chapter 101. Seeking the divine is not as good as seeking me. The SNQ Ing Zen is quite busy and cannot hear your prayers. You would be better off seeking me. Perhaps if I am in a good mood, I might grant your wishes. Her fingers fidgeting. She was quite curious about what wishes he held. Ji Ing Huish ignored her gaze, murmuring to the statue. I beseech the SNQ Ing Zen to show your divine presence and aid my CHNGR. He is a good child, so young, and should not suffer the pain of burns. So the big oaf is here for his illegitimate child. My mood is quite good at the moment, but I simply do not wish to assist you, haha. Upon hearing that YNWNRU had arrived at Su Ing Q Ing Guin, rushed over. However, before he could step into the SNQ Ing DN, he overheard Ying's inner thoughts. He glanced at the man kneeling before the statue, his brow furrowing slightly. Ji Ing Huish and Ying were both here. Where had YNWNRU gone? Hush! The voice of the Taoist came from behind him. As soon as the words left his lips, MYNCH made a gesture to silence him. Do not tell anyone that I have been here. The young Taoist nodded slightly, watching him depart. Ying sensed her spiritual power significantly increasing. Turning her head, she saw him in YNCH's retreating figure. Father, you have come. Don't leave. Come a bit closer. Let me absorb some energy. No, you're getting further away, and my energy absorption is slowing down. WNGSH Ani, let's go find my father. Ani go. Ying looked outside, her legs kicking in impatience. WNGSH glanced down at her. Noticing her distress was on the verge of tears, and quickly picked her up. What is it? Did you wet your pants? Come, let us go to the restroom. Not the restroom. I want to find my father. Father, don't leave. Ying spread her arms wide, adopting a posture as if she wanted to be embraced. Her voice reached Ji Ing Huish's ears. He turned to look at her, just in time to see her arms reaching out toward him. He snorted softly, his eyes reflecting a hint of disdain. Lord, why are you here? YNWNRU's voice drifted softly from behind. Hearing this, Ji Ing Huish slowly rose and turned to face her. She was dressed plainly today, yet appeared exceptionally neat and clean. With just one glance, Ji Ing Huish was reminded of the day she wore red. After you left, I felt uneasy, so I followed. As he spoke, Ji Ing Huish turned to Ying, forcing a strained smile. Ying, do you miss your father? Let me hold you. Ji Ing Huish intended to play the role of a caring father in front of YNWNRU, just as he lifted his hands. Yet to touch Ying, she exclaimed, no way. I want my prince daddy, not you, you big oaf. Seeing Ying's reaction, Ji Ing Huish's expression darkened instantly. This child was truly ungrateful. It was all my fault for being too busy and neglecting both of you. ARU, I promise, no matter how busy I am in the future, I will frequently visit your courtyard. That is quite unnecessary. Regardless of whether Ji Ing Huish was genuinely busy or not, she simply wished he would never step foot into her courtyard again. Wherever he was present, the air felt tainted. Although she held these thoughts, she recognized that it was not yet time to confront Ji Ing Huish. With a slight lift of her lips, she offered a faint smile. I understand that you are busy, my lord. Ying and I are aware of your commitments. A man's ambitions lie beyond, and I know you hold us in your heart, which is sufficient. There is no need for you to make time to visit us. ARU, you are far too understanding. The more you are like this, the more I feel guilty toward both of you. Lies, I won't listen. Ying covered her ears. You have wronged my mother far more than this. De Judo's sweet words are but a fa ade. He claims to have come from my mother, yet in truth, he is here to pray for his concubine. Yin Wanru's expression remains indifferent, as she has grown accustomed to such deceit. Even if she could not hear Yongyang's heartfelt sentiments now, she would not believe a single sweet utterance from Jiang Huaishu. Her heart had long since perished upon learning of his infidelity. She now yearned to be as far from him as possible. Jiang Huaishu nodded slightly and walked alongside her. Upon glancing at the deity statue, he noticed tears streaming down its face. Stopping in his tracks, he rubbed his eyes, sensing his unusual demeanor. Yin Wanru turned to him and inquired, "My lord, what troubles you? Aro, do you see the statue in the center? Is it not weeping? Weeping?" Yin Wanru turned to gaze at the Sanqing deity, yet saw nothing amiss. "No, my lord," she shook her head. "You must be weary. Your eyes are playing tricks on you. Perhaps." Jiang Huaishu looked back at the statue, which had returned to its usual state. He sighed with relief, convinced that Yin Wanru was indeed correct. He was simply exhausted and had misperceived the situation. As the carriage of the marquis' residence departed from Xianqing Temple, a light rain began to fall from the sky. Gui Yuan rushed out from the Sanqing Hall, shouting at the young Taoist outside. "The Sanqing Hall is leaking. Hurry and find someone to fix the roof." The spring rain fell steadily for 2 to 3 days. On such dreary days, the servants and maids preferred to stay under the eaves. Apart from those serving indoors, the courtyard was deserted. Jiang Yin, holding an umbrella, arrived as promised in the small alley outside the marquis' residence. Upon seeing her, Tan Xian immediately pressed her against the wall. "I have missed you terribly." Though he looked at Jiang Yin, his mind was filled with thoughts of Yin Wanru. He leaned in slowly towards her lips, only to have her shyly evade him. "Tan Lang, not now. We are not yet wed." Jiang Yin pushed him back slightly. "Tan Lang, my mother has already consented. When will you come to my home to propose?" "I arranged this meeting to discuss just that." Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled. She looked at Tan Xian with bashfulness. But before she could speak, he interjected, "However, Yinner, you know our family circumstances. I truly cannot afford such a large betrothal gift. It does not matter. I do not mind. But I do, and so does your mother. If the betrothal gift is insufficient, your mother and elder brother might not allow you to marry me. Even if they reluctantly agree, I would still hold my head low when visiting your home." Seeing Tan Xian troubled by the issue of the betrothal gift, Jiang Yin felt a pang of compassion. With a flicker of inspiration, she said, "Tam Lang, I have money. Just wait for me." Chapter 102. Tears from the corners of the eyes. Jiang Yin sold her jewelry and even stole a few items from the dowry prepared by the Qin family. Tan Xian received the silver, suppressing his delight, and sighed, "Yinner, thank you, but this money is still not enough. But I have nothing left to sell." Jiang Yin bit her lip. Noticing her distress, Tan Xian's gaze shifted. "Never mind. I will think of another way. Once I have borrowed enough for the betrothal gift, I will come to propose at the marquis' residence. Must we wait?" Jiang Yin could hardly contain her impatience. Her love for Tan Xian was so profound that she wished to marry him today. "I remember my sister-in-law's dowry was quite substantial. I could borrow from her." Achoo! Yin Wanru sat by the window, gazing outside. The spring rain had ceased, and the sky had cleared. Sunshine poured through the window, casting warmth upon her. Wang Shu brought a garment, draping it over Yin Wanru's shoulders. "Madam, the wind is strong here. Do not sit by the window. It is fine. I merely wish to bask in the sunlight. I too wish to enjoy the sun. The warmth of the sun feels so familiar." Yin Wanru turned to look at Yanyang. Seeing her standing by the bed's edge, gazing longingly outside, she smiled gently and rose to embrace her. "Wang Shu, let's take a stroll in the garden and let Yongyang bask in the sun too." Cradling Yongyang, Yin Wanru headed outside. Just as they were about to cross the threshold, Yongyang's thoughts echoed in her mind again. While it is good to sunbathe in the garden, it does not prevent Jiang Yin from plotting. She is likely to steal from Mother-S dowry for Tan Xian. Without Mother here, she might resort to theft. The jewelry box is still on the dressing table. Would that not be a boon for her? Yin Wanru halted, turning to Wang Shu. "Wang Shu, bring my jewelry box." With so many people in the marquis' residence, some compensation is inevitable. "Understood," Wang Shu responded, taking the jewelry box and stepping outside. Just as they left, Jiang Yin arrived. Before even entering, she exclaimed, "Elder sister-in-law, the sun is splendid today. Let us go. Yongyang's words were cut short upon noticing the absence of anyone inside. She turned to see Chuchio idling in the courtyard. Chuchio, where has my sister-in-law gone? She went to bask in the sun in the garden. Chuchio stepped forward. Yongyang, what brings you here? I am in need of some silver and thought to borrow from her dowry in a pinch. Chuchio's eyes darted to the room. If you ask her for the dowry, she may not lend it to you. However, since she is not in the room, you may, Chuchio smirked. Give her a knowing look. Yongyang hesitated, asking cautiously, are you suggesting I steal? What theft? We are all family here. With Yin Wanru absent, you are merely taking what is yours. I have seen she possesses plenty of jewelry. If you take a few, she would not notice. Is it truly acceptable? Yongyang's heart raced as she met Chuchio's gaze. Your hesitation suggests you are not in dire need of the money. Chuchio waved her hand dismissively. Forget I said anything. With that, Chuchio turned to leave, but Yongyang grasped her sleeve. Chuchio, please help me. Just keep watch outside. I will be in and out swiftly. All right. Chuchio nodded. Watching Yongyang enter Yin Wanru's chamber, a smirk spreading across her lips as she perceived the unfolding drama. She had anticipated Yongyang's character would falter under pressure. As long as Yongyang committed this act today, Chuchio would hold leverage over her in the future. However, after searching extensively in Yin Wanru's room, Yongyang found nothing. Frowning, she looked towards Chuchio for guidance. Chuchio, where does my sister-in-law usually keep her jewelry? Is it not on the dressing table? It is not here. How can that be? Chuchio was incredulous, scanning the surroundings. The items on the dressing table remained intact, save for the missing jewelry box. Her expression darkened as she muttered. Strange, it was clearly placed here before. How could it be gone? She merely went to the garden to enjoy the sun. Could she possibly have taken the jewelry box with her? Unable to locate the jewelry box, Yongyang had to retreat and reconsider. Missing this opportunity to seize leverage over Yongyang left Chuchio feeling dissatisfied. In the garden, the sun shone brightly. Yin Wanru, holding Yanyang, sat in the pavilion. Wang Shu returned from the kitchen, carrying a plate of snacks and pouring a cup of tea for Yin Wanru. Just as she lifted the cup, Yanyang, seizing the moment, stealthily grabbed a piece of pastry and stuffed it into her mouth. Startled, Yin Wanru quickly set down the teacup and rushed to snatch the pastry from Yongyang's mouth. Yongyang, you are still small. You cannot eat this. It could choke you. I will just have one bite. I won't choke. I already have teeth. Look, I have 4. Yanyang opened her mouth, revealing her teeth. YNWNRU seized the opportunity to snatch the pastry away, sighing with relief. WNGSH. I observe that Yanyang appears hungry. Please fetch her a jug of mare's milk. I do not want milk. I desire pastries, and I long for meat. If not, minced meat will suffice. Even meat oil is acceptable. Mother, please allow me to have a taste. It has been such a long time since I savored anything meaty that I have nearly forgotten the taste of flesh. With tear-filled eyes, Yanyang looked at YNWNRU, appearing utterly pitiful. YNWNRU glanced at her, then at WNGSH, who had just turned away, and deliberately remarked, I'm not emotional. I merely crave food. These are not tears, just saliva that has accidentally dribbled from the corner of my mouth. Yanyang felt wronged and wanted to shout. She did not want milk. She wanted meat. However, the word she had prepared only manifested as, meat, mother, meat. Upon hearing this, YNWNR, felt a surge of joy. She picked Yanyang up and exclaimed, Yanyang, you called me mother? Gulme. Say it again for me to hear. I also want the horse to run, but do not want to feed it grass. Mother, if you continue like this, I shall create a ruckus. Why make a fuss? It can be quite terrifying. Howl. YNWNRU could not contain her laughter, being thoroughly amused by Yanyang's heartfelt declaration. Her Yanyang was simply too adorable. She could not resist planting a kiss on her cheek, holding her close as if she were a precious treasure. Her Yanyang was indeed the finest gift bestowed upon her by the heavens. Chapter 103. Borrowing without repayment. Ying Yan has always been rather impatient, and she presumed she should have left long ago. Just as she was about to turn away, Ying Yan suddenly stood up with a smile. She approached YNWNRU, playfully linking arms with her and leading her towards the courtyard. You have been here for quite some time, haven't you? Surprise. I noticed that the sun is delightful today, so I took Ying to the garden to bask in it. I know. She mentioned it to me. Sister-in-law, could you lend me a bit of silver? I am in urgent need. Yanyang withdrew her fingers from her mouth and stuck out her tongue at Ying. Mother has basked in the sun all afternoon and still could not evade her. Ying is truly impatient to marry, isn't she? If TNXN cannot provide the betrothal gifts, she comes to my mother, hoping to borrow from her dowry. Mother, do not lend her anything. You do not understand. TNXN's family has a significant financial shortfall. It seems TNXN intends to marry Ying to fill that void. YNWNRU turned her gaze, a faint smile gracing her lips as she looked at Ying. How much do you require? Not much. Just a few thousand taels will suffice. However, if sister-in-law could provide 10,000 taels, that would be even better. A few thousand, or even tens of thousands. WNGSH exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock. Ying, are you not entangled in gambling? Bah, do not speak nonsense. I need to borrow this silver for a significant purpose. Ying cast a sideways glance at WNGSH, then returned her attention to YNWNRU, as if fearful that YNWNRU might refuse her. She grasped YNWNRU's hand and gently shook it. Sister-in-law, I know you care for me the most. Trust me. The silver you lend me, I shall repay you soon. I naturally trust you, but I simply cannot produce that much silver. YNWNRU frowned slightly, shaking her head in distress. Ying did not believe her words and pressed on, Sister-in-law, do you not have a considerable dowry? It is all right if you do not have that much ready cash. Simply sell some of your dowry. Once I have the funds, I will redeem it back. Upon hearing Ying's plan to exploit her sister-in-law's dowry, WNGSH frowned in discontent. She feared that YNWNRU might acquiesce and quickly interjected. Ying, the expenses of the marquis residence have long been supplemented by my mistress's dowry. The dowry is nearly depleted. Why are you still coveting it? I'm not ungrateful. Ying shot her a glare, her temper flaring. As the only sister of the marquis and Yuan, she would certainly repay any borrowed amount. Why was WNGSH so suspicious of her? I will not hide the truth from you. Everything WNGSH said is factual. Previously, the expenses of the marquis residence were largely covered by my dowry. The remainder was used to support the Guangxia Academy, and Mother is aware of this. Now, my entire fortune amounts to merely a few dozen taels of silver. If you truly require it. A few dozen taels? Are you sending me off like a beggar? Ying interrupted, her brow furrowing as she glared at YNWNRU and WNGSH. If you do not wish to lend, just say so. Why must you humiliate me so? With that, Ying turned on her heel and departed. WNGSH watched her retreating figure, pouting in displeasure. When she needed to borrow silver from the mistress, she was all sweetness and flattery. Yet upon realizing the mistress could not lend such a sum, her demeanor changed entirely. WNGSH. One should not rashly speak ill of one's superiors. YNWNRU glanced toward the window of the adjacent room. Noticing a figure peering in, she surmised it was Chi eavesdropping and alerted WNGSH. WNGSH promptly shut her mouth and followed YNWNRU into the room. YNWNRU declined Ying's request, much to Ying's delight. Mother did not fall for Ying's tricks. My rations are safe. Let me think carefully. With so much silver, what can we eat? Braised goose, large plate chicken, roasted duck, donkey meat pastries, spicy crayfish. Hearing Ying prattle on about these delectable dishes she had scarcely heard of, YNWNR, you also felt a pang of hunger. She slowly rose, cradling Ying once more. WNGSH, let us venture to ZH Nexiga today. WNGSH paused in surprise. Mistress, you just declined Ying's request. Is it appropriate to go to ZH Nexiga now? It is not that I do not wish to lend to her. Rather, she herself looks down upon this meager sum. Our outing to ZH Nexiga will not cost nearly as much. Yes. A few dozen taels can buy a wealth of delicious food. It is her own decision not to borrow. Mother cannot be blamed. Mother, let us go to ZH Nexiga for the goose. Goose. As Ying chanted, She began to imitate the honking of a goose. Y&W NRU nearly burst into laughter. Let's go. She suppressed her smile and led WNGSH outside. As soon as they left, CHG hurried to inform Ying-YN. Ying-YN, furious, stamped her foot, her face flushed with rage. I asked her for silver, and she claimed there was none. Yet now she goes out to dine? Who dares provoke my dear Ying-YN? A voice belonging to Ying-Huish drifted in from outside. Ying-YN rushed to him, embracing him in a fit of indignation. Brother, you must help me. Ying-YN recounted the events of the afternoon in brief. Ying-Huish frowned, gently pushing her away. What do you need so much silver for? I have an urgent need. Ying-YN bit her lip, her eyes cast down in guilt. CHC looked at her, silently chastising her for her foolishness. Even if she wanted to complain, Ying-YN should not directly reveal her need for such a large sum of silver. Speak less, and perhaps Ying-Huish will not pry too deeply. Such foolishness. YN, you reside in the marquis residence and hardly spend any money. Why do you need so much silver? Surely you are not entangled in gambling? Why do you say that? Ying-YN pouted, feeling slightly disgruntled. Ying-Huish was not easily deceived. Seeing her evade the question, his expression darkened, and he coldly stated, aside from that, I honestly cannot fathom why you require such a large sum. Very well, I shall speak. It is due to T.N.L. Ng's impoverished family that he cannot provide the substantial betrothal gifts, which is why I wish to assist him. Foolishness. Ying-Huish's brows furrowed tighter. Why would you marry him when you must even rely on assistance for the betrothal gifts? It is not that he asked me to do this. Rather, I am willingly doing so. Brother, I cannot live without T.N.L. Ng. Please help me. I beg you. Ying-YN grasped Ying-Huish's hand and knelt before him. As his only sister, he felt immense pity for her. Witnessing her kneel for a man, he was filled with disdain for her foolishness. He shot her a glance and forcefully withdrew his hand. There is no room for negotiation. If he can provide the betrothal gifts, let him come to propose. If he cannot, then your marriage is off. With that, Ying-Huish turned and departed. Faced with his resolute stance, Ying-YN could only turn to CHG for help. CHG shook her head, letting out a sigh of resignation. You know the temperament of the marquis. Since he has said this, no one can change his mind. CHG bent down to help Ying-YN to her feet. YN, the marquis only wishes for your well-being. He fears that if you marry that man, you will suffer. You should heed his advice. Leave, all of you. I will handle my own affairs. Ying-YN was enraged, tears streaming down her face like pearls. CHG frowned and turned to leave. In her view, Ying-YN was deserving of this outcome. Despite her kind counsel, Ying-YN responded with anger, truly a case of a dog biting LDNGBN. At the dining table, YNWN savored her meal with great satisfaction, relishing her fingers. Earlier, when her mother was distracted, she had seized a piece of braised goose. Although her mother had snatched it away, the flavor lingered on her fingers. It was truly delectable. Suddenly, she paused. Ying-Huish slowly rose and approached YNWNRU, taking her hand. Why did you not invite me to the ZHNCG? I have waited for you all this time and have yet to finish my meal. Marquis, please wait. I shall go to the kitchen and inform the cook. YNWNRU felt a wave of nausea as Ying-Huish held her hand. I was merely jesting. Why did you take it seriously? Ying-Huish led YNWNRU to sit by the bed. Ying-Sh placed Ying-Yang on a small wooden bed and courteously excused herself, swiftly departing. Upon seeing Ying-Sh leave, UNVNRU's brows knitted tighter. She turned to gaze out the window. Noticing that night had fallen, her heart raced. Ying-Huish's late arrival could not be for trivial matters. Marquis, have you come to see me regarding something? It is nothing. I merely missed you. Ying-Huish smiled gently. Are you? Might I stay with you tonight? The words startled YNWNRU, causing her to tremble with fear. But Ying is still small. She may disrupt your rest tonight. It matters not. Ini interrupted. Complementing YNWNRU sentiment. YNWNRU se presta a smile. Raicinto en Brasil. Turning to Ji Ing who ish. Marquis, you have an early morning audience with the Emperor tomorrow. If you are not well rested, it may leave a poor impression on His Majesty. Upon hearing this, Ji Ing who ish's brows furrowed. He was not foolish. He could easily perceive that YNWN did not wish for him to stay. He glanced at her, then turned to Yanyang. As soon as Yanyang met his gaze, she began to wail. At this age, she still could not call him father and only made a cacophony. Ji Ing who ish looked at her and suddenly thought of Ji Ing ich in. His elder brother had called him father at just 6 months. Such a clever child. How could he be injured? He wished fervently that such a tragedy had befallen Yanyang instead of his dear brother. You are not my father. Why should I call you that? Mother, I'm hungry. Yanyang turned, clutching YNWN's neck, deliberately calling out for her in front of Ji Ing who ish. As if that were not enough, she then turned and spat at Ji Ing who ish. His expression darkened, and he quickly rose to his feet, his eyes filled with disdain. Fine, you can feed her. I shall take my leave. With that, Ji Ing who ish seized the book from the wooden table and departed. He truly felt bewitched today, to have wished to stay and accompany her. Watching Ji Ing who ish's figure fade from view, YNWN let out a small sigh of relief. She harbored no feelings for him. Even his touch repulsed her. Should he have truly stayed, she feared she might succumb to her disgust in his presence. YNWN bent down and placed a kiss on her chubby little face. You are such a good girl, knowing how to assist your mother. If I am so good, can you give me a bite of meat? Yanyang blinked her bright eyes at YNWN unblinking. Meat. Mother is not good. Mother will kill. Yanyang. Yanyang pouted and resumed sucking on her fingers. Fortunately, the flavor of the braised goose still lingered. With no meat to eat, she resolved to treat her fingers as the delicacy. However, unable to resist, Yanyang took a bite. She bit down hard, causing her to cry out in pain. What is wrong? YNWN leaned closer. Concern etched on her face. Yanyang rarely cried. Why was she in such distress today? Yanyang looked at her, extending her finger to show her. Upon seeing the small bite marks on her finger, YNWN felt both amused and exasperated. This little one, how greedy she was, even biting herself. Be good. Do not bite yourself. I shall fetch you some milk right away. YNWN exited the room, leaving WNSH to watch over Yanyang. Before heading to ZH and Shiji, Yanyang had already had a serving of milk and was not particularly hungry now. She cradled the mare's milk, sipping leisurely. As she drank, she comforted herself that this was not mere mare's milk, but rather celestial nectar. That night, Ji Ing who ish was plagued by a nightmare. He dreamt that a divine statue wept, bringing down divine punishment upon the Marquis residence. Awakened in a cold sweat, he sat up abruptly. Fortunately, it was just a dream. Chapter 105. Ji Ing develops a gambling habit the following evening. YNWN waited a long time in the front hall. Holding E9. Chien SH observed that the food had grown cold and cast a disapproving glance at WMM. Go see what is taking Ji Ing YN so long. However, her luck is indeed poor. She only won 2 rounds upon entering, and since then, she has lost continuously. If she continues to gamble like this, it will not be long before the Marquis residence is completely drained of wealth. Ji Ing YN has actually developed a gambling addiction. It seems she was unable to borrow money from me and has turned to gambling instead. Yet gambling is known for its high stakes, and Ji Ing YN is carelessly risking everything just to marry TNXN. YNWN's eyes lowered. She did not wish to involve herself in the Marquis affairs. Yet she was still a member of the Marquis residence. And Ji Ing YN had not yet married. If her gambling debts accumulated excessively, she too would be implicated. She glanced up and met Chi NSH's gaze. Chi NSH looked outside the hall, unwilling to spare her a glance. She had already heard about Ji Ing YN borrowing money from YNWN. If she could not part with even this small amount of silver, how could she be worthy of being called sister-in-law by Ji Ing YN? Her first instinct to assume that Ji Ing YN had gone to find TNXN. She is not yet married, yet her spirit has already flown away. Old Madam, the maidservant by Miss Ji Ing YN's side, also seems to have disappeared. I know, just ask me. If you give me a bite of pig's trotter, I will tell you where Yanyang has gone. Yanyang stared longingly at the pig's trotter on the table, swallowing hard. She reached out, attempting to grab it. Thankfully, Yanyang was prepared and tightly held her in her embrace. Her little arms were quite short. Do not mention the pig's trotter. Even the bowl resting on the edge of the wooden table is beyond her reach. Yongyang remains oblivious to the fact that she harbors no secrets in front of Yanyang. Every thought and feeling she possesses is crystal clear to Yanyang. As Yanyang's eyes shifted, she feigned a contemplative expression. Mother, my aunt borrowed some silver from me yesterday. I do not possess enough silver to lend her. Might she have gone out to seek funds from others? No, that cannot be the case. Yanyang pondered for a moment, her eyes suddenly widening. Jiang Huaishu, noticing her hesitation, quickly inquired, Aru, have you thought of something? Lord, I merely considered a place where money could be acquired swiftly. However, given my aunt's disposition, it should not come to that. A place where money can be acquired swiftly? Jiang Huaishu murmured softly, a sudden realization striking him. You mean the gambling den? Yanyang pressed her lips together, nodding slightly. Jiang Huaishu abruptly rose to his feet, alarming Qian Shi, who sat beside him. Qian Shi patted her chest and looked up at him. Sure, why such a strong reaction? Even Wanru has stated that, based on Yinner's character, she would not go to a gambling den. One cannot be too cautious. Better safe than sorry. Jiang Huaishu called out, but then reconsidered. No, I cannot rest easy. You should go personally. I want to go too. If you want to give me the pig's trotter, at least take me to the excitement. Upon hearing of the commotion, Yongyang could hardly contain herself. Lord Father, wait for me. Did you forget to bring your little darling? It is quite cold at night. Take me along, and I shall shield you from the wind. Yanyang glanced down at Yongyang, her lips twitching. Had she not always disdained the Lord? For the sake of mere entertainment, she would abandon her principles? Contemplating this, Yanyang looked up at Qian Shi, who was rising to chase after them. She slowly stood as well. All right, you all go quickly. Inside Qian Shi's heart, anxiety churned. Although she trusted that her daughter Yinner would not venture to a gambling den, an inexplicable sense of unease lingered. Under her gaze, Yanyang carried Yongyang out the door. Upon realizing that Yanyang intended to join in the excitement, Yongyang was filled with exuberance. That big pig trotter is truly unreliable. It falls to my mother to save the day. Let's go. We shall see the scene where Jiang is threatened by the thugs. Yongyang was overjoyed, while Yanyang maintained an air of indifference. Jiang Huaishu was in the courtyard, gathering people. What brings you here? Lord, I am concerned for my aunt and wish to accompany you in the search. Jiang Huaishu instinctively wanted to refuse. Yet, as the words reached his lips, he suddenly remembered that an extra pair of hands could provide more strength, so he waved his hand. Fine, do as you wish. But stay close. I shall be preoccupied looking for Yinner and may not be able to attend to you. Do not worry about me, Lord. I will take care of myself and Yongyang. The group exited the door and dispersed. Jiang Huaishu and Yanyang proceeded to the nearest gambling den. The atmosphere inside was raucous, causing headaches. Yongyang covered her ears, feeling as if her head might explode. Not here. Jiang Yin is not present. She is at a gambling den called Kaiwa. Yanyang had never taken note of the gambling dens, nor did she know their names. Hearing Yanyang mention it now left her without a clue. However, she could not relay the name of the gambling den directly to Jiang Huaishu. After pondering briefly, she said, Lord, my aunt should not be here. If she were to visit a gambling den, she would surely choose one farther from the marquis residence to avoid detection. That makes sense. Jiang Huaishu nodded and turned to walk outside. The two continued along the road, passing numerous gambling dens along the street. Yet, as Yanyang glanced around, she saw no sign of a den named Kaihua. Up ahead, Jiang Yin is just ahead. I can hear her cries. Upon hearing Yongyang's intuition, Yanyang spotted a gambling den named Sun, surrounded by a crowd. Upon seeing the name, a twitch of her lips occurred. Is this indeed the Kai Hoi gambling den that Yongyang mentioned? Chapter 106. Furious enough to erupt from the coffin Little Hoof, daring to enter a gambling den without money. Ahead, the leading thug struck Jiang Yan's calf with a stick. Jiang Yan gasped in pain, collapsing to the ground. A man behind her observed her pitiful state and suddenly exclaimed, "Big brother, she looks quite appealing. Why not sell her to a brothel?" "I agree." The leading man chuckled sinisterly, beckoning to the others behind him. The men surged forward, causing Yongyang's complexion to change drastically as she scrambled forward in fright. "No, do not sell me to a brothel. My family is wealthy. My brother is the Marquis of Yanyang. He will help me repay the debt." "Is that so? How fortuitous. I just happen to be the Marquis of Yanyang's father. Yet, how come I was unaware that I had such a worthless daughter?" The leading man hoisted the wooden stick onto his shoulder, laughing heartily. After a few chuckles, he suddenly sobered, signaling to the men beside him. The two men swiftly approached and lifted Yongyang from the ground. Yongyang struggled with all her might, even biting one of the shorter men. "You wretched girl, daring to bite me." Smack! The man raised his hand and struck Yongyang across the face. Yongyang, unaccustomed to such humiliation, burst into tears. "Mother, brother, come save me. How old are you to still be crying? How shameful." Yongyang raised her chubby finger and scratched her cheek twice. Wanru followed Jiang Huaishu and hurried to the back of the crowd. As they drew closer, she could hear Yang's cries. She could not help but marvel at Yongyang's extraordinary hearing. "Let her go." Jiang Huaishu pushed through the crowd. Upon seeing him, Jiang Yin resembled a drowning person who had grasped a lifeline. "Brother, save me. They are going to sell me to a brothel." Jiang Yin broke free from the men's clutches and rushed into Jiang Huaishu's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Though the Marquis of Yanyang's residence had lost its former glory, there were still those in the crowd who recognized him. Upon his arrival, gasps of astonishment rippled through the onlookers. "She truly is the biological sister of the Marquis of Yanyang. How could such a noble figure produce a gambling-addicted sister?" If the late Marquis knew of this, he would surely rise from his grave in anger. The Marquis of Yanyang's residence has truly declined with each generation. Were it not for the alliance with the Grand Preceptor's family, the Marquisate might have long since fallen into obscurity. The crowd shook their heads, casting doubtful glances at the siblings Jiang Huaishu and Yongyang. Yongyang heard every word spoken about her. While sobbing, she looked at Wanru, who stood in the crowd holding Yongyang. "It is all because of her. Had she not been so reluctant to lend me her dowry, I would not have come to this gambling den." "Oh, it truly is the Marquis of Yanyang." The leading man chuckled. "But even if she is your sister, what of it? It is only right to repay debts. If she cannot pay, I shall have to take her as collateral." Hearing this, Jiang Yin released Jiang Huaishu and scuttled behind him. "Do not take me. My sister-in-law is the daughter of the Grand Preceptor. She has money and will help me repay." As she spoke, she turned to Wanru. "Sister-in-law, please say something." "You heartless wretch, what do you want me to say? Every person from the Marquis of Yanyang's family is a vampire, draining my mother's blood dry." "Tui." Before Wanru could finish her words, Yongyang spat in Yang's direction. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, Wanru stepped forward, holding Yongyang. "Aunt, how much silver do you owe them?" "Not much, just 1,000 taels." The leading man produced the IOU sign by Yongyang. Yang's expression shifted, her eyes narrowing with anger as she glared at him. "What do you mean 2,000 taels? I distinctly borrowed only 500 taels from you. How has it suddenly transformed into 1,000 taels? If you cannot repay me today, tomorrow it will not merely be 1,000 taels." Jiang Yin was momentarily taken aback by the man's words. Yet upon recalling that someone had taken on this burden, she slightly lifted her chin in defiance. "Fine, is it not just 1,000 taels? My sister-in-law's dowry is quite substantial. Let alone 1,000 taels, she could easily produce 10,000. Little aunt, I simply do not possess that much silver," Wanru sighed, feigning a troubled demeanor. Jiang Yin did not believe her lack of funds. Turning her gaze towards Wanru, she was about to speak when Jiang Huaishu intervened. "Yinner, do not distress our brother, do not stop me." Jiang Yin brushed Jiang Huaishu's hand aside, directing her attention to Yun Xiuqing, intentionally raising her voice. "Sister-in-law, do not conceal your wealth. We are all family. Your silver is, after all, my brother's. What harm is there in temporarily lending me a bit? Little aunt, it is not that I am unwilling to lend you, but I truly cannot." Wanru explained, having been married into the Marquis's residence for over a year. All the expenses have been supported by my dowry. The remaining small portion has gone into constructing Guangxia Academy. I am now in a tight spot myself. Jiang Huaishu did not expect Yin Wanru to voice such sentiments in front of so many people. He quickly stepped forward, shaking his head in a silent plea for her to refrain from further comment. However, he was too late. As soon as Yin Wanru's words fell, the crowd erupted. What? The expenses of the Yanyang marquis' residence are actually supported by the new bride's dowry? It seems this Yanyang marquis' residence is merely a facade. They are living off others and still have the audacity to demand money to repay gambling debts? Are the people of the Yanyang marquis' residence nothing but blood-sucking demons? Lady Jiang must have drawn the short straw with this family. She is a lady of the marquis' residence, yet she has no shame left. I say, do not trouble Lady Jiang any further. Just capture the marquis' lady and sell her to settle the debts. The tide of public opinion turned overwhelmingly in favor of Yin Wanru. Yongyang clapped her hands, giggling. Feel free to scold them more. My aunt is thick-skinned and can withstand it. Keep going, do not stop. Without these jeers, I will not sleep well tonight. Yin Wanru looked at her, her eyes filled with a mix of helplessness and affection. This little one truly enjoys stirring up trouble. Jiang Yan's face turned an array of colors, from red to pale. She had initially intended to leverage the crowd's presence to coerce Yin Wanru, but instead, it had backfired, tarnishing the reputation of the marquis' residence and her brother. She glanced around before fixing her gaze on Yin Wanru, her eyes turning cold as she shouted, "Sister-in-law, you cannot speak recklessly about matters without evidence. My private ledger records every expense clearly." Yin Wanru replied softly. "If you doubt me, I can have Wang Shu bring the ledger for public inspection." Yin Wanru's voice was gentle, and Yongyang nestled in her arms, sobbing in a manner that elicited sympathy from those present. The onlookers could not help but feel pity for the mother and daughter duo. The little child is so young, yet already understands the pain of her mother. Seeing her cry so sorrowfully, life in a marquis' residence must be quite challenging. Lady Jiang has sacrificed so much for the marquis' residence. It is one thing for Miss Jiang to be ungrateful, but now she seeks to drain Lady Jiang's resources. And this Yanyang marquis stands by silently, allowing his sister to bully his wife. What right does he have to be anyone's husband? Lady, present the evidence. We stand with you. You need not fear the marquis' residence. Yes, present the evidence and see what Miss Jiang has to say. The crowd was filled with righteous indignation, and even the thugs from the gambling house dared not speak at that moment. Jiang Yan's complexion shifted, and she fearfully shrank back behind Jiang Huaishu, gently tugging at his sleeve. Jiang Huaishu, understanding the gravity of the situation, turned to Yin Wanru and lowered his voice deliberately. "Ahu, why must we air our family's matters in front of outsiders? Marquis, it is not my intention to discuss this publicly, but I believe this issue lies with Yenner. She is still young. Do not hold it against her. They are of marrying age, yet still use their youth as an excuse. My mother is only 1 year older than her. Why should she be treated with leniency?" In the past, Yin Wanru might have felt wronged by such remarks, but now, she had cultivated a strong heart. Her expression remained calm, devoid of turmoil. Meeting Jiang Huaishu's gaze, she nodded slightly. Jiang Huaishu sighed in relief and turned to the thugs from the gambling house. "Yenner owes you money. The Yanyang marquis' residence will repay it. However, I cannot produce such a large sum immediately. I ask for your understanding and a few days' grace. Of course, since the marquis has spoken, how could we dare to refuse?" The leader of the men smiled as he stepped forward. "However, Marquis, we have our rules. I can grant you a few days, but the debt must still accrue interest. Moreover, the loan must be registered under the name of the Yanyang marquis' residence." Jiang Huaishu frowned, feeling hesitant. Yin Wanru did not want this fire to spread to her. She stepped forward, lowering her voice as she cautioned, "Marquis, you must think this through. If the borrower is changed to the marquis' residence after little Aunt marries, if she refuses to collaborate with the marquis' residence to repay the debt, then the marquis' residence will be liable for the entire amount. Or what are you saying? Yenner is my sister. The money she borrowed is rightfully my responsibility as her elder brother." Jiang Huaishu shot Yin Wanru a glare. "Rest assured, the money is borrowed by the Yanyang marquis' residence. If it cannot be repaid, we will ensure you and your family are not implicated. Indeed, we will repay what we owe." Jiang Yin scoffed, growing increasingly displeased with Yin Wanru. If her brother had married Chuqiu, she would have stood by the marquis's residence in solidarity, unlike Yin Wanru, who hurriedly distanced herself. Yin Wanru remained unfazed by the Jiang siblings' opinions of her. All she desired was Jiang Huaishu's promise. She suppressed her emotions, holding Yongyang close as she stepped aside, choosing to remain silent. As long as the Taisha residence was not implicated, the marquis's residents could indulge in their folly. The lead man presented a new loan agreement to Jiang Huaishu. Fearing he might heed Yin Wanru's advice, Jiang Yin gently tugged at his sleeve. Upon signing and imprinting his seal, Jiang Huaishu swiftly returned inside. Upon hearing that Jiang Yin had gone to the Tanshin family and lost track of time, Qianshi frowned, feeling displeased. I knew you must have gone to find that Tanshin boy. I've already agreed to let you marry him. Why are you in such a hurry? Mother, Jiang Yin pressed her lips together, struggling to find her words. Yin Wanru smiled gently, interjecting, yes, let us not repeat this in the future. Qianshi shot Jiang Yin a glance, not questioning their words. Jiang Yin nodded, then shot a glare at Yin Wanru. Earlier, outside the gambling house, she had been so eager to distance herself from the marquis's residence. Yet now she pretended to be the good person. Do not think that just because you said a few good words for her, I will forget what transpired earlier. Yin Wanru had no such intentions. The opinions of the marquis's residents held no significance for her. However, she had eaten little at noon and had spent time on the streets, leaving her quite hungry now. She feared that Qianshi would continue to pry, delaying her meal, which led her to assist in ceasing the topic. Jiang Yin had lost money and obediently stayed at home for a few days. Jiang Huaishu sought to borrow money everywhere, but faced repeated failures. Coupled with persistent nightmares at night, his complexion grew worse with each passing day. Reminiscing about the day he saw the divine statue weep, his heart became increasingly anxious. Chapter 108. She is heaven's messenger to strike him a row. Accompany me to Xianqingguan this afternoon. At noon, Yin Wanru was engrossed in her meal when Jiang Huaishu's voice gradually reached her ears. She turned to him, her eyes brimming with confusion. When did the Lord begin to believe in deities? Today I have been plagued by nightmares, and with Yin Heir's matters weighing on my mind, I feel a sense of unease. I plan to visit Xianqingguan this afternoon to seek a divination for peace of mind. Only those with a guilty conscience feel unrest. What good is it to beseech the divine? However, I also wish to visit Xianqingguan to see how the Tianlei talisman learned by Gui Yuan is progressing. Mother agreed to him. Let us also go to Xianqingguan. Even without Yongyang's urging, Yin Wanru felt compelled to acquiesce. Taoist Gui Yuan had mentioned that the Sanqing Hall would be beneficial for Yongyang. Previously, she feared that her frequent visits to Xianqingguan would arouse suspicion among the household. But now that Jiang Huaishu had presented the opportunity to her, she had no reason to refuse. There were significantly fewer devotees seeking divine guidance at Xianqingguan in the afternoon than in the morning. Nevertheless, the young Taoist still led Yin Wanru and the others along a narrow path. Jiang Huaishu had previously walked this path, also benefiting from Yongyang's presence. As he walked alongside Yin Wanru this time, he couldn't help but lift his chin slightly, feeling a sense of superiority. Aro, I recall you greatly enjoy visiting Xianqingguan for blessings. Now that there are many devotees, should you visit alone next time, remember to mention the name of the Yuan Marquis house. A young Taoist will guide you along this path, so you need not jostle with others. The big oaf cannot naively think that he could traverse this path solely due to the prestige of the Yuan Marquis house. Can he? Haha, no way. This is too amusing. Mother, please do not reveal the truth to him. I want to see how long it takes for this big fool to discover it himself. Yin Wanru lowered her gaze, striving to suppress the smile that threatened to emerge. She fell half a step behind Jiang Huaishu, giving a slight nod. Yes, Wanru has taken note. The young Taoist, leading the way, initially intended to offer an explanation, but refrained, realizing that Madame Jiang was considerate enough not to disclose the truth to the Lord, likely to preserve his pride. The young Taoist guided the three of them to the Sanqing Hall. Upon seeing them, Gui Yuan eagerly approached with a cheerful smile. Is the master of Xianqingguan so idle that he is always found in the Sanqing Hall upon your visits? Your talent for cultivation is lacking. Yet your laziness is commendable, akin to hers. A slight twitch at the corner of Yanyang Ro's mouth revealed some guilt as she gazed at Yanyang. Yanyang, arriving before them, was interrupted by Jiang Huaishu before he could speak. Thank you, master, for waiting for me here. Yanyang paused momentarily, noticing the young Taoist beside him exchanging glances. There is no need for such politeness. Your presence is an honor for Xianxinguan. Saying this, Yanyang presented a prepared bottle of milk to Yongyang. Yongyang, try our Xianxinguan's milk. This cow has been raised here for 4 years, unlike any other. I'll see if this milk is better than mare's milk. Unreservedly, Yongyang accepted the milk, which was contained in a ceramic bottle. She held it with both hands and took a few sips, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. The milk from the temple is not much different, but is indeed more palatable than mare's milk. Mare's milk is too pungent. I do not enjoy it. It is a pity the marquis house has only mares and no dairy cows. It turned out that Yongyang did not like mare's milk. Previously, upon seeing her reluctance to refuse, her mother had assumed she enjoyed it. How careless she was as a mother. Thank you for your consideration, master. Now that I've finished, it's time to check the homework. Yongyang, clutching the milk bottle, pulled Yanyang into the spiritual domain. Before Yanyang could react, he heard Yanyang ask, Yanyang, how have you progressed with the Tianlei talisman? Yanyang's cheeks flushed. I have yet to fully comprehend it. How can it take you so long? When I learned the Tianlei talisman, I did not take this long. Yongyang expressed surprise. Even her least talented disciple had mastered the Tianlei talisman in 3 days. It had been 6 days since her last visit to Xianxinguan, and he still hadn't figured it out. Are you being lazy? No. Yanyang hastily waved his hands. I have been studying the Tianlei talisman daily, but my talent is indeed limited. Yongyang, please grant me a little more time, and I shall surely understand it. Very well, take your time. Yongyang sat on a lotus, supporting her head with one hand and sighing. She should not have placed her hopes on Yanyang. Seeing her silent, Yanyang hesitated and asked, May I inquire, Yongyang, how long did it take you to learn the Tianlei talisman initially? Yongyang remained silent, extending her 2 chubby fingers. Yanyang was taken aback, exclaiming, 2 days. Not 2 days, but 2 instances. Yongyang sighed, correcting him. Upon hearing this, Yanyang's mouth twitched. He suddenly regretted asking her that question. As a grown man, being overshadowed by a small child was one matter, but he was also seeking self-inflicted suffering. Had he not asked, he could have consoled himself that the Tianlei talisman was too difficult, not that he was too dim-witted. He felt a wave of regret wash over him. Wishing he could cry, seeing Yanyang's head droop, appearing dejected, Yongyang felt concerned and quickly offered comfort. You need not compare yourself to me. My master said my talent is unparalleled. Your talent is naturally limited, so why subject yourself to such distress? Yanyang could no longer hold back, bursting into tears. Yongyang panicked, racking her brain for ways to console him. Yanyang, you need not be so sorrowful. Although your talent may not be great, your luck is rather good. With your talent, becoming the master of Xianxinguan is no small feat. Your ancestors in the underworld must have helped you considerably. Yanyang, do you feel any better now? If you still feel troubled, I can think of more ways to comfort you. Yongyang tilted her head, anxiously observing him. This man was crying because of her, and she felt responsible for making him feel better. Upon hearing her words, Yanyang stifled his sobs. Wanted to cry, yet holding back. Was this little child truly comforting him, rather than being sent by heaven to chastise him? Seeing that he had ceased crying, Yongyang let out a sigh of relief. To her surprise, she found herself quite gifted in the art of consolation. Having successfully comforted someone for the first time, she declared, All right, take your time to comprehend it. I will not rush you. When we go out later, you shall carry me to the place where we seek divination. With that, Yongyang gently used her spiritual power to send Yanyang outside. It was the first time he was not kicked out, and he felt quite moved. Yongyang, the little fairy, had grown up and now knew how to show compassion. Yanyang's thoughts began to form, but before he could voice them, Yongyang stretched out her arms towards him. Hold me. Hearing this, Yanyang glanced at her, then turned to Yanyang Ro. Madam, may I hold her? Of course. Yanyang Ro nodded slightly, presenting Yongyang to Yanyang. Although she was reluctant to let Yongyang out of her sight, this was her daughter's request, and as a mother, she could not deny her. Under her watchful gaze, Gui Yuan cradled Yongyang and departed from the Sanqing Hall. Yin Wanru wished to accompany Jiang Huaishu, yet her concern for Yongyang lingered, her gaze firmly fixed upon them. Chapter 109. A Series of Misfortunes. Wang Shu, perceiving her unease, inclined her body slightly. "Madam, I shall go check on the young lady." Yin Wanru nodded gently, watching Wang Shu turn to depart. With Wang Shu by Yangyang's side, she felt a measure of reassurance. Gui Yuan held Yongyang in his arms, standing at the drawing lot's location, fiddling with it for quite some time. Upon noticing the arrival of Yin Wanru and Jiang Huaishu, he smiled and presented Yongyang to Yin Wanru. "Madam is fortunate. Miss Yongyang is truly adorable. Thank you for your kind words, esteemed master." Yin Wanru took Yongyang into her arms, smiling as she expressed her gratitude to Gui Yuan. Yongyang wrapped her arms around Yin Wanru's neck and planted a kiss on her cheek, then looked eagerly at Jiang Huaishu. "Draw the lots quickly." Jiang Huaishu extended his hand to grasp the lot container. He held it with both hands, closed his eyes, and shook it. Snap! A series of misfortunes. It is indeed a series of misfortunes. Jiang Huaishu's hand trembled slightly as he held the lot, unwilling to accept defeat. He returned the lot to the container and shook it once more. Snap! The bamboo stick fell to the ground. Jiang Huaishu glanced down and frowned involuntarily. "Third time's the charm. Let us try again." Yongyang yawned, leaning against Yin Wanru's embrace. "Why is this stubborn oaf so obstinate? 2 times it has been a series of misfortunes, yet he persists. No matter how you shake it, it will always be a series of misfortunes. Accept your fate." Snap! Just as Yanyang pondered this, another bamboo stick fell to the ground. Jiang Huaishu stepped back, his face turning pale. Noticing his strange demeanor, Yin Wanru glanced down. The fallen bamboo stick was still a series of misfortunes. She furrowed her brow, looking at the little one in her arms. How did this little rascal know Jiang Huaishu would draw a series of misfortunes? Unless, as Yin Wanru was lost in thought, Gui Yuan bent down to retrieve the fallen bamboo stick. A multitude of calamities converges, obscuring the sun and moon. From this moment on, cultivating virtue is difficult to avoid disaster. Sighing, Gui Yuan shook his head gently. Alas, the Lord has drawn a series of misfortunes. For those who draw this lot, misfortunes will follow one after another. Jiang Huaishu staggered backward, retreating 2 steps. Yongyang, witnessing his appearance, suddenly felt wide awake. The oaf's complexion is quite amusing, shifting from green to pale. If he changes a few more times, I might see a rainbow on his face. Yongyang grinned widely, thoroughly entertained. Gui Yuan cast a discreet glance at her, pleased to see her joy. His eyes twinkled mischievously as he turned to Jiang Huaishu. "Might I inquire, esteemed lord, have you encountered any unusual occurrences lately?" "Unusual occurrences?" Jiang Huaishu pondered, then turned his gaze toward the Sanqing Hall. "A few days ago, I witnessed the deity weeping. Master, would you consider that an unusual occurrence?" "Indeed, it is." Gui Yuan nodded slightly. "Esteemed lord, this is a celestial being guiding you. Observing a deity weep is not an auspicious sign. If you wish to avert this calamity, you must cultivate yourself and adhere strictly to moral conduct, avoiding foolish actions henceforth." "What do you mean, master? Do you possess some knowledge that could be made clearer?" Jiang Huaishu grasped Yuan's sleeve, viewing him as a savior. However, Gui Yuan merely shook his head, withdrawing his sleeve. "Heavenly secrets cannot be divulged. I can only offer you this hint, esteemed lord. The rest you must comprehend on your own." With that, Gui Yuan passed by Jiang Huaishu, winking at Yanyang. Yanyang met his gaze and gave a thumbs up. Gui Yuan is quite impressive. Although his talent in cultivation is lacking, his ability to deceive is remarkable. Collaborating with him is undoubtedly a wise choice. Yongyang was thoroughly satisfied with Gui Yuan's performance. Their interaction did not escape Yin Wanru's notice. Clearly, her suspicions were correct. Yongyang had indeed tampered with the lot container. As Jiang Huaishu emerged from Xianqingguan, he appeared dazed and lost. Once seated in the carriage, he murmured to himself, "Avoid foolish actions. What could this possibly mean?" Yin Wanru, disinterested, closed her eyes and fell asleep. Yongyang, nestled in her arms, also drifted off. Upon returning to the courtyard, Yin Wanru placed Yongyang on the small wooden bed. Ensuring Yongyang was still asleep, she then pulled Wang Shu aside, lowering her voice to inquire. Did you see what she did when she went out with Yanyang? Wang Shu hesitated slightly. Madam, the young lady took the lots from the container and replaced them all with series of misfortunes. Just as expected, Yin Wanru turned her gaze to the small bed, shaking her head in resignation. This child is truly too mischievous. However, she has accomplished what she could not do herself. After today's events, Jiang Huaishu would likely be unable to eat or sleep peacefully for several days. Just thinking about it brings her delight. As the days passed, his spirit grew increasingly dispirited. Qian Shi, concerned for him, asked him questions, but he remained silent. With no other options, Qian Shi called Yin Wanru into the front hall, avoiding Jiang Huaishu. As Yin Wanru entered, cradling Yongyang, Qian Shi took her hand and urged her to sit. Wanru, what on earth has happened? Why has he changed so drastically since your visit to the Taoist temple? Mother, perhaps it's best if you don't ask. What kind of talk is that, sister-in-law? Mother is concerned for elder brother. How can you speak to her like that? Yongyang glared at Yin Wanru, her expression icy. Since the gambling house incident, she had ceased to conceal her attitude towards Yin Wanru. Yin Wanru met her gaze and sighed gently. Very well, since my sister-in-law wishes to know, I shall not hide it any longer. The Lord has drawn from the Taoist temple 3 times, and each time it was a series of misfortunes. The master also mentioned that those who draw this lot will face a string of misfortunes. A string of misfortunes? Qian Shi exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock. Why would he go to seek lots in the first place? Yin Wanru's words trailed off, her gaze lingering on Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin, feeling guilty, averted her eyes and gently tugged at Qian Shi's sleeve. Mother, I believe it is not a solution for elder brother to continue like this. The marquis's residence has not welcomed anyone new in quite some time. Perhaps we could take this opportunity to arrange for a concubine for him to lift his spirits? I have no